don't you introduce yourself just a little bit?
Hi, I'm Alistair Visué, aka Rook. I'm the team manager of UCSD Overwatch. I am the top person for our gold, navy, and white teams. I've been with the program for going on 4 years now, and I'm incredibly excited that we're taking two teams to CECC this year.
Yeah, and let's point that out real quick because, again, two of your teams headed up to Boise, where you're going to be representing the Tritons of UCSD very well, your campus very well indeed, as we look through it. Now, your number one team, the UCSD Gold team, 3-0, 3-1, 3-1, 3-0, 3-1, basically 15-3 in terms of maps. And that's got to feel pretty good as your coach. I mean, you're the coach of the whole thing, basically running this through and running it through in your heads for both of your teams. Got to feel pretty good to at least have the number one going into this.
I I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little surprised that we're coming into this as the number one seed. Um, I know that Zinnia did a good post match interview after those matches that day. I think we're kind of realizing what our ceiling is as a team. Both of our teams are, and I think especially this quarter, we're really even surprising ourselves as to what our ceiling is and how well we can do. And I think it's been invigorating us a lot. Like we're realizing there's so much improvement. Like we're nowhere near where our skill ceiling is. And if we can overperform on the day like we did in the qualifiers, then we know we can take the whole thing all the way to Texas.
Yeah, and let me point this out too, because you were saying overperforming, but I mean it's already overperforming enough where you had put in two teams, and your school has put in two teams here in the online qualifiers, and yet both of them make this out. But matter of fact, for your gold team, again, they had UCLA, they had UNLV, they had Boise State in the entire way through, and Boise State comes out as the number two seed overall in this entire thing. But your Navy team, I guess an unlucky draw, if you will, because they ran into Boise State from the very get go. So for you guys, at least for the gold side, you may have the targets on your back, but for the UCSD Navy side, having to basically make a little bit of a comeback, has there been any adjustments for you guys, especially now that we've gone from season 2 to season 3? Has the Navy team, in your mind, made any good adjustments heading into this land?
So our Navy team is actually very exciting this quarter. We had a couple of pickups this quarter. We're a quarter system school, so we recruited a couple of new players. So less adjustments and more we're just learning how to gel. Um, those CECC qualifiers were actually the first official match for two of our starting players. That would have been Kai and Kimsternator. Their first official match day was the day that we qualified for Boise. So less adjustment and more Navy is learning how to play as a team, learning to integrate these new players. Um, we're also adjusting to the tank meta a little bit. We're excited to have a lot of really great tanks on Navy, specifically Clone and Armand are both incredibly capable. We're mostly just learning the meta, less adjusting, more just becoming the team that we know we can be.
Yeah, and let's talk about the team too, because again, it's very surprising that again you say that it's a quarter system, but even though these guys are playing together, it didn't seem like that all too often. Even though you guys come in again, two teams at the top 8 is super impressive in itself already. But let's go to your gold team real quickly, because right now targets on your guys' back, number one seed overall. Not only that, coming in as defending CECC West champions, going back to last year. So you guys are looking for the back to back, and it's never easy really to get that back to back. But for you guys, has the talk of coming potentially back to back champions ever come into play?
I'm sorry, I think I lost the tail end of your question there.
Yeah, so so I might have disconnected. We apologize about that. But basically, has there been talks about back to back? Has there been any talks of potentially being back to back champions in any conversation at all leading up to the LAN?
Um, to be completely honest, no. We're excited to have won, to not to have won, but like to have placed first seed in the qualifiers. But I think especially looking back at last year, we lose the qualifiers in the excitement of going to Atlanta. So it's never so much, oh, we're the best in the West. It's more so, oh, we made it to Atlanta. And so once again, this year, we're not trying to be the best in the West. We're trying to qualify for Texas and be the best in the nation. So I don't think I've heard us talk about being back-to-back Western champions once. We just want to go all the way.
Well, I mean, going all the way would be the goal to win the entire CECC thing. But for you guys, I mean, as a coach as well, you have to be looking at these 6 other teams that are going to be up there with you guys. Is there one that particularly piques your interest, maybe other than even Boise?
Well, it's got to be UCLA. We're always looking at UCLA. They're incredible on land. as we have a lot of experience losing to UCLA on land now. Um, I think we, in terms of just raw rankings, I think Boise is probably the team that we're like concerned the most about going up against again. But in terms of like being a dark horse for us in particular, it's always got to be UCLA. We're never going to count them out. We're never going to underestimate them. They are incredible at punching up against us, and just in general, they're an incredibly solid team. And so we're looking forward to facing them again. But I think we don't want to have UCEI happen again. We don't want to get on stage and lose like that again. That's for sure.
Yeah, let's talk about that real quick because the UCEI run that we've talked about here back in January, go back all the way a couple of months ago, really, to January, you guys getting third place in that UCEI Invitational. But now, again, you guys, number one seed overall in the CECC, played UCLA and won, but that was on the online side, and we'll see what the LAN brings us in a little while as well. But from that third place in the UCEI Invitational, was there something that kind of brought you guys all together, kind of gathered all together to becoming that number one seed overall?
Um, we don't like losing. I think that's the biggest one. UCI stung because it was a winnable game. It wasn't like we got hard diffed in any regard. I think we left that match knowing that it was we shouldn't have lost that match in the way that we did. It should have been a lot more competitive, especially towards the tail end. And I think it did a lot to. I think UCI, especially the community response to UCI. If you go back to ABC, we got knocked off of the Okra rankings, and we kind of that lit a fire underneath us, and then we went and we got top 6. Similarly, I think the community response to seeing us lose to UCLA twice in that tournament, a team that we should be favored against, similarly kind of invigorated us, and we're like, no, we have to perform in CECC now. We're not going to wait until ABC. We're not going to wait to get into their top 6 or top 4 finish. We want to assert our claim as the best team in the West now. And we have to beat UCLA consistently from now on if we want that to be true.
Well, let's see. I mean, you guys looking out for the rankings and lighting up something, but I mean, the Okra rankings out from February now. We move on to March in a little while as well, in a couple of days. But now let's look further along the line here, because say you guys win this tournament. Again, you've got 2 chances to win this entire thing in CCC West, but let's say one of your teams does win it. I mean, for you as a team, not only making Atlanta last year, but coming into Arlington, what would that mean for you and your team to get a spot into Arlington after winning CECC West?
It would be, I think it would be us making a statement that we are as good as we say we are. One of the problems we've had historically through many iterations of our rosters has been consistency. I think that's one of our biggest shortcomings compared to some of the top 4, top 8 schools, is they're able to make those top placements tournament after tournament. And you'll often see us drop in and out of the placements that you'll expect us to be in. We made it to Atlanta. We qualified for Atlanta with flying colors, and then we underperform at Atlanta. We made it to top 6 ABC, and then we underperform at UCEI. I think qualifying for the CECC National Tournament 2 years in a row will be a big statement that we are as good as we say we are, and that we're developing the consistency that we should have for the team that we're trying to be.
Yeah, statement should be made there if you guys get to that end. But Rook joining us here for the CECC West Regional, kind of a sit-down interview. But we'll start to wrap things up here. But before we do so, do you got any shout-outs that you want to give, mainly to the team or any of your company?
I really want to shout out our Navy team at UCSD. Our gold team has been performing so well after that top 6 at ABC. But I'm really excited. I think people will be very surprised by how incredibly they've been performing. They've really come together in this past quarter, and they are scrimming as much as I think our gold team has ever scrimmed. They really want to perform well at Boise. They're trying to make it to semis. I think they're going to make it to semis. But all of those players, especially the supporting staff, I want to shout out our Navy manager, Wild, as well, and Aaron, our socials manager, have been doing so much to promote and be excited about the fact that we're sending 2 teams to Boise. And I don't know, it's incredible. I haven't been able to take 2 teams to a tournament before, so I'm really looking forward to it. And it's all because of them.
Well, double the chances to win this all, but you got 2 teams in there, and maybe one of them will end it all. Number 1 seed, as well as one of the other 4 seeds for gold, and one of the other 4 seeds for Navy. So, hey, 2 chances at victory. You've got a great lineup here, and thank you again to Rook for joining us. And good luck to you and your team the rest of the way here for CECC West.
Thank you so much for having me. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. Rook joining us here again. 2 teams for UCSD, and we'll see if either one of them can land up winning the CECC West and head their way into Arlington as the road to Arlington continues.
Down, I'll just say whatever it is. We can also just use the ones under bracket if you want to bump those up. They don't have to be where they are. Am I just looking at the camera in the middle?
Boise State Esports Arena. Today we are witnessing Sports Commissioners Cup. As our opening match, we have Overwatch 2 action between University of California, San Diego Navy and the University of Utah. I'm your host, Artie Rain, and next to me is Septilence. Well, oh.
Paulie. You use Paulie.
I have no idea. I think he is supposed to go first.
Yes, I messed up.
No, I mean, no, we were just on screen. I don't think you didn't. I think that. Nope. I think that was just like a group mess up, a collective tick. That's okay. Whatever. True. Real. Or 10 minutes, or an hour and 15 minutes. Hopefully we aren't live. Smile. Well. Do we have any link to production, like verbally or anything?
Yes.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Okay. But we Fair enough. No problem. We'll make it work. Whatever. Also, all 10 players, he, him pronouns. Oh, and there's a player whose name is in Chinese. His name is literally just Wong. He's Chinese, like actually, but it's just Wong. So. Yeah, and then I think the rest of the names are. I don't remember seeing any other ones that I didn't know. So. Until we make solo points and then. Yeah. Okay, and then I look there. All good. Easy peasy. Yeah, we also aren't supposed to go live for 9 more minutes. So I don't know what that timer was. I don't know what that was.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Regional Qualifier. I'm your host, Paulie Hype, and we have an amazing event to bring to you this weekend as we are here at Boise State University in the Boise Esports Arena for the West Regional Qualifier. I'm so excited for it. We have so many different teams from across the West region, the best of the best in college esports across Overwatch, Valorant, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Rocket League. So without further ado, let's go over some of the teams that we're going to be seeing this weekend compete for their chance to join us in May at the grand finale at the CECC Commissioners Cup for Esports Stadium Arlington. That is going to be, once again, the largest and best collegiate esports event of the year. But first up, let's take a look at the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate teams that will be competing this weekend for that chance at Arlington. First up is Boise State University. Second is George Fox University. That's Bruin Esports. Weber State University. We'll see them this weekend as well. University of California, Riverside. California State University, Sacramento, or Sac State. We know that school well. And due to some travel logistics, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate portion of this weekend's qualifier will take place virtually. So you can still catch all the action online at the Esports U Twitch channel, of course, as we will have the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action virtual this weekend. And they will join us still. The winner of that will join us in Arlington. Coming up next, we have Rocket League. And we have a special scenario for everyone this time around. Today we have 11 teams spread across 3 different groups competing for their spot at the Commissioners Cup. The teams will break down as follows. In Group A, we have Boise State University, University of New Mexico, Oregon State University, and Weber State University. That's their JV roster. Over to Group B, it'll be University of California, Los Angeles, Weber State University in Group B, Utah State University, and University of Arizona. Now over to Group C, we have University of Oregon competing against Grand Canyon University, competing against George Fox University or Bruin Esports. And another quality note here, Boise State has already qualified for the CECC Finals event, which they won the Mountain West Conference. So that does get them their bid in there to the CECC Grand Finals. So they get all the bragging rights here as they get first place in the prize pool is what they will be competing for as they've already qualified. And, I didn't get to pick one for Smash Bros, but the Paulie pick for Smash Bros, I got to believe in the hometown advantage. I'm going to say Boise. I know how much they're trained here under Doc. And for the Rocket League pick, I'm looking over some of these teams here, and there's some heavy hitters in here to say the least. But I'm going to go with Group B, University of Arizona. I want to see how they perform this week. I think they can come out with the win and join us for the CECC Grand Finals. Now, the heavy hitter FPS title of the weekend, Valorant. Let's take a look as next up we have Valorant and some of the best teams in the West region. These 8 teams will be looking to secure their spot to play against some of the best in the country that await them at Esports Stadium Arlington. The teams include Group A, Arizona State University. Group B, Boise State, Group A still, Boise State University. Grand Canyon University in Group A, and to round out Group A, we have Seattle University. Now, to start Group B, we have San Jose State University. The Wave Riders at the University of Hawaii came all the way over. That's a trip. That is remarkable. Oregon State University. University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Their Scarlet team will join us. The original victors, a little side note here for Valorant, the original victors and the number 3 seed from our online qualifiers, the University of California, Riverside, Gold and Blue, they were unable to make this land, unfortunately, due to logistical concerns. So they had to stay back, but Seattle University and the Wave Riders were invited to take their place. So there is one negative, but a positive as well. Also, all the eyes this weekend are going to be on San Jose State University, our current CECC reigning champions for Valorant. That's for last year. And because of that, that's what makes them my Paulie pick for Valorant. I got to go with San Jose State University. They were last year's reigning champions, last year's reigning winners in Atlanta, last year now, but I'm believing that they're going to come in, show up again. They lost Choi. They lost a big player on that team, but let's see how their new team shapes up this year. I believe they could walk away with it. Now, to the final and fourth game here at Boise State. It's going to be Overwatch 2. And let's take a look at the next up as 8 teams battle it out in some Overwatch 2 action. Group A is University of California, San Diego, gold. University of Utah, California, San Diego coming in with a second team, Navy. And University of Arizona, all 4 teams will be in Group A. Group B now is going to be Boise State University, University of California, Los Angeles, University of Hawaii, UH Sports, of course, and University of Nevada, Las Vegas. That'll be the Crusaders for the Overwatch portion. That's Group A and Group B. Quick note here, University of Southern California, who also had tied for 5th place in the Open Qualifiers, was unable to attend the LAN due to some logistical reasons and was replaced by University of Arizona. And who dares to take down Boise Overwatch? That'll be the question. It's a long history of success, and they have home field advantage being in their own backyard. Which team will be able to take them down? For the Paulie pick in Overwatch 2, this is a good one. Let me think about it. Overwatch 2, one of the first majors here as the season has been progressing. And I'm going to go with UH Esports Hawaii. They made the travel out here. I think they have a great roster overall. I know Boise might be the favorites, but I got to go against the grain like usual. So I'll go with UH this time around. Now, I want to do a quick, amazing, big hype thank you to the Idaho Army National Guard for partnering with the event. Let's make some noise for Idaho Army National Guard. And I have Sergeant McIrvin here with me today, who's joining me from that Idaho Army National Guard to speak quickly on how the event's going so far.
Thank you so much, Polly, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to the CECC and Boise State University for this partnership. We are so excited to be here with the Idaho Army National Guard, and we're looking forward to a great weekend of competitive play.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sergeant McIrvin. Once again, we really appreciate you guys. Oh, let me shake here. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant McIrvin, once again from the Idaho Army National Guard, sponsoring the event, making it all true. And before we go over to the casters, we got to do the 10 seconds of hype, baby. Woo! I don't care if it's 9 in the morning. I'm just getting started. It's going to be a long weekend. Yeah. Woo! Septilence, Nerdy Bird, they're going to be bringing it in for some early morning Overwatch action. Over to you. Woo!
Thank you so much, Polly, and welcome everyone to the CECC West Regional Qualifier. Today we're witnessing 32 teams that represent the best in the West as they compete for their spots in the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. As our opening match, we have Overwatch 2 action between UC San Diego Navy and the University of Utah. But my question for you, Septilence, isn't so much centered around these 2 teams in particular. Well, I am a little bit going to show a little favoritism towards the side of San Diego, actually, in this instance. I know. It's a little different.
Out the gate with an immediate blindside. Nerdy, I thought you were going to be like, yeah, Boise, of course, home field, because Boise's very good. But I think you bring up the strong point that all of these teams are very, very good.
I've got to spread the love out, and you know, their gold squad took down the Broncos in the qualifiers before this, even though the Boise State team is still here. I mean, I'm looking at them. How are they going to be able to step up to the plate here early in the morning? What are your thoughts overall about these 2 teams?
Looking at this overall, I think Boise has a very real chance of hitting the podium at the very least, right? Like, they are a top 3 team every time we see them. Boise continues to be impressive. They continue to be amazing. But I think you bring up the phenomenal point. There are teams looking to take Boise off that throne right now, and I think San Diego, like you mentioned, is one of them. We can't forget my boys, though. Paulie brought them up already. UH. They came all the way here from Hawaii. They've been 3-0ing teams on 100-plus ping. Like, there are some real power players here, and teams have to establish a dominance early.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're finally on equal playing field and, you know, you're going to be experiencing, we're talking like 10, maybe 15 ping max.
Yeah.
They're going to be a force to reckon with for sure. If they've been, for lack of a better term, coping and seething with 100 ping in the last couple of tournaments and have been doing okay with that, then most definitely they are going to be unstoppable today, and I'm very excited to see what they bring to the table for our entire afternoon. And with that being said, we've mentioned some of the names here that we're going to be seeing, but we can take a quick look at the groups here for round 1 matchups this weekend. We'll throw them up on screen so you can recognize all the names. Memorize the colors at least, because that'll help you. There's a lot of teams competing today.
Yeah, we start off in Group A with UC San Diego Gold. We see the University of Utah, UCSD Navy, who we're going to see in just a second, as well as the University of Arizona. We see very strong performance from that group, and Group B as well. Boise State, UCLA, University of Hawaii, and UNLV Crusaders. Now, Nerdy, there's something really interesting. I noticed when Paulie was reading these names earlier, I have seen 6 of these 8 teams come in first place at a collegiate tournament before. These are 8 of the strongest teams in the region. And just because I haven't seen the other 2 doesn't mean they aren't capable. It just means I haven't seen them yet. This is, I mean, you look back at when we saw Rutgers, right, in CECC East. We thought that was the most stacked region. I think this region is absolutely giving them a run for their money. This is 8 full-blown 100% teams.
I mean, I know last season in Overwatch was Battle for Olympus, but this is truly the Battle of the Titans coming out here at this LAN event. I could not agree more with you. These teams are all stacked. I would be horrified to be playing against them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I really hope everyone has the mental stamina and strength needed to get through this entire weekend.
Nerdy, you say you'd be terrified to play them as if 1 or 2 years ago you wouldn't be playing. You're like 1 year away from being on that roster. But, you know, these rosters, let's take a look at them. UC San Diego Navy bringing in Denial, Kim, Moosh, Seiss, and Kai. This is a very strong roster. I got to talk to them a lot this morning, actually, as we were sitting around getting prepared for the day. And they have come full throttle. You know, the game is in such an interesting spot where we've been talking about you can't really ask teams right now, oh, are you going to play meta? Because there's not just a meta. It's like, what are you going to play that you think is going to give your team the highest chance of success? And I think each team this weekend has a different answer.
Truly, the meta, I feel like, is how much chaos can I create on which heroes?
Absolutely.
And if that chaos is being toned down too much, what swaps do I need to be prepared to make? All of these players have insane hero pools to come into this. I wouldn't be shocked if we see a lot of Wrecking Ball play
Absolutely.
just because they have been running it through rampaging on ladder constantly and in the Collegiate Cups. With that being said, I hope we don't see a whole lot of Ramatra this weekend.
I would like to say we won't, right? But I think, unfortunately, if we're not seeing Ball, Rom is next in line. He's very strong. Nano Annihilation has been terrorizing the ladder through and through. And I think we're in a spot where we could see anybody, but there's absolutely characters we're more likely to see, that being the Wrecking Ball and the Rom and the Kiri Lucio, maybe an Ana if we're lucky. But I got to talk about, actually, hold it. Let's talk about Utah first. The University of Utah. We've got No Sam, Skyward, Daming, Mew Mew, and Trunks. Didn't get as much of a chance to talk to them, but I know they are absolutely stoked to be here. I know they are coming in full throttle, looking to prove a point, because they're one of those teams, I said 6 out of 8, right? They're one of the 2 I haven't known much about yet. They made it this far. They've made it here, and now they've got to prove themselves.
They absolutely deserve to be here. I've seen them take maps off the Broncos more than once. I've had the honor of actually scrimming their team before. Great group of people. Glad they were able to make it here. It's not as far as a trip as Hawaii, but
very true.
Ping is an issue for them sometimes. So coming in today, they'll be even on everything. With that in mind, we have great internet, thankfully. So with that in mind, I do believe they'll be very successful today. But the question is, I'm curious about their counterplay, because they some of these teams, and sorry Utah, tend to be a little bit transparent with what their comfort picks are, and that is very easy scouting material for any team. So hopefully they're ready to throw in something that's a little bit more creative going into these matches that we're going to have them in today.
Yeah, you look at a single team, and we're going to see comfort picks, comfort team comps. Like you said, we're going to be seeing a composition of team runs. They're going to hold it. They're going to stick to it, and they're going to keep playing it. You can't do that at this caliber of play. You've got to have counter picks, you've got to have back pocket characters, and you've got to know how to outplay them at what might be your own game. The reality of a mirror composition is going to be 100%. There's no way we make it through this weekend without seeing teams run the exact same comp into one another. Then it turns into running that comp better than them, running that comp faster than them, and that becomes its whole new game of the mental, the physical, the mechanical. So these players, they need to establish their wins early, and y'all are getting a sneak peek here. First map pick, I actually had a very large hand in picking this one. One of my favorites, Busan, one we really haven't seen in the collegiate scene for a while, and I chose it, Nerdy, or I helped choose it rather, because I think it's a very important map where each stage of Busan is most likely going to call for a different composition. You can't just, okay, we're going to play Ball Lucio and win all 3. You're going to have to make changes.
Most definitely. But with that in mind, if you're forced to make these composition swaps because of the different terrains that we're going to be having, downtown, lots of high ground control opportunities, lots of sneaky spots for snipers, and then you go into Mecha Base. This is where a Brawl or kind of a Ring Around the Rosie spam comp tends to work out more. And then going on to Sanctuary, where there isn't a whole lot of high ground, but getting to those positions first, and speed is the name of the game. it can definitely end up revealing every card that you have in your back pocket.
Absolutely.
And being the first teams on broadcast today, I'm not kidding. There's most definitely someone who's scouting or being an analyst sitting in the crowd from the other schools. So I hope you brought more than just 3 comps with you to play at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to have everything in the pocket, and Overwatch is in, I truly think, such a good spot right now where it's not just that one meta. It's not, okay, everyone's going to play Ball Lucio because you can play Zen to counter, you can play Brig, you can play Kiri. I don't think there's a character in this game that if we saw, I would go, that's a throw pick. I think every single character in this game has potential, has viability. Now, of course, this is coming from a Junkrat May player, right? I'm going to play anybody out there. But it's like, I think there's a real possibility of every character. You look like you thought of somebody.
Roadhog is a little bit more of a...
He's got his chances, though. You know, environmentals are just as strong as they used to be.
Yes. If we go on to, you know, Elios,
right.
No matter what, you need to be wary of a hog pick.
Yeah, it's always that possibility of finding something. But like you said, if somebody's not going to be seen, Roadhog's going to be on that counter, on that consideration. We're giving the teams a little bit of time here to get ready as they go into Busan Mecha Base. My favorite of the Busan Mecha Bases. And don't be fooled by that little tag bar at the bottom. This is not the finals. This is actually the first match of the day. University of Utah versus UCSD Navy. We're seeing some interesting compositions here. We're going to be seeing Rom, Kiri, Lucio, like I expected, with the University of Utah coming out the gate early. I want to see this Reinhardt make some waves, but it's Da Ming that comes in quickly. No Sam's charge takes Moosh out the gate, and Suzu just not there in time. The University of Utah, I said they had big shoes to fill, and they ripped the shoes right off of Navy. They put them on their own feet, and they dominate fight number 1.
We did see the Sojourn get out by the skin of their teeth. They had one charge shot. I believe they just decided to back off and run away. The Ramatra has gone back into the dungeon, and now we have a Reinhardt versus Reinhardt duel of honor coming out. May walls are the name of the game. Wall and Malcomp. Mew Mew is going to bring an advantage to that with the Lucio speed boost, but Reinhardt's already cut off by their team. The second wall is up. Reinhardt's getting pummeled and is sent to the Shadow Realm.
Oh, Moosh goes down early, and the University of Utah find themselves on top of greatness here. Da Ming takes down Kai, and that could be another fight already for Utah. Like you said, Nerdy, ping issues have been a problem, and they're showing us 0 ping is exactly what this team needed to find great levels of success. That fight comes to a close. No ultimates on the board, but no Sam at 90% on Shatter. Moosh barely kissing 30.
And we do see we have a Symmetra swap coming out for the side of UCSD Navy. Trunks almost has that amplification matrix. Ryan's going to get walled high, does manage to backtrack just enough to sustain. Shatter goes off, but Shatter's nobody. Immortality's going to get used. Amplification matrix, and that does mean UCSD has to back off again.
Yeah, Amp Matrix being used there is a really interesting ultimate because I think the Shatter, yes, it didn't find value, but it made the space. It got the success, and as Skyward's Maywall comes out in the blink of an eye, it's going to be maybe something. No, it is enough. We see Denial gone, Kai missing, and Kim falls as well to Symmetra. Not far behind. Poor Navy just can't make it out of spawn right now. This is a tough one, Nerdy. Going into this next fight, what ultimates should we be seeing from Navy to try to turn this around?
Well, Denial coming up on the Lucio beat can be helpful, but it needs to be used advantageously. Knowing that Skyward has that May ultimate as well, are you going to save speed for the May ult and just pray that you're able to get out and use beat to be aggressive? We also have the Rhine Shatter and their own Amp Matrix. TP to be sneaky. Deadeye goes off though, and you lose your main tank, and you've expelled Immor. With that, Skyward finds one, and we have a Hail Mary beat get dropped. Actually, no, Mew Mew dropped it and said, go take care of everyone. It's cleanup crew time. Lucio's gonna drop the beat on Solo to live on point. Can they sustain long enough? They will not. Their team still coming out from respawn. And with that, it's a 100% to 0 in favor of University of Utah.
The University of Utah coming out through and through. Navy, they immediately found themselves in the back foot. They weren't able to turn it around in time, and they find themselves down a single round. On the bright side of a best of 3 is they've still got one more round to try and make it happen. I think this is maybe not the proper clip, but we saw Skyward with the Blizzard. There was a play from UCSD Navy. They used the Sim TP to get out of the Blizzard. Genius play. Unfortunately, not all of them make it, and Moosh goes down. The team wasn't able to capitalize off the back, and unfortunately, it felt like Moosh really found themselves getting taken down first. I think every fight except the one we just saw the replay of. That was the only fight where Moosh wasn't the one to go down in the beginning of the fight.
If you're dying first, the question is what's going wrong? Most likely, you're getting a lot of pressure applied to you as the tank, and your own team is not applying enough pressure to the enemy tank. Target focus and utility usage is super important. You got to have that sine wave. Don't use everything to get to the location, as we have the matchup here over at Drum beginning, and Moosh has decided to go away from the Rhine pool and is on the Winston, getting out barely alive.
Wins in Overwatch, making an appearance here. We see Sojourn from Kaio as well. I'm really excited about that denial. Going to the blink of an eye. Skyward's May accuracy has been unparalleled up to this point. Moosh taken out of the fight, and unfortunately, this fight's over before it can even really begin. Point cap in favor of Utah. They're looking to any percent speed run this Busan.
No ultimates are going to be online to speak of, but Trunks got the first ult of our previous game and is looking to get the next one as well. Amplification Matrix going to be online midway through this fight. We do also have that Cassie Deadeye coming up close as well. Tracer swap coming out, trying to just make some noise on point and get the attention. They have decided to move forward. Now it's a battle of the spam and positioning. Low ground still not in favor of the side of UCSD as University of Utah is maintaining spatial control.
Spatial control is the name of the game right now. You've got the point, you're turning it into a stall ability, right? We see that Disruptor field come out from Kai. Immo gone in the blink of an eye in Utah. All that damage permanent for just this moment. Can Navy capitalize fast enough? Unfortunately, when your strongest hitter goes down, Daiming not able to keep themselves up and running. Just want to give you guys a little tour of Busan real quick. We're jumping right back into the fray as this fight continues to dominate through. Moosh is still alive, and as we see this Tracer possibly go down, this might be the end of Navy here on Busan. Nerdy, it's incredible. This fight started at, I think, 18%, and here we are at 60, the fight finally coming to a close.
Definitely can understand where a fight's dragging out too long and you need to either get out alive or just die on the point as quickly as possible. We do have a lot of ults coming up on both sides, but currently University of Utah is leading the charge. The only one not with their ult yet is that May. Well, one or two icicles to the face of some poor other character on the side of UCSD Navy. It should do it for Skyward. And Matrix is going to be used first as everyone's lining up like lemmings, forced to rotate out of the way. Reinhardt charges in. Deadeye is out. Shatters pop, and we don't see the Deadeye go off.
Deadeye has to be dropped in a panic because we saw that Tracer flank in the back line. Oh, Denial doesn't even get to drop the beat. There's not even an ult denial from Denial. University of Utah find themselves holding that space, and that's the name of the game at the end of the day. UCSD Navy, 3 ultimates, nearly 4 in their pocket, but with 5 seconds left to even touch the point, Nerdy. They've got to get there to make those ults worthwhile, and with only 1 second remaining, the overtime just barely forced out from Moosh. Here comes a Kitsune. Here's an overclock as well. The beat from Yu Going to be able to cancel both of them. Skyward's Blizzard clears off the point once again. Immo missing. Poor Baptiste might be going down as well. Can Kai find the elimination? But no, they get eliminated. Daiming finds it, and that should be University of Utah winning last fight and first map. Moosh takes down Daiming, but that's just insult to injury as they are the sole survivor of Navy for the time being.
We have the bubble on top of the drums to try and stay alive. Tracer gets just a toe on before they get a hammer in the face. And with that, University of Utah, as you said, walks away with a round 1 victory.
A round 1 victory is exactly what they wanted to be seeing. I'll say it just one more time. Utah was one of those somewhat wild card teams for me. I've seen a lot of these teams before, and Utah had not been one of them. They come out strong. I know Navy is an incredibly capable team, so when you perform like that, it is amazing, to say the very least. No Sam's play in the game. Reinhardt, one of my favorite characters, and I think we're all seeing why. Haha, swing big hammer, get lots of elim, make big moves, and win big maps, just like Busan. You're already 1/3 done with your goal here today. You've got to win 3 maps to keep it up, to keep that win streak going. And Utah, I mean, they are looking very, very clean. Nerdy, if you're on the side of Navy, what are you looking for from Utah to try and take them apart a little bit? They were dominant.
Okay, so the brawl composition mirror wasn't working out. Then we tried to do dive. Didn't work out that well either. We definitely noticed that they're very, very strong on this May wall and maul brawl composition. And what beats that quite easily is going to actually be a spam comp where you play Ring Around the Rosie, or you play Wrecking Ball Tracer and you have the Wrecking Ball go in with the Tracer, create some chaos. Your Zenyatta, your Brigida, and your Cassidy stay away from them, and you just, walk away from the core unit while your ball and your Tracer do all of the work, but it's very map dependent if you can do that one or not. So either you're going to have to play a Wrecking Ball composition or you're going to want to pull out more of a Sigma spam composition. At the end of the day, it's going to come up to what their comfort levels are, but Brawl is not the matchup they're looking for.
Absolutely not. And in the composition they tried to run, I wanted to see a Wrecking Ball instead of a Winston. Winston is funny, he's great, he has the funny Tesla cannon, but he's not super strong right now. His bubble got nerfed, he hasn't been able to climb back from that deficit, so maybe a ball instead of that. Now, you did talk about Sigma, someone we haven't talked about at all today, has the highest win percentage across the entire game, including all ranks from bronze to top 500, 54% win rate with Sigma, the highest in the game. And also, how neat is it? The game is so well balanced. The highest win rate's only 54. We're not seeing a Brig 1.0. We're not seeing a Baptiste with a 10-second Immo with 80% win rate. We've got a game so close that other tanks are chomping at the bit for that win rate. It's not one tank to win them all or one tank to rule them all. but it's also not Winston to win a game. You know, he's doing all right, but when you're looking at successful tanks, your Roms, your Sigmas, your Orisas, that's going to be much more valuable for this team.
Yeah, and on top of that, the tank is, the tempo control really heavily favors the tank. I know Ramatra has that subtitle, but he's not the only person that can do it. Let's make that very clear. But the thing that I was noticing that we're seeing from San Diego was our tank was using a lot of cooldowns all at once, and that's not what you're wanting to do, because if they see a Winston jump in and use bubble, that's the go button.
He's got nothing left.
Time
like,
to go
genuinely.
on the back line or, obliterate the Winston by just putting a wall up. If we've missed the wall, okay, let's amp speed and go on to their supports.
It becomes so difficult because the Winston leap's on one of the lowest cooldowns in the game. It's on 4 seconds, but that's 4 whole seconds. Like, if a team is well coordinated, like you said, a Winston wall, or even just look at Winston, like the call out, like you're going to get deleted from the game, like we saw, unfortunately, from Moosh a lot of times. It comes off the back of Skyward's May. Right now, I think Skyward is the go button, is the gas pedal for this team, because every time they found an elim, every time they found a wall, the team was there. The team was right on top of it. The peel was appropriate. The accuracy was absolutely on par. Every time we were spectating, that May was hitting headshots, which as a May player, that's tough. Looks like a hit scan, flies like a projectile. Like, it's a very difficult thing to hit headshots with, and Skyward did it to a T. I'm keeping a close eye on that May for the rest of this series.
It's very scary. I respect it, but when I'm playing support and I get an icicle just rounding a corner, I get very upset.
Yeah, absolutely. The spammage, if nobody's noticed, I'm playing spam characters, Junkrat, May, Reinhardt. It's like the spammage really comes in handy because you do things like that. You accidentally kill a support, and it's like, oh, good, like, let's get in there. Let's win the game. And winning the game is absolutely on Utah's kind of perspective, their horizon right now. Going into the next map, and production, correct me if I'm wrong, please, I believe the map kind of choice is loser picks any map they want. It can't be control. I'm pretty sure it is just any map they want, other than 2CP, obviously, for competitive reasons. I don't know if we're going off the competitive map pool right now, so maybe it's no Eichenwald, maybe it's no whatever, but Havana is next. We've gotten confirmation, so Escort. I personally like Escort a lot. I think Havana calls for compositions we haven't seen yet. Compositions we would have seen on Downtown Busan, like double sniper. I feel like you've got to be playing at least one sniper here on Havana.
I agree with that. It can get really pesky, especially on that third point if you're not comfortable with countering a sniper.
Yeah.
This is where that Sigma play comes really important, and I know that the Overwatch devs kind of threw him back in the dungeon. He went back in the cell. Genji can become powerful on third point Havana if your team knows how to play around a Genji.
Absolutely.
And if your Genji's not good at, you don't have to confirm the kills, but making everyone's life a living hell.
Back to your chaos comment,
yeah,
right?
exactly. You just don't go after them. Just make sure they can't sit where they want to.
You don't have to kill them. You should make sure they can't kill you.
Yeah.
That's kind of the name of the game, and I think that would go really well. If I had to guess on offense here, if I was in this game, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this if we have enough time, I'd be running something like Ball, Kiri, Lucio, Genji, blank. I think there's kind of an open spot there for anyone else. Maybe you put a sniper in that spot because you want to be able to counter the sniper, but I think from what we're seeing from Utah, they are we're not going to meet you for the fight. We're going to run through you for the fight. We're going to stomp right over you and continue moving forward. And I think a high-speed, high-caliber comp like that would benefit them very well.
You most definitely can. It really comes down to knowing your rotations, knowing target focus, and understanding that your Ball and your Tracer are your damage dealers. So it's got to be really important for those two to be working together. And it looks like from the side of you, no heckin' way.
They're on attack, though. They got time. They got time.
I know they got time. But I'm either getting debated by Skyward or they are, and I'm not saying this to be toxic, but you are that troll character who's like, I play May, I play Torbjorn, and I get Bastion. Sometimes I'll throw in a little Symmetra for you if I'm feeling spicy, but I've got the characters that make everyone's day horrible.
Oh, there it is. That's the real answer.
All right,
That's the real answer. But hey, Torvin Bastion, both stoked. They both really got like a facelift in Overwatch 2. Very playable characters, very viable characters. But I like what we're seeing from both sides. We nailed the Sigma discussion. We talked about the sniper. It's going to be kind of 1.5 snipers versus 2, as we've got Sojourn and Widow versus Hanzo and Widow. And okay, now it's just Hanzo. Denial comes out early, takes that Widow down. Zenyatta, arguably one of the strongest supports in the game right now, one of the highest damage dealing in that Discord orb, makes it just not fun to play any tank.
In the words of a lot of support players, this is a support hero, by the way. With Kiriko, Zenyatta, and Baptiste just being able to be like, yeah, I can get kills too. Just watch DPS. We got the first Discords out. Both Sigmas, Discord and Harmony. So it's a battle of the wits as we see.
Wow.
Double DPS elimination. Skyward's going to take down the Immortality. It is just the supports in Sigma, forced to retreat in the opposite direction.
Immediately, the University of Utah just rolling through Navy all over again. This is exactly what we expected. Denial, the absolute supportal combat from this Zenyatta right now is unparalleled. If Zenyatta wasn't meant to flank, they should have given him footsteps. That's all I'm saying. University of Utah now swapping, another swap in kind of my prediction there. The ball comes back, wants to return to the fight early. They should have a very mild spawn advantage over Navy. Oh, okay, lesser so now.
Skyward was right in the face of that Sigma and overstayed their welcome, got eliminated. Wrecking Ball does find Denial, but then the return favor as now the ball's back to the spawn. We have a battle of Sojourn v Widow. Sojourn comes out on top, and now Zenyatta's the last hero standing. Trunks, you gotta run! Both of you support!
You gotta get out of there!
You have an S key!
You have no mobility. You have an S key. You do not want to throw ammo on just your supports. And I love what we're seeing right now. They hold, they play angles, they play architecture, and they wait for the team to return. A very intelligent play. They didn't have to back all the way out, but they backed out enough to keep the team up and running. The Eat comes out early. The shield offline. Accretion around the corner. And, oh, what a block with the shield. Answered by the Accretion. Already Mew Mew down. A Widowmaker able to find that headshot with Baptiste missing. It becomes that much harder for Utah to do much of anything. No Sam out of there, and UCSD Navy back on top of this equation, Nerdy. They are feeling strong. Only 100 seconds remain on this defense.
Skyward is coming up on that Dragon. They don't have the Sigma lift, though, for University of Utah that you typically want to see comboed with that. So either use it for space or maybe get a cheeky pick if you're lucky. Whereas Noosh, they do have that Sigma lift online with the amplification matrix to follow up, and then Denial just pummeling damage, so it can most definitely cause a huge team wipe. Dragon to intro coming out from Skyward. It's just going to force him into one lane. We do hear a little bit of damage done, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it was in an immortality field, not the end of the world. Moose traded out from Mew Mew immediately. Is that support going to be more valuable than that tank line? Amplification matrix up, Denial down, and this has to be University of Utah capping this first point. Nobody able to touch in time. Oh, okay, well, Baptiste dying for the cause here, but hey, stalled out a little more. The Skyward 3K does not go unseen, my friend, in Utah. Caps that first point. We went from 24 seconds to 3 minutes and 24 seconds. This second point, statistically, one of the hardest in the game to cap.
It can force a composition swap. And the reason why it's so hard is because it auto defaults high ground, the better of the high grounds to the defense, because they can wait for the card to come to them, whereas the offense, you got to go into the bad positioning in this instance. And so capitalizing on this mid ground, getting mid ground high control is important. But we have a Genji swap actually, and it might go punished very quickly. We already have Prophetic Flux online still, but that Genji got out alive.
Yeah, so did the Sigma, which I'm surprised about. He was down there by himself. I thought they would have rushed him, taken him offline, and bought themselves 20 more seconds, give or take. This fight comes out early. Skyward gets a little bit of damage. Accretion onto Moosh into the back corner. The Flux to catch. There's no Trank. There's no ammo. There's no Denial. There's no Moosh. There's no more UCSD here on Havana. Second point for Baptiste, just delaying the inevitable, and that is a complete and total team kill from the University of Utah. That is, I mean, well done. Baited out the MO, took down the Zen to prevent Trank, did it all correct.
We've got our crowd cheering on their team now. Sigma pushed up quite far, taking some spam, used a little too many of their abilities. Oh, and the rock to the face. Forces out hand. Now it's an opportunity for their team to push forward and gain some space. The battle of wits yet again. Sojourn's gonna pop the block, and down goes the Widowmaker. Amor is out. Down goes Sig. Down goes Trunks. And that is going to be a reset for University of Utah.
Using only one ultimate at that, by the way, using exclusively that overclock to find a 2.5K. The rest of the team there to clean it up, and with 90 seconds left, Navy going to have a lot to work with. I'm keeping an eye out on this Gravitic Flux early. I'm looking for a Blade to at least bait out Transcendence for the Flux, or vice versa. I think it's going to be, okay, I'll fake it, you send it, from the side of UCSD Navy. But Utah, they've got pretty much one more real fight, and then after that it's going to be what I like to call a panic push, where they run on a spawn on the fastest characters and are desperate to find that value. The Dragons from Skyward into the ground a little bit. The flick does not find fruition, unfortunately, and that's an ultimate I think they're absolutely going to want back. Already we're going to see Diamond go down. That Widowmaker falls offline, and that's Sniper missing. That opens up the door for the Flux. Skyward finds one. Skyward finds another. Who needs the Dragons when you don't miss a shot? Immortality Field misses, and the University of Utah have the numbers advantage all over again. Is the Blade gonna make an appearance? Oh, it doesn't even have to. Denial takes out Skyward, and Navy pulls the blade. That's an insult to injury. What can you do with it? Now that you have it online, there go both supports. Only 2 left standing. 2 drops to 1, and 1 might drop to none if they can get back to that point. Dai Ming returns to the fray. No Sam missing. Denial might have just denied Utah that second point cap. This is exactly what Navy needed to hold this point.
20 seconds left. We don't see those panic swaps coming out except for the Genji for University of Utah. The rest of the team still relatively slow, so you're going to throw one of the squishiest heroes we have onto that point and pray that they manage to survive. They dash through their on boilers. Now we might see a Genji v Genji battle up there. Cassidy swap.
Ooh.
Someone's got to get a foothold on this payload, and it is going to be Genji as we have a Graphitic Flux come out onto the defense. They cannot touch. That is what they're looking for. Genji, go by time, get the cooldown, and let me finish the rest, says Sigma.
Yeah, I guess a technical 6-9, actually. They did Gravitic Flux off the point. They keep it alive. Gimsternator trying to stop the bleeding just a little bit here. Gets a 2K, almost a 3 with Skyward. Gonna sneak out. For Kim giving their life for the cause in this moment, and unfortunately gonna be costing their team a lot of time. This is an intentional stagger from Utah. It's taking that Baptiste offline. Gets them, I'd say, probably to the bridge, if not on it.
We mentioned it earlier that this third point is where you pull out that Widowmaker, and you better get friendly with the Genji.
Yep.
We do see a Widowmaker pulled out from UCSD Navy. We still have one for University of Utah, and we have the Genji. However, there's no more Genji for the side of UCSD. They are on that Sojourn and Widowmaker, so high ground control and just clicking heads is their key to victory.
Yeah, and Kai proved their worth on the sniper earlier, right? At 2.5K, I keep calling it, with that overclock. It really gave them the space they needed to find success. Now, bright side is if Utah caps, UCSD Navy should have it in overtime. That's going to be kind of a silver lining. You can maybe make everybody get a minute if you cap all 3 later on. A lot of time being bought, and that's the name of the game. Immortality Field is missing. If you've had an ult, now's the time to pop it. That Matrix from Navy buys them a little bit more space, but Utah moves through it. That's a lot of confidence there. They were absolutely sure nobody's hitting their shot. Skyward deep into the back line, but it looks like that Transcendent is there to keep it offline. Skyward goes down, and UCSD Navy finds themselves feeling good about their chances in this fight. Accretion gets Accretion, and No Sam gonna bite the bullet pretty soon here. Immortality Field offline. The jukes are all over it, and even this overclock just can't find the headshots. Headshots, Trunks is gone, and with Discord offline, Utah just waiting to crumble. UCSD Navy stopping it just shy of that third and final point.
Giving everyone a moment. There's a lot.
I have had the opportunity and the honor to work every CECC event this year. This is easily the most energetic and excited crowd I have had the opportunity to be a part of, and I love every second of it. I think the crowd is absolutely making this experience perhaps a little more stressful for our players, but they're definitely living in this moment. This is why they all do what they do. This is why they want to play, because they want people to see just how good they can be, and UCSD Navy has set their own win condition. Biases aside here, Nerdy, kind of commentary aside, this is a tough task. We talked about how hard it's going to be to cap all 3 points. Utah couldn't even do it. Navy has to go through and cap all 3 in this map to win a map.
Yes, we're going to round it out to 3 because they basically got that third point.
2.95.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, you're going to count it as we have to go all the way. You're going to be like 2 meters, I think, off after you beat University of Utah's location.
Yeah.
So with that being said, the question is, how fast are we going to get 3.1? How fast are we going to get 3.2? And then we know for a fact that the snipers on both sides are devious. They are forces to be reckoned with. What is your plan to deny that space? How are you going to capitalize on when supports are down? What is the plan to stagger? I'm interested to see what kind of problem solving we have coming out from all of these teams and the theory crafting, but we have a close hold coming out.
I love this.
From the side of University of Utah. We had a Bastion originally coming out from the University of San Diego Navy, and they did actually go back to the Bassie. However,
no, it all works. It all works. I think it's a genius play. The Bastion makes it a lot harder to play the Reinhardt. It can barrel through a Maywall in the blink of an eye, and while the University of Utah wants to play this Havana hold, this close spawn hold, it's that much harder with a Bastion just around the corner. There goes the wall. There goes the shield. The Navy has them on the back foot for the first time here. If they can get just a bit closer, if they can find just one elim, Nerdy, they can make the space they need to take this cart. Skyward down to maybe 5 HP for a moment, gets healed up, and it's Dai Ming that takes that first bullet to the brain. DPS has fallen offline, and Navy has not only a numbers advantage, but a critical spawn advantage if one of them does go down. Take him down.
Oh, the cryo comes out. Oh, no!
Still winnable. Still winnable.
Bastion is so low, though.
Now they've got it. They're good.
Oh,
Just
they got
Skyward
support.
left standing.
They got the
Okay,
support.
there we go. Very well done from the side of San Diego. Now, part of me thinks they're going to go back and swap. I don't want to see that. I think Reaper Bastion is nuts here, especially with a Discord online. And Amp Matrix as well. Like, UCSD Navy has the win condition they need to win one more fight and cap first point in 2 fights.
I mentioned it earlier. University of Utah, they like that brawly style comp. Go spam. I mean, yes, we got an awkward hybridization of it. But that is not what you want to do. You got greedy.
You got greedy, for sure, for sure. You tried to bomb jump out, caught the corner, took a fire strike, a cast nade, and a May primary fire that does, I think it's, 112 damage a second at full charge, something absurd like that. Kaio will be falling. I'm sorry, that's just Kai OW. I keep calling him Kaio. My apologies, Kai. But UCSD Navy getting close to many ultimates. University of Utah, an ult apocalypse of their own here, Nerdy. This one's going to be a bloodbath.
We might have a little bit of a sensory overload warning to anyone that is sensitive because of every queue in the game is about to be online.
Yeah. I mean, we're truly going to be seeing, I think, at least 4 ultimates, 2 from each side, maybe even more so. I'm looking at a Blizzard. I'm looking at maybe an Amp Matrix on the side of UCSD Navy. The Flux is going to be huge, but they know the beat's online, so they've got to find a way to cancel that out first. No Sam goes a little early, hits a 3-man shatter, but nobody's there to do anything about it. The Blizzard doesn't find value either, and Immortality Field does the job of the beat itself. Mew's beat does not give enough music for this team to sing to, and as both garage doors are open, one against the other, it's going to be the Bastion. Wong comes in early, finds Trunks, and then No Sam falls as well. This is UCSD Navy for the first time in a while, coming back to life. They feel strong. They used 3 ultimates, 1 more than I would have liked to have seen, but hey, it got the job done, and better late than never at the end of the day.
A lot of times with ults now, just the way in the game, when you know you're not in a neutral fight, you have to spend 3. It's going to be spend 3 ultimates, spend 2, and then spend 3 again. You just have to pray that we don't have someone accidentally hitting their Q when we already dumped 3.
Well, not to take away from your point, Nerdy, but like it's even better they used 3 because Utah used 4.
Yeah.
You know, like you've got 1 up on them. They threw 1 out in extra. The Blizzard, I don't think really found any value and dropped early with Transcendence online for Navy. This is exactly what they want. We hear the High Noon. We know they're not going to trank for it because High Noon beats Transcendence. No, they are going to trank for it, but I think that was more to keep the team up and running. They've got some value. They've got a Death Blossom, and unfortunately, it got booped away. So Kai not able to find the lineup, but Moosh cleaning house. Immortality Field keeps the tank up for not long enough. Moosh will go down in a blaze of glory, and Utah going to be able to win this fight out once again. Only 20 seconds remain for Navy, and they've got nothing to work with. This is going to be a panic push if I've ever seen one.
Panic push, time to swap to fast heroes. We got the Doomfist rolling out. Denial is still on that Zenyatta, no BAP swap. The only speed we have here is our Doomfist rolling in, taking cooldowns, and possibly getting sent to the Shadow Realm. Gonna get the touch, but gets
Oh no,
They don't get the touch. They do. We're in overtime now, but who has the follow-up?
I think, unfortunately, even if there was a follow-up, it wasn't going to matter too much. I think that was just kind of a delay of the inevitable. You lose your tank immediately out the gate, and that costs you. That's that. That's simply game, unfortunately. So UCSD going to be going down a second map, but hey, there's 1 more. At the very least, there's 1 more map to try and prove your worth, and it's your pick. You know, there's definitely a silver lining here. I'm not the least bit surprised, though. No Sam play of the game once again. This was arguably the flux of all fluxes to go ahead and get them danger close to capping this second point.
Okay, so next map, we mentioned it earlier. They can pick whatever they want.
Yep.
We could even go back to control.
Yeah, we
with
absolutely
that being
can.
said. I would advise against it, though, considering
Agreed.
Utah's strength really is their
It was
brawl.
200-0, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
they forced Brawl first point on Havana and stuck with it. That should demonstrate just how undeterred they are by any sort of spam composition you could throw out at them. So really advise against going against them on any control point. You could go Kings, but I don't think it's a good idea. I know everyone has that fallback. The safety pick of Kings Road. Don't do it.
There's this thing that I've started calling the Boise principle that I'm sure you're very familiar with. Of there are some teams you just don't take to Kings Row. And I think Boise very much is one of them. I know they recently lost Kings, unfortunately, earlier this week for the first time in, I think, 2 years. So I think the point very much still stands that there are some teams that certain maps are just going to be their element. Every collegiate team here, I call Kings Row the face of collegiate Overwatch, because everyone's played it hundreds, thousands of times. There's no, like, we can bring out a new comp on Kings Row. It's a solved map. And if you can't play that solved comp better than your opponent, you are handing them a map win, and that's dangerous.
That's why we call it Scrims Row. And so, if you want to make things a bit more creative, don't go to Dorado, because choke point, that first bridge on
If
choke
you're not
point,
going to play ball, do not touch Dorado.
Don't go to Dorado, so let's avoid that one. I think if you really want to try and shake up the brawl composition, throwing something out there like Blizzard World would be the way to go.
I'd be down. I really like Blizzard World. It's grown on me. In Overwatch 1, I really didn't like it. But as Overwatch 2 has continued to come through, I find it to be more and more enjoyable in the 5v5. We've got a couple of replays coming out here, and I do want to go back to a point I made at the end of map 1 that I think still stands strong. It is Skyward joined by 4 more members of Utah. They're doing very well. They're all doing fantastic. But every time Skyward makes the play, it's the capitalization. It was the Skyward 3K that got them into second point. It was the Skyward 2K that got them the first point cap. It was the Skyward 3K that got them almost that third point cap. It feels like Skyward has really been kind of the sword in the stone for this team. When Skyward's unlocked, they've nailed it. But when Skyward goes down, that's when UCSD puts them on the heel.
Yeah, Skyward packed an extra large backpack for this trip in particular and told their teammates
Had some
Them.
plans.
Yeah, be prepared. I'm ready. I've been working on them lower back muscles for sure, but we cannot underestimate any of the hit scan or DPS coming out from the side of UCSD Navy. Also, Moosh's tank, though, kind of struggled on Busan. Really started to come online here.
The Sigma's a highlight.
Yes. Definitely this point one, a lot of times won by Sigma, but we're going to instead rotate over and witness this Reinhardt from the high ropes with the steel chair coming in. You can't get greedy. Never underestimate your opponents. Even when you think you have the upper hand, you got to have that little voice in the back of your head that says what can go wrong.
Yeah, and I do got to give credit to Utah in that moment as well, because that's not a flank we see often. People don't really take those stairs, right?
No.
That high ground is pretty contested by the attacking team. They usually dominate. It's a huge part. People can get first points. So I think getting caught off guard a little bit there was unfortunately the name of the game. Couldn't break the May wall fast enough, just completely got taken off guard. And hey, it didn't cost you much. They ended up capping after that, and they found a little bit of value. But I like what we're seeing on the side of Utah. I've complimented them a lot. I do want to look over to UCSD Navy. I feel like Denial has really been the captain of the squadron right now. There was that supportal combat I commented back on Busan. We saw it again here on Havana. It feels like Denial wants to be that frontliner, wants to get those eliminations, wants to help guide the team in the right direction. I just want to see maybe a little more enabling on it, right? Because it's like Denial does it, the team's fighting someone else. And it's like, okay, if Denial was in that same fight with Discord, with the damage, with the call-outs, with the focus, they could be melting people a little more effectively.
Okay, but hear me out. If your tank is getting melted and you're on Zenyatta, maybe you got to swap.
And it's tough because when they play Zen, you kind of have to, right? Because if you don't have a Discord, you're stuck. But I think you're fully correct. You've got the MO, you've got an Orb of Harmony, the lowest healing ability in the game. It's like, that's not enough right now. We've got to change something. I'm surprised that we haven't seen my girl Ana, not even once, because we've got Rhine, we've got Sigma, 2 very strong tanks, even stronger with an Ana in their back pocket. The Bionade, if there's no Kiri, which there was, is one of the strongest abilities in the entire game. The Sleep Dart, one of the strongest abilities in the entire game. Ana brings so much to the table right now, and I think she's incredibly viable in this current meta, in this current composition. It's just been a little surprising that we're not seeing her as much as I thought.
I mean, I love my fair share of Ana play as well, no argument. But the thing is, there is still, the game of rock, paper, scissors that is played here with Overwatch. And if you don't want to see a Suzu in the game, don't give him a reason to pull out the gosh darn Suzu.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, while we don't have a lot of CC anymore other than on a sleep grenade, the Suzu is really annoying. I mean, you land a fabulous shatter, and then all of a sudden you realize the Kiko was wall climbing and just dropped a Suzu down. Stuff like that. Or, you got the flux up, the immortality's down right before they smack on that ground. There's a Suzu.
She is the Overwatch 2 equivalent of the Mercy 5-man res. That's what she is, because she can literally just wake her entire team up. Like you said, you can hit a full Shatter, a full Blizzard, a full Rampage, a full Gravitic Flux. Literally just doesn't matter. If the Suzu is there, your damage does not matter. And that is a very scary factor. It is an immortality field on cooldown. It is a Transcendence on cooldown. Like, it is absurd how strong that ability is. That's why I said, some characters we're more likely to see than others. Carrie is who's Carrie? I don't know. Kiri is a beast in her own right. She does an insane amount of damage, triple damage on a headshot. She's got Suzu. She's got Swift Step Kitsune. I mean, increased movement speed, decreased cooldown. Like, she is an animal. And this is
New Queen Streets.
This is a map in Overwatch. That's amazing. I would have not gambled we were going to New Queen Street.
I wouldn't have either. I thought kind of everyone at a deep-seated kind of mutual hatred of the push maps?
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised. Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe they do have to pick, a map of a type. Maybe push is guaranteed. I'll confirm between series here. But that's fascinating, fully, because I think Brawl still works here.
Oh, yeah.
I think Ryan still works here. I think May thrives here. There is going to be a lot of an uphill climb for our friends on the Navy squad, and it's a map, Nerdy.
Well, you got a decision to make, and typically, on New Queen Street, you go for that high ground right on the coastline. Yes, it's not a very high ground, but that little elevation change is very important. If you play the game a lot, you totally understand it. Now, here's the deal. Brawlcom, they got to stay as a unit.
Yes.
They don't break
Yep.
apart. So they pick a fight. They're like, okay, we either fight for bot control or we take a fight elsewhere. It don't matter. And then if the side of UCSD Navy is like, okay, let's send one person to bot and then deal with the Brawlcom, well, you're going to get eviscerated if you're down one automatically.
Yeah.
And then the one person on bot, you're going to go to the respawn later and stagger yourself. So now the question is, what plan does UCSD have in their back pocket for this map?
Yeah, and there's something that, it's difficult to talk about what I see in comp, right? Because I'm like a Diamond Masters player. These guys are all higher than that. So their comps is going to be different. But I know that, I was going to say Sombra. We're not seeing her. I'm not even going to bring it up. We're just going to move right in. This is the first time we're seeing a complete and total mirror matchup, and it's gone. Goodbye, Kai. Hello, No Sam, and University of Utah. A numbers advantage. A little bit of tiny overwatch as the Maywalls come to a close, and as Clone goes off the map, Utah having a field day out the gate. Just an absolute highlight. Somebody go back and edit a voice clip of me saying they don't fight you, they fight through you, because holy cow, what a great example.
And now Lucio just gets to go sit on bot and say, okay, team, take care of the rest for the next couple of minutes while I play Taxi. This is the issue that we mentioned earlier. You don't want to go into the same composition when you already know that this team has every equation figured out. Every scenario has been worked.
Good wall, good wall.
That is a massive wall. The counter wall to protect the Reinhardt comes in clutch. So we're equalized yet again. And bot's still pushing, and they all decide to collide onto it with them rotating in through main. Cassie just doing right-click on right-click. Another wall to protect the Reinhardt. The counter wall is stronger. Shatter is
Just drop it, just drop it. Yes! Yes, No Sam! That's what I wanted to see. That's the kind of shatter you need to bring to the table. You literally just on cooldown drop that, because there's no Kiri, there's no immortality field, there is only one man in your way, and it's that counter Reinhardt. Phenomenally done by No Sam. A complete and total team kill for that first point cap. Nerdy, it's been 90 seconds and they're halfway done.
Could be one of the fastest push maps I have ever casted on this desk. We'll have to wait and see. The counterattack, we have Clone coming in with 77% on that Earth Shatter, dropping down from the high ropes, going straight to the point. Deadeye's going to get popped. Counter walls, an amplification matrix. Ryan is going to advance in the opposite direction of his team as there is a May ult online, and unfortunately Ryan actually did not make it out. Cryo comes out, and it's just going to be a short stagger back to the spawn.
Clone makes it out, gets booped back in by Mew Mew. That was from around, came through Sushi and booped him right back in. A very clever play and a clean one at that. Now, I actually am lucky enough to know the fastest push map I've ever seen was 3 minutes and 7 seconds. We are currently notably ahead of that. Or 3 minutes and 57 seconds, excuse me, so just shy of 4 minutes. So we could see Utah beat that, and I'd love to see that. I'm always waiting for someone to break that record. University of Utah trying to do that now. We know there's a couple ultimates online for Navy. Are they going to be able to use them well? A Blizzard out the gate should be huge. The wall up, catches the Rhine, and this is exactly what the team needed. Goodbye, No Sam. That stalls it out and kind of shatters the dream of Utah capping without losing a single fight. Wow! Trunks caught out by a Spanish from Kai. Cleans it up, and nobody was on bot for kind of a long time there. That does not get rid of forward spawn fast enough.
It definitely did not, but I understand wanting to make sure you
Sure.
finish the fight entirely. The Cassidy picks, definitely love seeing him. Cass got a great buff. While I still hate the grenade, it might
me
go
too.
away at some point. I don't blame you. We have another wall. The Cass is forced to drop from their Deadeye spot. And we have another Fatty Shotty looking like it's going to come online right now from this Reinhardt. Looking for it, trying to bait out the drop. And there it is! It's incredible! Wall goes up, and the team is just going to fall like lemmings. Counter wall goes up. No one is going to be left standing other than the supports. Can they make it out alive? Lucio might, but Baptiste will not.
Oh my goodness, what a cleanup from No Sam there. Just lands the shatter, and honestly, Denial dropped the beat before the fight started, and I'm really confused as to why. The Rhine had just emerged into the fight, no Sam did, had done like one swing on Takai, who wasn't even close to dying, and the beat came out. That was just the go button for no Sam. It was like, all right, free shatter incoming, and it certainly was.
Maybe it was a denial saying let's be aggressive, but it might have been an accidental misplay or a panicle. It happens. Now we're going to go into University of Utah, dropping the Deadeye. It's going to get walled, force both walls. Okay, that's pretty standard. Are we shocked? Probably not.
No, not at all. That will always make me giggle when a cast holds and it's just the Maywell to fully interrupt it. Kim caught out on the free ground there. It comes out, and another shatter is going to be pretty valuable with the Blizzard to boot. Many players of Utah frozen, but nobody's there to deal the damage. They get boxed out, and I think that's Utah, all still standing, winning the fight even. That is devastating, Nerdy. They froze 3, shattered 2, 5 members go down, and somehow they just don't even get an Elan.
Skyward and No Sam were undeterred at that front door. They're like, oh no, my team is frozen. We will be your last bastions of hope for now, but that last bastion just got sent back to spawn. Skyward is gone. Clone gets pinned. Counter pin comes out. One Reinhardt has health, the other one is going to the respawn.
Send back to that spawn room. Unfortunately, a great boop, a great catch from Diane. All of a sudden, this is University of Utah giving us our first and certainly not last 3-0 of the weekend. They have done it with, nope, not yet. Let's hold our tongue here. Amplification Matrix comes out, and I cannot believe they were able to touch. Mew eats the nade, gets healed right back up by Trunks. Here comes the shatter from No Sam. Is it going to be the third large shatter we have seen? It's the bait. It's 2 members down, and it is Navy getting deleted from this mortal coil. It's a delay of the inevitable, and inevitable it continues to be. That is University of Utah finding a 3-0 advantage in our first series of the day.
I anticipate the first shatter we saw to be the play of the game here.
Oh, gotta be.
Of course
Gotta be.
Of course it's up to the
No way!
What?
You thief! You thief! I know it's the shatter! Show me!
All right, Skyward, if the Rhine shatter is in this play, then it
Oh,
doesn't
no,
matter.
wait, no, this
What?
was huge. Sorry.
All right,
no,
all right.
You deserve this, Skyward. My apologies. This was colossal at the end of the day. Yeah, that was a really big blizzard.
But I'm all for what looks really flashy, and no offense, the shatter was a bit more all at once.
Yeah, a little more showboaty, if you will. And when you're at LAN, all about that showboat, right? We're all here to give a good performance, and a good performance we certainly saw. Utah dominating the matchup, and I think Push they knew it. They knew what they wanted to do. They did it, and unfortunately, hindsight's 2020. Wasn't the map you should have picked, but hey, we are where we are. And looking at other maps, you saw Havana. You didn't get fully capped on Havana. You showed signs of life on Havana. There was something about that escort map that was working well. I want to see that more in the future because they lost this. It's a 3-0. They're not out. They're not out at all. This is groups right now. This is for seeding going into the bracket. So I know that we've got a little bit of time before we have to say goodbye to anybody.
Yeah, so the question is, are they going to start, trying to problem solve a little bit more here as we go into the, later hours of the weekend? Are we going to see more composition swaps? Do they have kind of a deeper roster than we anticipated that they brought here? We do know some teams have the opportunity to swap some players in and out, but I think the mirror matchup just isn't it right now.
Yep, I agree. I talked about the mirror matchup at the beginning, right? It's you take it from team versus team to 5 individual 1v1s because you're not just outplaying the other team anymore. You're outplaying the exact person playing the same character you are. And I think the Rhine Ditto is such a good example because when your enemy Rhine fire strikes, that's a free shatter. That is like the Rhine textbook. Like, that's how I learned how to play Rhine. They fire strike, free shatter. And that's what No Sam did 3 times. And it worked 3 times. And it's difficult, but it gets the job done. And that's what matters. You did it. You cleaned house, and Utah 3-0s. I mean, that's what we wanted to see. I said, Utah, you're one of the 2 schools I don't know. Fill some shoes, and they brought even bigger shoes than I anticipated.
Yeah, that you anticipated like some tiny Vans, and no, they brought Mickey Mouses.
Straight up, they got clown shoes on out there. Like they're looking good. They are no clowns though. Quick clarification for everybody watching at home: Utah looking very strong, and I'm certainly impressed by their continued performance as a team because you come into this as one of the lesser knowns by me, by a lot of the people that put this tournament together. We didn't know a lot about Utah. They were a big wild card. Clearly, they were worth it because they're certainly a wild card, but we know that wild card is no joker.
They were preparing up literally until yesterday, so know that they came fully ready to bring everything that they had to the table. Being a kind of under-known school can be your advantage. It means some people may underestimate
Very
you.
true.
There isn't a lot of scouting materials
Yep.
on you if you haven't been at a lot of big tournaments, and so that was what they're using to their advantage right now, and it's coming in clutch. But now you're the first teams on broadcast. It's a double-edged sword. You get to show off a little bit. You get the hype early in the morning, but now your ace in the hole, it seems to be Brawl Comp. Can you show us more? Is that all you got? Are you going to be easily countered by a team that knows how to work around Brawl, or says, I see you, I know what you can do, but I can do better?
Yeah.
While University of Utah set a high bar for Brawl, I wouldn't anticipate to see like a team that could do even better with a Brawl Comp.
Yeah, and we've got two teams here at least that I would call easily top 10. Boise, I think, is even top 5 at this point. I mean, they've definitely proven themselves. I think they've reached the top 5 in the country mark. I'm talking beyond CECC West, one of the best teams in the entire country. Hawaii as well, all the way up there. Hawaii hasn't had the chance to prove themselves. They're a newer team. This is one of their first lands that I'm aware of. You know, they're from Hawaii. It's hard to get out here. So they've made it. They're here. They're going to be playing not on 100 ping for the first time. Like, I'm expecting full-blown Lanimals. Those teams, the teams that have gone out and demolished the best of the best, the teams that go blow for blow with Northwood, with Fisher, with Harrisburg, like Hawaii and Boise, are going to give Utah a run for their money. Like you said, the first team that knows how to deconstruct that brawl is going to rip this team apart.
And it's not a good feeling when you have your comfort composition or the one that you've had the most success on get picked apart and analyzed. But that is what you open yourself up to. You have to be, aware and ready for it when you go into these situations. So I'm curious to see what else we see from University of Utah going forward after they conclude this match, knowing that we've kind of harped on them a little, like, yo, we saw a lot of brawl from you guys. What else do you got? I also understand if you're like, let's only show them the minimum here, pulling out the brawl, pulled out a little spam, but we can see these fabulous shatters we had coming out from our Reinhardt players. At the end of the day, I may not play a lot of Ryan, but I do love me some good shatters.
Oh, absolutely. And I do play a lot of Ryan, and I love me some good shatters. I'm a support player, which is so funny, because I'm a Junkin May player. I'm a Ryan player. No, I'm a support player is what I am. But it's definitely interesting. I played Ryan way back when I played collegiate, which feels like a whole different lifetime ago, but Ryan was the kingpin at the time. He truly was. That was the Ryan Zarya meta. That was back in Overwatch 1, and he fell off for a long, long time. I mean, it was just an infinite of Ryan not being able to find value, getting demolished by the new Orisa, getting demolished by Ramatra. But those little buffs, the buffs people didn't think were going to be valuable, made the difference at the end of the day. And hopefully we get to see Ryan just a little bit more this weekend. But we are going to throw it over to Paulie for just an interview here. I'm super excited to see what they've got cooking up.
Hello. Welcome back. I'm just kidding. Welcome back to the CECC West Regional. I am here with Skyward from Utah Esports. They just defeated a Navy team there. That was fantastic. Please, Skyward, take us a little bit through that match.
So that match, we were running a lot of the May comps, a lot of May Brawl. We realized that that's our best comp to run, and we stuck with it.
And it worked from start to finish. That was a 3-0. That was remarkable. You come here from Utah representing. How is the flight over, and how are you enjoying the event so far at the CECC?
I love it. The city here is great. I love seeing everything here. Fortunately, I didn't fly here. Drove all the way up from Utah. A little bit of snow up here, a little bit of ice, but we made it.
They made it here. We're glad to have Utah in the building here at our West Regional. Tons of representatives here from all across the West as we are looking to see who will be crowned winner and join us at CECC Arlington coming up in May. So one last question here. You guys win. Is there any particular team that you're looking forward to or gunning for this weekend at the West Regional?
Most definitely. We are looking for Boise. We're here to compete. We're going to bring the competition to you.
All right, Overwatch 2, you heard from Skyward. They're looking for Boise from Utah Esports. Casters, back over to you.
All right, I wish you guys the best of luck in that matchup. Of course, I'm going to be obviously biased in that one. You called them out the gate, and also you might have just shown a few too many cards. You got to keep that information a little bit more abreast, and just some tips for people going into these player interviews moving forward. I mean, Sep, we discussed it a little bit. If you're heavy on the brawl, don't make it too obvious, right?
Yeah, confidence is key at the end of the day, right? It's very important to be proud of what you're running and know that you've got potential. Utah proves that in a 3-0, but I agree with you. It's difficult to go out and do an interview and say, this is exactly what we run. Because then everybody else gets to go. They can even go to the internet and search up what beats.
Counters
Yeah,
brawl?
and then it becomes a little bit harder to play that. Now, do I think they have more? Yes. Do I think the more is as polished? That's up in the air. We have no idea right now how well Utah's secondary, tertiary, quadriary compositions are going to work. We don't know how good that's going to look, and they might not have to prove it until they get to a team like Boise, until they get to a team like Hawaii.
I'm very excited to possibly see that matchup with Hawaii. I mean, I'm just excited to see Hawaii in general.
Oh, I'm literally so excited. Like, not even as like a caster bias. I just like,
yeah.
Rarely do we get to see a team go from 100-something ping to like 6. Like, and they're so good on 100-something ping. I'm over the moon. I'm truly very excited to see them.
If you're familiar with an Overwatch Pharah player whose name is Yeezan, who's playing from Europe on North American servers, always at 200-ish ping on Pharah,
That's
mind you.
this whole roster.
Yeah, that is all of these guys. And instead of being, the 200 ping warriors, they are on 15 ping today.
Yeah.
So that's going to be horrifying to see, but very exciting nonetheless. And just a quick reminder and thank you, the Idaho Army National Guard is a proud supporter of the CEC West Regional Qualifier. The Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs offering $20,000 in bonuses and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming.
I do think we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break now.
Yes.
So thank you all so much for joining us for that first series. But you better not go put me on my solo cam. You better not go anywhere, folks. I'm telling you, I'll point at this camera if I have to. You better not go anywhere because that was the first series of the day. We've got Overwatch. There is Smash Ultimate. There is Rocket League. There is Valorant. This is a busy day, busy weekend. And we'll see you right back here with more Overwatch 2 in just a couple of minutes.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad. Game Pass has PC games. Nirvana awaits.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Welcome back. Another sit down here for the CECC West Regionals. And this time I got somebody from the University of Hawaii joining us. And this is Math Dealer from the Overwatch team. And Math Dealer, tell us a little bit about yourself. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah. So I'm called Math Dealer. My actual name is like Ethan. I play Overwatch for the University of Hawaii. And yeah. I'm currently studying math.
Yep, currently studying math, hence the name Math Dealer. So, hey, lives up to the name entirely. So, let's go ahead and go back through your guys' days in that online qualifier. We start off with the group stage, 3-2 against Arizona. That was a great start for you and an exciting game. We actually got to broadcast that live on our stream, but that was a great game 5. You would then go on to play against UCSD Gold. Again, the number 1 seed overall, but UCSD Gold 3-1 loss there, and then would beat Arizona in the run back match in the decider match that would to see who would go into this land, and lo and behold, it goes to game 5 yet again, and you guys would win that 3-2. So we go all the way back to that day number 1, and for you guys having that run match against Arizona, winning in game 5 yet again, let's go back and tell me what your feelings for you, especially for you and that team, were like when you won that last round on Control, knowing full well that was the ticket for you guys to head to this regional.
We were like pretty excited and happy after we won that last match. When we played that match, we didn't have like our full roster. We had like we were playing with like subs and stuff that people we didn't usually play with. So we weren't like super confident that we were like gonna win the thing, but we tried our best anyways, and we were happy with the result.
Yeah, and happy about the result. You guys should be in for going up to this LAN as well. And let me ask you guys, as a team as a whole, I know you've been here for a little while, but as a team as a whole, this could be the UHE's Overwatch team's first appearance in the LAN on the mainland, might I add. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. This is our first LAN.
Oh, well, yeah, first time up on the mainland. So for you guys, oh my Kaiana, for you guys, congratulations on making it this far into the LAN. And for you guys, what are you guys looking forward to the most out of this first time LAN experience on the mainland?
I know me and everyone else on the team is just really excited to just compete in general at the mainland with the other schools. We're also pretty excited that we have to play with like low ping for the first time.
I know that pain very well. Over, normally around 80 ping.
So we weren't like super confident that we were like gonna win the thing, but we tried our best anyways, and we were happy with the result.
Yeah, and happy about the result. You guys should be in for going up to this LAN as well. And let me ask you guys, as a team as a whole, I know you've been here for a little while, but as a team as a whole, this could be the UHE's Overwatch team's first appearance in the LAN on the mainland, might I add. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. This is our first LAN.
Oh, well, yeah, first time up on the mainland. So for you guys, oh my Kaiana, for you guys, congratulations on making it this far into the LAN. And for you guys, what are you guys looking forward to the most out of this first time LAN experience on the mainland?
I know me and everyone else on the team is just really excited to just compete in general at the mainland with the other schools. We're also pretty excited that we have to play with like low ping for the first time.
I know that pain very well. Over, normally around 80 ping with the Overwatch servers, right around there. But you guys get to be closer downrange, maybe towards the 20 areas, if anything. So, I mean, you guys must be pretty excited about that low ping there coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So again, and for you guys right now, a few years ago, you guys did play. I know you guys are playing in a different league right now, but you guys played in that Mountain West Conference maybe a couple years back. You guys played against a team like Boise State, and now you're going to a LAN that is hosted by said school of Boise State and a rival team with the Mountain West school. Are you guys intimidated or nervous at all headed up to Boise, a school that, as far as the University of Hawaii knows, is very well no matter where you go?
I wouldn't say we're intimidated. We're just preparing for like everyone who we might face at this LAN. So yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of you guys looking out for anybody and looking for any other teams, is there a certain team out of the other 7 or maybe even teams that you guys are looking forward to seeing or kind of eyeing out for coming up in this competition?
I wouldn't say there was one team in particular. Maybe just UCSD, since we lost to them and that one qualifier, but we're hoping to beat them again if we face them.
Well, and let's see, for you guys as well, this was, again, you guys did the qualifiers only a couple of days before the close of season 2. Now we're into a different season. We're into season 3. A lot has changed since then. But for you guys as a whole, has there been any composition changes, any strategy changes in terms of a season-to-season change coming up?
Yeah, we made some changes because of the season. Like you saw before, we used to play like Sigma a lot, but now we're playing a lot more faster comps compared to Sigma. So yeah.
Anything you want to reveal? Anything you want to reveal before we go here? Like any tricks you want to pull out of the sleeve just for a little bit of a peek?
We know a lot of teams have been playing ball, and we're just ready for that if any teams choose to play that. Yeah.
Ready for the wrecking ball, I guess is the name of the game here for you guys. So again, congratulations. But for you guys still have a goal, trying to win this whole thing, trying to book a spot into the CECC Finals. But for your team as a whole, if you guys were to win this entire tournament, winning the CECC spot to the finals, what would that mean to you and your team?
If we win this whole LAN, we'll be pretty excited since like currently our expectation is just to like get as far as we can. But if we were to win this whole thing, then we'll think that's like a pretty big deal since this is our first LAN, and if we make it to another LAN, then I think it's just a big deal in general for us. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a big deal for first-time LANs. Again, maybe not the top dog coming in. Certainly one of the underdogs coming in. But if you guys come out with a win here, that would be huge for you guys. So now we wrap things up here as a math dealer from the University of Hawaii team joining us here. When as we start to wrap things up, any special shout-outs you'd like to give, whether it be to your teammates or anybody else out there in the company?
Just shout out to my teammates, my coach, and my staff members for like helping to like make this all happen. It's really grateful for all of this. Yeah.
Yeah, and so a great job there for the University of Hawaii program, and thanks to all of them for you guys, great job to make it all the way up there, and thanks from you out to them. So again, Matt Thieler joining us, and good luck to you and the rest of the University of Hawaii squad up there in Boise, and see you guys in some Overwatch 2 competition soon.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's Matt Thieler joining us. CECC West Regional LANs coming up soon. And some competition from the University of Hawaii as they go from the islands all the way to the LAN in the mainland.
With Gold and Navy from San Diego and their entire wave of team. Let's make some noise real quick for San Diego. Woo! Yes! Let's go! All the way from San Diego they came. They're here. They're representing. And I have the manager, Alistair, here from Gold and Alex from Navy. Alex, let's start with you really quickly. Take us through a little bit of that match. You were performing, but what was going through Navy's mind?
Yeah, I mean, it really is a no-brainer. It's our first ever LAN event, UCSD Navy. I'm proud of the guys for how they played. They got pretty razzled after the first map. It was a bit of a roll on control. But, you know, we were able to come back on Havana, have some good moments, and we're going to come back stronger for next game.
All right, come back stronger, no doubt about it. Alistair over here, talk to a little bit about Gold. How are they prepping, performing for the CECC West Regional?
We're not worried. We're winning the whole thing.
Woo! Woo, 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 woo! Yes! You gotta love that. All right, so I guess coming for Boise this event.
Yeah, I mean, we beat him once. We'll beat him again.
All right, I love that. So while we have you up here, Alistair, also, let's talk a little bit about San Diego. How is UC San Diego in support of UCSD Esports?
Well, we out here with our UCSD Esports jerseys. We have an awesome program. We're a very exciting kind of mix of both student leadership and university support, which allows us to have a very dynamic program. We have the flexibility of a student-run program with the benefits of that, like university backing with our facility, the Triton Esports Center, our jerseys, our ability to fly out 22 players. We were able to scrape together the cash to make this happen. We had to do some fundraising. We had to get some help from the other teams, but we're lucky enough that the university was able to help us make this happen. It wasn't easy. The moment both teams qualified, we were, how do we make this work? How do we send everyone we can?
That is remarkable. You heard the man right. 22 people from UCSD was flown out. That is incredible. Alex, Navy, what's on the horizon here for Navy, and how are you enjoying just the CECC West Regional so far?
CE West Regional is awesome. I mean, it's been really hype. As you can tell, my voice is kind of shot already. I was screaming pretty loud during the Navy game. I think Navy has nothing but bright horizons ahead. First, like I said, first ever LAN match. They were frazzled, but we're going to come back even stronger. And yeah, I think we plan on taking on Arizona next. I think we're gonna win that game.
All right, a little bit of heat there with Arizona. Let's talk to you a little bit about what's it like to be the Navy manager of UCSD Overwatch.
I mean, it's just awesome, really, because we're the only team. We brought, like I said, 22 people here. We got 2 teams at the regionals. Yeah, I mean, we have 2 fully GM teams. You know, GM1 all across the board. It's incredible to have so much talent at UCSD. I've been the Navy manager for about 2.5 years now. The amount of growth that we've had is crazy. Yeah, I really just couldn't be happier with the team.
Absolutely. So, as we all know, we're competing for Arlington. The winners of each event will join us in Arlington for that grand final at Esports Stadium, Arlington in Texas. Alistair, you were at Atlanta last year. How are you thinking about the West Regional and now potentially going to Esports Stadium Arlington later this year?
I think we're just incredibly lucky to have the opportunity for this event to be happening yet again. Atlanta was such an incredible experience. It was the first travel LAN for most, if not everyone, at UCSD last year. And we're going to come at it without the nerves this time. We're going to come at it a better team. We've had a lot of upgrades across the board. I think the biggest...
Welcome everybody here, CECC West.
Incredible team leader. We've had some upgrades in DPS as well.
Welcome everybody here, CECC West Regional. Kind of some sit-downs and interviews. Klutchkey here alongside a player from the Overwatch team at the University of Hawaii. It is Akamai joining us. And Akamai, why don't you introduce yourself?
We're a top 10 team. We're a top 5 team. We're winning it all.
Showing it at the event here, representing. I am so excited for UCSD. Coming up next, who is Gold going against next?
I believe, well, Gold is currently, I think, playing Arizona. So depending, likely Utah, I believe. Yeah.
All right, going against Utah. We just saw their representative up in the last interview, but that'll do it for us down here at the floor. UCSD, it is such a pleasure to have you here, and I am looking for the horizons with UCSD possibly joining us in Arlington. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're going to have some more CECC West Regional.
Welcome everybody here, CECC West Regional. Kind of some sit-downs and interviews. Klutchkey here alongside a player from the Overwatch team at the University of Hawaii. It is Akamai joining us. And Akamai, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit?
Hello, I'm Akamai. Actual name is Isaac. I'm a third year at UH Manoa. I'm a bachelor's for computer engineering. And my favorite hobby right now is rock climbing.
Rock climbing, oh, very nice, and lots of mountains. I mean, Diamond Head, you know, Coco. Which mountain you like the best to go up to? Whether it be a hike or rock climbing, you know?
No, I do indoor rock climbing gym.
Indoor rock climbing. Okay, I see. All right, so nothing too risky out there outdoors. All right, well,
Eventually, I'll go out. Eventually, I'll go outdoors.
Eventually. All right. Well, let's go through your guys' days in the online qualifiers. We start off with the group stage, and we got to see this one on the mainstream, the 3-2 game against Arizona, the win on Ilios in the very final map. They're a very exciting game. Then we head on over to game number 2 in Group A, where you guys would lose to eventually the number 1 seed 3-, UCSD Gold in a 3-1 series. You go to the decider match, which would take you into the automatic berth into the top 8 bracket. You would win that again, and that was the run back match against Arizona, which we'll talk about in a little while. That game also, you guys won 3-2 in that decider match, and then in the playoffs, then day number 2, which you would advance to, losing 3-1 against the University of Utah, down to the Utes in the quarterfinal. So let's go back again to that first number day, and again that 3-2 game against Arizona, and both not only the first game and the second game, you do that twice. Tell me what the feelings for you and the team when you guys won that last control map, either really on either one, in either game 1 or actually game 3, which takes you to the LAN.
Well, I have news for you. I wasn't there for those games.
Oh, you weren't. But what was the reaction like? I mean, like surely it had to be through the Discord. I mean, through the team channels as well.
I was there in the Discord, and I was very, very hyped, to finally have that moment where, we're like, oh, we're going to LAN. It's like, it's very exciting. I mean, it is sort of, does put me a little bit down that, I wasn't the one that got us there, because I had to go to a wedding in Mexico, internet issues, laptop, and so many other issues. But seeing how they did, I think it kind of just gives me hope, and I think we can do good during the LAN, because we were down 2 of our main roster, and so I have high hopes. But going back to in the moment, sorry to skip some questions. In the moment, it was very, very tense, between the maps, and they've gotten so good at adapting, and that's what I think will set us apart. It's that adapting during the match to find their weakness. Whoever, it's a rock, paper, scissors. Who can adapt better?
Yeah, and let's talk about adapting, because again, this happened just days before season 2 came to a close, and now that you transition from season 2 to season 3, I'm sure you guys have had enough time to practice, to scrim different compositions as well as we get into that LAN competition. In terms of composition or strategy, how confident are you guys feeling in what is your setup going to be for season 3, basically?
Season 3? Well, we haven't looked too much. We've been kind of focusing, because we know that season 3 comes out after the LAN. And, we've been putting all of our effort into this upcoming LAN. So we know that there's been some Q&As here and there. We have some details about season 3. We're excited for it. I'm excited for each season of Overwatch, but it's kind of past the most important thing for us at the moment. So going into the LAN, we feel good. What comes in season 3, we're honestly unsure. We haven't done enough. We haven't done too much research about it.
I see. Well, I mean, season 3 already upon us, a couple days in, and we've already got we've already got the Wrecking Ball composition. We've seen Wrecking Ball a lot. We've seen Ramantras as well. I mean, it really could go all over the place for you guys. But I mean, for you as well, what has worked best for you guys? I mean, in these last couple of days, what has worked best for you guys at the very least? I mean, maybe not to pull out all of the cards, but maybe DPS, maybe a little bit of tank as well. Maybe you can give us a little bit of a preview as to what you guys might be running going into this LAN.
Yeah. All right, to correct myself, I was thinking of the season 3 mid-season changes. That's what I was thinking of. Not quite there. I believe that comes out a week after LAN. Yeah, forgive me. But we feel comfortable in season 3. And in terms of what comps, we've honestly been dabbling a little bit of everything. Recently we've started to play a little bit more D.Va. We've noticed that it works. It's we'll start ball, they'll go ball, then they go Sombra, and then we're like, oh, we can play monkey. Then they go Reaper, and we're like, okay, now we can move back, because it's constant counterplay, and it's so but we've played against pretty much everything in scrims, and we've found a counter to pretty much everything. I think it's just a matter of using it during the match.
And let's go to that match real quick, because again, you guys are going up to the LAN, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is going to be UH Esports' first time, at least in the Overwatch side, to go up to a LAN in the mainland. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
Well, oh my Yano, congratulations to you guys on a job well done. To get to the LAN, I mean, even though you weren't there, but I mean, your team overall feeling good on the strengths for this team as well. And what do you guys hope to get out of, or looking forward to get out of this first LAN experience on the mainland?
Honestly, we're there to we're there to win, of course. We want to get as far as we can, but we're also there to have fun, you know. I don't see if I could, I want to go pro in Overwatch. I don't see that happening. Like, not to be pessimistic, it's just, it's very hard, and I'm not sure if I want to put in that 120% effort into Overwatch to get that far. So I'm putting my all into this LAN. We're practicing extra outside of scrims, during scrims, double block. We're practicing a lot, but it's still an experience. That's basically what it is. It's like, when I'm done with college, this is gonna be something I'm gonna remember. Like, to go out with my teammates and to stay in one place and all play on low ping. Play on low ping. Like, that is the best part too. The experience of playing on low ping. Oh my god, I cannot wait.
the low ping, it would be nice, and again, as somebody from Hawaii, being on low ping feels kind of good. But I mean, let's go on there, because you're going to be playing not only with your team, but you're going to be going up against 7 other teams that have not only made it out of the qualifiers, but are going to be traveling up to Boise for the LAN. So again, is there any team that you guys maybe are looking forward to playing, or you guys have your eye on as you head up to Boise for the LAN this weekend?
I guess the team that I wouldn't say I have our eye on, but the team that we know a little bit is Boise. The Boise team, because in the past, our previous coach used to help the Boise member on the Boise team, used to help ring and stuff like that, and so we got to know the Boise team just a little bit, just a very little bit, but it gave us insight that they're scary. they're a menace, and that's the team that I'm scared of.
Yeah, Boise State coming in as the number 2 seed, and number 1 seed UCSD. And actually, Boise State lost to UCSD 3-1, but still Boise to watch out for there as that number 2 seed. And again, all you guys are playing for not only you guys are there to have a good experience, but every team there playing for a spot for CECC Arlington coming up later on in May. So let's go a little bit forward into the future, if you will. Say you guys go on and be this dark horse. If you guys win the entire thing, book a spot into Arlington at the CECC Finals, what would that mean to you and the rest of the University of Hawaii team?
That would mean that, so to bring it out of Overwatch and just into UH Esports as a whole, we had Valorant Varsity win they won the number 1, best team collegiate, and it was just the ambient and the vibe in UHE was just, everyone was happy, and it got attention to UHE, and more people came. The players themselves on that varsity roster got a lot of attention. So I'd say that if we were to book a spot to Arlington, that it would mean a lot to UHE as a community, because we're all pretty close. So that's nice, and it'd mean a lot to just us players. We know that we'd have some eyes set towards us, and although a lot of us are gonna graduate relatively soon, we're still trying to make the best of it. We're enjoying it while it lasts. So it would mean a lot.
Yeah, and again, it would mean a lot to a lot of people if you guys went from this middle of the Pacific Ocean all the way to Arlington for a national championship to prove in Overwatch. And again, Akamai joining us from the University of Hawaii Overwatch team. And let's start to wrap things up here. But before we do so, is there anybody you want to maybe give a special shout out to, or anybody from maybe the team or maybe the rest of the company as well?
Shout out to Kevin and Sky, our director and co-director. They were a massive help in setting up making this trip over to Boise possible. They really put in their all so that it would really not be difficult for us to make it over there. And at this point it's pretty straightforward. We just got to get there and play. So thanks. I give massive shout out to them. Thank you.
Yeah, and you said got to go out there and play, and indeed you will do so coming up this weekend. Akamai joining us from the University of Hawaii team, and good luck to you and the rest of the team, and we'll see you out there for the Boise LAN coming up in a couple of days.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Akamai, and from the University of Hawaii, from the middle of the Pacific Ocean to Boise, we'll see if the University of Hawaii team can make a run into the Boise LAN. Welcome, everybody, here to some interviews that we got here for CECC West coming up here at the LAN coming up this weekend at Boise State, or should be there already. We've got Hato Go here from the UNLV side, and why don't you introduce yourself a little bit?
Hello, everyone. I'm Hayden. I go by Hato Go. I am a support player for UNLV Rebel Gaming, the Crusaders team. And we're going to be coming up to Boise this week to compete in the LAN and hopefully get a spot to Arlington.
Yeah, and the spot to Arlington is everybody's goals, of course, automatic berth to get there if you guys win this whole thing. And you guys, nonetheless, are very much in that top 8 picture. And let's go through the recap here of your guys' team performance back in that CECC West Online Qualifiers. First of all, you guys start off the day, and you guys actually start off your group very well. 3-0 against UCLA, followed up by a 3-1 game against UC San Diego Navy team to advance on to day number 2. But head to day number 2, a little bit more rougher seas for you guys. 3-0 against USC, so that sweep starts it off. But you would go down 3-0 against the number 1 seed, might I add. That was against UCSD Gold, the number 1 seed, who won the entire qualifiers from the very get-go. And then you guys would get the 4th overall seed, losing to Utah in a very close game, 3-2, mind you. But going back throughout the entire weekend, that was with only days left in season number 2. Now your guys are in season number 3, and let me ask you guys about if there's any changes in terms of any composition or strategy coming up, especially with this new season out.
Yeah, we've definitely changed some things up. We started to run ball comp a little bit more, and we always have the UNLV special that we can fall back on, which is on a Doom. But we're definitely we've been scrimming a lot of ball comp lately and trying to get better at it in preparation for the LAN, and then we'll see how good the practice was when we get there.
Yeah, the on a Doom, I love that. The UNLV special, I love that name for it. Now, again, you guys are coming up, running in here with a little bit more of some flair going into it. And, you guys lost to UCSD Golden, again, number 1 seed overall. Then you would lose to Utah 3-2. That won a close game as well. So maybe those 2 teams are on your eye as well. But out of all the other 7 teams that are headed up with you guys into this Overwatch tournament, is there any team you guys are looking forward to seeing or kind of keeping your eye on?
Yeah, Boise. Goblin on their team. Him and I go way back to when we both played on Xbox, and we were on a team back in Goats Meta. He was our Diva player, and I was a Lucio player. And so I've seen him a few times at LANs around, but definitely looking forward to seeing everybody from Boise up in Boise.
Yeah, and that's going to be some good fun. And speaking of Boise, you guys share the same conference. You guys are in the Mountain West Conference all together in the same place, and you guys are in other competitions as well. I know Overwatch Collegiate, you guys have been in as well. Mountain West Conference coming up here, and the season already going off as well. But playing in this Mountain West and other competitions, really are those any other leagues that you guys are competing in, helping you guys come together to kind of push you guys forward here in the CECC side?
Yeah, definitely. Every game is more practice for us, and as we go through the different tournaments and leagues that we're in, we progressively get better as a team. We can definitely see that we're a lot better than what we were last semester, at least. Our shot calling is getting better. One of our supports left this semester, and so I became the main shot caller. I've been trying to work on that best I can. The other support's definitely picking up the slack for me. Kern, shout out to him. And then also QWERTY, just as a in-game leader, is perfect.
Yeah, and you guys are doing great so far. Again, making top 8 in general, such a proud achievement for you guys. And now you guys are going to go up to Boise. And speaking of going to Boise, you guys are going to a LAN hosted by, once again, a competitor in the Mountain West school and a rival for you guys, if you will. And are you guys at all intimidated or nervous going up to a LAN that's basically hosted by a rival school to you in terms of conference?
I think we're more excited than nervous. We definitely know that there's good teams going. Definitely UCSD, Utah, and then Boise, of course. The game against UCSD uh, was close, or was it UCSD or UCLA? I can't remember.
I think it was against you in the group stage, or were you talking about the top 8 bracket?
Where we got 3-0'd.
3-0, that was against USC in the top 8. Or I'm sorry, 3-0 against UCSD Gold. Yes, against the number 1 team. Yeah.
Yeah, UCSD. Okay, yeah, UCSD Gold. That game was actually really close, or that match. Every map kind of came down to the last fight. I think there was one map where we kind of got rolled, but the other two, it came down to the last fight, and we ended up losing in last fight. So it was definitely a close match there. And I saw Boise struggled against them too. And then Utah, we really should have won against. We started to lose focus. We were up 2-0 against them, and then as soon as they won that next map and had the momentum, our mentals kind of got shot at the moment. And so we've learned from that. We aren't gonna make that mistake again. We're gonna 100% all through all the matches, no letting off easy.
Yeah, I have all faith that you guys are just going to run right through this and, learn from your mistakes, right? And learn as you go along, as we say as well. And again, it's a different season, so anything can really happen going into this one. And we really don't have a meta. So again, that could shift as well when we get there. Let's go back in time just a little bit for a little while here. And I want to ask you real quickly, were you part of that 2022 Overwatch Collegiate Championship Series team that made it into the top 32 in the West region?
That went to Atlanta?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so you guys were there, top 32 in the West region. And for those of you that don't know, they were in the group stage, group number 8. They drew Boise State and Utah, both, by the way, in this tournament coming up here in the CECC LAN. And for you guys, I mean, going from that 2022 fall semester and getting that group draw there, now into the CECC, where, again, you're meeting Utah. You're going to see Boise there as well, the home team. Now, for you guys, what do you think has changed from then until now that you guys think you can get that win this weekend and eventually land up in Arlington for CECC Dallas?
We've definitely worked a lot on target priority and shot calling, and I think that was something we were really, really lacking before. Mainly the target priority. The shot calling has always been QWERTY's job, and he's done great with that. It's just everybody else on the team following up on it has kind of been a problem. We've definitely improved on that a lot, and overall, just us working together. The comp we're running, it flows a little bit better than the previous meta, so I think it should be smoother for us. Definitely still going to be a tough competition, but I think we're looking good so far.
And you guys feel good throughout the entire thing. Eventually, again, you're lining up a spot into CECC. But for you guys as a team, for you and your team as a whole, if you guys just go on to win this entire thing, what would that mean for you guys to be traveling not only to Boise to win this whole thing, but making sure you guys get a spot into the CECC Finals?
Yeah, it was definitely exciting. We always love going to LANs and everything. I've only been here for a year, and I've gotten to experience a couple so far, and every single one has been a blast. I went to Atlanta last year. Hoping to go to Arlington this year. We were able to come up with funds for our club to go to Boise for the Overwatch team and the Valorant team that made it. So we're looking forward to competing in more lands, any lands, and it's fun.
Yeah, and we'd like to see you guys more at LANs. Hato Go joining us here from the UNLV side. And before we start wrapping things up, any special shout-outs you want to give to anybody from your team, to any parents, and really anybody you want to give a shout-out to while we have you here?
Oh, of course. All of my teammates are great. Kern picking up the slack on the support that I can't provide. And QWERTY, of course, the in-game leader, doing great. Hertz filling the DPS role because we need a DPS player. So Hertz is tank player filling for DPS, and he's doing great.
All right. Well, shout out to all of them, and of course, shout out to you. Thank you so much for joining us, Hato Go. Thanks for joining us, and good luck at CECC coming up in a couple of days. And we'll see you out there. And to your team, best of luck.
Of course, I'm looking forward to it.
Hato Go joining us here, and that's your interview here with UNLV's own Hato Go right here for CECC.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC West Regional. I am here with COO Ray Katz of CSMG and Esports U and the legendary award-winning Doc Haskell. Woo! Ray wanted to give some words over here to Doc.
Doc, I just wanted to thank you for hosting this absolutely incredible event in the amazing facility that you've built here at Boise State University.
It is awesome to have everybody here and to have you here, for you to put the trust in our amazing crew. The truth is, it's them running this thing. Amazing students and staff, folks like Coach Alex Moore and our whole production staff, Ray, and we've even got some visitors from our friends Shenandoah helping out. I mean, honestly, it's a big group effort, but thank you. We just love people proving what we've been saying to our community for a long time, that if you build it, they will come.
It's a tribute to you that the best and brightest came from the Mountain West Conference and the Pac-12 Conference, as well as some other amazing schools to compete here.
Heck yeah.
That's
It's very
amazing
cool.
stuff. What was that, Doc?
Oh, I'm just so grateful that all these teams came. We know these folks. These are our people. We compete all the time, but the second the competition is over, people are talking and hugging and sharing sodas and all sorts of stuff. I mean, this is such a great community. It's so fun.
Thank you.
This is amazing. We are here at the West Regional. Thank you all so much for tuning in. When we come back, we have another Overwatch 2 match featuring Boise coming up next.
Welcome everyone to the CECC West Regional Qualifier at Boise State Esports Arena. Today we are witnessing 32 teams that represent the best in the West as they compete for their spots at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. We rounded out our opening match and walked away with University of Utah in a 3-0 sweep. Now it is time for the Broncos to take on UCLA. The question is, between this battle of the Titans, who's going to come out on top? It's going to be up to the gods of the game and the players themselves on that stage. It's going to be Nerdy Bird and Septilence calling all the action here for you. And Septilence, we both really wanted to see Hawaii up there.
Yeah.
We're both very disappointed and are now hoping that you guys win out the rest of your games. We can see you tomorrow. But with that being said, what are you anticipating going in this first match here between these two teams?
I'm anticipating an expectation and possibly a defiance of said expectation. I know that Boise comes in with a very large kind of look to them. Boise is the shoot-to-kill team right now. This is the team everybody's looking at. We want to beat Boise at LAN. We want to beat Boise at their LAN. Like, that is the goal a lot of these teams have set for themselves, and it's going to be tough. I have given Boise a lot of flack over the years. Doc and I have this huge running joke about it. I'm always very hard on this team. I always call them a top 10 team, and I'm always saying they're in that 6th slot, right? They're just barely out of that top 5 echelon. But as this season has gone on, Boise has continued to get better, and I do think they're a top 5 team in the country. Now, UCLA, I unfortunately haven't seen as much of. They win 1-0 over the University of Hawaii, and all of a sudden, they are looking good against Boise. Top 2 teams, I believe, of both pools move on to tomorrow, and right now, Hawaii's got to win that next game and at least tie either Boise or UCLA, whoever walks away with this loss.
Yeah, and University of Arizona is still kind of our wild card. Navy, we saw earlier, they unfortunately did lose out to the University of Utah. And we mentioned it earlier, Hawaii, they've got to win. UNLV, they've got to win. A lot of teams are on kind of their last leg, so to speak, to go into tomorrow. Seeding is important, but you can kind of, drop the ball a little bit in the first game, but that's the last opportunity you get to mess up.
Without a doubt, that is your one and only chance to make that mistake, to make that error, to lose one game. You have one game of wiggle room, and unfortunately, Hawaii, UNLV, out of wiggle room. They're going up against each other right now off stream, and it's going to be up to that victory to find out which one of these teams moves forward. And there's something so difficult about it, Nerdy, right? Because the teams fought to be here. They went through a qualifier to get to this qualifier to try to get to Arlington, but mathematically, somebody has to be that 0-2 team. And it's going to be Hawaii or it's going to be UNLV. And there's absolutely part of me that wants it to be neither of them, but to Hawaii just a bit more. They came from Hawaii.
Exactly.
To watch them get 0-2, it would just be devastating for that squadron, especially because I know they are an incredibly strong team. The same goes for UNLV, and now those Titans clashing off stream, these Titans clashing on stream. The B pool has just been packed to the brim with talent.
And that makes it ever so much harder to actually deal with it. I mentioned it earlier. Do you have the stamina to, cope with this amount of pressure?
Yeah.
Being at a LAN event can be very different for teams. Yes, you can have LAN experience, but even though I love this place, it is smaller than other LAN places that some of these teams have been at in the past, and that means it's a lot louder. There's a lot more people. You're crowded. There's people looking over your shoulder. Can you handle that pressure?
Speaking of pressure, let's talk about the teams playing up on the main stage for UCLA, the University of California, Los Angeles. We have Star Factor, Theodore, Courier, Arcane, and Suarez coming in strong here with a 1-0 victory over Hawaii. I believe the final score was 3-1, so Hawaii does sneak out that push map. UCLA makes it here on stage, going up against the behemoth of all behemoths, the titan of all titans, the Boise State Esports Overwatch team, a top 5 team in the country right now off of raw statistics alone, and they are feeling very strong about their odds. Let's take a look at the roster Boise is bringing to the table to this weekend.
It's going to be Clear, Matt Merck, Plato, Chosen, and Bagel, and we were having a little bit of a caster convo on desk before we went live about the powerhouses on this team.
Yeah.
And definitely both agreed Matt Merck is someone to be looking at, and
yes,
Clear as well. Of course, I went and talked to Plato on stage. Man's planning some shenanigans, and if I see said shenanigans not work out, I'm calling him out on it. Yes, yes.
Not only do we get to watch him mouth where's the camera, but he then goes on to fight
I'm looking at you now, man.
Beautiful. We've got Boise locked and loaded. They are feeling strong. They are feeling confident, and shenanigans are aplenty here in this matchup. And yeah, I think you bring up a great point, one that I'm very a firm believer in this. I think Matt Mercury is one of the most impressive individual collegiate players outside of the West, outside of CECC, in the entire bubble of collegiate. I think Matt Merck makes a top 10 list in an instant. He never fails to impress. I recently saw them at a different event, and it felt like Merck was leading the charge every single time. If they come out with that same energy here on Busan, this could be a clean house.
I mean, Doc said, get up bright and early, I'll make you breakfast at the arena, come down. They walked into the
And
smell
he
of
did.
fresh cooked bacon, and they were ready to go. So let's see if the breakfast of champions really is maple syrup, bacon, and some good old chocolate milk, or if UCLA is going to walk away with a first round victory here on the map choice suggested, but I'm going to lean into saying truly selected by Septilence of Busan.
One of my personal favorites. I love this map, especially watching it. I enjoy playing it, but watching it, and we talked about earlier, and our point got proven in essence, is you cannot play just the same comp on all 3 of these stages. You've got to swap a support, you've got to swap a tank. The DPS can always swap. That's kind of a different thing, right? The comp can change with the DPS offline, but it's fascinating that these teams are going to bring out an expected strategy that for one of them just isn't gonna work. It's Boise versus UCLA, and that first fight, Nerdy, may be an indicator on how this entire series is gonna go. Somebody takes a dominance early, somebody takes a lead out the gate, and we're gonna find out who that is right now.
Typically, the team that wins the first fight, regardless of map, has a roughly a 30% higher chance of winning that map, the sub-map in total. And I can definitely tell you that this blue outline team is the Broncos.
Just a hunch.
Well, in case you're interested in learning about Bastion, Plato is providing lessons on how to grind Bastion from unranked to top 500 on his own Twitch channel. Yes, I did just give a shameless plug because I have a 94% win rate on Bastion right now.
Hey, you got to do it, right? This is your home team, Nerdy. We can't hold it against you. UCLA, they're coming from a far ways away to go up against Boise State in the second round. It's going to be a difficult one, but they're absolutely ready for it. I'm surprised to see a Widowmaker on Mecha Base. I think that's a really fascinating pick, but again, you kind of get away with it because Goblin getting ready to go Goblin mode here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Boise get an early pick onto a slower character, onto an Ana, onto a Zenyatta. UCLA's absolute rush down composition could be lethal, but Goblin failing to be right now. Hits 3 body shots, can't find the headshot, and the entire team is collapsing in on top of them. Deep into the back line, the Widowmaker works just as well as I thought it would, and UCLA has the numbers advantage here in the first fight.
Losing a Widowmaker early on isn't the end of the world. They're not so much your playmaker, they're more an attention taker as they were, but Plato gets dangerously low and sent to the respawn. Now Broncos are going to have to play recovery mode. They did take that high ground, but ended up dropping down. Bagel tried to stay alive. It's just the Ana left with the sleeve. Sojourn running circles around him, and that is a fight loss for the Broncos and a point take for UCLA.
Yeah, and Nerdy, you brought this up earlier. I want to highlight it again. In control, if a team caps first point and gets 20% without getting it flipped, they have a 63% chance of winning that stage. Boise gets 11%. They don't meet that 20% threshold. They're going to have to work up a little bit. A great sleep on the Star Factor. The headshot into the bio. Can the adaptive shields be enough to get him out? It certainly can be. UCLA remaining strong, and I think Ball is just a very strong, consistent counter to Widowmaker. Goblin's going to have a hard time. Chosen even more so. Send back to that spawner with a single pulse of Theodore's heart. Goblin not far behind. UCLA winning another fight, but perhaps giving the point up in the process. I like what we're seeing, Nerdy. This is a very intelligent strategy from UCLA. They say, don't even look at the points until we know we've won that fight.
And this is the composition I brought up earlier, which is that Wrecking Ball Tracer with a core unit that just plays keep away. The spam composition from the Broncos can't get into positions necessary because Star Factor and Theodore are just going to be running into those backlines, disrupting where that unit wants to go. And then they just get free spam, and their supports get to live endlessly.
Yeah, and the supports need to hold hands, right? Because when you've got the Tracer Ball, there's nobody to peel fast enough for those supports, and we see it happening over and over. Suarez and Arcane just living their best life on vacation to the backside. Here's the Nano into that full flux. It's a flux coming through from Matt Merck that puts him up. A firing squad brought down by a Transcendence, and that is now 2 ultimates. Null and void for Boise State. Not able to find an elimination yet. A Nano minefield coming out as Courier drops that overclock as well. Arcane taken down. Plato gives their life for the cause. Theodore off the map, and Matt Merck has had enough. He comes back to life. He leads Boise to a possible fight win, and it looks like he's going to find just one more. My man Matt Merck all over the field. Oh, that's me. I'm going.
90% point cap, 91% last fight territory. Bagel is going to have Kitsune Rush online to battle it out to make sure they can keep one more fight in their favor. That Kitsune Rush can then get a Goblin's ultimate. UCLA spent everything they had except for Theodore's Pulse Bomb, which is going to come on late. Question is, who do you land it on? You have to force out Suzu. What do you force Suzu out with when you don't have anything to take it away, and they lose Courier out the gate. That's an auto reset unless Theodore can get a cheeky pulse bomb kill here out the gate.
Theodore would just have to send it out the gate like you said, but UCLA not as sneaky as they might think. I believe they know who's back there. That Merc lands the accretion, doesn't find the one-shot combo. Suarez gets the heal up onto Arcane. Attention being pulled as the Tracer rotates into sight. Are they able to find an elimination in this moment of chaos, or will it instead be Boise remaining calm, cool, and collected? It looks like UCLA tries to sneak in. They try to cause some drama, but Boise does not waver. They stand strong. They keep their focus. They get the information they need, and they are now kissing 60%, 40 seconds left for Boise to snake out stage number 1. There's the stick. There's no elim to boot.
We do see Plato go down. The lip comes out of Matt Merck. There is no Transcendence. Courier, Theodore both go down. Zen gets Nano to survive. Deadeye for Goblin is ready to go, but is it going to land on anybody? Is it going to be necessary? It might be needed for survival. It's going to be used to zone. The ball might live. They do. And there is the Transcendence. Just the last-ditch effort to touch from the Zenyatta to try and stop that point from ticking past the 99% mark we're approaching close to. Matt Mark on the wrecking ball, slams on the Zen, takes out the Ana. The ball is low. Courier's low. Rolls through, gets one, and it's just Theodore left standing.
Theodore versus Matt Merck here, and Matt Merck, just an animal, finds Theodore with the grapple kill and wins it for Boise State. That is stage number 1, 100-91. Boise defying the expectation, they're defying the statistic, but if I've learned one thing, that's Boise's favorite pastime, is denying the mathematical expectations. And they have started strong here. They win the first stage. We go to downtown. And Nerdy, I think Boise tried to have a little fun with it. They brought out the Bastion. They brought out the Sigma. They brought out a couple off-kilter things. And they thought, okay, UCLA's putting up a good enough fight. Let's run it back down to our favorite. Let's get that wrecking ball out there. Let's get the Tracer. And it worked. They made it happen. They're up a stage. They've got to do it one more time to win Busan.
Yeah, let's not roll back out on the Bastion again. That is my request. Is it going to be answered? Probably not. With that being said, we can probably see a sniper duel as we enter into this area. I love me some good sniper duels, but the question is, who is the better shot? Instead, Goblin says, no, I'm just going to deny all aerial space. It is mine. I bought it, and I rented a Mercy to pocket me for the remainder of this series with Bagel coming in to help out on that Pharah.
I was talking to Boise a little bit before this, and Goblin told me he'd play Pharah. I thought he was joking, but hey, we'll take it. Here's the Pharah on downtown, coming out strong, gets a lot of damage, and buys some time for Boise to get that point presence. But with a Discord from Arcane falling onto Matt Merck, it's going to be a lot harder to play this wrecking ball like you want to. Adaptive Shield's taken offline, but Star Factor even faster falls in the blink of an eye. That is Star Factor offline, and that is UCLA most likely having to hand over that first point cap.
You know, I understand why you think Goblin would be joking, but in the qualifier for this event, the previous online tournament, Goblin played Pharah without a Mercy.
That's nuts. That's absolutely insane. Now, Courier does find a Goblin. Kind of equalizes a little bit. I'd say even gives UCLA a very mild advantage. However, when Plato doesn't miss any shots, it almost makes up for that DPS being down. Speaking of down, Arcane falls in the blink of an eye, and there goes Theodore out the gate. Plato locked and loaded. My man coming in hot, rootin' tootin' and ready for shooting. Drops the high noon, jumps to get that tactical reload, and wins that fight in fruition for Boise State. They're 1/5 of the way done at capping, and they've only got 80% to go. Tactical crouch online. Boise feeling confident.
I mean, they did it to their own support. They did it to Chosen. Chosen got the sticky grenade. It's okay. Now we've got Matt Merck trying to chase down this ball. Ball might have been trying to go spawn camp to Ana, and Matt read him like a book.
Yeah, we've got Matt Merck deep into the back line. Minefield online for Star Factor, only 70%. Just getting deleted. It's been the Wrecking Ball v Wrecking Ball, and it's not working. Maybe we see Star Factor fall off kilter. Maybe we bring out a Sigma or an Orisa. It's weird. Maybe even a Rom can work, but right now the ball is just not able to cut it at the end of the day. Nano onto, I can only presume, Goblin as the action moves faster. Solo barrage does not turn into a duo, and it's the Diva that comes into the fray.
Diva can help going into a Cassidy as well as a Pharah. You can stop anti-nades, but can you stop Matt Merck? Matt Merck going to be in your backlines the entire time. Diva has a hard time stopping a Wrecking Ball. Question, what are they cooking for the UCLA Bruins right now? Is the Diva the missing piece they needed as they're approaching in on last fight territory?
Last fight territory just around the corner, only 20% left. This is going to be the last full commitment fight, and Merck wants to end it early. Drops a minefield in the spawn. The solo high noon doesn't get it. He wakes up in time. They don't make the choice fast enough, and Courier can't line it up. Theodore out on their own in the front line, desperate to touch. Taken down by a damage-boosted Rocket, and Goblin on the Farah cleaning house. Matt Merck off the map. Can't take anybody down fast enough, but the team doesn't even need him right now. Courier found Chosen. You just can't find the rest fast enough, and I think Boise has the numbers to last just long enough. Theodore onto Goblin, High Noon onto poor Star Factor, and it's the Play-Doh Factor that tries to win this for Boise. Gets the headshot, keeps them out, and with a 2-0 victory, Boise State takes Busan.
And next map is going to be a pick for UCLA. The question is what type of map. It cannot be Control, but everything else, not too CP either, is Game. We're going to see a quick play of the game from Play-Doh, most likely.
That 3K earlier.
Definitely.
Gotta be. This was devious. Takes out Arcane, flicks to the high ground, dismisses Theodore in the blink of an eye, and then I believe finds Suarez as well on the Ana. All three of them down and out. Completely dominates the fight, and I think it was that moment was truly the turning point of that matchup. I think we never saw UCLA recover. Boise took the lead and never dropped it.
Cassidy, after the recent buffs, has just gotten so strong. And then you could see the blue aura, so there was definitely a damage boost coming in as well, and that is where you got to check your heads. Very deadly.
Yeah. Especially on Tracer. Like, one bullet, you're done. Like, you've really got to be careful.
And you get forced on recall, and the next time you engage, that Cassidy knows, I've got a grenade with your name on it, and it's free now.
Yeah, it's literally free. If I'm in like 50-ish feet of you, you're done. You're done, kid. No recall. That is an easy nade. I thought we'd see it a lot more onto the Anas, but Chosen got hit by one. I think Suarez got hit by one. Like, it wasn't that full dive as I thought, and we're actually getting confirmation now that Boise is making a substitution. Play-Doh being subbed out, which by general knowledge makes me think Clear would be coming in.
Yes, Clear is going to be coming in on the DPS role for this next match. I'm curious to know what map is being picked here by UCLA.
They chose fast. They had a plan.
They probably did choose very quickly. Now the question is, what's their plan of attack? The Wrecking Ball Tracer was working for the first map, but then second map in the sub-rotation of Busan, it just was no longer clicking. They were so close on the first one on Mecha Base, but something went awry, and we are hearing that we're going to go into Circuit Royale, and that is dangerous territory. That is why Clear got subbed in.
You beat me to it.
Luck. You now have the two strongest hit scan of Boise State going up against you, and because you got to pick map, traditionally speaking, that means the other team gets to pick sides. But the Broncos do tend to heavily favor attacking first, just because it does, by the stats, because we always like to talk about those, but they, of course, throw them out the window with the baby in the bathwater, so to speak, on that one. You get an extra fight when you attack first.
Right. And it's interesting as well because Boise, they just love playing the game. When attacking, they almost increase their odds of playing the game, right? If we cap 3 and they have to cap 3, the game goes longer. And that's a big part of the reason Boise wants to start on the attack. They get that extra fight. They get that extra value. They get the read on the comps being brought out. And I think on defense, that's a little more important because on defense, you can't walk back into spawn and insta-swap the way you can on attack. If you know, okay, they're running Ball or they're running Sigma, who I presume are the two tanks we're going to be seeing on this map, it's going to be a little easier to counter that with an Orisa, with an Orisa, or not, that's Orisa twice, with an Orisa or with a Sigma of your own. There's a lot of value in having that intel going into the second half. Going into the first half is blind. It's a blind shoot no matter what. Second half, you've got the info, and when you can't swap and spawn, that info is infinite.
And there's also some very interesting things that can happen on this first attack. I'm not going to mention it now because if they do come to fruition on screen, I'll mention it when it does happen. Otherwise, someone literally could hear me and prevent it from happening. So if you see something goofy, I will definitely tell you if it's the thing I'm thinking about. With that being said, Sigma's a pretty heavy staple on this map.
Yes.
Other than that, I have seen Junkrats. I've seen a lot of, just hit scan, a lot of snipers. But I also know that some people, if they want to go full spam, go into that first room on the right-hand side at that corner with a Reinhardt, a Baptiste, a Junkrat, a Mei, and you
it's a Havana hold.
Make havoc.
Yeah, it's absolutely what you do on Havana, right? It's that same composition that we can talk about in just a minute. Let's get a little reminder here. Star Factor, Theodore, Courier, Arcane, and Suarez from the side of UCLA. 91% on Mecha Base, 0% on Downtown, unfortunately. Just was not their stage, and they weren't able to line it up, but they're definitely coming in as the underdog here. Boise, a very strong team, one of the strongest in collegiate, and UCLA kept it close. Close, not going to cut it. You got to find that win. All right, jumping back to the Havana hold point. I think it's very interesting. I think it's a great strategy because in escort maps like this, you only get X amount of fights during each point, right? So when you immediately walk up to the door and fight them at the door, even if it takes 30 seconds, you have burned an additional 30 seconds. Are there downsides? Yes, they have ult charge. Yes, they've taken you offline. But I think the timer is more important because you can counter the ults. You can't counter the timer. So you want to take that timer offline. You want to go and burn as much time as you possibly can. So I'm expecting at least one of these teams to try and pull something like that. And I call it Havana Hold, I should clarify, because it was made popular on Havana, that going all the way to the spawn.
You can do it on Havana, you can do it on Route 66. It also used to be used, and everyone hates this map now. I still love it on Gibby, because Reinhardt's could actually play it on
Rest
Gibby.
in peace, Watchpoint Gibraltar. We miss you every day.
Yes, may you come back eventually and have changes so people enjoy it. With that being said, it is viable here on Circuit Royale. The only thing is that when one goes down on that close hold, everyone must follow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be all about following this matchup. And we're going to be going into this. It's Boise versus UCLA. The action against them, it's going to be, I think you brought up a great point earlier, double hit scan. Plato might struggle a little bit less here, and we're going to have to keep an eye on what the comps are. Last time I saw Clear on this map, last time I saw him on this map, it was just a Clear highlight reel. It was, I mean, Clear just had an absolute field day with it. It was headshot, headshot, headshot. Widowmaker the entire time. I didn't get the actual stats. I think he was like 30-3 at the end of the matchup.
There are some people that I fear seeing their name pop up anywhere in Overwatch strikes fear into my soul.
Strikes Clear into your soul?
Yeah, truly. And Clear is one of them. A good friend of Clear also is Bun. She does the same thing. They're just people that if you see their name, you better check your heads and learn how to play your angles.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to watch your noggin. It's going to be tougher. It'll get taken right off your body in the worst haircut you've ever had. Speaking of heads off bodies, oh, come on. That was such a good setup. But Goblin whips the shot. Not able to find it. We've got Widow v. Widow. Clear on the Sojourn is very interesting, but I think it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of similarities in Soj versus traditional snipers or hit scan, Soldier, Widowmaker. She's kind of a combination of the two. Theodore trying to match it, peeking both snipers, not just the headshot and the railgun, but did not find an elim of their own. It's a clean 5v5 on the board. Sigma v Sigma. Scratch that. It's a 5v5 mirror matchup. The entire team comp is identical, and no longer will it be. Clear takes career offline. Boise State with a numbers advantage, even more so as Goblin sends Theodore back to that spawn room. One more.
Shout out to the first non-body shot we've seen from Goblin thus far today. Both immortality fields have been expelled. Teams on equal fields, the respawns are happening. Sigma not shaking in their boots whatsoever, facing down the entire front line of the Broncos. Forcing them around the corner as their tank was set back to spawn. DPS are behind them to back him up. He is going forward, 70% on that Graphitic Flux already.
I like this. I like this a lot. I think it makes a lot of sense because there you have a Widowmaker. You strafe to avoid headshots. You've got a BAP pocketing you. You've got the Gravitic Eat. You've got your shield. A lot of survivability goes on the table for a Sigma right there. And Star Factor does allow the cart to get all the way up and around that first corner, giving UCLA a little bit more wiggle room. Now that wiggle room is equalized. Theodore and Goblin take out their counterparts Sojourn, and all of a sudden it's a 4v4, a critical spawn advantage for UCLA. And wow! An incredible shot from Goblin. Suarez falls, Star Factor gone, and that is just a fight win for Boise State. Now, Nerdy, I gotta talk about it. Star Factor, check out that ult charge. Something went wrong.
Oh no, we had I think there was an accretion in that room that we missed that blocked Star Factor's ultimate from going off, which is tragic. It happens to the best of us, but they're equalized on charge. But Theodore, we saw Theodore come in clutch in the qualifying tournament for this land. Their Widowmaker is just as deadly as their Tracer, getting back-to-back eliminations on the Broncos. To the Shadow Realm they go, and Theodore pushing up with their team.
I mean, just showing us it's not about Alvin, it's not about Simon, it's all about Theodore from UCLA right now because it has been a dominant performance on this Widow. Arcane trying to get a bit of a cleanup themselves, finds Chosen. Overclock has to come out. Career puts down Clear. That Overclock deleted from existence. That is one ult for another. These teams have canceled out one of their opponent's ultimates and might cancel out Goblin's success here. First point cap for UCLA. They are looking good on Circuit Royale right now.
Big had no choice but to int in.
Gotta do it.
Being too far forward. Now this is where things can start to get tricky. Someone has to push the cart. The question is, who is going to be doing it? It leaves you a man down. How do you go into this 5v4 and do it effectively? You have to take smart angles, smart engages. Rail shot already dodged. It's a battle against the Sigmas for spatial control. The first rock lands. Matt Merck already at half health. both abilities used and cooled down. That is the go button for UCLA, but they use the amplification matrix to fend them off, and the trance is forced out.
Yeah, Transcendence is going to have to be used by UCLA, and it cancels out the amp matrix, but unfortunately, it's a 1-1 trade again. Courier takes down Matt Merck. The tank missing Boise is going to have to hold S just a little bit. Restabilize, clear in the backline, takes out Courier. They found that trade. A spawn advantage currently in favor of Boise, but is it going to be enough if most of your team is missing? They found a 1-for-1 trade every time, and they stabilize. They win the fight. Oh, poor Arcane. Last one left standing. Bagel, Supporto Combat takes out both of the supports on side of UCLA. And with 3 minutes remaining, Nerdy, they're a little over halfway to that second point, but not a lot in the arsenal here.
Matt Merck is going to be coming online with that Flux, as will Star Factor, so pretty equal. It's going to be a battle of the supports in that regard. Who uses the Telltale util too soon and gives the go button for the enemy Sigma. Really going to be looking for that clear with Overclock is going to be coming in as well. Goblin trying to hit sneaky peeks, can't do anything. Courier gets low, healed right back up. Rail shot lands on Matt, who died first last time. Full util used again back-to-back and blocked. Here's the Flux. Do they have Immor? They do. They survive, and Courier goes down in the moment.
Oh no, Courier gets taken out as Matt Merck was bumped up onto a higher ground. Goblin takes down Arcane, and another fight lost for UCLA. You got to cut your losses, tuck tail, and return back to spawn because you are running out of time. Star Factor takes out Goblin, but it's just a, what is it called? I can't think of the word.
Exit frag?
Sure, exit frag. That's what we're going for. It's an exit frag for UCLA, but there's plenty of time for that respawn to come through. I got to talk really quickly. I want to jump back to Star Factor's Gravitic Flux because there was an adaptation I want to highlight. Waited out the accretion, then popped Flux. It's a little thing, but it makes a huge difference. At the end of the day, Matt Merck gets an accretion of their own, or Gravitic Flux, excuse me, misses the accretion, and still able to find Courier. Double support keeps him up and running. We've got sights online for everybody. No secrets, no rotations, and no flanks. It's up to these Widows to take out the other one. But Goblin gonna take out Courier instead. 20 HP, barely misses the headshot, but that barely makes all the difference. Arcane, Star Factor gone. It's just an exit frag all over again. Boise, 65 seconds left to hold this second point.
Thanks for the help. Just because of the distance between the spawn door and the payload, this is last fight territory. Star Factor has ult. Bagel and Chosen both have opportunities to respond. Arcane is going to get that trance online with enough time to save their team. If there is a Hail Mary moment where they needed to stabilize, Tracer swap has come out from Theodore. They are an absolute menace on the Tracer. They know Bagel is on set. That's a chance. Here's the Overclock getting caught already from clear. Tuit is not even... Oh my gosh, gonna land a shot and get sent to spawn. Matt Merck goes down as well. The Flux doesn't grab anyone.
This is their fight. This is it. This is their last fight. The Flux whiffs. The Overclock comes to a close. 3 ultimates used. Sorry, 2 from the side of Boise State. UCLA has to use one of their own. They're going into this next fight locked and loaded. They've got 15 seconds. This is the definition of a fight or flight, feast or famine, sink or swim fight. UCLA takes us into third, or they end it all right here. Ant Matrix from Suarez, locked and loaded, wants to use it as quick as they can. And quick, they certainly shall. Needs to keep Star Factor up and running, but with nothing left in their pocket, they've got to win it. Ant Matrix answered by one from Chosen. Gravitic Flux from Matt Merck. Crank comes out too early. I think Transcendence is going to come to a close first. Finds no Elin's clear is gone. Chosen's gone. Boise is gone. Deleted from the Mortal Coil. And with 90 seconds remaining, UCLA finally breaks the chains and moves into third point.
They're going to have Pulse Bomb online to possibly find an early pick so they can avoid a full engagement from the Broncos and give them extra time to push this payload, because as soon as a fight breaks out, it's going to get stalled. They're going to have to play touch and go. They need to inch this along. Someone has to stay on it. Right now, of course, it's going to be that Tracer, the one with the fastest movement. So there is no cheeky Pulse Bomb opportunities. Goblin looking to charge up the rest of those infrared sights to give the team intel, but Clear goes down to Arcane early. Broncos pushing up anyway, even down one player.
Being down one player, you got to do what you got to do. The Broncos, all right, not down a player anymore. Arcane deleted from the fight. We see the juke out from the side of Courier as well. Slides out, gets away, uses the natural cover to stay up and running. Suarez, get out of there. Suarez barely able to keep themselves up. Theodore falls to Chosen, and UCLA with only 30 seconds left. We're back to that last fight. Cut your losses, get back to spawn, and come into the full 5. You've got one more try.
You need to be very careful. Star Factor 76% on Sacrifitic Flex. Matt Burke does take down Suarez a little bit late, so it's going to be a bit of a stagger coming out now for the side of UCLA. Can they clean up? Can they get a touch? They have Theodore. Theodore's going to have to make it in alive, and they have to pull a lot of attention for this Tracer to get the touch. They do find it. They've blocked the accretion. Flux is an opportunity now for Star Factor, but they have to get it here quickly because the Rock's going to be online again.
I love what we're seeing from UCLA. They went right underneath Boise, but they forgot their supports in the process. Both supports down. It's up to this team to give us the play of a lifetime. Gravitic Flux goes up. Matt Merck goes down. That is a huge green light for this team to keep up and running. Nobody's touching the cart right now. They're getting all the way to the bitter end. Goblin is down. The grind has to come through Transcendent Fuse just to touch, let alone to win the fight, and it looks like they should be able to. Nerdy, I don't know what happened with Boise there, but they gave up a lot, and I mean a lot of free space.
I can't argue with you. Forgot about a card a little bit too long. Didn't give enough time for their team to touch.
We should have ended on that corner.
I was a little bit concerned with how long they let it go, but it seems like they're waiting for a couple of those ults to come online because they're like, if we engage now, we're getting eviscerated. Totally understand. They had to send themselves to triage for a bit. We can see here, this last-ditch effort, lots of ults were dumped on both sides, but ultimately, it was UCLA who came out on top. They definitely know what to do in these kind of tight-knit situations where it's make or break time, and they've come out on top. The question is, will the Broncos return the favor? Can they make it to third point, which is basically as far as UCLA got, or are they going to be held all the way at point one? It's kind of, you know, you either go all the way or you don't on this map.
This is one of those maps for sure. Either you get full held at first, you send it all the way to third, and this is fascinating. This is arguably, as a caster, my favorite way for a map to go because it's like we get all the way to the end both times. We don't have to go into extra rounds. We have a clear-cut winner. We're going to have 91.80 meters as the win condition for Boise State, and with UCLA playing the way they have been, I think there's a very real possibility we go to map 4. UCLA just needs to be running the marathon instead of the sprint.
Of course, as casters, we're pot stirrers, and we are here to stir the pot. Yes, we want to see a map 4. No matter what, that is what we're hoping for. And it looks like, okay, I see you, Goblin, but
I see you, Chosen.
I'm going to question things. Oh, John, don't you dare.
I don't think that's real. They're on attack. They've got plenty of time to turn things around. But UCLA,
it might be real.
We can talk about it sticking to the tried and true right now. They're not going to be making a single swap. The side of Boise State, however, making 4 swaps. Clear on the Sojourn. Everybody else shaking things up a little bit. Chosen will default back to that Baptiste. They go up and over a dangerous play because if the Winston gets collapsed on, he's going to have to give his life for it. Leaps out of the way, gets away from the Discord, and it's a slow rotation, but it's a viable one because now UCLA can't take that first corner with the looming threat of Goblin and Winston waiting just around the corner. Winston goes instant, and he looks for an opportunity to strike. It is an insane amount of damage. This team cannot run from fast enough.
That was the shenanigans I didn't want to talk about, but going up and over that room, any movement ability that's used, because you have to slide for so long, cooldown is automatically back, but Goblin goes down anyway.
Got a little hungry.
Too greedy, but they have the res online. Those cooldowns all come back, so there is really no concern of someone dying immediately if they know what they're doing, which Matt Merck, of course, knows what they're doing. Goblin, however, didn't learn their lesson the first time and instead went up when no one else was there to take attention.
Yeah, they said, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, okay, shame on me. Sorry, won't happen again. Hopefully it does not happen a third time from the side of Goblin, but the Goblin going down I don't think is the end of the world. You know, the forest missing, you find an equalizer out the gate. Okay, that's what I'm worried about. Both Bagel and Matt Merck in the same breath disappear from the fight. Now, bright side, plenty of time. Half the time back over. Still left on the clock. So Boise, they lose this fight. It's kind of a whatever. We've got plenty of time to make it happen. And with the ults they have around the corner, they didn't want to get staggered like that. That burns a lot of time off the clock, probably about 20-ish seconds before Boise can fully engage as a 5.
Clear was getting a little bit bullied there, which is totally, it makes sense. Staggering out players is definitely a strategy a lot of teams utilize. Star Factor getting really close to those landmines after just swapping over to this ball to stall because the Broncos were inches from that checkpoint. Chosen almost has that Kitsune Rush Goblin with Barrage. Goblin's not going to have much protection, though, going into double hit scan for a Barrage. That's going to be a risky situation, especially if they get any sort of discard. And Goblin goes down again. Maybe it's time to swap, considering they're getting hard counters.
Absolutely, and speaking of hard counters, Clear jumps right to the Sombra. When they see the Wrecking Ball, we saw a hack on the ball earlier with Star Factor. Kept themselves alive. Theodore bullied into the corner. These tanks just taking turns bullying each other's DPS lines. Matt Merck finds Theodore in that back line, and with a minefield, this is a huge stall factor if Goblin wasn't dead. But with Goblin still standing, they clear the entire minefield. However, they give their ult for it, Nerdy, and that's one that I feel like they're going to want back.
perhaps recognizing that trying to go right in with the rocket barrage is not going to work out. You have to check your head way too much without anyone to protect you. But clear, you know, that Sombra swap we talked about to counter the ball, you don't get any cooldowns, but that Sombra after that damage buff, already 4% off of an EMP.
No one
jumps up there, EMPs, Matt Merck lands on everyone's head, possible damage to the Mercy with said landing. Say goodbye, and we have Transcendence come out. You wait that out, that is a free ult for a Sombra.
And they don't even need the EMP anymore. Arcane is going to find 2 in the breath. Holy cow, the Transcendence worth its weight in gold as Arcane takes down 2, looking for a third Goblin. Caught in the back line. Bagel tries to run over to Rez. The Valkyrie popped. Still not going to be enough to keep this up and running. For Bagel, caught in the back line. Courier takes it apart. Boise State, 45 seconds remain. Nerdy, it all comes down to this EMP.
That EMP is going to be followed up with a Harambe Strikes Back, though. We got to keep this in mind. All cooldowns are going to be off the table for a solid chunk of time for UCLA. They don't have to confirm kills. All they have to do is get them off the point. You end up using an EMP. Matt Merck comes in, uses that Primal Rage, throws everyone off that point.
Nice.
That is a point locked down.
Here it comes.
There's the EMP.
The EMP does not catch the Baptiste. That is critical. Immortality Field keeps the entire team alive. Let the Amplification Matrix come into the fray. And like you said, with this Primal Rage coming online, Boise State's Matt Merck can at least juggle them off the cards long enough to hopefully cap this first point. I wanted an interesting series, and by golly, folks, are we going to get one? Star Factor goes way too high for the pile driver. Might give his life for it. Bionade out. Primal Rage online and deep into the back line. Matt Merck brings the supports out of the fight. Goblin gone, Arcane and Star Factor traded, and Boise should have this first point cap. An incredible juggle! That's what I'm talking about. That is the Matt Merck experience right there. That's the reason I praise that player the way I do, because he can do plays just like that.
That was absolutely gorgeous and clutch for sure. Now we have another EMP coming online. Goblin infrared sights, that just means check your heads. Please don't get greedy and pop around a corner when you know those sights are up. Look at the timer, figure out when it goes down.
I didn't even notice Anna was here.
Yes, we have
I'm so excited. What the heck? I totally missed her. I love Anna. Super strong character, especially with Winston. In Nano to Winston outside of Primal has one of the highest thresholds in the entire game due to his multi-target hit, and it's going to be very important that Boise uses that Nano appropriately. If they send it out a little early, a little late, it's not going to find the value they want. And with Goblin here on the Torbjorn, I like that a lot. It's an unconventional pick, but with Tracer on the other side, it makes a lot of sense. Another EMP. Incredible.
You know, Goblin be doing Goblin things, and we have Discord Orb out onto this Sigma. Mercy goes in, Slingshot, I think the Guardian Angel changes, but sent them a little further than they had wanted to go, and that is a team fight win. Goblin's going to go set up some turrets that are quite the pain to deal with because they're completely opposite direction. We have 10 seconds to touch the point. Is it worth it, though, is the question for UCLA right now.
I don't love it, Nerdy. I'm going to be honest. You know, you had to worry about third point, but at least you got out Nano. At least you've gotten a 2K. At least you've gotten rid of the turret. At least you're winning the fight. I meant to eat my words right here. That is the Nano Winton. This is what I was worried about. Finds a 2K, Nano comes to a close, but Chosen took out Theodore. There goes Arcane, and it's poor Star Factor left standing on point. It's close, but close not going to cut it. Close only going to count in horseshoes and hand grenades. Boise doesn't need either to win that fight. 2.5 minutes to get to that third point.
Not to mention Matt Merck has Primal Rage again because of that
It's
Nano.
the cycle. It's the infinite cycle here. It's Nano into Winston, into EMP, into Nano. It is a lethal combination, and if Boise can stay to their right, they can stick to their guns on this and not overextend an ultimate, this cycle can give them a second map win.
We'll have to see what the Bruins do in response. Theodore, I think, might be spy hunting right now, looking for an opportunity to catch this Sombra off guard. We have the Critics Flux. Bagel is close to the trance, but not quite there. If the side of UCLA is tracking properly, they would, you know, they would have fluxed as soon as this fight started, but now it's too little too late. Bagel's going to be there for the cancel, and there's going to be an opportunity to drop a nade on the Graphitic Flux as well, so, you know, it's kind of a done deal on that being canceled out.
Yep, I think they're worried about the hack, they're worried about the sleep, they're worried about the Transcendence. It's a tough ultimate to use against the comp being run on you. Goblin has to pop that overclock, cleared, finds Suarez, pulse bomb from Theodore, null and void there. Just cannot pick up an elimination. Gravitic Flux comes out now, and that is the masterclass example of what I was worried about. Arcane and Courier are gone, Primal Rage all over again. And I'd say, okay, look, they used 2 ults, but who cares? They've got 3 more locked and loaded, one of them being a Molten Core, which could probably just clear this 3rd point and give Boise their win.
Waiting too long to use your ultimates is the Achilles heel of many Overwatch players. You don't need to kill everyone on the team. Just getting one person is enough, and the Broncos tap it. And that is Circuit Royale to BSU.
That's incredible, the way Boise almost gets full held first point. And what a great example of what we said. It's first point or it's all points. It is truly a dominant performance from Boise. They made a couple of swaps, they made a couple of rearranges, and by golly, did it work well. The Nano Winston coming in large and in charge here with a 4K technically. I doubt we're going to see the Sigma die in this kill cam, but it did happen at the end of the matchup. And the Bruins, they bring it close, but close only going to count in hand horse and shoe grenades. They've got one more map pick, Nerdy, and it's got to be their absolute best map.
You know, if this were a different matchup against the Broncos, I wouldn't suggest it.
Sure.
But UCLA is a team, a force to reckon with, and so, I mean, I wouldn't argue against going Scrims Row.
It's tough. It's tough. There's no other team in the collegiate scene that can say they've lost Kings Row, 5 times in 2 years or something? I don't know the exact number. Doc knows the exact number. The point is it's single digits. They have lost Kings Row a single-digit amount of time in the past 2 years. And I don't think UCLA can say that. I don't think Fisher can say that. I don't think Harrisburg can say that. It's difficult. Clearly they know what needs done, and they get it done. It's tough.
Perhaps also avoiding push.
I would love to see that. I don't know if they have to pick push. I'm a little mixed up on the rules, to be honest. I don't know if they have to go push, but if they don't, probably don't.
Yeah, just because, I'll be completely honest, while Goblin did whiff quite a bit in the beginning after he was warmed up, Goblin goes Widow and will go hit scan on a lot of push maps, and you're going to get a corner peek you're not anticipating, and you're going to be sent back to the respawn screen and playing Respawn Simulator rather than playing Overwatch. So if we can avoid a push map, I beg that we do. Other than that, I don't know. The issue that we run into here, if you're any team going against the Broncos, is the depth of the hero pools that these players have.
That's a huge problem.
It's not like they're coming in here and like, we play brawl comp, we play ball comp. That is it. Like you get one flavor, you get maybe 2. No, these guys bring the whole Baskin Robbins tray to the table, and they're like, pick what you like, and we'll respond with something else.
Yeah, we got to talk about that as well. I'm going to go back to praising Matt Merck. It's incredible. I saw him in December play Orisa the whole time. Today we've seen Ryan, we've seen Winston, we've seen Ball. That's a huge issue. When you've got a tank that is playing every tank, you can't counter them enough. You're going to swap to counter them. They're just going to swap to someone else. It's this infinite cycle of Matt Merck being Matt Merck. I don't even know what else to call it at this point.
Well, credit where it's due. The state of the game in December, I referred to it as barnyard meta, which it was like, if you want to win, you're going hog or you're going horse.
Yeah.
Now the game is like, okay, let's actually bring back the idea of rock, paper, scissors, know your counters, know how to play them, and if you don't know how to play against a good Doomfist, good luck and have a good day.
Doomfist is certainly one of the tanks in Overwatch. That is a fact, Nerdy. Certainly one of the tanks in the game known as Overwatch 2. And it's going to be interesting because we don't know what the next map is. We just kind of have to sit here and twiddle our thumbs until we find out. But I can't blame UCLA for thinking about it, right? Like, I'm glad we're not getting map 3 this, because that's like maybe think it over a little bit, right? Maybe discuss kind of team comps. What did they run in map 2 and 1 that you think you can exploit in map 3? And going into this, if it is push, I think you don't go to New Queen Street. I think you go for the I hate to say unexpected. There's 3 whole push maps,
Coliseo,
right? That's
New
what I'm
Queen
going to
Street,
say, right?
Esperanza.
Coliseo is the one we see less of. That's kind of what I'm thinking. We see this a little more in Valorant than we do in Overwatch, but teams that take, like you say that you're looking at statistics and one team is just notably better. The team that is consistently worse has a higher chance of winning on the newer maps because that better team hasn't played as often. The team comps aren't as clean. The comms, the call-outs might not be as polished, and that kind of brings them down to a more level playing field. That's a little harder to do in Overwatch 2 because it's been out since, October, right? So it's been quite a while, but I'm thinking you go, if it is push, to Coliseo because it's less common, it's less popular. I'm kind of hoping that's where we head in this upcoming matchup.
I'd actually suggest Esperanza.
That's valid.
And
I can't take away from that.
My whole reason is you've got one of 2 things that are about to happen with a sniper. Either A, you're going to see them out the gate and you're going to be gone, or B, you don't recognize you're in a 4v5, and then all of a sudden there's someone behind your team because a sniper has taken their time to walk through mid and deleted you.
My only counterpoint to that is the one map that UCLA had lost today before this series was Esperanza, was the push map against Hawaii.
Oh.
They won 3-1, and they lost Esperanza to Hawaii. And if I'm not mistaken, it was relatively dominant. I feel like it was like 120 to like 30-something meters, I think. I only caught the end of it, but it was they won that map. Hawaii won that map over UCLA. So I think that might be the reason they don't send it into Esperanza, because they haven't had the best win rate on Esperanza so far. So maybe they're going to be trying something a little different. I think I'm pro Coliseo. If we have to go to push, try Coliseo.
Yeah, no new Queen Street. Just
please don't play NQS. Please.
No, just take it from us. I know sometimes people don't respect what we're saying, but
also Winston still works on New Queen Street, and I think that's a pretty good example. Don't go to a Winston map.
Just don't.
Thank your lucky stars Gibraltar is not in the map pool right now, because holy cow, what a field day that would have been. And we're taking a little bit of time here. I think we got intel and maybe a sub. We'll find out in just a second here. But hey!
Your call was right.
All right.
Coliseo.
Coliseo, one of my favorite maps aesthetically. I really like the way it looks. I'm a big fan of the Coliseum look. I think it's very exciting. But I am personally not a fan of playing the push game mode, so I'm not going to say I enjoy playing it, but watching it has always been quite fun. Casting it is always interesting. And to jump back to CECC East, we saw Harrisburg versus Fisher in the grand finals. Fisher wins 3-1 over Harrisburg. This is the map Harrisburg won over them. This was the one. They found the one map. They found the push map, and they took it to map 4. Maybe we get that same story from UCLA. It was Coliseo. It wasn't even just push. It was Coliseo. I want to see that happen again. I want to see UCLA. I want to see the Bruins take us to a map 4 today.
I'm hoping to see some more creativity with the tanks, because I think any map type that does allow for that a bit more is the push map. This is where we could see a JQ come out. This is where, as much as I don't want to say it, we could see a Ram. I'm hoping we don't see a Ramatra, just kind of gentleman's agreement between the two teams. But with that being said, if we see a JQ, my heart will be very happy. I love her to pieces.
Oh, me too. We talked about this yesterday, right, or earlier today. She's just so fun to play, but like it's so hard to play her because there's like 9,000 counters in the game.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to play Junker Queen, but holy cow, she's so fun. Okay, I found the sub. It's Lyric for Bagel. So no Bagel this time. Lyric coming in. On the Lucio as well. Akiri locked and loaded for Boise State. That's going to make this a little bit harder for UCLA. They're going to have a lot of counters that come exclusively from that Kiriko alone.
And here's the fun part if you're Arcane. You now have to be looking out for a ball, a Tracer, and then a Genji with a possible follow-up from Lyric. Lyric has been known to be a DPS warlord Lucio, so good luck and best of luck, my friend, as Courier is already going to be sent to respawn. There is a duel happening. The Wrecking Balls are engaging on those back lines. Honest cooldowns are out. Tracer is going to get anti. The recall is used, but all three people are here and collapsing on this back line. Bye-bye support.
I mean, Clear's tracking in that moment. I'm so glad we got that first-person POV. Did not miss a bullet on Arcane. That was amazing. The accuracy found in that moment. Now Courier making a very intelligent swap, going to the cast, bringing out that flashbang, and you got to be careful. It can be deflected, so you got to wait out that one cooldown, and then it's that freebie all over again. But the Bruins on the back foot, not the end of the world. Push is 10 minutes long. Losing the first fight, unlike Control, does not often dictate the winner of the map. You can go all the way to the final minute and have this game flipped on its head.
Also pointing out, Arcane made the smart swap off of the Ana over to the Kiko. You don't have as much peel in Overwatch 2 as you did in Overwatch 1. You have to sustain yourself, as Chosen learned it the hard way. Gets sent back. It's Theodore to eliminate that. Warrior finds Clear. The Broncos are bleeding. Lyric trying to take him to triage. Patches up a hole that is Theodore. Goblin finds Courier. And this might be a point flip for the Broncos after cleaning up.
Oh no, Arcane has to swift step out, but can they run far enough? No, Suarez down, Arcane down. What a stagger of a fight. We see the Bruins win it early on. They find 2 eliminations. They're answered out by 2 of their own and now stuck in their spawn. 30 meters halfway to that forward spawn. That first point is going to be devastating against UCLA Bruins. They need to use these ults because these ults are locked and loaded.
And here comes the blade, but the blade was
goodbye, Goblin.
Oh, that magnetic grenade is deadly. And Courier picks up 2 more. The Deadeye. Those are the first Deadeye kills we've really seen today. That was incredible. Now we have another stick, and down goes Matt Murray.
Incredible.
All right, facilitate Courier, Star Factor. Theodore, go make chaos. let Courier do the cleanup crew. And now Bruins are pushing that bot.
Hey, Courier's had one message to deliver to Boise, and I think it was sent, Nerdy. That's all I'm saying. Coming in large with that 4K. Very strong cleanup. Now, unfortunately, Minefield and Beat are used as well. We've got Kitsune, Russian Pulse, Pulse Bomb, fastest charging ultimate in the game. Fun fact, you just kind of throw it, you'll have it again in 30 seconds. Kitsune, though, a very large door opener. Are we going to get a Kitsune clash? We absolutely are. They're both used, giving the team cooldown reduction, speed increase, and fire rate increase. Who can find that first blood? Lyric comes out again, traded for Goblin now on the first Hanzo of the day. Lyric, a bloodthirsty support if I have ever seen one. The 2K turns to 3. Lyric finally goes down, but has the damage been done against UCLA? They get 18 meters, but they have to give the fight for it. The clear tracking is incredible, and he knows it. Were he not on that main stage right now, I'd say check his PC.
I mean, it is some of the smoothest tracking I've ever seen, borderline inhuman. You never see any sort of anxiety within that crosshair. It's steady and ready to go. Matt Merck has those mines online, just chilling out underneath bridge, has Tracer with them. Goblin has swapped back over to the Torbjorn. I question that man's choices every day.
Anti-Tracer, that's
totally
the excuse.
Fine. We still have Beat from the Lyric. We have Pulse from Theodore, and Star Factors encroaching in on those landmines as well.
No way.
Here is an opportunity for Clear to land Pulse, and he decides not to.
I was just probably waiting out Suzu, right? You can't blame him for it. Pulse Bomb is going to be used, but Matt Merck stole both kills the Pulse Bomb would have been able to find. Oh, that was Theodore's Pulse Bomb. I'm sorry, I got bamboozled. Matt Merck, the 3K, trying to answer out the 4K Courier brought us earlier today. Lyric is going to be able to find Suarez, and that should be first point. Disgusting. Disgusting. Chased all the way to the Mega for that. That should be forward spawn for Boise here. UCLA falling to the off-kilter, Nerdy. Our wishes have been granted.
I also told you that Lyric was very bloodthirsty, but it seems like he's become even more of a vampire since the last time I got the opportunity to cast him, because my goodness, all the way to the mid medical pack just to get one kill, a little ridiculous.
Wow. Courier just doesn't even get to play the game. It was just uninstalled off his PC after that. That was insane. High noon, I didn't even get to hear it. I just saw the reduction, and the turret falls. Buys a little bit of space for Theodore to get into that back line. Both Tracers have to recall, resets the fight to a T, and nobody goes down for it. Pulse Bomb whiff, UCLA. Bot control for just a moment. One Elim could really flip this on its head for them. Oh, defeat Suarez.
I think we were both a little caught off guard by the choice, by the opportunity to use that beat, but it did allow the team to spread out after getting that initial shield of healing. They managed to pick off Chosen. Now Matt Merck's running away, has to go grab the Mega Pack. Those overshields only gonna last a little bit longer. Lyric gets dangerously low. Manages to survive by hugging around the fountain. Clear does find Theodore. And now the Broncos can start breaking this back in their favor. Courier sticks the Wrecking Ball, but it's not gonna do enough damage to bring him down, as we have Molten Core get dropped all over that bot.
Molten Core comes out, Suarez goes down, Arcane deleted, and my man Matt Merck all over it once again. A 3K to boot, one of the best collegiate tanks in the scene right now, and I truly stand by that. Never fails to impress. The Molten Core lined him up, and Matt Merck shot him down. UCLA Bruins 6 minutes missing, 4 still remain. A third of what Boise's been able to put on the board, and forward spawn should be found right about here.
Future president of the Matt Merck fan club over here on Dash with me. Arcane has Kitsune Rush coming online, but they're blocked off. We do have a JQ swap from Star Factor. Didn't even notice it, but they do have Rampage online. The question is, will it land? It's not going to land before they end up. What?
Clear! Oh, clear and out of here, baby! A 3-man Pulse Bomb takes down UCLA, and that had to be the nail in the coffin of that fight. Triple digits just over the horizon, and with 3.5 minutes left, Clear has decided Coliseo is over.
Okay, so we didn't get to see it from Clear's POV, but
we'll get play of the game.
Play of the game, we'll see it. I need to know what happened. Holy cow, it's just the supports trying to get a touch to stabilize. And they actually flipped it from behind. We have Rampage come out. Kitsune Rush. Deadeye is there, but it may not even be enough as you're caught in the fray of the Broncos, who are just retreating after seeing so many ults get dumped right on by.
Yeah, and so a little play from Star Factor there that I do want to highlight, because a lot of Junker Queens don't do it. Waited out the Suzu before ulting. It's so simple, it's so effective, and it works so very well. With Star Factor's Rampage, UCLA gets cart control once again. 3 minutes remaining. They now have less than a third of what Boise's put on the board. They have to win 4 or 5 fights in a row. Could Courier's high noon be large enough to help this squadron? Commanding shout comes out to keep that cast up and running. Carnage gets a double out of the Lucio and the ball, but the Suzu keeps them up. Lyric drops the beat to keep the team alive. Answered by a beat from Suarez. All 10 players jamming out to the music right now. And as the bot gets contested there in center field, UCLA needs an elim, but instead they are the eliminated.
You can see 3 people on that Star Factor elimination, 2 on the 1 on Arcade. This is where target focusing, because of that commanding shout, is so quintessential. If it comes back online, it saves so many lives.
Wow.
Broncos recognize it, and they're like, we're taking you down, you're going away, this fight is ours. And they did send Star Factor back to spawn, who's going to be first one out. They need to be careful. If they get pulse bomb and they don't have that commanding shout, they can say bye-bye.
Yeah, without a doubt, keeping an eye on this pulse bomb. Now, Star Factor saw Clear, right?
I don't think they did. I don't think he did.
Well, all right. Looks like Clear is going to be able to flank into the back line once again, waiting to hear that Suzu sound. And with Theodore missing, not another one, please. Suzu finds it. The 3K denied. Now 1 for 1 on the pulse bombs, but a strong start regardless. Boise State 105 seconds away from winning in a 3-0 fashion over UCLA. Matt Merck takes out Star Factor. Carnage can't get online fast enough, and as Suarez is missing, Boise almost guaranteeing a victory here. There goes Matt Merck. A lot of damage onto that Lucio, but Lyric sings away, and we see Boise still moving this card.
Courier has the opportunity just to gain some space by using this Deadeye, but Clear is just peppering them from behind. Clear actually finds 2 as they did pick up Arcane. Clear is getting pinched off and finally punished. Suarez sending Clear back. Now we got Star Factor pushing forward into 3. Goblin is undeterred though. The triage squad is right there to support him, and they finally evacuate. As we are at Rampage ready to go. Are we going to just push in and blitz the front line of the Broncos? They don't have a tank. Nope, and they actually went JQ themselves.
A JQ Ditto? This is the best day of my life. Matt Merck bringing out the Junker Queen here, and you've got to be careful with this Rampage, because it is your win condition right now. And your win condition becomes null and void. Suarez down. Kitsune has to make up for that missing support. Waiting to hear the Suzu. Gets a lot of damage on Matt Merck, and as Kitsune comes out from the side of Boise State, the Rampage is a Rampage, and it is Suzu'd. Immediately, win condition destroyed for UCLA, and with only 35 seconds left, Boise takes bot control. They've got to win one more fight against a team with nothing in the bank.
Matt Merck already close to another Rampage. Lyric has beat to circumvent anything that can be thrown out by the Bruins. They are very close to beat as well, but Suarez needs to live and do some healing, maybe a little bit of damage here and there, but keeping your team alive is most important in this instance, as the Broncos are inching ever so close to closing out this series in a 3-0 sweep. Matt Merck manages to pull in Courier. It's not enough. We have Carnage come through. Doesn't grab anyone. The Suzu was used. Theodore goes down. Arcane goes down.
Here it is. That has got to be Boise State winning strong. UCLA comes to the main stage to try and win it out, but Boise State says CECC, see ya. We are going to walk you out of here with a 3-0 victory, and that is Boise State standing strong on the home field advantage.
Now I just want to see that play of the game. If it's not Clear's pulse bomb.
It can't be. Oh, it might be Courier. Wait. It's Courier! It's the Courier Cassidy 4K!
You know what? I get it. I respect it. I just was really curious. This old cancel here, Goblin, there's a reason why Genji got sent back into jail.
Yeah, back into Genji jail. I believe it's a 4K on the Matt Merck as well at the end. A very strong showing from UCLA, but unfortunately just couldn't find the lineup in time. A flawless performance from Boise once again, and they are now 2-0 on the set, which makes them the only team in that pool to go 2-0. The rest of the teams, best case, is 1-1.
We'll have to wait and see who ends up coming in tomorrow, as that is going to be rounding out our over. Yes, I'm on the same page as you. But with that being said, who's going to post up and come to bat? They are out of lives.
Yep.
And hopefully some teams cleaned it up. We'll have to see who says bye-bye after their travels of coming here and get the support teams going in tomorrow. And you know, if you're knocked out by someone, make sure you're still here watching and cheering them on. Because if you're going to lose to a team, lose to the best.
It's true, and there's also no way y'all can't hear this crowd. Like, we are gassed up in here right now. It has been an insanely loud day and a very fun one. But like you said, there's 2 teams right now that we know of, UNLV and Hawaii, both 1-1 on the board. One of them is knocking out the other. That is happening right now off stream, and it's going to be tough because both those teams are pretty darn good. And we're going to have to say goodbye to somebody. Now, we have not been able to keep an eye on the A pool. We know Utah won their first game. We know Arizona lost their first game. We can kind of walk away with that. Navy lost their first game. Not Arizona, I'm sorry. Navy is what I meant to say. Arizona lost, or I have no idea about Arizona. Navy lost their first game. Utah won their first game. That's the important part of that. So the pools are up in the air. We'll have more information tomorrow, but today Overwatch comes to a close. There's still Smash Ultimate literally right after us. There's Valorant after that, and there's Rocket League after that. And then tomorrow, we just do it all again with the narrowed down teams. That's Grand Finals coming up on tomorrow, so it's going to be very exciting. We've got a lot going on here at the CECC, and this is just the beginning, right? They're fighting for a spot in Arlington, Texas for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup later this year. That's going to be super exciting. We're going to go ahead and throw it to Paulie for an interview. Paulie, what do you got for us? Oh, just kidding. I've gotten information. Nothing is ready quite yet. We are not going to the interview, so I can keep talking about CECC, because how cool is this? We get to pool teams from every region of the entire country and then put them against each other. It's so exciting. It's so fun, because it's like a lot of orgs or a lot of organizations we see kind of stay in their region, right? And then they keep fighting the same teams over and over. Not here at the CECC. We make teams duke it out just like this, and we get phenomenal moments just like this.
This is that first collapse that we saw coming in from the absolute blitz 3-on-3 here. It's just when you don't have speed and mobility and cooldowns in your favor, you're going to get deleted, and that's exactly what the Broncos did to that backline. There were swaps made. They were smart. They started to equalize things out, but then this Genji Blade denial. Goblin finally starting to learn his lesson after dying multiple times on the Pharah. One death on the Genji in Blade was all it took for that man to rectify the situation. Decide to be like, okay, I'm going Torp now. We did swap that out later, but nonetheless, taking a little too long to make adjustments. We have Arcane who swapped over to this Kiko. Absolutely saved what could have been a deal breaker of a pulse bomb coming out from a Tracer earlier.
Yeah, very true. The Arcane Suzu came in clutch more than once. We saw several pile drivers, that pulse bomb, even part of a Kitsune was negated by that action, and it was a very strong showing from UCLA. You know, nobody wants that silver medal prize, but you got to take pride in the fact you made Boise sweat. They were swapping, they were making changes, they were panicking a little bit. That's something a lot of teams aren't able to do. I've gotten confirmation now we are ready for that interview. So, Paulie, this time, what do you got for us?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC West Regional event here at the Boise Esports Arena. I am here with Goblin from Boise. You just defeated UCLA. Tell everyone how you're feeling right now.
I'm excited. You know, we're hosting this event, so to be 2-0 so far is kind of awesome. And I'm really hoping we can continue that form, you know.
Absolutely. Goblin, we saw a 3-0 win coming out from Boise State here. Tell us a little bit about the team and what the chemistry is like here going into the 22-23 season.
A lot of us have been playing for 2 years now, and a lot of us are friends outside of esports. We, you know, hang out on weekends, we go out to lunch, we help each other with our classes. It's camaraderie, you know, and we're so together now that I think this season is probably going to be our best.
Do you think that the camaraderie, the teamwork, the hanging out off the field, not when you're competing, benefits and just truly grows when you're now competing here in Overwatch 2?
Oh, 100%. You know, Overwatch being such a team-based game, and to have such a, you know, close together team and a team that's not just in-game but outside of game, it's all I could ever ask for. You know, it's helped so much in the way we play and how we do.
What is it? Well, real quick here, is there any other school in particular that Boise's gunning for this weekend, being the hosting school?
Well, you know, our Mountain West rivals, UNLV, we were gunning for a little bit, but we took them out in round one, so I don't know.
All right, you heard it, Boise, UNLV. We'll have to see it. We were here with Goblin. Boise State advances here, gets a win in Group A. When we come back, we will have some more keen interviews right here from the CECC West Regional from the Boise Esports Arena.
And with that, folks, that does unfortunately bring Nerdy and I's experience here today to a close. We're going to be back tomorrow, and it's going to be great, but there's a whole day left of action. If you're sitting at home thinking, oh, gosh, it's only this weekend, I have phenomenal news. The Paideia Cup coming up is the CECC Qualifier 8. All women teams will be competing in Valorant for a spot at the CECC Finals in Arlington, Texas. That is super exciting, and I'm really eager that we're going to be able to do that as soon as next week. For more information about Paideia, go to their website at paideiagaming.com. Please go check them out. It's super cool, and I'm glad they get to be a part of the CECC. Thank you all so much for joining the two of us in our Overwatch teams today. But like I said, there's so much more content to check out, so don't go anywhere. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy the rest of the day. We'll see you tomorrow.
We are lost in faded strangers, but they stay fools. I'll break the chains, take the pain to save you. Save you. Baby, I've been high and low. All the feelings I won't show. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone. Pretty little fears I got, second guessing every shot. I won't lie, no I won't lie. I'm free but now I'm lost. Freedom comes at a cost. I won't lie, not this time. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone. keep running, but your legs are standing still. It's like you're stuck in a nightmare, but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free.
I'm stuck inside of these walls within. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope and getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where's the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone
Hello everyone and welcome to the CECC West Regional Qualifier. My name is Soy, alongside me is Keelan Miles, and we have got a fun, fully packed SSBU day of action coming at you. It's going to be a fantastic day. Miles, I can't wait to get started.
Me neither, Soy. We've got Boise State, the hosts of this regional tournament, going up against George Fox University starting out, and it's going to be a really nice show match to open up the day. I want to see what Boise is bringing to the table. They're playing on their home turf, and if I learned anything from the last CECC LAN I was at, the home team comes to play. They come to defend, and we can take a look at that roster and see exactly how they plan to be doing that.
It's going to be fun to see, right? I agree with you. The fact that Boise State is the host of this event and they get to play on the stage under the lights. It's going to feed into that energy. They're going to come ready and prepared to this duel. And like we mentioned, going up against George Fox, the Bruins, in the opening round. And the Bruins are kind of a wild card overall coming out of Newburgh, Oregon. This squad is going to be really interesting to see in their first real kind of stage match against Boise State.
Yeah, and looking at Boise State, they've got Leodog captaining the team, then Seasoned, Diggle, and Key King. Now, players to watch right here, I personally think Leodog, you got to have your eyes on them. They have this DDD on lock, and doing my digging into Leodog's background, they play a lot. They have more tournament sets than almost anyone in the entirety of this tournament. They've got the experience, and let me tell you, they're not looking bad. Yeah, so George Fox, though, coming up, is looking to challenge them. Now, George Fox, little bit of a newcomer to the CECC scene. We haven't gotten to see them too much yet, but from the names alone, Chaos, Mikasa Abs, Non-Basic, and FKA Shinobi, I'm excited to see how they measure up to Boise State.
Yeah, and when you are a newcomer, in the scene, when you don't have that necessarily experience going in, it's going to be interesting to see how they go forward, how they prepared for a match like this. Which, a reminder of the format for this scene, it's a round robin play. We'll get to the other teams later on, but for these matches in particular, it is a best of one, and it's a 4-player crew battle, a little bit different, but it's going to be interesting to see with that, a little bit of an extended format, having that extra player to play around with. That's going to be really interesting to see, because George Fox, again, have a couple different players they can opt to, but that big question mark of who are they going to play, what's your comfort going into a match like this against the hosting team, is going to be really intriguing to watch.
Yeah, and that hosting team, Boise State, I know they're all together in that lab, getting hyped, getting ready. Every other team in Boise State is gearing up to compete, and they want to show their stuff. And let me tell you, looking down the roster of these 5 teams in the round-robin stages of the qualifiers, it's not an easy run by any stretch of the measure. Besides George Fox, they will later be competing against Weber State, University of California, the Riverside Highlanders, and, of course, Sacramento State. All of those teams have had runs in the past. I believe Sac State... No, I'm not sure if Sac State won last year, but either way, they've all had runs in the CECC before. They've all taken names, so it's going to be very difficult to defend your home turf against all of these amazing players, but it starts here. It starts with a win over George Fox.
Yeah, we've got a couple different round robins to go through, and we'll be covering all of those matches, so stick around on Esports U2 to check that out. Esports U will be transitioning over to Rocket League later on today, I believe, but it's going to be a really fun day of SSBU action for us, and like you mentioned, so many teams competing, so many teams like George Fox getting their first time in the spotlight, and a couple of these teams are returning, but a lot of the magic of the collegiate scene is the turnover ratio of players, right? You only get so much time in college, and a couple of these teams have had that little bit of turnover and had that time to try and figure out, okay, what do we have now? What's our team? What's our lineup going to look like? What's the character selection that we have to go through? And a couple of those teams have, been able to work through that. Weber State in particular is going to be one of the interesting cases, because we know this team has experience, but they are going to be short a player later on as we get to those matches. 3 out of 4 players able to attend. So we'll have to see how they're able to do, but still a veteran roster when it comes to the SSBU scene.
They certainly are, and there are a lot of standout players who we've seen have major individual runs as well. A player that stands out from Sac State is Sora. Definitely, I'm happy to see them returning. They put on a show in the previous years, but looking at some of their new compatriots, I don't know if Sora is just going to be the star of the show this time. I mean, not that Sora was completely the star of the show, but definitely sticks in my mind. Gold star next to their name. I'm curious how they strut their stuff here today. I'm just checking the schedule, seeing what we've got. It looks like after this, we've got 2 possible matches we could be going to. We could be seeing Weber versus GFU or Sac State versus University of California and Riverside. And honestly, Sac State versus UCR, that's going to be a close matchup. And I'm hoping we get into that. But finally, we're getting into the match. We're going to start out with FKA Shinobi on the Sora, taking on Season Curly's Ken.
Interesting battle to start off our day. You know, Sora, certainly an interesting character, being that DLC, having that sword, going to make life a little bit more difficult for Seasoned here on the Ken, but Seasoned, certainly no stranger to making their openings count. They're forced to recover high here early, but these stocks, ever critical in a matchup like this, and Ken can quickly eviscerate stocks. Look at the damage rack up just off of 2 quick wins there off the side, and all of a sudden it's a 94-38 lead.
Yeah, and I like the aggression we're seeing from Season Curly's. When they have FKA Shinobi in disadvantage, they go for the kill, the execution, but they don't always get it. That's the thing. At this present time, FKA Shinobi is doing a great job keeping them away, keeping them ledge trapped, keeping them juggled. And besides that one super armor move, you don't have a lot of options to contend with Sora, so FKA Shinobi will be able to finish off Season Curly's off the top. Even game.
Even game. Ooh, the roll in, not getting scattered there by Season quite yet. In the battle for stage control here, you're seeing FKA Shinobi kind of opt in and out of these moments of aggression, I should say. You can see, you know, it feels like they're very much so all in or all out on a lot of these early plays, going for the combos or forced to play on shield, but there they end up going high off of the ledge and get a little bit of chip damage for it. Down tilt into the side B, he's not going to be able to land. Season Curly's trying to track down FKA Shinobi, but still unable to take that stock quite yet. Turnaround up B, probably not the input he was looking for. Gets around the down smash, but this could be a stock. Maybe doesn't get the follow-up. He's going to get knocked off stage once more, but Shinobi will make it back. Good parry, too, to get out of disadvantage.
Yeah, has an idea for the rhythm in which Season Curly's attacks, and now FKA Shinobi back on the offensive, holding them at the ledge, but a roll through as Season Curly's reversing the situation. Here at ledge now, Season Curly's an opportunity to finish off the stock, but gives up ledge control, but FKA Shinobi doesn't take the territory. Playing around this platform, neither one wants to approach, because they know the first one who does is going to be going down. Season Curly's with a lead for Boise State.
Big up B there, the spacing very well done to get around that dash attack, and now Shinobi in a bit of trouble, took a quick 40%, and they know they cannot afford to let Season survive on this stock for much longer. They got to get rid of this stock quickly, but the up air going to get kind of countered out by that down B. The armor coming through in the clutch there, helping Ken survive. Jabs will knock them away. A lot of parries we've seen from FKA Shinobi, but have not really been able to get too much out of it, and they went for the down air, and it's not gonna land. Boise State and Season with a 2-stock lead.
That was very interesting to watch, because FKA Shinobi was winning until they lost. Because that's kind of the play style that Ken ends up drawing. At times, you will be losing and losing and losing, and then you just get that one hit. You just get that one touch, and now all of a sudden Ken has turned this entire situation around, and that's exactly what we saw from Season Curly's. Now, the one thing I will say, at ledge, I felt like they went for like that early kill, that early stock, almost a little too predictably. So FKA Shinobi was able to respond with an offensive disjointed option off of the ledge and usually get a reversal. But I feel like Season Curly's, if they go for more like hit confirms, perhaps off of that down tilt, instead of just trying to do down tilt up B, at many percents, down tilt up B does work. You've got to be aware of those situations. However, I do understand that was a high percent situation, and overall, I would rather see Season Curly's going for more kills than playing too passively.
Yeah, interesting to see these two kind of open up and the differing play styles between the two. For Season Curly's, I think moving forward, like you said, getting a lot of one of the things that always catches my eye about Ken is the damage output, right? You get touched once and all of a sudden you're at 40, 50 very quickly. And if they're on your shield, all of a sudden your shield pressure, or at least the shield pressure that Ken can apply, is insane. And I think Shinobi did a decent job of not kind of being close. They played around space very well, used that sword very well to make sure that, you know, it was not easy for Season to get in, do that damage, do that shield pressure in the first place. But I feel like Season, or for Shinobi in this case, or in this opening match, just kind of got a little bit too ahead of themselves, right? Going for that down air in the last couple of moments. I'm pretty sure that down air doesn't spike in that situation 9 times out of 10. And even if it does, you're still down a stock. He's at 150 or so when he drops that first one, and you're still relatively low in percent. You're in the mid percent, so you're still at kill percentage. But I just think situationally, you have to be aware of what you're kind of playing for here, and Shinobi just couldn't quite pull the trigger at the right times in that game.
Yeah, so if you do remember from the Sora trailer, Sora can, if he preserves all his resources, go for a down air off stage and survive thanks to the double jump into the side B, into the up B. That is a thing Sora can do, but you've got to do it from much higher. And the down air, I can't say for certain whether it would have killed. It wouldn't have spiked, you're right. But at 143%, that close to the side of the screen, that an unexpected option like that could have easily netted a kill. So I understand the idea, the platonic ideal of what FKA Shinobi was going for. It just didn't execute that well. Against a recovery like Ken's, it's very slow up until the last second, and then it's a quick burst. And FKA Shinobi was trying to catch them in between that slow portion, the Tatsumaki, and the up B, and they just weren't quite there on the timing. I'm not sure if they were just a little too far forward, if Season Curly's delayed the recovery. I didn't quite see, but either way, intelligent play all throughout to even get FK Shinobi in a position where they would want to go for an option like that.
And I do respect the ability to try and go for those plays, though, right? You know, sometimes when you're down, you just got to find something. You go for a read, and it gets yourself back into the game. So, like you mentioned, if he's able to recover from that down air, smart play. Gets the stock, and all of a sudden, last stock apiece with, you know, roughly 50-ish% differential there. So it seemed like the right play. And it's very odd that play ended up going the way it did, because Shinobi, I think, spacing overall was pretty good. The fact that they were landing the parries as well, the defense of Shinobi seemed like it was on point enough. It was just the offense that was not quite there overall, and it was great by Seasons to be able to take advantage of that and find ways to take those stocks. And they hold that 2-stock lead headed into the next match as George Fox, gets to send in their next player.
Yeah, the parries are something I do want to highlight, because FKA Shinobi was getting a lot of openings from them. Ken has some very fast shield pressure. But has a lot of mix-ups in it. I feel like Season Curly's was going for some very standard shield pressure a lot of the time. They tried to mix it up towards the end, and it felt like FKA Shinobi was a little bit ahead of them. We're going to see how that varies now. Can Season Curly's find ways to weave in the heavy blows when someone goes in for a parry, or are they just going to keep getting stumped by that defensive option? Up against this Rob right here, we will see. It's going to be non-basic.
Non-basic stepping in on the Rob, and Final Destination, the stage of choice here. And you and I always talk about it, how this stage, it is so volatile, right? You can very quickly lose your stock on this stage. And for both of these players, both of these characters, I feel like they can really beat up upon each other. You know, you talk about it all the time. The advantage state on this stage is just so harsh to get through defensively. And both of these characters are certainly able to do so. But right now, non-basic taking a lot of early percent here, already 86.
Yeah, taking a Shoto to Final Destination is an interesting choice at best. I can understand some ideas. No defensive options, like you said. But by exaggerating the extremes of both of these characters, I feel like Season Curly's comes out on the better end. The one example where I think non-basic is going to have a major advantage is in the ledge trapping, where Season Curly's has basically no mix-ups. So if non-basic is able to pin Season Curly's at the ledge, I feel like non-basic might get their win condition. Otherwise, Season Curly's is going to continue holding on to this slight lead in percent. but still down a stock.
In the corner right now to get forward smash. Low recovery. The up B again, just barely clipping. Tech the stage, but they roll behind and get caught, and they're not going to land the tech, which means it's an easy up B follow-up. Season gets the first stock off a non-basic there, and the lead extends here for Boise State. Season. Another high recovery, forward air once more. Should still be able to recover though. Good up B angle to snap back, but nowhere to run to. Gyro covered so much, and they roll right into the forward smash.
Yeah, that was tough. A ledge jump might have been their only option, but even then, you get caught by that disjoint going up and above that rotor arms, and now there's an opening. Follows the air dodge. You're not getting away. I'm not done with you. Season Curly's holding them at the ledge, has the gyro in hand, but throws it away. They'd rather use their fists. Goes right into the Tatsumaki, hits them out of the forward smash as well, and the short Yukin will even up these stocks right here. Season Curly establishing a major lead for Boise State.
And this is such a huge reason why Season's early lead in that opening match was so big. Holding on to stock number 2 at 150. If they died to that down air, they'd be already done and over. Non-basic would have only dropped 1 stock, but now they might drop the whole game for it. Season recovers low once more. And again, just the fact that that up B covers right above and non-basic not able to shield it or block it, and they get caught right in front to Ken. Not where you want to be. Season Curly's with the up B, and down goes non-basic.
Yeah, the bada bing, bada boom, bada bop right there. Jab, down tilt, up B. Honestly, there's a million ways to get into that Shoryuken. You've seen Ken's find the miracles of all miracles to combo into that. But the variation right there, Season Curly showed why punish game, why execution is arguably that you can have in crew battles, because that trait is what enables you to be explosive. A major punish game and a kill confirm game is what enables you to turn a lost situation where you are, you know, down a stock, down 100%, and get 1 hit. And then all of a sudden they're panicking, they're air dodging away, and you're following the air dodge. Season Curly's did not just have true 0 to deaths, they were reacting to non-basics defensive options and getting ahead every single time. I don't know if they knew exactly what option was that was going to come out, but it didn't matter that they didn't know the exact option, Soy, because if you have a general idea of they want to be away from me, you can find ways to cover that.
Yeah, they had the reads, basically, right? You know, the second they get that opening, and all of a sudden you just kind of get that sense of, all right, you know, most players I've seen who play like this tend to air dodge away or something along those lines, and he was able to track it down and, you know, extend, press a little bit further, get a little bit more percent. And that percent really does matter, especially in a format like this where every stock matters to get that extra bit of chip damage, to get that little bit of extra credit. All of that advantage can make the stock or taking a stock so much easier. And Ken's certainly not short of kill options, as you saw. Season's playing fantastic right now, still holding on to their last stock here for the opening player for the side of the Broncos. And now George Fox, half of their crew done. They need these next 2 players to take down the next 3 and this last stock of Season Curly's.
Yeah, and one tiny detail I want to call out, because both FKA Shinobi tried and failed to edgeguard Season Curly's. Going for that 2-frame, while it is the safe option, they are playing online, there is a delay, and that Shoryuken is fast and deadly. Sometimes you don't want to do that. I think, especially for floaty characters who can linger off stage for a long time, going out and contesting the Tatsumaki, going out and hitting them while they're spinning around or right after they're done is the play. Now, easier said than done, obviously, but both Rob and Sora had the options, had the resources to get out there and contest that recovery. And on this last character, or not last character, they've got 2 more. Donkey Kong coming out to try and put an end to Season Curly's Ken.
And I've always said this about the heavies in SSBU. When it comes to these crew battles, they are just meant for finding a way to take a stock off the board. It feels like the heavies can always do that, but against Ken, it makes the, you know, heavyweights are the double-edged sword of sorts, right? They are combo food at the early percents. but boy, if you let them live, they can quickly answer back those stocks and those percentages. So Cole, we'll see what they can do here. If they can take this last stock off of Seasoned, or Seasoned can continue to extend Boise State's lead. So far, they're finding the early percent here off of a quick interaction. And again, following up on the air dodges.
Oh!
And now look at the advantage. All of a sudden, Cole is at 101 here. Grounded up B will knock them away, but still so much damage has been done.
Yeah, major damage, tries to just get out of there, but they managed to survive that anti-air. But right now, Cole is caught at the ledge, jumps out of disadvantage again, but the uppie will give them an opportunity to edge guard, goes for the aggressive two-frame, but again, Seasoned Curly just goes right to ledge, not dealing with it. They know they can actually get out of disadvantage, and with that forced air dodge, they actually end up taking down Seasoned Curlies. Bit of an anticlimactic finish to that reign, but you're happy it's over. Boise State has more or less lapped George Fox in terms of stocks taken, and it's going to be a long road ahead if George Fox wants to find a way to contest the home team.
Yeah, one full player ahead is Boise State right now, thanks to the efforts of Seasoned Curlies in this opening match of the day. So very strong start for the Broncos here, and now Cole is locked into the Donkey Kong for the rest of this opening match. And that is a huge factor because heavies, again, the double-edged sword. You can either stock tank very well on this character, on these heavyweights, or you can get your stocks quickly eviscerated by very combo-centric characters. So we'll have to see what Boise State lead into. They've got a couple different characters that I think have very strong matchups against Donkey Kong in general, but so far, I mean, again, not a whole lot to go off of for Cole in that opening stock. Got some early percent onto Seasoned, through the first couple seconds of the match, but then it was quickly answered back once they, got into the battle for stage control. So we'll have to see where Cole goes from here.
One aspect of Cole's gameplay I wanted to call out is a very understanding of hit stun. Cole, let's not mince words, was mashing out of disadvantage. They were going for down tilts and up tilts, and it was working. And I feel like they were paying very close attention to how Seasoned Curlies likes to finish off stocks. They don't always go for the full string for the finisher. They go in with a jab. They go in with a down tilt. And there are soft and hard variations of both of those. Actually, angled up tilt, I think, not jab, but either way. That awareness that they're going for these light hits, knowing that they are a heavier character, can come into a huge advantage. Because, Donkey Kong, midair, very bad. Frame 4 air dodge, they're not getting out of anything. But when you have them on the ground, you can take advantage of that lower hit stun you experience as a heavy to get those counter hits, get those big openings. And when all you realistically need is 3 openings as Donkey Kong to take a stock, that is huge. So we're going to see if they can bring that awareness to this next game against Melfor from Boise State.
Melfor stepping on the Banjo and Kazooie, and Banjo is a very interesting character for me when I think of crew battle formats, mostly because of that Wonder Wing. Every stock matters so much more for a character like this because one of the biggest tools in their kit is on limited time. You can only use it 5 times per stock. It's such a strong move, but you get this early combo here, and all of a sudden things are looking a little bit better, but oh my, maybe not so much. Ooh. A quick combo back, quickly answered by another side B. So Melfor seemingly not afraid to burn these side Bs very early on here and try and get themselves the lead, or at least extend this lead for the side of Boise State. So they're going to be able to shield another dash attack, and Cole going in is going to get caught by the up smash. That's 1 stock down for Cole.
You talked about the Wonder Wing. I would argue the strongest application of it in this matchup is you can 2-frame invincibly, lingering with that Wonder Wing. DK is a predictable recovery, Soy. If Cole gets caught at the ledge, Melfor has almost a guaranteed way to finish off that stock
with the 2-frame on the Wonder Wing, but they need to find a way to build up the percent first. They're low on Wonder Wing already, but the combo, the grenade explosion into it, stacking up more percentage, ladder them up to the platform, but can't get the finish, and right now, Cole trying to stabilize.
Such an awkward ladder combo to use the neutral B to knock them up, but it is the perfect kind of follow-up, especially on a stage like PS2 where you got the platform. But look at this, the grab at the high percent, grounding them, and then the follow-up of the up smash puts Cole on their last stock here. And all of a sudden, Melfor, no Wonder Wings available, but surviving, well, timing is everything, isn't it, Miles? As I was about to say they were surviving, but not anymore. The up air from Donkey Kong is able to take it, so Cole strikes back for a stock, but still, look at the combo game of Melfor right now. This Banjo is moving.
You know, you don't think of Banjo as like a huge disjoint character, but the way they're using this egg as a combo tool really does feel like it. Trying to interrupt that recovery and ledge trap with the forward smash. Neither go Melfor's way, but it doesn't matter. They find another opening with the egg, catches the air dodge with the forward air as well. Melfor is pressing their advantage up ahead on the platform. Cole shields. They just want to be safe, and Melfor will not give it to them. There's that hit out of hit stun again, but Cole doesn't get anything for it, Soy. They're just getting stacked up.
Up tilt. And that's gonna do it. Wow, no kill sparks needed. Melfor out of seemingly nowhere runs away with that game and takes down Cole, only dropping a stock in the process, and the Broncos lead extends even further. George Fox are down to their last member.
That is very impressive right there from Melfor, and I like that little mix-up they went for at Cole at the end there, because like you said, no kill sparks, no kill screen. How did that happen? Well, any Banjo, Banjo's not a common character that people play against. People don't know all the kill confirms, and when you run into your average Banjo, they're going to down throw, they're going to up smash. That's what they do. It catches a lot of things, but you can mash out of that. I guarantee you that's what Cole was doing. Mashing it as hard as they can, stick going every direction, trying to get out of there. So you go for a quicker option. You go for that up tilt, you get a guaranteed hit, and if they happen to be DIing the wrong way, then you take those.
Yeah, that is, you know, the case of those throws that bury you are just so what's the term I'm looking for? It's so difficult, right? Because it's such an easy follow-up for the person who gets the grab to then all of a sudden you've got all of these options, and you don't know when your opponent's going to be able to mash out sometimes, but you know, the higher the percent, the more difficult it is. And already the way that Melfor was able to get their combo game online, I mean, it felt like one neutral B, it's reminiscent to me of like Young Link combos, right? One projectile, and all of a sudden here comes another 10%. The next hit is another 15. The next hit is another 10%. And all of a sudden you look at your percentages for Cole and you go, okay, I'm at 0. I got hit by a projectile. Oh, now I'm at 60 all of a sudden. And now they're going for kill moves. Melfor, the number of times they went for forward smash, right? Just trying to catch Cole being aggressive with their landing options. It caught him at least once. Didn't take the stock, but kind of reset the situation. Melfor playing aggressive and fully being able to take charge in that opening game.
Yeah, very impressive play right there from Melfor, showing a mastery of their character. And honestly, I feel like the main thing for Melfor was their ability to capitalize on those stray hits. Young Link-esque, like you mentioned. Like, you don't always know when your projectile is going to hit. But when it does, Melfor does get the advantage. Like, they'll be like coming down from a landing and they'll just throw out an egg. If it misses, we're back to neutral. But if it hits, then all of a sudden you're being carried across stage, up and down, off of the platforms with the weakest of hits, and yet it somehow keeps comboing. Or come down with an egg lay with that bomb. All of a sudden they get popped up, you get the Wonder Wing. That's an edge guarding situation, baby. They found opportunities in every single door they opened. And, well, sometimes the projectile would just miss. But because of the range advantage, it just didn't matter all that much, Soy.
Yeah, and on the flip side for Cole, right, Donkey Kong is a character who has plenty of kill power in their kit, being a heavy character, but could never get to the point where Melfor was at such a high percent. They found a stray up air to take one of Melfor's stocks, but that was really it at the end of the day. We didn't see a whole lot of combo game from them. Couldn't land grabs, couldn't get to the couldn't juggle Banjo, right? And juggling Banjo more or less, depending on the type of player, could be easier, could be more difficult, but just couldn't get Melfor into like a disadvantageous position. And Cole, unable to find those windows, struggled in this matchup because, again, heavies are going to typically lose the early game at those low percentages. They are combo food, especially for people like Melfor who have their combos on lock. But the last member of George Fox is stepping in on the Crocodile, the King K rule, and they're going to FD to try and see if they can bring it all back here against Boise State. It's Mikasa's Abs stepping in as the anchor for the Bruins.
Yeah, and here on Final Destination, we talked about it, advantages exaggerated. You're going to be able to combo them a lot easier. There's no platforms in the way, but no tech chase situations either. And I feel like that's maybe worse for Melfor, who plays off of those extensions a lot. But Melfor's got some tricks in their bag. What does Mikasa Abs have?
So far, playing to the projectile game, throwing out the crown and the cannonball, forcing Melfor to jump. One of the big things, again, we mentioned the Wonder Wing, how big it was. It nearly takes the stock here. But the fact that Melfor, I believe he burned one Wonder Wing at the end of last game on that second stock, but he gets it reset here on this stock too, making those stocks ever more important for Melfor to hold on to. And they're going to maybe find the opener off the roll read there. Could not quite kill off of that up smash. They're able to jump around. The forward air doesn't land, but they get the grab anyway, and there's that up smash once more. Mikasa's Abs dies at 171. That's only 2 stocks remaining now for George Fox.
Yeah, opens up with a jab on this second stock, trying to get the edge guarding situation, but like you said, Melfor, it feels like it's impossible to keep them in disadvantage. They're always flanking with your options. They're always finding ways to stay actionable in the air, stay threatening, ladder you up, stacking on damage a little bit at a time. Right now, Mikasa Abs, their advantage is dissipating before our eyes, Soy.
Forced to the corner once more. Mikasa's Abs at 72% now. They catch the crown back, but another Wonder Wing comes through. Now up to 99. Melfor's at 96, but almost getting the forward smash there, and they get the turnaround grab into a forward throw. So back to center stage goes Melfor. High percents now. Huge stock here for Mikasa's Abs. They take this one, you feel like it's reasonable, but they're going to get hit into the Wonder Wing once more, and Melfor forcing Mikasa's Abs to the last stock. Melfor drops to a dash attack. Last stock apiece here in the opening game. Mikasa's Abs, once again, stuck to the corner here. Just cannot gain stage control.
No jab out of that one that time. Right now, Mikasa Abs still stuck in the corner, but gets the counter right there. Reflection, but they try to blunderbuss. It's canceled out by the Wonder Wing. Melfor only has 4 of those left, and I don't feel like they're going to be that lenient with them. Another down throw right there. No counter for you this time. Another regrab. We're seeing chain grab, Soy. They're keeping it going, but a tech chase situation into a grab of their own. Goes for the spike, but the invulnerability saves Melfor.
So much damage has been done by Melfor here. They're going to take a little bit more, going for those forward smashes. Back air's not going to land into the up air. Nearly kills, but not quite yet. Another Wonder Wing used. 2 remaining. Make that 1 here, but that 1 could do the trick if it lands. Air dodge to get back to the ledge. They get around for the moment. Looking for that up air. They don't find it. There's a grab into the berry. Up smash should do the trick. And off the top they go. Down goes Mikasa's Abs. And Boise State claimed the first match of the day here at the CECC West Qualifier.
What an opener for our round robin stage. Boise State showed that they have come to play as the defending host of the CECC West Qualifier. This right here is, if it's emblematic of what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the day, I am excited, Soy. Boise State only showed 2 of their cards, and both of them were interesting in their own ways. George Fox University had a very nice showing, but unfortunately they could not stand up to the combo potential and the just raw kill power that all of Boise State brought to the table so far.
Boise State's combo game was on lock, and the fact that the players were reading defensive options so well. I mean, even Leodog, right? Or I should say Seasoned, was playing fantastic in the opening rounds. That can put in work this match. And then for Melfor, who, again, I've seen Melfor play maybe once or twice, and they were going Pokemon Trainer in the past, but to have that combo game unlocked for Banjo here in this opening round, fantastic to see. Great start for Boise State. George Fox, of course, day's not done. Plenty of room to improve and grow. Maybe this was their kind of warm-up to the scene, but certainly a lot of work to be done for them, and an interesting character lineup, so we'll be keeping track of that as the day moves forward. But the opening round going to Boise State, a huge win for them.
Yeah, very big win indeed. And I'm excited to hear a little bit more about it because coming up soon, we're going to get an interview with Boise State. Now, they are all together at the LAN in their esports stadium. And I should mention, just due to some travel logistics, we don't have everyone in person at that LAN, which is unfortunate, but we work with what we got, and these teams are coming together to show, to give us a good show and fight for this one qualifying spot for CECC, the grand finals down in Austin, Texas later this year. It's been great to see this, this show so far, and we've got so much more Smash Brothers later.
So much more to go, but that interview will be on the way momentarily. I believe we'll be cutting to a short break to get that set up, but that LAN coming up in May in Texas is what these teams are battling for. Should be a lot of fun to see, and Boise State one step closer off of this victory. But we're going to cut to a short break to see if we can get that interview underway. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Them to the promised land, but it was Moses with a three-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
Southern Arkansas will make a free and clear take on the site unless Moses able to block it down with a 3K. It's all up to the singular Priani, who's nowhere to be found.
IETV, that must have been, he just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once, but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Larrick, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Larrick creates space. And the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides, and Bounce with 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Kalta. Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
I'd like.
But that nice neutral B off stage.
Beautiful snipe.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Larrick, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
oh my god.
seconds. Into game
You don't get much
number
better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, SUNY Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. Get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away, so they know about him close. Well, the Rumble will give it away. Let's tuck the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's
Okay.
over.
Good. All right.
Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. Yummy soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gusto.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, man. Classic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny Canton.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Nurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a cap and buy them a stay of execution.
And with that, folks, ECAC highlights of Week 3 have come to a close.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Welcome back, everybody, to an interview right now. We've got Season Curleys from Boise State, and I'm excited to hear more about this gameplay. How you doing, Season?
I'm doing pretty good. We just came off of our first match of the day. I did pretty good. I took about 6 stocks of the 12 total on their team, so I'm feeling pretty fired up today, yeah.
Yeah, and I gotta ask, what is the energy like in that lab? Are you all playing together?
So right now, we are all over in the conference room over there. There's about 4 of us on our team. And in between each match, we are just doing a lot of brainstorming. Of course, there's a ton of characters in Super Smash Bros., and it is a counter-pickers game. You have to memorize a lot of matchups, and so in between every match, we're brainstorming, trying to figure out what these characters will do next. And so far, I think it's working because we have only went through 2 of our players to take out their 4. So right now, we're up 1 game.
It is really fun to see you play. Your Ken was looking fantastic. Was there any kind of like warm up you guys did to get ready for this match against George Fox?
Oh yeah, well, I'm glad you asked. I don't know about the rest of my teammates, but I got here a little bit earlier than everyone else. I just set up in that room over there. The most important thing for warming up for me is really just getting there early and getting reps in. Just playing online matches, making sure that your hands are warm, because going into a match cold can really, really mess up your game, because you just want to make sure that if you have like a combo. When I play Ken, there's a lot of very important inputs that I have to do in a very specific order, and if I mess that up at all, I can drop combos, and it can even cost me a game. So it's very important for me to get warmed up before I play.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see you putting in the work early on, but I do gotta ask, looking around, you've got a lot of other teams at Boise competing at this LAN on your home turf. So I've got to ask, what is it like hosting this LAN? Are there any teams in particular at your school that you're rooting for?
Well, personally, I love seeing this place packed. So about every week, about on Thursdays, we'll come here and we also do another crew battle that I do with my teammates. And usually it's rather empty, but every once in a while we'll have a group of people in here, and I love seeing everything just packed around. I mean, if you look around me, everyone's playing games. It's great to see a bunch of different teammates. I love, since I have my jersey on, I can see everyone else's jerseys, and it's great just to see that, there's really like a community outside. I've only had experience online, so seeing people in person really, makes things great.
Yeah, that LAN environment is so much fun to see. So you guys get this opening win, feeling confident about it. What's the biggest key for your team moving forward in this pool play?
I think the biggest thing moving forward is that we keep our options fresh. If you keep using the same option, let's say if you're both trying to fight and you keep using the same way to try and get a hit on him, people can adapt. And if they adapt to us and we're not changing, then that means that we can lose stocks and we can eventually lose the match. It's important for us to always stay on our toes, always mix up what we're going to try and do, and rethink our approach, because the moment we stop thinking is the moment that they can start understanding what we're doing. And if they have a chance to adapt, then that is a very bad point for us. So we want to make sure that we keep them on our toes just as much as they are for us.
Very fair. Staying warm the entire day is going to be tough. Can I ask, are you going to be varying your starters? You got some breaks scheduled, gonna get lunch together? How are you gonna keep that energy up?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, I think, you got to have your necessities. You need food, water, all of that good stuff. And also, we got a couple of setups in the room over there. So we, as alongside being able to play online, we also have another setup where we might play against each other, get some other online matches in. You know, we're really thankful right across the street. We got like Chipotle, Panda Express, Mod Pizza. We got a lot of options. So if we ever get hungry, you know, there's always good stuff for us.
Looking forward for you guys. You guys have a couple more round robin pools to play. Is there a team that you were kind of excited to play against, or looking forward to play against? Have you had the chance to kind of scout your opponents for this weekend?
So normally before we play someone, we try and look it up. There's a very good website for looking up Smash Bros. Related stuff called PG Stats. You can look up players, you can look up teams, events, and all sorts of things like that. But some teams that I'm kind of excited to look for is there's a couple of people from California. I came up to Idaho a couple years ago. I'm originally a California resident, but it's kind of cool to see that, you know, I'm playing against some people from my like home area. Like SDSU is up here. I was about an hour north from San Diego, so it's kind of cool to see some familiar faces that I'm going to be playing against.
Yeah, very, very nice. And as we're looking to wrap up, do you have anyone you want to shout out here on the main stream before we head over to Rocket League?
I just want to shout out my friends and family for being really supportive of me. I want to shout out my girlfriend for always watching my streams. Hey, Brooke. And I just want to shout out my friends because, you know, I'll send them the Twitch link whenever I am on stream and they all go and watch it. And, you know, it's really nice that I have like my community from all over watching me, and I really appreciate that.
Awesome. Love to hear it. All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Season. Congrats on the win, and we'll see you later for your matchups coming up as the day goes on.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, that was Seasoned coming off of the win over George Fox. And Miles, fantastic start to our day. Great opening match.
Yes, it was. And I'm really excited to see everything we've got going on. But not here, because here on Esports U, the main channel, they are going to be heading over to Rocket League in just a couple of minutes. Us, we're going to be continuing Smash Brothers all day long on Esports U2. So if you want to be watching Smash Brothers, come on over to Esports U2 with us. But if you want to watch some Rocket League, stay right here, because it's going to be coming on right after this quick break coming up soon.
to the Boise State Esports Arena with the coverage of the CECC West Regional Qualifiers. If you're just tuning in, we just watched Boise versus George Fox in the Super Smash Bros. Brothers Ultimate Bracket. But now it's time to tune in to Rocket League. Hello, everybody. My name is Oliver Bash, alongside by none other than Pyro J. And my goodness, Pyro, we've been waiting a long time for this one. The West Qualifiers have arrived, and today we get to decide, well, maybe not today, tomorrow, technically this weekend, we get to decide who's heading out to Arlington for the national championships. There's a single spot to give out here at the qualifiers, and well, we're actually kicking this one off with some of the teams that might be able to compete for it. We've got UCLA versus Arizona for our very first match.
It's going to be a good one. UCLA, absolutely one of those teams we want to watch, as well as U of A. But we've got plenty of teams in this format, folks. We've got 3 groups. Those group stages of 11 teams is going to boil down to just 8 that are going to duke it out for that one spot for the national CECC tournament. Not just that on the line, $2,000 worth of prize pool as well, Bass. A lot of stuff to work for these teams today.
There's a ton to play for, and a ton of teams to play as well. You mentioned 3 groups. We've got 2 groups of 4, as well as also a group of 3 as well. And the crazy thing about that is that it's a little bit of a different format than what most people might be expecting for groups here. So normally you're thinking of groups round robin. This is more double elimination. So groups of 4, it's going to be top 2 seeds, or I guess technically top seed versus bottom seed. Then 2 teams in the middle. Winners of that are going to move on to a second round where they will play for the top seed. But it's really those bottom 2 seeds you want to pay attention to, because that is going to be where the elimination happens. A single team out of each of these groups are going to be heading out here in the group stage. And Pyro, I don't think we can overestimate how incredibly important it is to also get a good seed, because it's going into a single elimination bracket, meaning it's do or die for these guys. If they don't do well through the group stages, all of a sudden they're coming up against a pretty tough opponent in their first round.
Oh yeah, the top 4 are looking deadly here in this tournament. But the key is today, just for this group stage alone, this first block of games, get a win. Okay, in your first 2 games, get a win. You will survive to that bracket format. Now, we do got to talk about the first match that is up here, Bats. U of A versus UCLA. Why don't we get down to it? Why don't we introduce these teams?
Yeah, UCLA going to probably be the more, I'd say, popular of the 2 teams at this one. So I will say UCLA, not necessarily the strongest roster here, but they're definitely somewhere within our top 4. The top 4 teams that we're probably going to be looking at throughout this entire day, first 2 are going to come down to, by far, Boise as well as Oregon. But on top of that, UCLA, definitely not a slouch in any stretch of the imagination. Talo, Control, and Valiant. So this is an interesting team, too, because, again, most people are looking at this thing, you know, what's the biggest accomplishment you can get to? What's the highest sort of rank of leagues? And a lot of these guys are looking at CRO, Collegiate Rocket League. These guys were not only close to getting into Collegiate Rocket League, they were about a series away twice. So they're able to compete with the best of the best, just unfortunately haven't been able to get over that hurdle quite yet. But maybe today, here and now, they can get a little bit of early momentum in the group stages and have that propel them.
I think this land performance as well is going to be exactly what they need to get over that next hurdle, right? UCLA, not just this first match, but the entire event is a big point in time for them to make that case for themselves. However, there's another team that's looking to make a case for themselves. University of Arizona going to be competing against UCLA. We've got 3 outstanding players from this side as well. Panic being one of them, Wildcats over there as well as Radiant Hydra. So this University of Arizona, you know, it's not the first time that we're seeing them compete in the collegiate space. This is historically a squad that you're going to see out here. And though these players aren't, you know, the same players that you'll see out of U of A, we're still expecting a lot from them today.
Yeah, this is a very historied university. Arizona, one of the first teams in CRL and Collegiate Rocket League, really in the collegiate space for competitive Rocket League at all. And although the roster has had many changes over the years with a lot of the veterans on that program dipping out and, you know, well, graduating, that's kind of how time works. This is a brand new roster, one that really has to kind of shine here. Because, again, they come out bottom seed of their group facing the top seed out of UCLA. So we're not necessarily expecting them to be able to put up an insane fight, but we've got faith in them. They got to do something special here. And if they can do something special, I have full faith in them to give us a heck of a series.
Absolutely. Listen, and that's what it's all about. We talk about it so much, right? This is a lot of players' first time traveling to a land, right? This isn't just playing some Rocket League online in your bedroom. This is a stage. You have a crowd. We have people here that you can see. So it's special in that regard. Not only is it first time for these players to travel for their own esport, but also maybe that we've got some seniors on the board here as well. This could be one of the last times they're competing with their squad here. There's a lot of that emotional value to this match as well, just outside of just competing for the prize pool.
Yeah, that prize pool is pretty sweet, though. I think we mentioned it a couple times here. But top 2 teams are the ones that are actually walking away with money here. It is $2,000 to the top 2, $1,500 to first, $500 to second. And that's for every one of these games. So for Rocket League, you know that these guys are going to be competing at the best of their abilities. Again, UCLA, kind of a favorite to be able to make it out of this group at the #1 seed. And although it is not a guarantee, this is really going to be the test for them. Because, again, as much as they have been good in the past, now they kind of got to prove themselves. They really do have to start off the day with a win, really show that they are going to be a threat, and then get into the playoffs with a lot of momentum.
Yeah, get that top seed is going to be really important. You know, we talk about the prize pool. We talk about that bid to the CECC as well, the national thing. But can we get a pan to this trophy as well? Okay, come on now. Look at this gigantic thing. This is bigger than my head over here. You get to display this in your esports arena. There it is. Look at this shiny, beautiful thing, okay? That's also what these players are competing for, the bragging rights, the big trophy. I mean, we're here in the Boise State esports arena right now. They've got their trophy case, and it's looking dang good. You know these teams want to add this to their repertoire as well.
Especially considering the fact that this is shout out to Esports U. They're doing a broadcast here. They're doing a whole thing. This is an Esports U trophy, something I don't believe Boise has in their case. They've got a lot of different stuff, but you want to be trying to take this one home, especially if you are Boise, who, in my opinion, comes into this one the #1 seed. As much as we are saying that, you know, this is kind of a toss-up between our top 4, it really does come more down to the fact that it is Boise versus Oregon right now that seem to be the favorites coming into this, but there's a little bit of history there because of the fact that Oregon and Boise actually faced off this week in Collegiate Rocket League. Game 5, nail-biter, and Oregon actually ends up coming out on top. The good thing, though, is that wasn't when Durtho was on land. Durtho, probably the star player here for Boise, is quite a Lanimal, and it's a self-proclaimed one as well as also every caster in the scene. When I told them that I was doing this, they went, yeah, just watch Durtho. Just do me a favor. Just watch Durtho and see what happens here. So it's a different environment. When you are on land, there's a lot more pressure. There's a lot more at stake, and some of those riskier plays are going to probably get punished at a more frequent basis. So you got to be careful. When you're in an environment like this, every little thing that you do matters, especially in a game of Rocket League and especially in a best-of-5. No best-of-7s until we get to the grand final. So if you slip up even for a couple of games, that could be your downfall.
Yeah, no breathing room here in the best-of-5 group stage. I think we only hit best-of-7 towards the finals point. So it's going to be a while until you get that long-standing series. So these teams got to show up. And you're not messing around when you talk about Durtho, Bass. I'll tell you what. We heard from other people that he's a Lanimal. We heard from himself today.
Yeah,
he is a Lanimal as well. We've even got the posters here. If you haven't been to the Boise State Esports Arena, by the way, you got to come look at the stage. They've got posters of the players from previous events as well with their tongue out. Jamming, so excited about the energy is palpable. You can feel it. So the players, listen, there might be a first match of the day right here, but I think as it goes on and these players feel more and more comfortable competing at the live stage, it's just going to get better and better.
Yeah, this really is one of these things where we're starting off the day with a, relatively standard matchup. We have a feeling this is going to get is going to be relatively one-sided, but as time goes on, we're going to get closer and closer. We're going to have some more of those upper bracket matchups that we spoke about before, because again, it's 3 teams coming out of these groups of 4. It's only 2 teams coming out of the groups of 3, but the reality is that once you do get a round in, you're starting to see the narrower competition. Somebody's going home based on one of the matchups. Somebody is going to the first seed based on one of the matchups. So be prepared. We got a long day ahead of us here for Rocket League, as well as all the other games that are being played here. And, well, I think we're just about ready to get into our very first matchup of Rocket League. Like we said, it is none other than UCLA, it is none other than Arizona, and it is none other than our very first match of the night. A best-of-5 to determine our first winner here at the West Regional Qualifier. Pyro, I'm ready to get into it.
I think the players are as well, and Talo, are you kidding me? We're going to get a look at the replay here as to how this all transpired, and oh dear, already starting off hot.
Well, I'm going to be honest, this is kind of usually how it goes. Kickoff goal, not necessarily a bit outside of the norm, but it's not going to be fun for Arizona here. As now they got to try and play from behind. First real possession here for Arizona. What more can they do with it? Gusnov taking this one out to the sidewall with Talo. Will quickly meet them and almost get a follow-up touch in the midfield. This is something you guys are going to have to pay attention to on the day. A lot of these teams are going to try and play pressure defense out at midfield just due to the fact that, again, nerves are going to be high. Misplays like that going to be so commonplace. But punishments like that out of control, probably not usually going to go off target.
We do have some of those defensive miscues here. Could be the land nerves, could be getting those engines revved and trying to get them heated early on. Talo could add a second to their tally early on, and in the first minute, they'll do just that.
Oh, Talo proving themselves to already be a threat. Same with Control here. A great 50-50 sets them up beautifully with Panic and Howdy both in the net. Neither one of them can make a touch. And again, we're expecting this out of UCLA. They are the stronger team coming into this one, and I don't expect them to hold back whatsoever.
What do you think this is like, how the tone setter is so much more important here, Bass, especially on land, getting the team riled up, getting them ready, getting them fired up?
All right, well, I'm showing that Control, not only can they be able to assist their teammates, they can also score when they need to. A bit of a miss off the backboard, quick punishment here, and again, this is what we are expecting. UCLA are not going to hold any punches here at this point. They are trying to prove themselves in the first round. Well, they've already proven themselves within the first minute.
I gotta say, Bass, Control is aptly named because card control is one of the things he's been sporting in this first minute of the series already. Not only the 50-50 to set up Talo on the second goal, but also that positioning on the backboard, being able to come back around the ball and take the shot as well. He's taking a real leadership role on this team, whether he's assisting or taking the shots here.
Yeah, at this point, leadership's probably going to be the main thing that gets them through this game, as well as consistency. Again, when you're in a game like this where you know that you have the advantage, all you have to really do is play a standard game of Rocket League, which, again, easier said than done, but at the end of the day, you really do have to try and play as aggressively as you can to kind of make your mark, as we've been talking about. It's early days here for the West Regional Qualifier, so these teams trying to prove themselves. Again, especially UCLA, who are one of the favorites coming into this, but as we've mentioned multiple times, have not been able to make it to necessarily the highest peaks of collegiate Rocket League at this point. So they're trying to prove themselves against teams like GCU who have made it there, against teams like Oregon and Boise who are currently in CRL. They've been close so many times, but if they can take a win here, if they can really prove themselves going into the playoffs, it's going to give them tons of momentum. Right now, all the momentum in their favor. They scored 3 goals within the first minute. They're looking for a 4th, and they just might find it here. Talo adds on to the tally and finds a hat trick already.
Yeah, and you know what? This was off of a long standing offensive pressure here. The possession working just in their favor, and it's Control. It's Talo to never give up on the play. You'll see them hounding their opponent's goal, just trying to pick off those last little touches. That one working fantastically for themselves, earning themselves a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, this has been a pretty dominant start here out of UCLA. Again, we didn't necessarily expect anything but that, but I would say the first half of the game being 5-0 already, we're not even at halftime. Yeah, this is just kind of rubbing salt in the wounds at this point. UCLA, you've already done the work at this point. Now you're just taking a victory lap.
Well, you said so much about how this team wants to prove a point, right? Prove that they can be the top team at this event. You don't want to make one misstep throughout this entire journey. It doesn't matter what team you're playing against. It doesn't matter what game you're in. You want to prove to the best of your potential on every single play where you can, and I think that's what we're seeing here in Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. This has just been such a, I wouldn't say back and forth as much as a dominant start for UCLA, and it's kind of what we expected. The main thing I'm looking for now is where's Arizona's response? They're finally getting some offense together here, but a quick dispossession is only going to find its way into the hands of Talo, who I don't think is going to be able to stay on this ball, but unless out of miss out of Howdy and out of Goosenev, Panic's got to make the save on defense, but with a wide open net and an easy shot for Control, let's make it 6-0 just past halftime.
Yeah, you got to consider as well the shot efficiency right now from UCLA. We're talking, I think, 7 shots to 6 goals. That's almost 100% on their shot taking right now. Everyone seems to be finding the back of the net. The defenders, Bass, at some point, they're going to have to find a way to put a hand up.
You'd think so. You'd like to hope so at this point, but unfortunately, Arizona having a bit of difficulty just due to their misses right now. A lot of 50-50s going completely the direction they're not hoping for. That's a pretty clean 50-50 out of Howdy, but can they do anything more with it? Control and Talo trying to do a little bit more in response, but Howdy, again, another good 50-50. This is something Arizona's going to need to start keying in on. They need to be able to beat out these challenges before they even turn into a threatening shot, because over and over again, UCLA just controlling the offense.
And they're trying to get it back in their favor right now. It's going to be a midfield pass out to Control. No give and go there. It's just a high pop that Howdy's going to have to meet here. Get a touch on Control, but will opt for that boost, and they do have a good connection here downfield. Oh, and the interception. Just at every single step, it appears that UCLA are farther ahead of them. One step ahead, it seems, as they intercept that passing play.
They're doing a great job both on midfield, defense, offense, pretty much all around. They've had control over this game, but a chance now for Arizona to respond. Howdy into the corner. What more can Panic do with it? Unfortunately, not quite able to wrap themselves around that one out of midfield, and this is about as free as they come. Control going to take this one themselves, put on another hat trick. That is now 2 players with hat tricks for UCLA.
What I will say that I like out of University of Arizona right now is they're trying to posture for the counterattacks, right? When you're boiled down to your back third for so long, you've got to make a play for the quick counter, the breakaway. And those passes are just still being interjected by UCLA. They're not finding a way out, and when you put so many resources to the counterattack, you're left alone on defense. So that does afford a 7 goal for UCLA. We might tack on another before we get to this final minute, except the ball goes to the board, to the wayside.
I'd love to at least see 1 goal for Arizona here. A, just to see that they, have that ability to really threaten UCLA when it comes to their defense, but also, haha, funny number, we could get a Brazil here in the very first game of the day. And honestly, that's always a pretty good bode. It bodes well for the rest of the day here. But unfortunately for Arizona, they haven't had many chances. Here is one, but the shot goes wide. Panic cherry picking downfield, but as the pass comes to them, unfortunately, they can't quite find the shot.
I gotta say, I like that cheeky touch, though, from Panic. That's a tough angle to find, and they were just close to it. Gotta pop up for this save. Can't meet it from Control.
Control and Taylor probably going to be the main 2 names we're going to be talking about here today for UCLA, and well, aptly so. Both of them now with 4 goals here in this first game. They found themselves 8 total, literally the 2 of them being the heavy lifting here. And, well, if the game wasn't already set in stone before, it pretty much is now. 29 seconds to go. There may be a chance for a response at Arizona to kind of build some momentum, but outside of that, this one's been long done for a long while, and Taylor knows that. Doesn't necessarily need another goal. They're just trying to let the clock tick away.
Well, that last kickoff sequence was very much demonstrating how this series has gone. It was 2 players trying to beat each other to the ball, and it was just UCLA to outpace U of A. That's how the game has gone. The pace has been unrelenting from UCLA, as have the goals been. You couldn't ask for a better start from this squad. In game number 1, they'll take it.
Absolutely. UCLA, we said that they need to start off with a boom, and they did more than just that. This is an incredible stat line all around. You can see it here. Just look at the left side of your screen and look at how many shots they took, how many goals they scored, the absolute dominance here that we were finding out of UCLA early on. Again, Arizona started to kind of control that game a little bit more towards the back half of it, but unfortunately by that point it was far out of their control and really out of comebackable position. So Arizona, hoping you guys can start off a little bit stronger here in the second game, keep it close early on, maybe not concede as many goals within the first minute, and then maybe we'll get a little bit more of a back and forth.
Again, there's that willingness to create the attack on the counter. I like the passing plays a lot of the time. Teams, when they're confined to their back half, they'll just try and get it cleared. They'll just try and get the ball out of the back line so that they can breathe, so that they can grab boosts. But instead, we're seeing those clears turn into passing plays from an upwards player. That's what's going to start to catalyze chances for this offense. Of course, there's still work to do on the defensive side, but you have to make improvements wherever you can at this point.
At this point, you really do have to try and just make the little things work out, because it feels like right now that's a big issue for Arizona, is that although they're starting to get some 50-50s, they're not really controlling them. They're not building them into greater offenses, and on top of that, a lot of risky plays that you can't really try on land. As much as dives are a good idea, they're going to catch opponents off guard when the ping's a little bit bad. When you guys are both playing on 0, that doesn't really work anymore. So at this point for Arizona, they got to kind of look for a different strategy here. Try to play a little bit more rotationally and cut out some of these plays before they begin, because a lot of this feels like last-second desperation dives, and that doesn't work against a team like UCLA, who seem all but too comfortable here in this first game.
Couldn't agree more. The foundational elements of those rotations can pay off big time, especially when you're getting your boost stolen, especially when you might not be winning all the 50-50s. If you're communicative and you've got that defense rolling, it could work out for this team. We will dive into game number 2. Remember, folks, just a best-of-5 first team to 3 is going to snag the win against the other.
Yeah, at this point, you have to be putting your bets on UCLA, but again, do not count Arizona out yet, especially considering we got a little bit of a substitution here. No longer do we have Panic in this one, and we now have Radiant Hydra and Wildcats on the board, and this is pretty big because these are the 2 players that are on the starting roster here. Arizona trying to give a little bit of a shine of light to everybody, but I do expect Wildcats and Radiant Hydra to really take this team up to another level.
Could bring a little spice into this team. I like to see it. Bouncer on the backboard, and Gustav very close to the shot as well. Wildcats have to be careful here. The boost grab, the containment to the corner, they're reacting to this well.
Yeah, this is kind of what we were looking for out of the first game out of Arizona. Now they're starting to get some offense together, and now they're also looking like they got some open space on defense. No longer are we just seeing domination out of UCLA when it comes to control of the offense, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they have lost all control as well. Out of midfield, they'll restart yet again. Control goes up, tries to link up with Taylor. It will not work as Taylor technically saves the ball, but Control there to rebound.
I don't know what you're talking about, Bass. This was all drawn up from the beginning. Yeah. Control, no double reset needed, just the extra edge. And listen, when you throw resets into the play, when you throw two players that could take the shot, it makes the defense crumble. You have to react to so many different scenarios, and in that case, it works out for UCLA, but Arizona trying to fight back and fight back early.
I think that's the first registered shot I've seen in this game, and I think they only had one registered shot through the last one as well. So Arizona showing they do still have some bite left in them here. The Wildcats not going to go down easily, but Talo is determined to try and stunt similar to the first game. An offense building up here for UCLA, but it's doinked out to their own half. They're going to have to restart again. Control, pass out to Talo, cut out by Gustav, and now Wildcats on the sidewall might have a chance. Pass out center, who is there, Radiant as well as also Gustav. Neither one of them able to make a touch though. Goes up to Wildcats out of midfield to try and corral this one and keep the offense alive. Arizona playing a lot more patient right now, Pyro. Feels like they're trying to control this game, recognizing that risky play style that we were critical of in the first game is not going to work here in the second.
And guess where that control is coming from? The midfield. Their presence there is so much more prominent than game one, and it's making UCLA double think about their approaches. However, you don't want to give that space to control because he'll take advantage.
A double touch from the heavens, and honestly, a deserved one as well. Great first touch, and even better one to take it around. And look at Talo doing some of the heavy lifting by just taking out the defender. And not demo on the line, but pretty dang close. And well, this one closer than the first game, but it is still in favor of UCLA. 2-0 here, but 2 minutes gone. So Arizona definitely putting up a heck of a lot more of a fight here in the second game of the series.
Yeah, while that midfield pressure has increased, kind of improved from Arizona, still the defense looks so strong from UCLA. We've had some registered shots from Arizona, but they've been turned away. Good rotation there. Talo has good backboard defense to be able to clear that away. Finds control in the midfield. A couple extra touches there almost from the corner, but Gustav takes it away, clears it out.
Oh, chance now for Arizona the other way. Some good pressure here. Gustav off the ceiling, has their flip, but is quickly beat out by Control, who, my goodness, speaking of their name, a lot of control out of midfield here to just keep this one in the Arizona half, but he stays there momentarily. Gustav looking for a dunk off the backboard, but Honk will keep that one out. Talo will try and start up an offense now for UCLA. This is a very different Arizona than we saw in the first one, Pyro. Over and over again, this team not only getting pressed into their half, but playing a solid defense and then turning it into a counterattack to truly threaten UCLA.
Also, so many boost grabs, though, from UCLA right now. They're trying to deplete the resources right now from Arizona. I think it could work, especially if the shot off the backboard. Gustav not in good position for the save. There's the shot, and Talo adds to the tally.
They put on their first of the game, but they've had basically 2 assists. They didn't assist the second goal, but they did find a bump to basically set up their opponents. And this time, they'll be playing a little bit more selfish. Take this goal themselves, dunk it off the backboard, and, well, give UCLA a 3-0 lead going into the last about 100 seconds. Arizona, again, putting up a better fight here in the second game, but unfortunately for them, their offenses have been kind of lackluster when it comes to the final shots.
Yeah, it does come down to the solo plays almost in game number 2, because though that last goal was off of some long-standing pressure, some of the other plays have just been those double tap from the air dribble plays up the midfield, and just got to be so careful if you're Arizona to not give that time, that space, that boost to these players. Wildcats trying to get this ball away. Gustav a good 50-50, and Wildcats, straight to the net here. There's the bump on the defender! Massive for Arizona!
And you can hear the crowd roar. They've been wanting Arizona to get into this game, and finally they have. Wildcats, a beautiful shot, and honestly, heavy lifting there, though, coming out of Radiant. That is a huge bump. That is a huge play. And Arizona, their first goal of the series now with 75 seconds left. Can they build upon it and find themselves at least in overtime here in game number 2?
You've got to admit the key to victory right now is Arizona making UCLA feel uncomfortable playing disruption. But UCLA very much in their comfort zone near their opponent's goal line.
I think UCLA saw this one and went, all right, you know what? You want to get a goal back into this? Let's just go all-out offense. All 3 players diving for this ball, but eventually the final shot will be found, and they find themselves yet another goal. 4-1 here. That little bit of a molehill is now turned into a mountain, as now they need 3 goals within a minute. And I'm not saying that's impossible, but I am saying it's pretty darn improbable.
It's going to be tough, but Arizona starting to fire away. They've got to get a save here. Wildcats manages, but Control still making it difficult for this team. 2 misses there. Talo with the shot. That's off the post. Wildcats can't get there, and Control manages to find the goal. That should do it for this game.
Second hat trick in a row here out of Control. They found 4 goals in the first. They find 3 here in the second, and, well, I bet you they find the win as well. 5-1, just as soon as it looks like U of A have a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. Is quickly snuffed tossed out, and unfortunately, they're now going to have to go for the reverse sweep. 45 seconds left. I would bet on a lot of times that there's technically a chance. Here, the way UCLA have been playing, they've been giving very little chances to Arizona. A single goal through about 9 minutes of play. Pyro, I think, like I said, we're going to the reverse sweep here for U of A.
We got to talk about what that first goal from Arizona did, because it's kind of it's a little bit of good, a little bit of bad. Oh, nice tap there from Talo and denied. Because, yeah, it gave Arizona a goal, but it awoken the beast.
Yep.
UCLA, they responded with 2 high-powered shots, high-powered goals, and, well, kind of put Arizona back where they were at the start. So clock treads down to single digits. Gusnov does have a dribble here, can't get it past Honk. Honk with a tap there, maybe a second touch here. Talo in the equation, but there's the clear, and there's the timer. Game 2's up, and UCLA 1 away from winning their first match.
Yeah, they look more than just dominant right now. They look like even when push comes to shove, they seem to have an answer every single time, and I feel like that is the biggest issue that we are running into right now, is that even when it looks like Arizona's getting back into this game, all of a sudden there's a quick response, and they're not quite sure what to do afterwards. So it's not completely out of control here for Arizona, but it definitely feels like they're still having a bit of difficulty when it comes to kind of getting over the hump that is UCLA, especially that midfield. It feels like if they are ever finding an attack, it's off of a counterattack, not necessarily sustained pressure, which is usually where you're looking for in Rocket League, not necessarily those one-off chances.
I think we have to capitalize on that midfield.
Yeah.
It's so important right now because they started the game out, U of A, with great control, great presence right at that half-court line, but as soon as it's given up, as soon as it is, control with 100 boost just takes it right down Broadway Street, air dribble, double tap. You can't give a little smidge of that space offered to UCLA because we see what they do with it.
Yeah, UCLA have kind of proven that they can score from really anywhere, whether it's a bump play, whether it's a double touch off the backboard. Heck, you guys haven't even seen flip resets yet, but I'm pretty sure that they have them in their back pocket. And if they start using those, this series is going to be over. And honestly, I'm not surprised if it will go 3-0 here. UCLA, like we said, the favorites coming into this one, they were the clear favorites by a long shot. But unfortunately, Arizona, even with their best efforts, have only been able to find 1 goal through about 10 minutes of play. Question is whether or not they can find a second here, and can they find themselves their first win of the series? There is a chance, but a substitution is going to make it so that they have to retry the rotations all over again. Gusnov staying in this one, but Howdy and Panic now back on the table, and Control is going to punish them for it. A beautiful setup. Honk might be the one with the goal here, but it is Control doing the heavy lifting.
It most certainly is. But I do like Honk getting in the equation here. I believe first goal in the series for that player, second maybe. And hey, what's important is everybody getting an equation right now. So good to see out of UCLA, that momentum really swinging in their favor.
Yeah, honestly, I wasn't surprised to see that early goal. I think the only thing is that I'm just a little bit sad because I want Arizona to keep this one close, but they need to play some defense if they want to do exactly that. Also, somebody's got to cut out Control here. Panic, the one to do so. Heeding the call, and now can they turn it into an offense? Unfortunately not. Honk, a decent touch out of midfield will now reset up UCLA, but Gusnov gets around too. A little bit of dancing here. The tip tap, not going to be enough though to get past the final defender. Howdy off the backboard, could give a second chance though. Gusnov in the corner, what more can they do with this? Set up center, Howdy's there, shot off target. And UCLA, although they are not finding themselves down a goal or even at a tie game here, it's clear Arizona are not going down without a fight.
Gusnov a little bit on that ball change strategy, but it's kind of paying off.
Oh yeah.
It's intercepting and not giving UCLA time that they usually have. Meteor strike from Gusnov.
You can hear the crowd. They're going wild for a reason. This is an ego challenge of just ultimate proportions. Gusnov reads that touch off the ceiling, says, you know what? I'm done with you guys having aerial superiority. Let me just take this one away from you and let me tie up the game. The first time Arizona has had a tie game with goals in it this entire series.
Yeah, other than that 0-0 scoreline that they enjoy, that clean slate at the start, they're going to enjoy even more. The 1-1 scoreline, however, we saw what happened last time Arizona scored. UCLA responded in dominant fashion. Will they be able to do that again with this possession? Honk takes on 2 defenders, beats them, steals the boost, and is trying to take them out any which way that they can, but Gusnov continuing to create a display.
Gusnov, my MVP for Arizona right now. They haven't necessarily done it all, but they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Panic has to do a bit of lifting there to try and get that clear out. But UCLA still on the prowl, still on the attack. And Taylor with a punishment. My goodness, what a shot.
Well, you mentioned aerial superiority. superiority, and Talo has dominated that for quite a while today. Great read there on the backboard, finding the net, and, well, getting the lead back rather swiftly.
Yeah, this is kind of what happens. Sometimes we talk about that poke the bear attitude. You're going to wake them up out of hibernation. All of a sudden, UCLA, which were going for pretty standard approaches to offense before, now going for some more of those aerial acrobatics, trying to stunt a little bit, if you will. Control trying to do the same. First touch, not going to get past Guznov, though. Again, the star-studded defender here has done a good job of cutting out most of the approaches the UCLA have had. Can they get a flick in response, though, to find their second tied game of the series? Unfortunately not, and unfortunately this one goes all the way down to the Arizona end, and it might result in a goal, if not for a 50-50, and if not for a second save out of Panic here. We're seeing a lot better play so far out of Arizona, but unfortunately for them, they are still down a goal. Might be another one, there it is, to add on to the tally as Control finds themselves yet another goal and a 3-1 lead.
I think this maybe would have been Gusnov's third big save in a row just on that singular possession. You can't rely on one player to be able to make all of those stopping plays. It's making that Octane look gigantic on some of the 50-50s near the goal line, but again, can't do it all.
And honestly, I want to highlight what you were talking about coming into this game, where it's the different approaches UCLA have, whether it's double touches off the backboard, passing plays to the center. In this game, solo plays by far. Only a single one of these 3 goals have been assisted, so it's really going to show the UCLA, every single one of the players on this team is capable of being a star-studded striker and really punishing when it counts. The good thing is, though, for Arizona, they got 2 minutes to go, and this is by far the best game that they have played. But a miss on defense is going to cause them a problem. Guznov there to bail out their teammate, but unfortunately now, they're going to have to restart from the sidewall. Boost in the tank, center shot, not going to be enough. Where's the follow? Panic in a 1v1, Control gets it around, pass out to Talo off the backboard, denied by Guznov. And yet again, Arizona showing they are not going to give up, even when the cards are against them.
No, not giving up. Not one which way, but Howdy does need to make a touch here. That's fantastic, but it's right into Talo's hand. Still has boost on this play. There's the reset. Pulls in the defenders, baits them all in. Can they take advantage of this play now? It is going to be a chance, but Guznov does find that mighty clear. You know, I do like the way that every player from Arizona is getting the equation. Panic is making sure that first challenge is in order to force some of the players out and pass it away, or it's a bump, or it's a demolition. Everyone's trying to get on their case, but they're still stuck in their back third.
And the big issue for them right now is it seems like Boost is just running low over and over again. What you just saw to Control there is a Boost steal in the corner of Arizona, and they're not quite sure how to string plays together as a result. Boost not trying to do it by themselves. Might even give a shot out to Howdy, but it goes a little bit wide to the corner and bounces. And unfortunately for Arizona, time ticking away. A single minute left here if they want to try and keep this series alive. And not only do they need a goal, they got to stop Control, and eventually they do. And maybe even give a shot out to Panic. They go for a 50-50, and it will set up Arizona for what could be a very important offense. Off the backboard, Guznov only finds a 50-50. Panic finds a shot, and a triple commit out of UCLA. You can see it, the defense scrambling to survive. There's a chance here. If Arizona can find a goal now, they can maybe find another and send us to an overtime.
They got to make sure they don't have time to get boost to be able to make those double and triple commits. Those should be punished. Not be able to make plays like that out of it, but it is Guznov around the other way, pass out the backward. Howdy's there for the shot, but it's saved well by Control. They had just saved this series. Control can't get that extra touch, but it is honked to the corner, and it looks like they've trailed enough seconds off of the clock, let alone a miracle now for Arizona. 5 seconds, and that should do it. Guznov with a clear, honk, intercepts, and they will be taking their victory lap, their victory aerial here towards the win. UCLA will take it in 3.
UCLA, they were carried by their offense through the first 2 games, but it is their defense that wins them the final one. Soon as Arizona starts to come to life, and they are very quick to shut them down no matter the cost. A great game out of Arizona, honestly one that I am glad to see, because again, they come into this one the bottom seed of their group, but are still able to get a couple goals off of UCLA and give them a heck of a run for their money. Well done to Arizona. It's not the last we're going to see of these guys. They still have another chance in the lower bracket where they will face whatever opponent that comes up against them, but it will be do or die at that point. Elimination is going to be the next step for them if they're not careful. So, Arizona, not a bad start, but UCLA, a great start for sure.
No doubt about it. And I have to say about University of Arizona, I appreciate them getting everyone in the mix there, getting some stage presence, being able to switch out the rosters, and still being able to formulate some punches against a very tough team of UCLA. That speaks volumes towards the deep roster and everyone that University of Arizona tried to bring out to this event and get some action on the stage. So I love to see that, but UCLA definitely with the start they're going to want here. They'll move on to that game either against, let's see, this is Group B, Weber State University or Utah State University, whoever wins in that matchup.
And that's going to be a hard one for them as well. Weber and Utah, both two teams that have experience within the collegiate scene. They've played in a multitude of different events, trying to basically get as much experience as they can. We were talking about this yesterday, where it's really interesting. Weber State has been able to find themselves some good results within the CCA Opens, really a more open space to any collegiate teams that want to compete. But their JV team's actually the one that's competing right now. So, hey, listen, we respect the grind, we respect the hustle, and we appreciate what you guys are doing here. Unfortunately, though, that hustle means that Arizona's got a tough task ahead of them. Even if it does seem like they have a chance here, it's not going to be an easy battle no matter how you slice it.
I agree. I mean, whether it's Weber State University or their main roster or their JV team, the point is that all these orgs, all these rosters, all these colleges, their teams are bringing out whoever they can. This experience, we have to talk about the LAN experience again. These are players that get to travel for the first time as an esports athlete. I even interviewed some of these players before we even got to this stage, and they just talked about how important this moment is for them to be able to represent their own university for this stage. So it's great to see. There you go. You have the Weber State University JV squad that we will see up next. You got Deathcab, Sucka, and Speed 35. This is, again, a deep roster that we're going to be able to see compete here today.
Yeah, this is an interesting roster as well because, again, they are truly some of the best competition we have here just because they are competitors. Maybe their skill is not necessarily up to par with some of the top four that we have here, some of those CRL teams, but they are absolutely competitors who are going to give it their all. It's very clear that they are grinding. It's very clear that they are dedicated to what they are doing. The question is whether or not, though, they're going to be able to really step up to the test. That is the #1 seed in this entire thing. It is Boise. And, again, Boise, for those that do not know, they are not only a team with a historied roster, but they are a team that has been getting better and better as time has gone on. Durtho, the captain of this team in my eyes here, has been recruiting more players for this next year. They've got a really impressive roster coming into this one. The question is, with the current roster that they have, can they win an event on their home turf? Pyro, I'd like to think so, but we know that there's a lot of tough tests ahead of them.
I mean, I think players like Durtho are feeling very comfortable on their home field advantage, but they're not just going in with the home field advantage, they're going in with momentum as well. This was a squad that finished first place in the fall 2022 Mountain West. This is a squad that is 5th place currently in CRL after league play. Very impressive showing to even get to compete on the CRL stage, and especially to be 5th place. They got the playoffs moving on later on, but this is a team that definitely is feeling good in their situation right now.
Yeah, reasonably so, too, because, again, Boise, a very, very solid squad, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to kind of take what is actually a loss earlier in this week against Oregon to kind of give them extra momentum, because, again, Oregon turning into what is basically their rival at this point here. They're very close in the pack when it comes to CRL, as well as also in a lot of other leagues that they compete in. So it's one of these things where Oregon might have taken the win earlier on in a best-of-5 Game 5 in a nail-biter that ends. But at the same time, you kind of got to wonder, is that going to be just extra momentum? Is that going to be, again, that poking the bear attitude? Have they kind of upset Boise, the #1 seed, coming into this, and they're going to go, hey, all right, Lanimal time, Durtho, pop off.
It could be. We talk about that rivalry between Boise State and Oregon that could be apparent. They did play earlier in CRL. Oregon got that win in Game 5. So it's kind of spiced up the scenario here at the LAN to see whether or not these teams collide again. If they do, it could be playoffs. It could even be our grand finals. But we have many stages still in Rocket League to determine that.
Well, we have many stages left in Rocket League, and in addition to that, we also have an interview. We're going to throw over to Polyhype, none other than our great stage host here, to get a little bit of an interview and a little bit more insight to that last series. So, without further ado, let's one over to Poly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC West Regional. I'm here with Control from UCLA. Control, tell us a little bit. That was a dominating performance. Tell us how you guys prepared for this match.
We try to play together as much as possible. We practice a lot on our own, and yeah, we just had fun, tried to play our best. You know.
Well, you're here at the CECC West Regional. How does it feel representing UCLA over here out in Boise?
It's great. It's really an honor to play for the school, to represent any school and the esports team, especially just to be able to play Rocket League in college. And yeah, it's great.
Rocket League in college, you're here, you're representing. That was a dominating performance. That was very well done on both the offensive and defensive end of the game here. Is there a team that you're looking to take out at this event this weekend?
To take out, I think we're just looking to compete. Any team we play, we're looking to just have fun, play against as best as possible.
All right, I really like that. Well, that's UCLA. I'm here with Control. We have more Rocket League coming up at the CECC West Regional. Back to you.
that was a pretty interesting interview because it seems like
Yeah.
UCLA are prepared to play. They're prepared to really do whatever it takes to kind of upset anybody. And honestly, at this point, I don't necessarily blame them.
No, I don't either, and especially hearing that from Control, a player that really popped off that series. I think they did incredibly well, and to not even call out a team, Bass, just to say that they're ready for anybody, I can appreciate that to an extent. However, we've got more teams, more matchups to catch, but before we do that, we've got to give a big shout out to the Idaho Army National Guard. This is a proud supporter of the CECC West Regional Qualifier. The Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. They have more than 10 jobs, offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming.
And well, again, huge shout out to the Idaho Army National Guard here for all of their support. And shout out to you guys at home for sticking around for this broadcast. We're not quite done yet, but we are going to go to a quick break. But when we return, our second matchup of the day here for Rocket League. And you guys are not going to want to miss it when we get back. Again, it is Boise on their home turf. So stay tuned. We'll see you guys in just a couple more moments. Right. Let's do this. Woo!
I think
Oh,
they
no.
can do it. Yes, sir.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC West Regional Qualifier. Once again, we are back with even more Rocket League action, and we are back with myself, Oliver Bastion, alongside by none other than Pyro J. And Pyro, we are here with the second matchup of the day here for Rocket League, and this is an interesting one because it is the home crowd favorites. It is Boise finally taking to the main stage here, and they are playing none other than Weber JV.
Yeah, if somehow you didn't know this was their home stage, you just have to walk around the halls and look around. There are posters of these players performing at different lands. There's everything, their trophy case, it all. So very much a home field advantage here for our players of Boise State. But you can't count out the JV squad of Weber State University, Deathcap Sucka, and Speed 35, all here to play as well.
Oh yeah, this is a team that grinds. Like we said, they are competing through CCA Opens, and although they did not get into CRL and haven't really been able to compete against some of the best just due to not qualifying for said events, they're still trying to take every single opportunity that they can to grind, to get better at this game, to become better players in Rocket League, and we commend them for that. The issue for them, though, they start off their day playing none other than, like we said, the #1 seed in this entire thing. Even if they weren't the #1 seed, I'd probably still give it to Boise just due to the fact that, like, it's home crowd advantage. You're on a LAN. You're a team that has experience on LAN. You are the favorites coming into this, and this is the roster. Gil, Durtho, and Instinct. And although we've spoken a lot about Durtho here today, I do want to give big shout-outs to Gil and Instinct here. They are no slouches by any stretch of the imagination. Two very, very, very solid players, and they're going to be a problem here for Weber JV today.
And listen, they've been playing together for a while now. So that chemistry that's built around all the other different live events that they go to and their online events combined make them a very dangerous roster. They've been dangerous in CRL. They're 5th right now there. They've even performed better in the fall. So they're here to do it now. They're here to start off very, very hot against the Weber State University squad.
You can also even see a little bit of it. Oh, well, I was going to say, big shout out to Doc Haskell. Wait, hold up. I can point to him on there.
There he is.
See that guy? See that guy like in front of the Boise logo? Shout out to Doc Haskell. That is the coach of the Boise team here. He's also one of the basically founding fathers here of the collegiate scene. He's a lot of the reason that this event is going on, and we got to give a big shout out to Boise as well for just giving us the space. Again, you talk about, everything Boise. You guys see this pillar? It's blue. It's Boise blue. This is literally their home crowd. This is their home turf, and this is everything that they have been waiting for to compete at this lane, to compete at this level. And, well, if they start themselves off with a bang here and a big win in this first game, that is going to be huge for their chances as they move on to playoffs.
And I do want to build off the LAN atmosphere here because although that's huge right now for Boise State University, it is for Weber State University as well. They bring 2 teams to this event. We just saw the last match in which University of Arizona sort of funneled out different players in different games. It's the attitude of wanting to win, absolutely, but it's also the attitude of let's get this LAN experience. Let's get these players on a stage and see how they can perform in front of a crowd, in front of this beautiful arena that we have here.
And I want to mention again, for those who are not here for the first matchup of the day, if you're just now tuning in, this is not the only LAN that is going to be important here, because this LAN is a qualifier for another LAN, all the way in Texas. We're going to head down to Arlington, Texas in the beginning of May, and that will be the national championship. 16 Rocket League teams will be making it there, and this is for one of those spots. It's a coveted spot at that, and it's an important one as well because, again, this is pretty much big bragging rights for Boise, but for everybody else, this is pretty much their last chance. We have an LCQ on top of that, but you don't want to have to fight through the LCQ because that's everybody. And at that point, who knows what your odds are.
Yeah, you do get to compete just against the teams west of the Rockies here because you have that Midwest region that's also part of CECC that you don't have to deal with those teams nor the South nor the East. You just have the West teams to compete in. Though Boise State have kind of had that bid already, you do have all these other teams that are working for that spot as well. I mean, come on. If they're having fun here, Bass, you know they want to get to Arlington, Texas for the finals as well.
Well, to get to Arlington, Texas, you got to take a win. So without further ado, it is none other than Boise State versus Weber State University. It is the JV squad, but they're trying to do their university justice by taking down the #1 seed in the first match of the day. Well, let's see, can they do it? Game #1 in this best of 5, and Boise starting off with the offense.
Talked about that Boise blue, but they're in orange today. Instinct already searching for that double tap. Mechanics coming out big here. Passing plays being intercepted as well. Durtho could be deadly on that double. Not as much for Instinct. They're painting the woodwork here in the first moments.
Well, you're already seeing, though, those are the mechanics that are going to be coming out with every single step of the day, putting on the pressure against no matter what the team is. We had a little bit of an agreement here with Boise. We're like, we know you guys coming into this one, the overall favorites, but just as long as you guys are able to at least not overdo it. Maybe don't stunt too much. Maybe don't, necessarily over-aggress at all moments. I don't think they're going to listen to us. I don't think they're going to heed a single word that we say. They're going to stunt the entire way through, and honestly, can you blame them, especially when they're getting dunks like that? Sucka barely able to keep that save off the line, but Instinct not quite done with the offense here for Boise.
Credit due to Weber State. They have contained this high-powered offense for the first minute, something we did not see out of the last squad against UCLA. Deathcap making sure that backboard defense is in there. Okay, speed as well, making sure the rotation is in place. Sucka kind of hanging out on that backboard as well. So, Bass, these are players that are expecting the highly elevated positions that they like to play in, especially Gil opposite post is going to miss that as well. Still searching for that first goal.
Boise starting off with a lot of offense here. The issue for them, though, is their final striking hasn't quite been enough. Even shots like that do go on target a little bit lackluster. So Boise right now kind of feels like they're, playing with their food a little bit. Starting to get the pressure on, starting to break down this defense, but when it comes time for a final shot, they're not quite hitting the mark. Maybe they can here. Instinct sends it to the backboard. Durtho for the rebound, but the 50-50 keeps it off target, and Speed Save will do the same. I gotta say, Weber State, your JV squad is stunting right now. There may be a lot of offense out of Boise, but you guys seem to have a handle on all of it.
I've got to credit them as well, because a lot of land nerves come out, especially in that first game on the stage. But these players not afraid to play patiently, Sucka especially. Taking a pause on the backboard, conserving their boost, and making sure they're ready for any effort. Deathcap is going to take that speed on the other side of the court. Getting a demolition could open up a lane, but demoed as a response. The eliminations are there, and it does catalyze the offense once again. Boise State Sucka still keeps it away.
I gotta say, this is not what I was expecting here. Weber State, again, we knew they were grinding, but honestly, it's the rotations that are surprising me more than anything else. Yes, good saves, but it's the fact that they, I was gonna say, have made every single stop that they've needed to. Another save on the line, a second Savior medal here for Speed. What is going on? Weber, it's not even that Boise aren't putting on good shots anymore. They're putting on good shots, and Weber's just not letting a single one of them through.
And this is after they pulled players to the other side of the field just to get demolitions, try to create space offensively for themselves. They're trying to get a balance of both defense and offense. They're getting eliminations wherever they want to. Durtho, no double tap there, and Speed. Oh no, don't give that possession away. Not back in Instinct hands. Solid first touch. Deathcap can't reach it. Instinct, the second one, is not going to be found. Sucka instead brings us to the midfield line, and maybe now it's time for Weber State University to set the pace.
They're trying to get some offense together here. A good midfield presence will keep it in the half, but Deathcap needs a shot on target, and that is not one. A little bit wide, and Instinct's final touch on it will set up Durtho, but only momentarily. A bump there out of Weber is going to make this a bit difficult, and honestly, this might be more of a difficult series than Boise was expecting. Weber State, the JV, coming into this one and giving them more than just a run for their money. They're kind of highway robbery on every single one of these shots. These saves out of nowhere just are not expected. Can you save this one? The answer is yes. Durtho, another shot on target and another save out of Weber State.
Another save, but another boost steal right now for Boise State University. If they keep that up, they're just not going to have enough to make these saves. It's an open look for Instinct, and they'll finally score.
It was many moons, but finally we see the first goal for Boise, and it is an important one at that, because with just about a minute to play now, it's time for a response out of Weber State here. Can they find themselves a goal? Can they find, honestly, a first solid shot of the game? They found only one single shot out of Sucka, and that one easily turned away by Boise State. So can they change this up here with less than a minute to go? Or will Boise find another? Instinct finds the second goal and might just find the win here for Boise in the first game.
Very few gaps in the defense today from Weber State, but that one is going to be one of them. third man always needs to be there and to be able to react to whatever play is going to transpire. So 2-goal lead now for Boise State. The second one comes in succession very quickly, but not as quickly as Weber State responds.
You need to be very careful on kickoffs. It's one of the few places where it feels like volatility will always be at a high when it comes to Rocket League, and not having the second man cheat there for Boise was a bit of a mistake, because now Weber find themselves with the door wide open to send us to an overtime. The issue for them, though, Father Time has other plans. 40 seconds to go. They need to try and find themselves a quick offense, and they need to stop Dirtho. The Lanimal finally shows up with their first goal of the series.
Yeah, if you need to stop Dirtho, that's just not a game plan that's going to work. That double tap, looking too easy for them in every goal. And they're just all smiles up there right now. Weber State, they want to wipe those smiles off their faces with another kickoff goal. It's well played, though, by Boise State. They're going to continue their offensive spree. Dirtho trying to read that off of the backboard. No angle to be found.
The big issue here for Weber is, although they have come to life throughout this entire game, it is Boise's offense that has come to life during the back half of it. These shots that were going a little bit off target, not necessarily having the same punch as before. Now they've got more than just a punch. They've got knockout blows, and they've got demos as well. Save on the line out of Sucka, but will not save this game. 3-1, most likely the final scoreline, unless Weber can find themselves a Hail Mary at the end of this one, where the results will stay the same. Boise State find their win in the first game of the day for them.
What a shootout for Boise State University. And look at the icons next to these Boise State players. They almost don't fit in the 3 rows that are allowed for these players. So many shots from both Instinct and Dirtho. And of course, Gil playing his role to keep that offensive rotation rolling for Boise State University, offering as many opportunities as they can get.
I will say this much, though. This is going to be a series for certain. It's very clear right now to me that Weber State have been kind of or I would say, I don't know, underrated, I guess is maybe the best way to put it here, because again, we were talking about their actual varsity squad, saying this is probably a team that's going to make playoffs, this is a team that's most likely going to do well. It was the JV one that we had some questions about. Questions have been answered. This is a solid squad who might just be able to find an upset. I don't know if it's going to be against Boise, but I don't necessarily think this team is going to go down without a fight. Very similar to Arizona. If they get some time to come to life, it's going to be a different series.
I want to give credit to Weber State's awareness on defense. I mean, I think they came into this match expecting plays like that, and that's huge, because if you get stuck on the ground to try and play defense against Boise State University, it's not going to work. How many double taps, how many passes off the backboard did we see there? Contained well by Weber State University, because they expected those types of plays. The other thing they have to make sure is on target, though, is their pacing. I think trying to keep up with the pace right now of Boise State University is going to continue to be the biggest difficulty for Weber.
Yeah, it's very clear that when the offense does start flowing, it's a bit of a difficult thing. They can make those saves on the line, but rebounds afterwards, turning them into their own counterattacks, has been a difficulty. And the difficulty's already starting here in the second game. Gil finds their own touch off the ceiling and gets an early goal.
Those high elevation plays, that's what I was talking about. And Gil, fantastic read on that position. We started out with a barrage of shots from this team. This time, it's going to be the goal.
Yeah, it took them a couple of minutes to find their first goal in the first game. This one, no hesitation, no slowdown whatsoever, and Boise find themselves their first goal within the first 10 seconds or so. Sucka. Death Cab, though, trying to find a quick response here. 50-50 out of midfield almost gives him a chance, but a demo on the back line could cause problems, especially with Dirtho looking for the redirect. Can't quite find it on target, but it's very clear. Boise know what they need to do. If they want to get past this defense, get rid of them. Any demo they can find, any elimination could be enough, but the shots still need to go on target. That one barely off the mark, and it's going to cost Boise dearly.
Wonderful response to the great execution of the offense from Boise State University. They got that back pass just to do the play that they have drawn up with those high passes and those drop-down shots from the midfield. They couldn't get it to go because Weber State responds so well. How do you respond to a flick like that, though? You pull it away the best you can.
Dirtho proving that he's not just an animal when it comes in the air, but it's also these ground plays. It's Instinct on the dunk! Are you kidding me? Listen, I thought the read off the ceiling was impressive out of Gil. This is different level. Off the ground, dunks one, dunks two, and destroys the defense.
We see the double tap from backboards. We saw the read from Gil off the ceiling. We did not expect a double tap from the ground, but there it is. Every tool in the kit right now being pulled out from Boise State.
And honestly, it's all solo plays. This is something that we were hinting upon with UCLA before, the different ways that they can try and just break down a defense here, whether it's passing plays through the center. Well, speaking of passing plays, never mind. Solo plays only one of the options, or you could just have Dirtho come from the Shadow Realm to redirect this.
He owns their backboard.
What?
Like, completely. Signed the papers and everything, because he's been going for those reads all series long. Right there, he plants his flag. Gonna continue to try and get reads just like that. It's the fake kickoff right now from Boise State. Instinct cannot find Dirtho on that play. That would have been menacing.
Well, this is kind of the difference on land, Pyro. I think this is something you and I have talked about a lot today, but we're going to really have to hint upon it now. Notice how we're starting to see some desperation dives and really miscoordination of the rotations here overall for Weber State. And the reason why, it's because Boise has come to life. Nerves online, you get a chance to settle yourself. You get to look at your teammates around you and go, all right, it's okay. We can try and rebound. What are you looking at here? You're looking at the crowd behind me. You're looking at everybody who's cheering on Boise State and trying to keep your head on straight. It's a lot more difficult than it seems, especially when Boise is coming to life with this offense. And Instinct is looking for flip resets in front of your goal. Weber, they had a plan coming into the second game. Unfortunately, those plans have been crumpled and burned as they just have no answer here for this Boise offense.
Look at their defense still. Oh, no, not that downward pass. Sucker does get a touch there. And what I've been impressed by their defense and their resiliency is they send one. I haven't seen them double commit too often on defenses. That's kept them intact. That's kept them at least competitive right now. And, oh, they could be even more so with this play from Sucker, who does bait in two defenders. It's passed out to Deathcap. That is intercepted by Dirtho. He's too quick. He's still on the ball. Wants that second touch. Can't get there. But it is a shot from Instinct that'll get past every defender.
Just barely able to get past, but honestly, isn't that the story of the game right now here? A defense that was making on-the-line saves, no longer able to due to pressure like this. Over and over again, Pyro, we are seeing this Boise team come out with explosive offense, and unfortunately for Weber, they don't have much of an answer.
No answer quite yet. 0-4 right now with 2 minutes remaining in game number 2, and it's another pass to Dirtho. Does he have the reset here? He's gonna flip it to the ball! Flip reset goal for Dirtho!
All right, let's just watch this one back. I got no commentary. First touch, second touch. Yo, my God, Dirtho, this is a different player altogether. He said he was going to step up. He said he would turn into an animal. The beast has been unleashed. Dirtho just proving himself here in this second game.
Give that player time and space, and he will do everything that he can with it. Instinct will find an extra flip up the ceiling there. It's just amazing. They use the cage to the best of their abilities, whether it's an extra flip or a nice read. They've got it all.
Oh boy, I know that they've got it all, but I'm hoping that Weber State have a bag of tricks that hasn't quite been depleted yet. Unfortunately, the tricks only continuing here for Boise State as Instinct finds themselves the first hat trick of the series for either side. And honestly, after a game one that was close, Boise have just blown the floodgates wide open here in the second.
I love the fact that Dirtho's still on the backboard trying to get that extra touch,
right?
trying to steal the goal, because, again, that is just where he lives. The reads can be so dangerous from that territory, and I credited Weber State because their backboard defense was fantastic in game number 1. They've been outpaced this game, and it's been dominated now by Dirtho and the crew here at Boise State. Speed, that could have been a pass, but I don't think he has a teammate to play with there on offense. Midfield touch here. Sucker's gonna stay in the equation. Instinct demoed as well. Is there a third man out of Weber State University? Eventually there is, but Speed not quick enough. Dirtho off the ceiling. There's the flip. It's the Suckers, the Heat Seeker.
I appreciate that. Dirtho kind of going, all right, you know what, we're up 6 goals, might as well start trying to stun. How about up 7 goals instead? Gil finds themselves their second goal of the game, and honestly, it's kind of just rubbing salt in the wounds. I think this one has been set in stone for a while here. It's going to be another reverse sweep necessary for the underdog to try and find a win.
He just shouldn't be going off the ceiling.
Nope.
Not in those plays. He's a menace. He's Dirtho, you're a menace. But they're going to continue just that here. The final minute. Of course, Weber State looking for whatever solution they can find. Oh, Instinct. That shot's a little high. Sucker's going to want to control this for a couple extra touches. Gets just that. Around the corner, looking for that infield pass denied by Dirtho. Speed to the ceiling. Does force skill for a touch. Deathcap shot goes low. Smart placement, just not wide enough.
Uh-oh, and Durtho's pre-jumping. Instinct's got a flip. Pass out to Durtho. Shot kind of on target, but easily saved by Sucka. And this is what we're talking about. Boise State recognize they've got the win, so now they're just trying to find themselves a couple of flashy plays to really put on the pressure. Or maybe a bump in net. Deathcap completely taken out. The lane is clear, and the shot is perfect. Durtho, a double touch to make it 8-0.
Yeah, that's not the first, not the second, not the third double tap we'll see today. And there's just more and more coming. You have to ask out of Weber State what the response is going to be like. It's just 17 seconds off of this game too. It's the mechanical prowess, but it's also the set strategies coming out from Boise State that are just beating them into their own corner. A 9th for Boise.
Durtho, I'm turning around and I'm looking at you. What are you doing? Come on, this is insanity at this point. You are continually getting shots. I'd never imagine. You know, basically, this is a competitive lobby. And the man's acting like it's freestyle. This is crazy right now. As over and over again, Boise find themselves with clear lanes and just free skies to dominate. Deathcap will get one for the road. No, please. Yes! Okay, he will get one for the road. Thought maybe the shot would go wide, but Weber State showing they still got some fight left in them.
Okay, Deathcap, we see you. Little cheeky touch at the half-court line to get it past the defense, and catching Boise State a little bit open-handed there. 5 seconds for, well, Boise State, if they want to go double digits, maybe they can. Instinct, there's a touch on the double commit, I believe, off the kickoff. Interesting strategy. We'll see if it pays off. To the ground it goes. Boise State University, 1 game away for their win.
I will say, the only criticism I can have of Boise State at this point, you guys didn't keep the score sheet clean. Come on now. You could not concede a goal, and then we get, like, you know, a shutout victory. I'm joking, though. At this point, they are dominating at this level. They are continually, every single approach that they have has been just basically unguarded. And again, it's a huge difference from what we were seeing initially, where Weber had an idea how to corral their offense initially, but now they don't really seem to have much of an answer. And I think it's due to the rotational differences here. We're seeing this team start to spread out a little bit. They're getting so scared of these solo plays that they're giving a lot of time in the air and not necessarily trying to shut these plays down before they begin. It's not a bad strategy if your opponents are, you know, not necessarily making every shot count, but name the last time we saw a shot not count for Boise at this point. It's literally been lights out on every single shot that they've sent towards net.
Here's the issue as well, though. Like, you asked for the first challenge to break up that offensive play, right? The issue is it's not just solo plays in the air. These are set strategies coming out from Boise State. We saw one of the kickoffs. They purposely faked it just to get the ball in the hands of the third man to hit it high up to a player that's already prepared in the sky. So you can go ahead and you can challenge that first player, but guess what? The pass is already going to a second who's going to dominate on their shot.
Honestly, at this point, I think domination is the perfect word to use at what we are witnessing right now. Boise State 1 game away from 3-0, sweeping past their opponents. And, well, let's just do a little bit of stats tracking here. UCLA versus U of A. They were able to find themselves a total of 16 goals through 3 games. Question is whether or not Boise can up that. They're 4 goals away. They find more than 4 goals in this game, and they will overtake them for the most dominant victory we see so far here today.
Well, we are going to see a substitution here on the side of Boise. It is Instinct out and Hoosh in. Will there be? Will there be found? 4 from them, maybe 1 from Hoosh. That shot is denied well by Deathcap. Sucka is looking for speed on the other side. Is going to rotate around and force the 50 out of Durtho. But Deathcap, last defender, pops it up. Keeps that shot away.
Keeps the shot away, but can they keep it off the half here? A clear out to midfield will only find its way into the hands of Durtho, who wants to read his touch off the ceiling. Again, Durtho, even with players on him, is just finding ways to just weave Bob through the defense.
These are those rare touches that just excite you in Rocket League because very few players are playing those first touches off of the ceiling. We saw Yan from Furia really start to pioneer that effort. Well, now you can see it here in the collegiate scene. Durtho, he's doing it everywhere. He wants to do it again, though it is Deathcap on the other side of the field right now, who's trying to get it away. Good containment to the corner. Second touch off the backboard helps him out. That pass to speed gonna go by the wayside.
Ooh, Deathcap though. Redirect down center. Is anybody there to receive? No, not quite. Again, these are the wide rotations that you and I spoke about in between games here that has been so detrimental to Weber State. Although they are finding moments in offense, they are not finding a follow-up touch that is effective enough for them to find goals and keep this competitive. They are only down down by 1 right now, and they do have an offense building, but where are the shots that truly threaten the defense? There's a shot that threatens the defense. Dirt, though, finds an extra touch there that catches all of Weber by surprise, and now they got to play some defense instead.
Can Boise State work off of that chaos right now? The defensive side of Weber State, they're still rotating around to get to the goal side. Off of the crossbar. Follow isn't quick enough. Dirtho can't even steal the boost there. As Sucka back around to the other side of the corner. Hoosh has a shot available, but Speed pinches that to their own corner. Deathcap just misses the touch, and Gil's going to take it away instead. First touch, popped high. Speed trying to be the first to challenge. It's faked away. Gil going to be the last to touch.
All right, who dove on this one? Is it Dirtho? It's got to be Dirtho on this. As he, flies through the air, fakes out the entire defense. I'm going to put a little bit of an asterisk on an assist there. He might not quite get it, but he deserves it. What a play from Dirtho to just keep the defense on their toes. And unfortunately, even if they're at the edge of their seats, they might have just fallen out of them.
I love that when he's not technically in the equation, he still is, right? He still finds a way to be in the replay, has the reset, but no second touch there. It is going to go back to the wall. Of course, Weber State do need a response, and soon as we get closer to that halfway mark. Sucka, does have a touch in front of one defender. That pitch going to take it over to the other side of the field. Hoosh can't get the 50-50. Gil, the last defender on the goal line, pulls it away with ease.
Now, you're starting to see the desperation out of Weber here. Again, dives like that out of midfield where, although it is giving them extra touches, they're not really able to do much with it, and they're kind of overexerting themselves. The boost totals here running low for Weber as they consistently pick up 100 and then dump the entire tank. So, Weber, you're not playing bad right now, but I need you guys to settle down a little bit. This kind of sporadic play is only going to give further confidence to Boise as they will find openings when you guys overcommit. This could be an opening here. Dirtho, time and space in the air. A demo opens up the net, and Hoosh tries to finish it off, but is denied on the line. Again, that on-the-line defense out of Weber has been keeping them in this series, but now can they truly keep themselves in the game? Dunks like that will get them close, but as it is barely put off target, it is still a scoreless game here for Weber State.
And off of those plays, there has to be a follow-up touch from Weber State University, but the defense runs it so deep right now from Boise State that they can't find that follow-up. Right now, it's already on their side of the field here. Dirtho was pre-jumping the attempt to clear their speed. Does want a second touch, just gonna miss it. Still a shot from Deathcab. It's gonna rattle around the post. Won't go in again. Dirtho, no flip anymore, does have boost. Ball takes to the sky.
Ooh, is anybody going to be there to follow it up? Indeed, Gil down to Hoosh. Hoosh keeps this one close, looking for a 50-50 to try and set up his teammates, and he may still find it. A back pass that doesn't quite find his teammates, though, and actually in the hands of Speed. Around one, looks for the bump on Dirtho, but he's just too quick, and even finds his own touch out of midfield, and possibly a third one in the offensive half. Minute remaining here. A 2-0 comeback is not out of the question for Weber, but they need to start putting solid shots on target. Could there be one here? Where's the follow? Not going to be found. Unfortunately, again, low boost totals do not allow for Weber to go up. This is a problem that they've had throughout this game, and with only 40 seconds left, I don't know if they have the time to correct it.
They're going to need to find a way here. Hoosh is going to give that ball away to Sucka. Pass off the corner. Speed's up for it. That's a bullet of a shot, and Speed will score.
This is what we've been asking for. There's the follow-ups here. Hoosh, a poor touch in the corner, and Sucka recognizes that, and so does Speed. Pre-jumping this pass out center, and honestly, that's what you have to do. You have to get creative, because with about a half a minute to go, if they don't tie this game, that's the end of the series.
We are that close to it right now, 30 seconds. Weber State need to find a second response in the form of a second goal. Sucka will take to his own backboard, but he doesn't have a teammate up there. Dirtho instead pulls it to the corner. It's looking difficult right now for Weber State, and they don't have the time really to just rattle this around their own half. They have to find a way to get it away. Sucka had an option. Oh, an outlet pass, but it's actually bumped out of the way, and Sucka earns the goal.
Who got the bump here? We got to watch this one back. Dirtho puts this one center. Sucka puts it up. Deathcap's on the side, so obviously that's going to be none other than Speed. Clears the lane, finds a goal, and keeps the series alive. Pyro, we might just be a couple of seconds away from our first overtime all day.
Boise State, keep your head on a swivel, because those bumps are coming from any angle you could imagine, and maybe overtime is right here as well. It's on the goal line. Massive clear. Can the ball stay alive? It won't. First OT of the day.
First OT overtime of the day. The question is, who is going to be the unsung hero to find this one? Could it be Boise with a dagger to close out the series, or could it be Weber to keep the series alive? Shot on target as we start overtime, but denied by the Boise defense.
And they're coming out with aggression as well. That demolition right off the kickoff meant that they mean business here in extra time. That touch could be deadly from Gil, but it just lost it high. Speed and Deathcap feeling the pressure right now with that double commit on the ball. They've got to communicate effectively in order to find a transition out of their own half right now. Sucka on the backboard trying to beat Thurtho. It's too difficult to do. Hoosh takes to the net. Sucka flies up, but Speed finds a clear, and they'll offer themselves a little bit of breathing room, but not enough. Thurtho back towards their opponent's net. It's saved by Sucka.
And this is the difference on land. This is where that pressure starts to get to you. You can see it. Double and triple commits aplenty here for Weber as they're just trying to survive. A dive out of Deathcap will not touch the ball, and it will be even more offense here for Boise State. And this is where you have to be careful. Like we said, nerves at an all-time high just because it's an overtime alone, just because it's elimination point. And with the land being added, any little imperfection is going to be a glaring mistake. No mistakes so far here, though, out of Weber. They've been able to survive despite the double and triple commits on defense due to Boise putting shots that are still savable. Can they save this one, though? Because it looks like Dirtho is going to set up his team again. They can indeed. Speed, a dive out at midfield, and now Weber State with their first chance at an offense all series, or excuse me, all overtime.
You're looking at a team of Weber State University that could find the goal that they need. Gil expects the shot path, but can they expect a second, which might not come? Gil continues to the corner, but Deathcap, he wants to stay in front of this ball, wants to earn an extra touch for his team so they get a possession they can work with at the midfield line. Sucka is taken away. Dirtho to the skies, off of the backboard. Hoosh has the angle, it takes it hard, but the save from Sucka. Speed earns another. Weber State won't go down.
Weber State, we might have criticisms of your offense. We might have had a couple things to say here and there, but the defense, I've got nothing to say. Even with the double and triple commits, you guys find ways to recover, find saves, and keep the series alive. Can you do it here? The answer is yes. Deathcap, yet another save. Look on the left and right side of your screen, folks. Look how many saves we see out of Weber and how many shots we see out of Boise. A tale of two completely different sides. The question is who comes out on top. Could it be Boise here? Dirtho, flip reset in the bag, sets up instinct, excuse me, Hoosh, and ends the series. 2.5 minutes of overtime, but Boise start their day with a win.
The substitute puts a stamp on this series. Hoosh completes the play, and the slow play just too clean out of Boise State University. But what a performance from Weber State University's JV squad, Bass. We didn't expect that.
No, I did not expect that, especially considering the fact that game number 1 was basically them on their back heel the whole time. Game number 3, they finally showed that offense. Those bumping plays were fantastic. Those shots from a distance to catch Boise off guard. And honestly, I don't think I could have asked for anything more except for maybe a couple more games. But it's okay because this is not the end of our games here on the day. We do find ourselves with many more to go here in the group stage, and then we've even got playoffs just around the corner. And honestly, if they're anything like this, Pyro, we are in for a treat.
Oh, we certainly are. Luckily, folks, if you're a fan of that Weber State University JV squad, they are still in Group A and still going to be able to compete against the loser of the University of New Mexico and Oregon State University matchup that is in Group A. However, if they do lose that game, they are going to be out of that group stage performance. Bass, you mentioned the offense from this team of Weber State University. We got to credit their defense.
Oh,
that
my gosh, yes.
Second save, third save, that they're able to be so resilient around the goal line, be able to expect the double taps from Boise State University and play against their strengths so well. Impressive to see.
Yeah, this was an incredible game on both sides here. I really have to give full credit to Boise. They were looking a little bit imperfect with their offense initially, but as soon as they recognize that they have aerial superiority, that they do have those open lanes when it comes to the air, that's where they start to dominate. That's where we start to see them really put on pressure, and every shot that came from there on out was fantastic. Again, huge shout out to Dirtho in particular. I don't know how he was finding some of the angles that he was finding there, but that's also because I commentate this game. I don't really play it, or I do, but I'm not necessarily as good as Dirtho. So it's one of these things where Dirtho and the rest of the Boise squad have proven themselves so far, but the job's not done yet. Like we said, they still got to try and find themselves an exit out of their group and then into playoffs where they have to try and perform. And we haven't even seen the second seed yet, Pyro. We still have Oregon that we got to take a look at. We're not sure what their results are right now, but I have to imagine that they just watched that matchup and they're probably sitting here going, okay, we got a game to play.
Yeah, the Group C has some strong contenders as well. We've got University of Oregon, we got Grand Canyon University, as well as George Fox University competing there. So only 2 groups make it out of that C group. Two teams make it out. One team certainly not going to be as graced as those other teams. I hope we are getting an interview, Bass, because I really do want to hear from this Boise State squad. I mean, they've got what it takes, but are the comms there, you know? How have they prepared for this event? I mean, of course, they're on their home turf and they're feeling good. We know that much.
Why would they not be after a win like that? Come on, honestly. And again, as much as the third game did go to an overtime, you also have to look back at the games where when they do come to life, it's not just domination. It's an absolute obliteration of the other team there. 9-1 in the second game. Let's not forget that. As much as we might have gone into an overtime, when Boise did come to life, when they did dominate that series, they did more than dominate, like I said. So I'm hopeful at this point that we are going to see some good series between Boise and maybe some of the other competitors, but there's no guarantees right now because it really does feel like if Boise does come to life, I don't know who's stopping them.
See, that's my question. Did you see a Boise State University that can contend against the best that is at this event right now? Because you mentioned Oregon, and we mentioned their match that they played just a week or 2 ago, NCRL, which Oregon took them over Game 5. Are we seeing a Boise State University that is ready for that rematch either today or tomorrow?
I want to say yes, but I don't know. And that's not necessarily something we can answer at this point until we do get a look at Oregon, because the issue is that Oregon, very good team, and it feels like they're on a very upward momentum streak. As much as I don't want to necessarily, downpour upon Boise after a fantastic win like that, Boise in their first season of CRL, or excuse me, first semester went 13-2. Now they're 9-6. Same record as Oregon, so they're showing a little bit of vulnerability. But again, wins like what we just saw, that is how you kind of take away all that vulnerability. That's how you build up momentum and make your team re-emerge with their confidence. So I'm liking what I see, but we're not really sure how they're feeling. So let's find out. Let's throw over to Paulie for the interview here, hear some words from Boise themselves, and see how they're feeling after that dominant win.
All right, we had a quick pick, and now we're here with Dirtho from Boise State University on the Rocket League team. You guys just had a dominating performance. That was very well done. Talk about what it's like kind of being here at the CECC West Regional competing in Rocket League.
Well, honestly, it's nothing short of a blessing for sure. Being on the home turf, there's definitely a big shadow over it, but I'm really excited to be out here. There's a great group of people out here, a lot of great colleges, and it's going to be a good time.
Speaking of great colleges, who here this weekend are you gunning for? Who are you looking to take out? Who are the sights aimed on this weekend here at the CECC?
Honestly, I can't wait to go duck hunting. I'm really excited to beat Oregon, or go against them. That's going to be a really good game for sure. But yeah, I have my sights on Oregon right now.
Excellent. Talk about a little bit just kind of the preparation the team went through to get ready for the West Regional this weekend.
Our team goes through a lot of scrims. We have a great coach, Wayne Pilkin, who helps us a lot. We have a great director as well who helped, this whole event in general. But we've been working hard, and I'm really excited to show what we're worth.
Well, you're going to have to prove it here on home turf. No excuses here for Dirtho. Do you know who you have coming up next yet?
I do not know who we're coming up next. I think it may be Utah, but I could be wrong.
All right, that's okay. Utah, the sights are set on you as well. Everyone here for Boise, well done. But Casters, Pyro, Jay, and Bass, back to you as we are going to see some more Rocket League action.
Thank you very much, Paulie, and thank you very much, Dirtho, for giving a little bit of the insight. They have their sights just set on Utah right now. They're waiting, they're taking this a step at a time, and honestly, that's the mature approach of anything here. They recognize that they're not necessarily guaranteed to make it out of group. There could be a slip up here or there, so keep their sights set on what's ahead, and then we can focus on really the theoretical future in the future, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to repeat words at this point here because we're out of the series and we're getting close to a break, but before we do get to that break, we've got to talk more about the people who are able to make all of this happen. Again, huge shout out to the people behind the scenes here, and huge shout out to other people who are working on this for future events as well. We got to give a huge shout out to Padia here. Be sure to tune in next week to tune in for the Padia Cup and CECC Qualifier. 8 all-women teams will be competing in Valorant for a spot at the CECC Finals in Arlington, Texas. And for more information about Padia, go to their website, padiagaming.com. That is P-A-I-D-I-A gaming.com. And they're a huge supporter, as well as the Idaho Army National Guard. Again, huge shout out to everybody that we have here for really making all of this happen. It is extremely important that you guys, again, people at home, not only do you guys support this, but it really is those sponsors that are able to bring this all together. And Pyro, what they have brought together so far has been an absolute spectacle.
It's been electric the first couple stages of this group format, but we have more in store for you. Our next matchup in the CECC West Regional Qualifiers is going to be UCLA and the main team of Weber State University. So folks, don't go anywhere. Them on the screen and then get out of it. Okay, that was a fun cast, I will say.
are back yet again here for the CECC West Regional Qualifiers for Rocket League. We just saw none other than the Boise State play on Weber JV, but now we get a little bit of a different taste here. We see a returning face in UCLA, but we see a different side of Weber, as it's no longer their JV team, it is their varsity team, who have taken a win in the first round against Utah State, and now find themselves up against the #1 seed in their group for the #1 seed coming out of the group here. It's a completely different ball game, and, well, it's the same casters as before. Myself, Oliver Bass, and Pyro J here to take you guys through the action, because this is going to be some action, Pyro. This is about to be a banger.
And you can see there, everybody's ready for the action. We got the seats filled here, and for good reason. I mean, if that was just the JV squad of Weber, what are we about to see from the varsity squad? Okay, I am ready, because this is why I love Rocket League, folks. That last match, Game 2, 9-1, Game 3 to overtime. You don't know what to expect. You never do. And for UCLA and Weber State University, they are contending for that top speed seed in the group. Yes, they got to the top 8 of playoffs already, but that top seed can help tremendously.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for them because, again, it gives them an easier matchup in the quarterfinals, which, again, are single elimination. That's the big thing about this that we have to keep on hinting upon, is that you don't get a second chance in that final bracket. Here, you get a second chance. Technically, it's a double elimination, basically, per the groups. Doesn't exist anymore. So it's huge if you can try and get a win here, especially if you are Weber State, because, again, they come into this one the underdogs. They have proven themselves already to be a solid team, taking out Utah State, who were expected to take the win there. You even heard that out of Dirt, though. But now we come down to the big dogs. UCLA are far and away the top dogs here in this group. We got to give a huge shout out again to the roster at Talo, Control, and it's Hyunk. We found that out. It is Hyunk. I apologize for just calling him straight up Hunk in the first one, but we weren't quite sure of the pronunciation. Now that we know, would we keep his name in our mouths, because it truly is a player to watch. A very impressive performance for the first couple of games here when we saw them play in their first matchup. But again, job's not done. They now need to try and do it again to get the top seed out of their group and really prove themselves as some of our top contenders here at the competition.
And listen, Hyunk was a player that was heating up as the series went on, okay? Not a goal in Game 1, but a goal in Game 2, plus an assist and a goal in Game 3, right? These players know how to heat up together. That's what you can expect out of UCLA, a very dominant team in their first match of the day. You can see that roster right up there. And this is a team as well, we mentioned this before, nearly a CRL team. Missed it by a match twice in the qualifiers. So you have to expect a lot out of this UCLA squad. But I want to make sure we're giving the credit due to the other team on the field, Bass. This is Weber State University's main roster. And I think there's a reason that Weber rhymes with sleeper, because this is the team that's been surprising us today.
That's the worst joke I've ever heard, and I love it. And in every single way, every single way. But honestly, this is a roster that I think a lot of people are going to have to keep their eyes on here. Juice, Rivers, and Zest, 3 players that, again, have competed a lot in CCA Opens. They've been able to take 4th place and get onto nearly the podium multiple times. So it's clear, even against some of the best teams that are within that open circuit, they are able to compete against them. The big issue as it stands right now, though, is the same thing as before, is that UCLA have been able to make it past those CCA Open circuits, have been able to make it almost into CRL, which is the official league that you're trying to compete for there. And again, Weber State, as good as you might have played, as much as you have gotten the upset before, this is a different game with the #1 seed out of your group. So I'm not 100% saying that this is going to be, fully in favor of UCLA, but I really do think this first game is going to kind of be a proving point. If Weber State can keep this one close, we might have a series on our hands. Regardless, we do have a series on our hands. UCLA versus Weber State University. A tale not as old as time, but as brand new as ever, and one that will determine the #1 seed coming out of this group and heading into playoffs. So without further ado, let's head into the pitch, let's head into the action.
Oh boy, we are in. All right, first 3 seconds off the clock already. And now both of these teams are coming off of a win. That's important, but we can't underscore how dominant the win from UCLA was earlier today. They're coming in with momentum, no doubt. Oh, Seth barely escapes that goal.
All right, so it's going to be that type of series, huh, where it's just heartbreaker after heartbreaker on the line every time. Honestly, I'm not going to shy away from it as much as I think many people would like to, because, we don't want heart palpitations, want to be able to actually feel healthy going through this, but clutch your heart real close, keep it close, because I have a feeling that everything's going to be close here in this series. Close saves, close shots, close misses. for right now. Speaking of close misses, Young gonna make one of their own, and it forces Talo and Control into a bit of a double commit. Awkwardness all around, but they should survive, as it looks like Zest is gonna actually restart the offense from their own half.
Eyes are already on Zest as a player who made that heroic save earlier on and is controlling the ball as well. Very intelligently, I would say. Smart touches to the outside of the cage, past the defender, is able to get a good read on where his opponents are coming from in order to continue their possession. They are going to try to take advantage of this play from Talo. That one going to go outside of Zest. Rivers takes dominance of the ball once again. Slow playing, reset there. Backboard defense. Is it good enough?
Ooh.
Yes, it is from Control.
Control makes a huge save there. Starting to show that, yeah, there is some mechanics to be shown. Control tries to show some of their own. All right, I get that tick for tat. You know, you're basically one of these things where you see them trying to pull out a flip reset, try to pull out a flip reset of your own. It doesn't necessarily work out, but the offense still alive here for UCLA, even with a back pass into their own half. All it takes is Control to get a good 50-50, and now another chance here. Sidewall, though, Zest pretty much unguarded. Talo a bit too far back, so that'll give time and space to the player in the air to try and set something up. But unfortunately, they have not. And honestly, neither team has really been able to do so. A couple of shots on target, but they've been lackluster so far. So what's going to be the banger to open up the score line? It is none other than Control to find a last-second touch to catch the defense off guard.
How was this player so calm and composed in the interview, but so explosive in the game? That second touch is massive, and you need creative plays just like that to get ahead of two teams who are very much ready for this matchup. Zest, smart to slow play this off of the kickoff. We do have those demos, so it's going to be able to give some breathing room, some time for this team to reformulate their strategy. Nova takes to the corner to try and get something going here for Weber State.
Ooh, could be a shot if there's anyone center, but Rivers recognizes the 2v1 the other way. They'd rather prep themselves for a defense rather than overexert on offense, especially while they're already down a goal with only half the game remaining. Any extra mistakes is really going to be a problem for them. No mistake map found here, as Rivers is able to find themselves a solid save, and now even transition the other way. Nova in the corner tries to find a follow-up touch, but is denied by Control. So out of midfield, Rivers will try to find a shot, forces yet another double commit on the line, and if there's any criticism to be had right now, Pyro, of the UCLA play, it's their defense. It's a little bit jumpy. A lot of overexertion and double commits could leave them open if they're not careful.
Yeah, but they're still beating them to the punch at certain 50-50s, right? The pace is still solid from this team. I am seeing those moments where, of course, Weber State could find that lane past them like this one right here. But again, they've always got a player to get against the incoming shot. Speaking of incoming shots, Taylor wanted to find the second touch towards the net. Does have a teammate of Hyonk eliminated from the stage, so they'll have to reset.
No, and they're going to reset in their own half here. Control on the sidewall, though. Beats out Rivers, has some boost, gets a touch to the backboard. Where's the follow? Not going to be found. Nova, redirect off the back of their car, is going to pop this one out to midfield, and that's huge for them to be able to thwart any offense that UCLA were building, because with about 90 seconds to go, they cannot afford to give up a second goal. They need at least one to send us to overtime, but they got to stop Control. Will not find the last second touch to try and get a second goal similar to their first, but they also will still keep the offense alive. Young, pass out to Control, takes it out of the corner, back down center. Is anyone there? No. Zest instead will come away with a clean touch, and maybe now give a chance here to Weber State. They've had many chances in this game, but the big issue for them, Pyro, is they've been pressed into their half for the majority of it. Unless they can escape and get an offense together, I'm thinking UCLA are taking the shutout here in game number one.
Even when they do escape UCLA, they play deep with their defense, so they've always got reinforcements ready for the follow-up touch, even after the first. But they're running out of time here, 3/4 of a minute remaining for Weber State to find their first and equalize. They won't get a possession out of that, though. Zest is able to find the 50-50 against Control. Ball goes across it within the field. Nova does win in that 50-50. Wants to get an extra touch, but it gets past them. Talo, a strong touch, a strong shot as well. Denied by Rivers. Take it to the corner is Control. Looking for a teammate on the follow shot. Hyunk again to the corner. This is eliminating precious time out the clock.
The big issue right now is that as much as Weber State are surviving, that is about all they are doing. They are not turning it into offenses. They are not finding themselves solid touches out towards midfield. They are just, well, surviving and scrambling. The only two words I can use. With 5 seconds left, they need to do something with this floater out at mid. Instead, it is Control to take it to the backboard and rub some salt in the wounds. A last-second shot, a last-second goal, and it is indeed a shutout victory for UCLA in the first of this best-of-5.
Oh,
My
you
goodness.
can see what given time to this player will do to Weber State. Control, the only goal scorer in game number one, as they'll earn themselves a win, but Bass, not a smooth one.
No, not a smooth one by any stretch of the imagination. It's very clear that if UCLA want to make it out of this group, the #1 seed, they're going to have to fight for it. Weber State putting up a heck of a battle here in the first game. The issue for them, though, is all of that battling, all of that back and forth, they still don't find a goal. Shutout victory, they are unable to find any through 5 minutes of play. And it's not as if they didn't come close, it's just that every time they did find a shot, it kind of dissipated quickly. They'd get the first shot on, and then no follow would be found. It's an easy clear out of the half for UCLA. So similar to what we were just talking about in our last series with Boise facing up against the Weber JV team, you need follow-ups. If you're not finding follow-ups, there's probably going to be no way to break down this defense enough that you can get past them.
By the way, a good way to get those follow-ups as well as the demos. And, you know, we'll talk about demolitions all the time, but in this case, I think for Weber State University, it's important to include the fact that their demolitions catalyze their offensive possession to start. It's not necessarily on the goal line where they can create a shooting lane in that position. So those demolitions have got to be well-timed and well-placed so that they formulate well into their offensive strategy. That strategy that needs to get them their first goal in this series.
Well, speaking of time, it's time for game number 2, and unfortunately, they're only going to have 5 minutes to try and get them to an even series. If they lose this game, it's another forcing of the reverse sweep for Weber State to find themselves the #1 seed in the upset here. And they might be a little bit upset because Taylo, time and space in the air, dunk in front of the net, but no follow-up to be found as Hyunk is completely taken off the pitch and sent to the scrapyard. But Taylo finds a free goal, a single miss off the backboard, and Weber State give up one early.
And again, those demolitions, while they're on the defensive side, just not helping them where they're needed. You have a confident team right now of UCLA with, even at the depletion of their own teammates, they're still going to attack. They're still going to find the shots, and they'll open up that scoreline quick.
Now, this makes me a little bit nervous. It feels like Boise all over again here, where game #1 pretty close, but game #2, once they start to kind of, take their ankle weights off, very similar to Rock Lee, they might find themselves a huge win. But time will only tell. We're only 30 seconds into this one, but it's very clear UCLA coming into the second game with a vendetta to prove that they're not going to keep it close this time, that they're not going to go down to a last-second goal to make it more than a single-goal lead. But for now, they got to play some defense here. Control, though, pass out center. Zest barely able to meet the 50-50. Brescian cannot find a follow-up touch with 0 boost in the tank. It's clear. UCLA found their first goal, and now they're going to sit on it, Pyro. They're going to play conservative until they have to play a bit more aggressive.
Conservative approach helping them quite a bit as well as they can see out the passes from Weber State University. They're doing a great job of intercepting those pass lanes and keeping Weber State contained. However, could a long, clear breakaway catalyze them again? No, it's just going to be a clear rematch again by UCLA. Control trying to follow this. That's a double commit. Could be a lane, but Nova's going to help them out.
Yeah, you can see that conservative play that we were just talking about in plays like that. Even with a double commit on the back line there for Weber State, doesn't mean that UCLA is going to jump overly aggressively. They're not going to take their chances unless they have to. And they're really going to get those chances if Weber keep playing this risky. Gaps will form and plays will be going a bit awry if they're not careful. So Weber, settle down a little bit here. You guys are starting to find some good offensive pressure, but any sort of miss here or there is going to take all of it away. A good 50-50 though out of Nova could give them their first real shot of the game. Hyunk makes the save, but nobody out of midfield to follow it up. Again, Pyro, that's the issue. When you send the house in offense, if you're not prepared to get scrambling back into defense, you're not going to be able to keep up that pressure for very long.
Possession not lasting long enough here for Weber State to get their offensive opportunities. Rivers, though, opting for those 50-50s against each and every defender. Taylo could have a chance here, but it's denied well by Zest. Rivers across the sideline. It's met by Hyunk. It's pass out to Control from the ceiling. And again, they're just going to rotate around. They're going to opt for boost. They're not opting for the hard shot, so that was one on target from Control. Taylo takes to the skies there above the ball as Control does have a half a take a boost. Still here for the play. And opts for the 50-50. Again, it's not explosive, and it doesn't need to be. UCLA still with this lead.
Yeah, they're just trying to control this game right now. They're not trying to give any options for Weber State to get back into this one. And although Weber have had a couple of chances at offense overall, they really haven't had many threatening strikes that have forced the defense into awkward positions. This could be one, though. Rivers off the backboard, denied by Taylo as a half volley goes all the way to the other half. And And now a couple of 50-50s and light double commits out of midfield are causing a bit of a scramble here for Weber State, trying to survive. A touch off the backboard, a shot from Hyung. Ooh, might find its way in. I thought that would be easily saved, but again, these little misses and overcommitments here out of Weber State are leaving them in such vulnerable positions.
It all piles on to each other. Look at how they're scrambling here, still on defense as the ball rattles around the cage once again from the corner. Says trying to get a high pop here, but the boost is dominant right now from UCLA. They have the resources to get to this ball and continue to force the pressure. Rivers is bumped away. There's a follow from Talo, and they'll score again.
That is a team play in every single meaning of the words here. Control sets it up, puts it off the backboard. Talo there to put on the pressure, and again, you saw Hyung just causing chaos, running rampant, stealing boost, bumping players, getting in the way, and keeping Weber State uncomfortable. And honestly, that's been the biggest issue right now for Weber, is that when one error is found, it compounds into multiple. It's something we see a lot in Rocket League, but on LAN, it is even more of a factor with nerves at an all-time high. So Weber, keep your feet planted, keep your head on straight. You have a chance still in this game. With 70 seconds to go, any more mistakes you make could be costly. A save on the line to keep it out. But Talo, a follow-up shot that will not hit the back of the net. Another save out of Nova. And Weber, you're doing a great job on defense, but the offense now needs to come to life.
It's like Django, we talked about it. One mistake, it makes the whole thing unstable on defense, but they are able to survive that. The shot never comes there from Hyung. Zest is working the backboard to try and find a defender, but they're pushed a bit more upfield, able to get that clear, and the pinch from Control is going to be massive. Hyung chasing this ball, Rivers able to get it clear. Oh, but through the smoke screen, Talia will just bat that ball away. 30 seconds that Weber State need 2 from.
Oh boy, in Control, time and space in the air, and a dunk that almost goes on target. I think at this point, they're just going to try and waste as much time as they can. As long as there aren't 2 insane goals in quick succession, UCLA will find another win. They might even find another goal for the road. Control, pass down center, shot out of Hyung. My goodness, you want to talk about choreography? These guys tap dancing all over the offensive line.
They're getting their groove on. Hyung. We've talked about this player heating up as the series goes on, and that is certainly what we're seeing. Fantastic synergy coming from UCLA to round out game number 2. They'll earn match point out of this one. Oh, and Weber State almost with a little bit of fireworks display in the final seconds here, but they'll rotate back, they'll accept their defeat, and they'll work again for another chance in game number 3.
Big issue right now, though, is as much as they are still keeping these games relatively close, they are without a goal through 10 minutes of play. 2 shutouts in a row mean that Weber, despite having a very solid defense, haven't really been able to show any sort of offense to counter against UCLA in comparison to passing plays like that. Again, just this synergy between this team is unparalleled right now. And unfortunately for Weber, they've got one last chance to try and match it. Game number 3 here. If they can't find their rhythm then, unfortunately, they're going to have to play another match here to get out of group stages. And again, that is not something they want to do.
Not whatsoever. You mentioned as well the shutout that we're seeing right now. I mean, that's what makes that 3-0 win look more like the 9-1 victory we saw earlier today, because it's a strategy of pure containment. They just have a firm grasp on this game, a grip hold on this series that we're just one game away from a perfect series right now, Bass, and that's something Weber State need to find their way out of.
Yeah, that's the big issue right now, is it kind of feels like this is going to be a perfect sweep. And again, for those who are unaware what we mean by that, you give up 0 goals through 3 games, that is what we call a perfect sweep in Rocket League. It is something that is far and few between, and while we've seen it in instances, I did not think we would see it in the winners matchup coming out of this group. But UCLA, they've turned up the heat, the volume knob to 11. The question is whether or not Weber can find a way to counter that and match that aggression. Again, offense, what we have to focus on here for the team in purple, while UCLA, do your thing, man. Do the same stuff you've been doing before, and you might walk away with a perfect sweep and a huge victory to move on to playoffs.
Nice carry there for Cess to start out the game. That's actually the player I'm really looking at right now for Weber State. If we want to start to catalyze this offense, he does need to get back in time for this save, and will take it away. UCLA not going to score just yet.
My goodness, Control. He's that type of player where as soon as you think that the play is over, you still got to just hesitate a little bit because he might have an extra touch that you're not expecting. And to be honest, I don't know if Weber has been able to expect pretty much everything that UCLA have come out with. Although they've been able to handle this offense at moments, it's those final plays, those really well choreographed plays that catch them off guard. Similar to this one, although Zest able to see this one 2 ways to Sunday. And if they want to make it a championship Sunday, they got to take a win here. Nova, pass down center, going to try and follow it up themselves, but Control quickly meets it for 50-50 and thwarts any sort of chance at an offense that Weber State were hoping for. In the corner, Rivers tries to get around one, cannot, and it's a shot on a Hyung that goes just a little bit off target over and over again, though. UCLA putting on pressure and draining boost from Weber that is keeping them completely uncomfortable through these first couple minutes.
And we just haven't gotten out of that chapter of this narrative yet. It only writes more in the favor of UCLA. Control does find that goal.
Oh, this is a bit unfortunate. Taylor perfectly sets this up, but it's a miss off the backboard out of Nova. And again, it comes down to that lack of boost. With nothing in the tank on the backboard, they have to desperation dive, hope that they get a touch on the ball. And they do not. As a result, it is 1-0 here with just a little bit over a minute gone. And UCLA continuing on with their winning ways.
Okay, hold on. There's a chance here. Control just going to try and keep that ball close, but Rivers still in the equation here. No bump to the skies, bump to Mercury there. Is going to have to go all the way back and at least grab the mid boost here. Nova, extra touch, past one defender. Going to work that backboard now. Rivers to the middle of the field. Is there a shot taker? Where's the third player here from Weber State? That ball in a dangerous position. Taylor's bumped away, but says the second touch is handled well by Control.
It's a bit unfortunate. You could see the miscoordination there out of Weber State just because they had one player that was already rotating back. They didn't want that second player to be overly aggressive at midfield because does that go wrong, it's an easy counterattack for UCLA to capitalize upon. But unfortunately, Weber, I'm going to say maybe you should have dove there because at this point, they need it. Exactly. They need to play a bit riskier. If everything else has not worked out and even shots like that with perfect precision are not getting past the defense, something's got to change. Pull a rabbit out of a hat, get an ace up your sleeve. I don't know what it needs to be, but it's got to be something different.
I'd rather this team concede a goal by over-aggression rather than the series that we've seen all along here right now. Cest, maybe that was the time to get aggressive here. Good first touch. Rivers there for the follow-up. We haven't seen many of these out of Weber State, but it is still Control to escape, rope their way away from that play. Hyuk wants a touch off of Rivers. Carry off the backboard. Not going to find it. Nova off the backboard can't get a touch either. It's a slow rotation there for this team. They just couldn't find that angle from UCLA, but they're going to try even more.
Ooh, that would have been a big bump had they found it, but instead it's UCLA who have to take this all the way to their own half. Yonk and Aaron touch, and it's the first goal they concede all series. UCLA have proven they are not invulnerable. Little mistakes like that will cost them.
We just weren't made for any perfect sweeps today, Bass. It's that simple. Okay, the first goal is going to come in eventually. Our last match at a Game 3 overtime. Maybe we're working our way to just that in this match here. Weber State finding a way to fight back.
They're trying their best, but unfortunately for Weber, the job is not done yet. With 2 minutes to go, not only do you have to find another goal just to win this game, you have to not concede to UCLA, who have proven themselves to be merchants in the closing seconds of these games, finding shots left, right, and center that threaten the defense. And now, with 100 seconds to go, are they going to turn up the heat yet again? Or are they going to concede? No, not quite. Chaos on the line for UCLA as their defense finally being tested, and it seems like they haven't quite studied enough.
Goodness, Zest on that bump on the goal line was so key, but it also bumped the defender into the ball for the clear. You've got to be so precise with these touches, not only on the ball, but your opponents as well, for it to not work against you. Zest, that clear is certainly going to work for Weber, as they do have a player of Nova looking for a cheeky touch towards the net. Rivers does not succeed in that 50-50, nor does Nova. Not looking good for Weber State here as Control takes to the corner. What's the read off the backboard? Sends it to the net, off of the post, just gets it away.
Breaker for UCLA as they saw the chance to close out this game with only about a minute remaining, but they'll have to try again. Offensive pressure still here, and boost tanks low for everyone on Weber, so they got to be careful. Plays like this down center could be costly if not for the follow-up from Rivers and a bump from Nova out of midfield to now give them a chance instead. Off the backboard, Taylor is there, but so is Nova. Puts it up center. Where's anybody? Zest gets there, but not in time. Control will make the save, and as Rivers recollects this one out at midfield, Weber have got to be careful. They've heeded our advice here, Pyro. They are playing riskier, but with under a half a minute to play, if they're too risky, it could end this series.
Oh, they made it just a little more. The Demolition does not clear the shot lane there. There's still Hyunk ready to take it away off the backboard as well. Zest is going to beat them to it. No second touch here, trying to plummet down to the ball. Can't find it. Single digits on the clock. Control's bumped up the play. Can't get the shot on. Smart backflip from Nova. Ball taken under. Talos on the backboard looking for a pass down. It doesn't meet the touch. Control pop up. Zest and Nova climb to the ball. Zest still has another touch in their arsenal. Takes it towards the ground, but Control, to the ground. They want overtime.
They're opting for an overtime rather than a risky play, and I cannot blame them. But unfortunately for UCLA, now they're finally being put to the test, and it could be a test that Weber wins! The series will continue! No sweeps here for qualification as Nova sets up their team with precision.
If you told me that Weber State were going to score just 1 goal within 3 games and still take it to OT to win and continue this series, I would not believe you. But well, where are we found now to game number 4, Weber State University? What a climb that they took, not only for their first goal, as well as their ability to contain UCLA to just 1 goal that game.
I cannot believe what we are seeing here. It is not only the turnaround out of Weber, but it's the fact that UCLA, they look vulnerable. It's the first time we've ever seen that. So as we take a look back at the replays here now, it's going to be something special to really see where was the difference in this game. And I think the biggest thing for me is Weber finally started taking the risk that you and I were asking for, Pyro.
It was that aggression, and again, it was from Zest. Those possessions, those transitions to offense were often spearheaded by the player of Zest. They've had that awareness, that same type of awareness that I've been talking about from UCLA to cut off the passing plays, has instead had the awareness to beat the first defender, to beat even the second at points in time. That's what catalyzes the offense. That's what allows those players to get into succession of the rotation, to get those follow-up shots on, and finally punish UCLA.
They've punished UCLA, but can they finish the job now is the bigger question. It is game number 4 here, the first one we have seen on the day. But if Weber want to complete this, they need a reverse sweep. It's a lot easier said than done. So let's see, are they up to the task? Game number 4 of this best of 5. If Weber win this, we go to Champions Field. But if not, it's going to be UCLA moving on as the number 1 seed out of their group.
And we've seen greatness from Weber State, but it feels like we need to see more. Often enough in regulation time, 1 goal does not earn you a win in Rocket League. It did there in game number 3, a testament to their defense. We see more of that, though. They've got to contain players like that from Control who are trying to work their opponent's backboard quickly, but how it turns against them. Rivers! Well placed!
You can hear the crowd explode here. They have realized their hero, their Hercules, is none other than Rivers, an absolute merchant on the goal line with shots of utmost precision, and it's keeping Weber State in this series. UCLA, they saw a chance to close this one out in overtime, game number 3, but here in game number 4, not only are they not the first to strike, but they're not even able to once they find their first shots.
Did UCLA miss their stop at the train? Are Weber State now conducting it? Maybe not. Zest, the hero, puts their cape on and finds a save.
How on earth do they find that? Diving into their own half, and Weber State keep us scoreless through the first minute. UCLA, don't get too shook yet. I know that nerves are going to be at an all-time high because we're playing on land, but you have to do the same thing that we gave advice to Weber before. Head on straight, feet planted, and stay calm and collected. If you start to get a bit too risky, if you start to give chances to Weber the other way, they might just take them back down center, but no follow-up will be found. Nova opt to play some defense instead as they saw their teammates just lightly overcommit and want to play defense to keep this 1-0 scoreline in their favor.
And is that not a display of the balance Weber State have managed to get throughout this match? They could have aggressed that third man for the shot and they would have conceded a goal for it. No, the intelligence is there. Nova plays defense as well. Zest is going to have to, and the shot from Control is able to bat that one away. Control, who has been able to command their team to a leading front, has been countered well by Zest, who has that same game sense.
Control has definitely been the player to watch here for UCLA. They find 2 goals in the first game, 3 assists in the next one, but it is not them that actually gets the highlight here. It is Talo and Hyunk as they combine to even out the scoreline.
Oh my two defenders there, but they're like deer in the headlights, neither of them on the goal line there. And it's not until it's too late that they realize they need to establish that real estate there. Defensively, it's going to be UCLA to equalize.
This is huge for UCLA, finding themselves not only a solid strike, but doing so with team play. Something that has been a problem! But speaking of problems, how about Rivers? Honestly, Rivers, you get some credit. This is Zest. What on earth?
Well, you can't save the ball if there's no goalie. What a demolition from Zest. And Weber State respond effectively.
Zest with 2 assists now, both of them of the utmost importance. He is, you know what, honestly, Zest living up to their name. It rhymes with pest, and they're being an absolute one on the defense right now. UCLA struggling to find that same sort of confidence, that same sort of easy clears that they were finding through the first couple of games. Weber State, I don't know who your coach is. Give them a pat on the back for me after they are done. You guys have turned this around with a completely different play style that has made this a whole new ball game.
Weber State. An annoyance, but the best kind that you could ask for here in a Rocket League match. Can they pull it all the way to Game 5?
Oh.
Got this lead. Could they extend it? Zest is up there. Forces two defenders away. And Nova collects.
You can hear it. The crowd has come to life now as they realize Weber have a chance to find their first upset of the day. They are not only up in this game, they are dominating. This is crazy. UCLA looked pretty even with them through the first couple of games, just barely sneaking by holding out the defense and just not allowing offense out of Weber. Now here in this game, Weber's not only come to life, they just are shutting out every opportunity that UCLA are trying to find.
Now they're one step ahead. And you see that carry from Rivers as well. Well timed on that second touch and some bullet pass. The first defender, but Control always so dangerous on these simple plays. He's just gonna do it himself.
Well, Control says, all right, passing plays are a good idea, but what if I just muscle my way through everybody? Got Rivers dancing here in the corner, just a perfectly placed shot. Nova even prepared for the save. How are you gonna save that when it's top right bins?
As I said, dangerous anytime this player has the ball. And look at that, not just a pass, but a shot themselves. Pulls themselves in this game, but it is Weber State. Still with that lead, looking very dangerous. Off of the kickoff Zest as well. Do they have that read on the backboard? Shock, that's a scary situation. Defense still not in place for UCLA. Taken towards the net, saved at the crossbar.
Zest has been everywhere right now, and to give you guys a reference as to why this is so incredible to us, it could be another goal due to their setup here. Not quite done yet, misses off the backboard. Is anybody up? It's Nova. We're gonna get back to the point in a second, but it might just be during the break because Zest is continuing to do the heavy lifting here for Weber State. And why I say that, Zest, through the first 3 games of this series, 0 goals, 0 assists. Soon as they get an assist here in game number 4 and they find themselves a playmaker medal, 3 assists, and might even try and get a goal here as well. The offense not done for Weber as they are pressing up against UCLA.
Yeah, Weber State's playing Rocket League right now. UCLA playing pinball. That ball off of every single car in yellow or orange, whatever color. They need to figure out what it takes to bring this ball to the other side because we're painting this ball orange the way it's rested in their half for so long. They don't have much time to turn this around right now if they don't want to go to game number 5. It will be Control to the midfield, but taken out of the play. That's massive for Weber State to take him out of the equation. Incoming shot from Rivers, saved by Taylor.
Zest is setting everybody up, and as soon as they do put that pass down center, they are immediately headhunting, looking for anybody they can disrupt. Somebody's got to disrupt Taylor here, though, with a drop down. Of course it's Zest. He finds another save on the other line to save your medal for the player. You can see that. Look at the right side. Look at the stat sheet for this guy. It's completely crowded by the goals, the assists, the saves, the demos, the everything. And it's going to result in probably a win. UCLA trying to march downfield, but instead having to play from their own half. Pass out center. Control is there. He puts the shot on. Rivers just barely gets back, but Taylor can't get the shot on. And are you not entertained, crowd? We got one more game, a reverse sweep on the line if Weber can get it done.
Control 4, Demolition Zest 5. They are coming into this match with ferocity. You can't forget about that goal on the goal line when they demoed out the last defender. That speaks volumes, and it sends a message right now, Bass, to UCLA to tell them, hey, you better have your head on a swivel because we're coming in with everything.
And the big issue right now, you guys can hear it probably getting picked up by our microphones. The crowd has come to life, and they're cheering on Weber. UCLA, I can guarantee you they're hearing that, and they're sitting here going, uh-oh, did we let the opportunity slip away? Did it fall through our fingers? Did we have to close out this series in 3? Because now that we go to 5, it's a whole different game, Pyro.
Yeah, but how quickly you could turn around in 5 when you take it to Champions Field, because yes, maybe some teams have the ice to survive and try to pull off of a reverse sweep, but what happens when you go to game number 5? What happens when you need to be the iciest of ice? UCLA trying to show off that they have what it takes to deny the reverse sweep.
Weber fans, we've heard you in the crowd. UCLA, it's time to get loud. Give you guys some support. Show that this team still has people backing them. And what, Weber, if you don't want that, maybe drown them out with your cheers instead. Game number 5 in this best of 5. We're going down to the wire as Weber State look to reverse sweep and look for an early goal. The shot goes off target, and UCLA can wipe the sweat off their brow for only a moment.
Only a moment. Nova back to the sky, and Zest is going to turn around right back on this ball. Wants to work off of this early momentum, because guess what? If it works against them early in game 5, they may never get it again. They have the reverse sweep, the potential of that working on their side. They want to be able to utilize that to catalyze an early offensive, but it is Taylor past the first defender, Rivers, looking to turn it the other way.
Oh, off the backboard, though. Is Rivers going to get this? Indeed, they will. It's not even a half volley. It's a full volley all the way out to midfield where Taylor will meet it. And I'm already starting to see a difference here in UCLA. The aggression really coming out and just gunning for every shot that they can find. Oh, and that's over-aggression. Weber with a weird double commit on the sidewall gives time and space to Control, who will double touch it into the net. UCLA needed a way to break the momentum, and that'll absolutely do it.
You talk about teams working off of mistakes from the other. This is to another level. You see the double commit, and Control says, put that all aside. I am the show. And that's a 1-goal lead for UCLA. They might be back in the driver's seat.
I have to imagine that they're not quite in the driver's seat yet, but they've at least got their hands on the wheel, because I know that this is the confidence this team needed. They also still need to make saves, though, on the side of Weber there. A miss out of Hyonk is going to be huge for them, but they need to make another one here. Zest, pass out to Nova. Nova not able to read that touch, but Taylor, poor touch in the corner, is going to give more time. Zest immediately going to be an absolute pest yet again. Over and over again, these rotations out of this player is what's keeping them in this game. They don't immediately dive into their own half. They continue to circle around and put on that pressure, and it's why UCLA have been so uncomfortable through these last couple of games. Speaking of comfort, though, Control in the air, no one will challenge him, and he will comfortably give another offense here to UCLA.
Rivers towards the net there. It is contained well by Hyonkin. Control doesn't really get the clear they're looking for. It'll go across the width of the field as Zest chasing it. Not only the ball, but their opponent's demolition, bump, what have you. Everything in the name of physicality here. Control looking for a read. It's denied by Zest. Taken across the field. Nova, Zest, both are there. Shot goes! And it's in! Weber State pull it back!
This is so clever. Nova knows they can try and go for the shot, but why would they? So what do? Get the defense to jump. You can see that Hyonk and Taylor not sure what to do with that. So instead, leaves it to Zest, who can get that dunk if necessary, or just let it fall into the net. And Weber State find themselves that huge Hail Mary they needed. And Zest might be able to find another goal. No second touch out of the corner, but Weber State showing they have come to life. And this 5th game is about to be a banger.
Oh, this shot could be as well, and it just needed a little juice there. Control, no power on the shot, no goal. And we can't demonstrate how important that first goal was, by the way, from Weber State, because don't forget, first 2 games, 0 goals. UCLA know how to contain well Weber State, but they proved that they're back to the scoring potential that they can reach. Still 2 minutes on the clock.
Again, it's not only that they are back to the scoring potential, but it is that Zest has continued to come to life, pestering the defense, getting offensive presence that is just otherworldly. Again, through the first 3 games, we saw 0 offensive presence out of Zest, and now here through through the back two. They found themselves 3 assists and even a goal on top of that. Weber could find another goal here. Nova going downfield. Good 50-50 against Talo. Good 50-50 against Control. Where's the follow? Double commit at a UCLA will keep them scrambling. Rivers a little bit high with a shot, but you can see it. UCLA in a scrambling defense just trying to survive.
I don't know how much longer they can. Yonk is eliminated, eviscerated. Can they work off of that? No, Rivers shot a little bit too far inside from that near post. Control does get past one, and this is where they're the most dangerous. Control on a solo play towards the net, but Rivers does take it away, and a second touch for the clear.
Out to midfield, though, so the job's not done yet, or maybe it is. UCLA Control turns away from the ball at the wrong time and gives a chance now to Nova and Rivers to combine for maybe a shot, but no, instead. A 50-50 goes right into the hands of Young, goes right down center. Is anyone there? The answer is yes, and this is going downfield, barely off target. UCLA thinking they're lucky stars, because that could have been the decider here for this 5th game.
And even if Rivers gets a touch there, but they backflip instead, so the possession backflips right against them. Now it's Control. Shot there denied by Rivers. Nova working upfield, but the 50-50 will not sort out in their favor, and Rivers is also demoed. Talo to the skies. Air dribble, 50-50. Nova back to the corner, under a minute remaining here. Next goal could be it.
30 seconds left, and with every single one of these attacks being thwarted before they even turn into a shot, you have to imagine this is destined for overtime. But both of these teams want to try and deny destiny and create their own. Could it be here? Nova, no, misses the ball. Talo needs to touch off the backboard. Zest will deny it, keeps it close, but it's awkward, and Rivers has to bail him out. Control comes away with the ball. A chance to put it down center. He cannot. Hyunk, though, out at midfield will keep the offense alive. UCLA with the final offense of this game, or so we'd like to think. Talo, 50-50. Zesto almost gets it over the hands of Control. This one's up. What's going to happen? Rivers out to the corner, wants to get their own touch, and they will not. One single goal to determine it all, Pyro. Game 5 overtime. Who's moving out of the group stage without giving up a series?
Who takes the top seed? Is it Weber State to complete the reverse sweep against the higher seed in UCLA? They do in possession work with their Rivers on the shot! That's gonna be it! Rivers again!
Listen to the crowd. Listen as they go crazy, because Weber State, you've done the nigh impossible. Reverse sweep against the #1 seed in your group. And congratulations. We'll see you on we'll see you in the playoffs, because they have found themselves the #1 seed out of the group.
Unbelievable. Weber State, the story for this team, taking over Utah State earlier today. They earned themselves a match against UCLA, but is that really something that's earned? Because in that scenario, Pauly is hype, ladies and gentlemen, as is this crowd, for good reason. They pull off a reverse sweep pass after not scoring a single goal in the first 2 games.
Dude, we were worried about this being a perfect sweep without literally a single goal going in favor for Weber, despite an incredible defense, a very solid offense, but it just seemed like UCLA had their number. UCLA, we can answer the question that we said in game number 3. Did you miss the stop for your train? The answer is absolutely yes. Unfortunately, they could not find themselves the win, and now, Pyro, they have to battle all over again. 1-1 now. They're just looking to see if they can get a decent seed. They have found themselves playoffs guaranteed, but that #1 seed, straight out the window.
Oh, yeah, and you can find yourself against some very difficult teams because of that seeding now. I mean, we can take a look at exactly how this all formulated for Weber State University. Yes, there were always those chances that, of course, UCLA were able to find, but it was during the later ends of the series. It was Nova Rivers on that play, but we can't deny the instrumental performance from Zest this series.
Zest is my MVP. I don't care what anybody else says. It is Zest, 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 Zest. And how about one more time for good measure? Zest. Sure. Zest was literally everything in this game here, whether it was the offense, the demos, the defense, just all around. This guy made it a problem for UCLA to ever find their comfort, and that is what, in my opinion, changed this entire series. It felt like as soon as UCLA weren't comfortable, Weber State noticed it and just kept putting on the pressure over and over again. UCLA would find chances to escape, and Zest would be there to either get a demo, get a 50-50, do something to throw them back off guard and keep the offense alive for Weber. I don't know what else to say, but well done. Weber State, we will see you guys in the first round of playoffs, and I got to hope that we can get a look at that, because now that they've taken the first seed, somebody's going to have to go up against them that wasn't supposed to, and we're going to have a banger of a matchup.
We could have a very spicy bracket because of this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're going to want to tune in, folks, to not just this group stage, but later on in the day for the quarterfinals of the playoffs. Top 8 of the 11 teams that were in these 3 groups are going to move on to the quarterfinals. That is going to be later today after a Valorant series that is coming up very soon. But this sets up such an interesting narrative now for Weber State University. I mean, we were hoping to see their main team on the screen today, and their mid-series adjustments were so beautiful. One of the things we called out and that you mentioned from Zest was those demolitions, started working that again the other side. But why talk about them? Why not hear from them? Okay, that's what we want to do. Let's send it over to the interview to hear from Weber State.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC West Regional live here at Boise State Arena, Esports Arena. I'm here with Zest from Weber State University, who just completed the reverse sweep. Zest, got to take us through that game a little bit.
It was a little awkward at first. I mean, we did get kind of destroyed. I don't think we put a shot on second game. It's how it be. But third game, we kind of pick up the pace. Comms were better. It felt a lot, better positioning, better vibes, so.
So what changed up? Because when you first started, it kind of seemed like Weber was starting out a little slow. You dropped that first 2 games kind of quickly, but then you just turned it on. It looked like a whole different team in the second half.
I mean, I just changed my car. That was mine. But for everyone else, I don't know. We just, once you get the first shot, it's kind of like domino effect all the way down. So, yeah.
The energy really picked up there. Weber State completing the first reverse sweep we've seen here at the West Regional. Is there any team in particular that you're looking to go against moving forward in the bracket?
I guess the 2 CRL teams here, University of Oregon and Boise State. That's about it, honestly.
All right, Boise State and University of Oregon. Beautiful stuff. You're here in Rocket League. Is this your first LAN event?
This is not my first LAN event. We've done a couple. We've been to Sacramento and Las Vegas so far. Las Vegas about 2 weeks ago. I think the team we played there was UNLV, also a CRL team. So, yeah, they've been fun. I love this one the best so far. It's really well done.
Excellent. Well, you're competing at such a high level. Hopefully, if you can finish out this event, you will join us as the representative at the CECC Grand Final in Arlington Esports Stadium. How does that sound?
That sounds awesome. I can't wait to play. This is awesome. Thanks so much.
Well, you just heard from Zest here from Weber State University. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of the tournament. All right, back over to you, casters.
Zest, take a bow, my friend. My goodness, what a performance there. And honestly, a performance that I think is going to make waves throughout this entire event, because now, again, Weber State coming the #1 seed out of their group. It is something that I don't think we can even say that we weren't really expecting. It's more just that really halfway through that series, it didn't look like it was even a chance.
It didn't. 0 goals in the first 2 games. I've never seen a mid-series adjustment more empowering than that. I mean, it wasn't just the goals they were able to score. It was the ice in the overtimes as well in the series. That's what you need on LAN. You don't know what you can expect out of these teams when they play in person, when they play on that nearly 0 ping. But now we know what we can expect from Weber State.
Oh, we've expected a lot of things out of Weber State at this point here, and honestly, they've exceeded every expectation, whether it's the JV squad or also their varsity squad. They have put up a heck of a fight here on the day, and it's a fight that is well worth fighting. My goodness, Weber State, incredible stuff all around here. And again, you want to talk about incredible stuff, let's talk about the people that actually make this happen and, maybe some of the things that are going on as it stands right now. We got to give a huge shout out as it stands right now here to Big Sky. So, for those that are in the arena here, this is not for you guys at home necessarily, this is for the people in the arena here. Big Sky is currently going on across the street here. So, here at CECC West Regional, we're happy to announce that we're not the only event you can go and check out here in Boise, Idaho. Across the street is the Big Sky basketball tournament with a block party happening at the Grove outside of the Boise Center. If you're a basketball fan, we highly recommend that you guys go and check that out. Like we said, literally out the doors behind us, straight across the street, and you will find yourselves that incredible tournament. So again, once the action's done here today, go and continue to support Boise State and the action that they are putting on, and continue, stick around here because Pyro, we're not done with the day quite yet. We've still got some more things coming up, don't we?
Yes, we've got plenty of things going on here for the CECC West Regional Qualifiers. We have more Rocket League action. That playoff bracket, we'll find that out later today. But actually, up next is some Valorant action. We're going to be able to see some awesome teams here. Wave Runners at Hawaii and Oregon State University coming up right after this, folks. Don't go anywhere.
NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad. Game Pass has PC games. Nirvana awaits.
Tell me what you say.
All right, well, welcome everybody. My name's Pyro J. I'm here with Kaz from Arizona State University on the Valorant team. And Kaz, you are headed to the CECC West Regional LAN this weekend. I gotta ask straight up, first thing, have you guys ever competed at a LAN before?
No, we haven't participated in a collegiate LAN, but we've participated in a local LAN to Arizona, and that's where most of our LAN experience comes from.
Okay, cool. So what did you think of that experience? Like, I feel like playing online differs a lot from playing in person.
Yeah, so actually, our half of our team won the local LAN that we were at, and the other half competed against them. So we're kind of like at a 50% win rate as for LAN experience. But yeah,
Okay. Which half were you on? I gotta ask.
I was on the losing half, unfortunately.
All right, all right. Hey, pressure makes diamonds, right? That resilience is gonna pay off for sure, and hopefully it will at this LAN. Yeah, I mean, congratulations on not only qualifying, but you guys are coming in as the #1 seed from what I know. You guys won the qualifier, right?
Yeah, we did. We are coming in as the #1 seed, and I'm really proud to say that because we put in a lot of work to get here. So I'm excited to show off what we can.
So talk to me about like what kind of work gets put into it, right? I know in Valorant there's a ton of maps, like Lotus is added to the equation now. I'm sure there's all kind of comps you guys are trying out. Does that involve like you guys trying to find the right agents? Are you doing some scouting against the teams you're supposed to play? Like talk to me about what work gets put into prep for an event like this.
Yeah, so most of our work comes in before practice. Both me and both or the entirety of our team puts in work outside of practice to make practice as efficient as possible. Um, our practices are usually just 4 hour scrim blocks, but again, most of that work we put in before practice and we come in prepared for practice. As for other teams, we don't spend too much time looking into other teams because we want to be the best that we can, and we don't concern ourselves with other teams. But we do still put some kind of effort into looking into our competition. But that I would say we put in more effort into ourselves.
I think that makes the most sense, especially as a team that is the number, like, you know, defeating everyone else, right? Other teams have to look at you and figure out what to fix against you. You don't necessarily have to fix against them, right? Kaz, I know we talked about the fact that you play the initiator role for your Valorant team. Tell me more about what that means for you as a player personally. Like, what do you prepare for to make sure you're playing the right role for your team? And I'm even curious about agents as well, because I'm a Sentinel main. I hang back, I watch and lurk, but I see initiators like starting everything. I feel like there's so much pressure for your role.
Yeah, so initially I came into the team. A lot of roster changes happened before this year, and I came into the team as a Sentinel player. Um, so I was always a Sentinel player, and this is my first year picking up the initiator role. Um, but I think we've all transitioned into our roles perfectly. And as an initiator, I love supporting my team to the best that I can. I the scoreboard doesn't tell a lot of the story, but I think we all do show up. And being able to support my team both in the game and off the game is my role. And I'm always trying to get them hype, and I'm always trying to get them kills. So.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, every time there's you said you played Sova and what other initiator?
And Fade.
Sova and Fade. Oh, yeah. So for those that don't know, Sova and Fade, they play a recon agent where, you can kind of scout out where your opponents are. So they'll appear on the map and everyone can just take them down. So when there's a good initiator on the team that tells us exactly the information we need, it's chef's kiss. So I'm sure they love having you on their team, Kaz. Kaz leading the way for that charge. I did want to talk a little bit about sort of you guys just attending this LAN and kind of your role just attending as an esports like athlete. That to me is still like such a bizarre concept. Like when I was in college, not to be the boomer of like, oh, when I was there, this was never a thing. But I just think it's really cool. So can you talk a little bit about what that's like? Like, oh, I'm traveling to another university to compete for my college, for my team.
Yeah, for sure. So first off, we're non-scholarship school. We're a club. So it's very generous of our club to be able to help fund our trip to Boise. I'm really appreciative of everyone that helped that happen, our manager and our coach, and even our club's president. Um, to be able to travel as a team is something that's like it's a dream as a gamer and as a student and an athlete, and being able to do that with my team is it's phenomenal, and I'm glad we have this opportunity, and I hope we have even more.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize the club aspect of it. That's incredible that your manager, your coach, everyone involved in the club has gotten to get you guys to this event, because obviously you guys deserve it. I mean, whether you're competing at the top or not, I think you deserve it if the passion and the talent is still there, right? But you guys especially, right, are bringing the upper echelon of the competition right now. Yeah, so you mentioned it's so good to join and to travel as a team. Like, what kind of things are you most excited for? Just in the sense of getting to travel as a team, getting to play as a team. Like, obviously, compete well is one thing, but anything that you're looking forward to this weekend?
As a team, we usually do hang out as much as we can. We like bringing that atmosphere and just doing it in a different state. I don't know. Maybe we'll have a different kind of experience.
Yeah, you never know. It's a new trip for new experiences. Who knows? Tell me about like, so when you get there, when you're at the LAN and you get to compete against these teams, not remotely, it's going to be more face to face, right? What do you anticipate are the interactions between like other teams, and even when you guys are like in game, do you expect any like smack talk from you or the teammates or opponents?
Well, I think it's pretty typical to hype your own team up by trash talking the other team. Although we don't tend to trash talk the other team a lot, face to face, especially. Like we're not going to like I don't know. I think we just need to stay calm and composed, and as long as we bring our energy towards each other, we should be good.
I think that's a great way to do it. Like keep the energy levels up, and that starts inwards, right? That comes from hyping up your team. What's the catchphrase? Because in Rocket League, right? I cast a lot of Rocket League. It's all the comms we listen to. Nice, nice, nice. Anything, something good happens. So what do you guys end up talking to each other and saying?
We just tell each other that we're the goats, and there's no one that can stop us.
I love it. I love it. And it's true. And your track record shows that, guys, with lossless, undefeated in the qualifier run, and there to try and do it again. Committed, ready to do it again here this weekend at the LAN. That is awesome, Kaz. It's been a pleasure breaking it down with you and getting excited for this weekend. I think I asked pretty much everything I wanted to. Anything else? Anything else that's on your mind with this event that you guys are ready to do from the Arizona State University squad?
I'm just happy to be here. It's my last year at Arizona State, so I'm glad we've been given the opportunity to travel as a team and compete, and hopefully we can get this dub.
All right, folks. Well, you heard it from Kaz. Get ready, get excited for ASU to compete at the CECC West Regional LAN this weekend in early March 2023. Kaz, it's been a pleasure chatting. It's been a pleasure talking, and good luck to you guys. Yeah, this weekend.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC West Regional, as I am here with Sergeant Castro from the Idaho Army National Guard. Sergeant Castro, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Sergeant Castro, we were talking a little bit about it. You said you have an extensive career here with video games, always playing them. What are some of the favorite games that you grew up playing when you were younger?
Well, I started with a lot of Atari, going up through Super Nintendo. I've played everything. Okay. You know, and one of the things that I grew up doing and getting yelled at a lot, you know, my mom used to always tell me that video games was a waste of time.
Sure.
Now I can look back and tell her, I was like, you know what? Just like I tell these kids, it's no longer a waste of time. You know, it's actually a good benefit for a lot of these kids who love to play video games and want to get into college, and that's what we're here for.
That's right. That's wonderfully said. And please, you got to tell the stream really quickly the policy that you have when you play video games with your son.
So he loves playing games, and he's actually getting to the point where he's a lot better than me at a lot of them. I won't tell that to him, even though he's probably watching. Like, he didn't hear that. But if he's better than me at some of the games, I'll stop playing him. So we won't play him. So Valorant, he's really good at it, so I won't play Valorant anymore.
Sure. And what are some of the games that you enjoy playing in your spare time when you do get a chance?
Madden is one of my favorites. I usually play every single one every year. I just beat Hogwarts. I know everybody's into playing Hogwarts, so that was really fun at the household.
Absolutely. So being here, you know, from the Idaho Army National Guard, partnering with us for this here event, the CEC West Regional, what's it like? Take us through kind of your opinion of the Boise esports arena here.
It's amazing. Getting to work with Doc and his staff here, it's an amazing opportunity. I've gotten to spend a lot of time with them throughout the last couple of years and watching the program grow, not only at the collegiate level and everything that we got to do with them, but how we've expanded it to the high schools and being able to show our progression at each of the high school levels, it's been amazing. It really has.
Idaho Army National Guard. Also, you can scan the QR code if you're in the arena right here. Make sure to head over to the Idaho Army National Guard booth up front. Scan the QR code. Get a chance to win some HyperX headset. I use this headset personally. It is fantastic and definitely worth scanning the QR code. Help the Idaho Army National Guard out there and a chance for yourself.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. When we have Valorant coming up next, Sergeant Castro. So what are you looking forward to the most there?
I think the teamwork and a lot of the smack talking, definitely. I've been watching a lot of the teams going at it, behind the scenes and everything. It's been fun.
Well, we have Valorant coming up next. Make sure, once again, to stop up at the Idaho Army National Guard booth in the front and sign up here for the HyperX headset. Over, back to you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another CECC West 2023 interview. I am Septulence, joined by Jack Cook, a Valorant player for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. So, Jack, if you wanted to give us a little bit of background on you, kind of a dual question here. How long have you been attending UNLV as a student? What is your major/minor? And then how long have you been a part of the program in the Valorant team?
Gotcha. First of all, thank you for having me. I appreciate you. So I'm a junior at UNLV. This is going into my third year. I'm actually an education major, so I'm going to be a teacher, a social studies teacher. I'm starting my student teaching this semester, so I've been kind of in and out of the game most part. My teammates hate me for it, so I'm not there like all the time. They hate me, but it's okay. It's going well. I've been in the Valorant program for this is my second year now, so it's going well. Our team has been together since last year. We made one roster change. One player actually graduated last year, so now we have a core of 5, and then hopefully we're just going from there.
Very nice. So going into Valorant, do you have a specific role you find yourself playing often going into these games?
I play a lot of everything. I mix between like Sentinel player, everything except for main initiator and main initiator and main duelist. Essentially, I can play everything else. Some Sentinel, some flex players, some smokes as well.
Yeah, fair enough. So Valorant is a really unique game in a lot of ways, right? It's a first-person shooter, but unlike its counterpart Overwatch, you can't change who you're playing. So your strategies have to be a little bit different going into game. Approaching a game for your team, is there a specific method or approach you guys have? Is it studying your opponent and trying to outplay the compositions you think they're going to play? Is it going in and picking comfortable agents and doing the best you can with them? What does the strategy look like for UNLV's Valorant team to find success?
I think for us, we try to get as comfortable as possible in our game. We try not to worry about what the other team is doing. We may have set protocols, like if they do this, we're going to do this on the map, or like essentially if they're playing this comp, we want to play this style. But most of it is just we're going to play our own game and then adapt as we go. Like we did a lot of stuff this week where we're practicing some new composition stuff. So we're just going to see how it goes and then hopefully adapt as we go.
Yeah, one of my favorite questions to ask players as we get to learn a little bit about them off the battlefield, if you will, is, looking at the comparison of the popularity of traditional sports and then the growing popularity of esports is basically, how'd you get here, Jack? What brought you to esports? What was it about? Was it Valorant in particular, or was there something else that really pulled you in to the popularity of competitive esports?
Yeah, so me too. I played baseball growing up, so I was always really competitive. I always wanted to win. But as I got older, I hate to be the injuries got the better of me. But here we go. I'm the old guy.
Jack, you go first. Hold on, you go first. We're gonna loop back for a second, but go ahead, tell your story.
The injuries got the better of me. Whatever. I played video games a lot growing up. My friend actually showed me COD 4 on I think it was the Wii. Actually, we're playing the Wii COD 4 campaign. It was horrible. Absolutely horrible game experience. But then in about 2015, I would say, my friends got me into Counter-Strike. I played a lot of Counter-Strike until Valorant came out. I went to a few LAN tournaments, played in a few leagues. So I would say that's why Valorant was so appealing to me. It was just like a new version of Counter-Strike. And also I enjoyed Overwatch a lot in high school. So I thought it was going to be a good mix for me. And then essentially I took my experience from Counter-Strike and here we are.
Perfect. Yeah, no, I laughed when you said you don't want to be the injuries got the best of me guy, because that's me too. I played traditional sports for several years and then I got injured and I wasn't allowed to play anymore. And then very similar to your story, here I am in esports all these years later. So that really gave me a good laugh when you said that. But
yeah, I love it. I just love it. It allows me to compete still. So it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. That competitive nature is arguably one of my favorite parts about it. And is that kind of something that you have found to enjoy in the collegiate scene in particular? Is you are playing, like you said, with kind of a main 5 roster. You're spending a lot of time with the same 4 people. Is there a lot of team growth? Have you guys found yourself to be growing friends as you've played more and more together?
Yeah, of course. So over the last 2 years, I think we've grown a lot as friends. Actually, one of my teammates I went to high school with, so it's been nice to grow with him as well. But I would say one of the main things about collegiate, maybe a little unrelated, but it allows you to be a college student and pursue your career outside of the game while also, keeping that competitive edge. A lot of us, we love playing FPS games, we love to compete, but if we were in school, it's hard for us to play on like a full-time roster. It's hard for us to put in the hours every week. So collegiate gives us a good opportunity to take our some off time to practice and then compete at the highest level in a collegiate environment.
I love that. I could not agree more. It's one of my favorite things about collegiate is, like you said, you don't have to full-time dedicate to it. You don't have to worry about risk of education because education is just as important as the game itself when you play in collegiate. And you mentioned a moment ago, you have participated in LANs before you've been to in-person events. Does that statement carry for the rest of your team? Is there anybody coming into this with first LAN jitters?
I wouldn't say first line jitters. We actually played at the Las Vegas Spike Drop 10K, which was this past weekend. We played there, and then we also play there usually every week, every month they have a tournament there. So I would say we're pretty used to the LAN environment. Hopefully, there's no LAN jitters. But for me specifically, I think if I can use my experience, hopefully get rid of some jitters if there is some. But I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, you give me IGL energy. Are you the IGL of the team or no?
I'm not the main caller, but I give a lot of secondary information like mid rounds and then before the rounds. If I have input, I'll definitely give it, but I would probably say I'm like the second caller on the team.
Yeah, perfect. So, speaking a little bit more of the team, you guys have found pretty good success. You mentioned to me beforehand that you won your pools. You came out kind of on top getting into this event. Is there something specific that you feel can really set you guys apart? Is it relying back on the playing the characters you know and love, playing the agents you're familiar with? Is it something about the mental? Do you think there's one thing that has continued to give you this found success?
That's a really good question, actually. I think for us, just being prepared is one of the best things for us. We have stretches where last semester, like towards the end of the year, like final startup, we like don't practice as much, and our performance like hinders from that. We tail off, but I think we've been on a good stretch recently. We've been playing a lot, and we should be coming to this event pretty prepared. So I think as long as we play our game, as long as we keep practicing the rest of the week, I think we should be good.
Yeah, you love to hear it. It's definitely a growing consideration esports as a whole, and finding a place for the team to get successful is what matters most. Have you found that UNLV, the university, has been a helping hand in the growth of the program? Has it been a solo journey? Has there been a lot of communication with the university themselves?
So the contact with the university itself isn't really out of my control. We have managers and stuff that will do that with us, but we're more of a sports club essentially. And the sports club, they'll give us a certain allocated amount of money to spend for travel and spend for stuff. So they're really supportive of us as a sports club, but we're not essentially like one of those other universities where they'll give us like full ride scholarships or anything. So they support it as much as they can without being like, here's all the money to go to school essentially.
Right, right. Hey, not bad though. The fact you've got university involvement is definitely helpful, and
It is great. It is great. I appreciate them a lot.
yeah, and it's given you the opportunity to come to this weekend's event, which is going to be super exciting. Going into the event, other than looking for a win, because everybody is there something specific that you want or you want your teammates to take away from this weekend?
Overall, I mean, essentially, like going along with collegiate, like we're just here to have fun. I just want everyone to like from a lot of us, this is our first time traveling to an event together outside of the state. So I think this is a good opportunity for us just like be like good friends. I think other than winning the event, this is a good time for us just to grow as people and just enjoy our time together. So hopefully that's one of the most biggest things I'm looking forward to. I'm so happy. I'm just like we're all gonna go to the airport together. We're gonna fly together. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna hang out at the Airbnb. We're gonna have a good time. So that's one of the biggest things I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I just want to give you, before we bring the interview to a close, a little bit of space to just talk about, if there's something you wanted to talk about, we didn't get the chance to, or if there's anybody you'd like to give a thank you or a shout out to, this is the space to do so.
Yeah, mainly I just want to give a shout out to mainly my manager. She does a lot for us. She does a lot of work that's unprecedented, unappreciated most of the time. So I just want to give a big shout out to you, Chelsea. Thank you so much. And then my teammates as well. I appreciate you guys. You guys put up with a lot of crap, with me, with everyone. We go through a lot together. So I appreciate you guys as well. And then hopefully, this weekend we come out with a dub.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for joining us, Jack. This has really been a great interview, and best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you having me.
Welcome to the Boise State Esports Arena, and you're watching our coverage of the CECC West Regional Qualifier. If you're just joining us, we just finished up our first Rocket League showcase with Weber State pulling off an upset victory against #1 seed UCLA. Hopefully, as we move into the Valorant stage, we will see just as exciting games and maybe a few surprises as well along the way. I'm host Jacob Jem Palmer. I am joined by Michael Fish Fisher to call all of the action for you today. And Fish, I just want to ask you a question. You know, we saw an amazing comeback from Weber State in Rocket League. So set the stage for us in Valorant. Is like the seeding of the teams. Who do we want to watch out for? Who's the top dog, and who could surprise us?
Well, I mean, I think obviously I'm probably required by Doc to say that Boise State is our top team. Of course, I say that in jest. I really think this is a loaded field. I think from talking to people, any one of our 8 teams here today can come away with a victory tomorrow in our finals. But as you said, the #1 seed in Rocket League is out. They didn't even make it to the second day. So anybody can win. It was a reverse sweep as well. If you didn't miss that series, you got to go check it out. I believe I did see that it's on YouTube because it was fantastic. And that just points to it, right? You lose the first map here in our best of 3 of Valorant, don't count yourself out. You're maybe down 9-3 at half. You can always come back. That's what these teams got to remember. They cannot panic because there's always a chance for somebody to win.
Of course, a reverse sweep in Valorant is one thing compared to reverse sweep in Rocket League.
Takes a little longer.
Yeah, it takes just a bit longer. It will be best of 3 matches, and the first match we have for you right now is Oregon State versus the Wave Riders. So both these teams, Oregon State and Wave Riders, they are seed 4 and 6 respectively, so kind of in the middling range. So a real opportunity for anyone to kind of make a huge statement as we start out. And if there's a kind of a stage, a set piece for standing out, what do you think initiates the best, most exciting plays?
I mean, I think the best way to stand out, right, is just opening round ace, right? Just pop them right in the mouth. Just say,
But
hey,
nope.
we're here to play, you know. I do think, though, as you said, you pointed to the seedings, that Group B, because basically it's 2 groups of 4. We'll take the top 2 teams from each group, advance them to tomorrow. This Group B is kind of wide open. You have San Jose State coming in as the proverbial favorite on paper, but UNLV, the Wave Riders, Oregon State, all in that 4 through 6 range of the seedings. That second spot is going to be up for grabs. So for Oregon State and the Wave Riders, this first match is so important to beat your similar competition and increase your chances of making it to Sunday.
Well, I would reckon if there's any sort of stage you want to make a statement in, then, I mean, Ascent's kind of the go-to because everyone has played Ascent to death. You know, it is kind of the Valorant map. Everyone knows the ins and outs. So if you kind of want to start things off by making a stand, saying, you know, hey, we deserve to be here and we're going to be moving on to day 2, that could be in the cards.
Yeah, I think Ascent is one of those classic maps. I think with the new rotations, depending on your familiarity, I think Lotus is kind of like a wild card. If you maybe feel like your team is really strong on it, potentially you pull it out early. But yeah, I think Ascent is probably our classic. I wouldn't be shocked if we start there. But it's always tough, right? Because what if the other team's really got Ascent, right? Do you maybe say, oh, well, what if we go somewhere else? So I think those first stages are going to be probably pretty even. I would say the skill discrepancy between these teams, obviously, you're already at this West Regional land with the CECC. So I think you probably want to pick maybe a map you feel comfortable on, but you got to assume your opponent's just as good, if not better. You cannot say, we're going to win Ascent because we just know Ascent. That's not going to happen.
I'm not going to lie to you. I would love to see some Lotus personally, but Valorant, it seems like we kind of have a certain pattern of stages. You know, every stage goes through kind of a hate relationship, then a meh, and then it kind of grows on people. So I hope ultimately Lotus maybe gets the Icebox treatment where it turns into one of the favorites later on. But as we go into the stages now, picks and bans, any particular agents that you're looking out for? Who do you want to see? I mean, we've seen, you know, if you were talking last year, you know, it was Chamber all the way, but now that he's kind of settled into the background, who are you looking for?
I mean, I'm always, we heard in our interview with one of the players, I'm really looking for, you know, an Initiator, maybe a Sova, maybe a Fate, something to get some intel for your team. That's what I'm looking for. Good players on those can easily carry a game, but I think we got our lineups here to take a look at.
We have the Wave Riders versus Oregon State, and the lineups that we have for the Wave Riders at University of Hawaii is going to be Cold Ghost, Encrypto, Frog, and Mike. They're going to be playing for the Wave Riders. And then here we have Oregon State, the Beavers, looking to move on to day 2 as well.
And we've got Rio, Dragonfly, Neon, Walt, and Blarpson. Of course, I ran into a couple of these players in the lobby. They did get their pregame Chipotle, so hopefully they are all fueled up and ready to go. because it's important, right? I mean, you know, as this day goes on, this is just the start of Valorant. They've got three matches tonight. You got to make sure you're ready to go. You never want to have to start having that mental fatigue later on. So I know Oregon State is prepared. I'm sure the Wave Riders are as well. I just didn't get asked their pregame meal of choice. I apologize, Wave Riders. But no, these teams look absolutely stacked. And as you said, basically comes down to a coin flip. 4 versus 6. There's no real favorite in the seedings.
Yeah, I'm gonna add that as like maybe a trademark Fish's advice. You know, everyone talks about taking the 2-on-1s and keeping your sidelines, but pregame Chipotle isn't bad either.
No, I think there's nothing wrong. You know, I was a little critical of the choice. Went with the bowl instead of the burrito, but I understand you got to keep the hands nice and prepared for Valorant. But no, I think there's a lot of great choices around here as well. I know there's some awesome stuff happening next door as well. Because the Big Sky is in town for their basketball tournament, so there's a lot going on. But you got to be focusing on the game.
Yep.
And that's what we're trying to do. Hoping to hop into the first map. You think it's Ascent? I probably think it's Ascent.
Probably.
Yeah, I feel like that's just like the go-to. Like, let's get game 1 in.
Now, you bring up Big Sky along with this, you know, in-person events. Let's get to the LAN aspect of this because, you know, everyone's been talking about, you know, does any team fall to the LAN jitters at all? And we're talking about the Wave Riders having to travel so far to get here.
Yeah, we've got Wave Riders in Oregon State here about ready to go. But, yeah, as you said, we heard in those interviews, right, Arizona State and UNLV, they played in local LANs, but they've never played traveling, right? You know, how does that fatigue set in? As you said, for the Wave Riders, traveling quite a long way. Potentially, maybe, you know, they had some time to get the jet lag, but it looks like we're ready to hop into game number 1. And I think you and I start the day 1 for 1 on predictions from what I see to the right of my screen.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's insane that we're starting off this well, but our prediction actually came true. We are going to be going on to Ascent, one of the classic 3 and probably one of the most well-known. So if you're looking at Ascent, you know, we have a lot of opportunities to pop off, you know. I mean, we don't see Chamber as much, of course, but we still have some exciting Sentinel play options with the KJ, and also, you know, Jet, just standard face of Valorant pick. I'm wondering if any player is going to step up on the Jet.
Yeah, I think that not only the question that is, the other question I have is, you know, how does the op play in, right? Some teams love to play the op. They run it mid, try and get an early pick. Some teams just say, we're not going to try an op. We're going to smoke you out on heaven if we push that side. So very curious to see if either of these teams have a dedicated opper. I've seen a lot of teams have 1. Some teams run 0. So that's something I want to keep an eye on. I would assume, much like Ascent being 100%, I think we'll at least see a Jet. She seems like she's been a staple forever. So I'm excited to hop in. Again, it's the Wave Riders taking on Oregon State. It is Group B action here in the West Regional LAN for the CECC. We're getting ready to go at any moment.
Yep, you know, anyone can do, you know, the classic Jet op combination, but, you know, it's some refined tastes also prefer the Sova Odin, you know, on B. I want to see some wall bangs and just spray and pray. And, you know, the RNG answers you well.
I knew you were going there as soon as you said refined taste. Yes, the very tactical hold down left mouse button and just kind of draw a circle or your shape of choice around that B elbow. So, no, I think, as I said, I want to see a Sova. I think Sova's can be so powerful on this map. You have so many utility. And I think also the smoke play comes in, right? How are you going to bring smokes? Because that can counter that Jet on the op as well. So there's a lot of interesting decisions. I'll be very curious to see kind of what our teams bring to the table for game 1. Because, again, they played each other a little bit for seeding. They might know their tendencies. But as we heard from UNLV, maybe they're changing things up coming into this LAN, right? I mean, UNLV said they're trying some new strategies. I'm sure Oregon State and Wave Riders did as well. But it sounds like we've got Agent Select right on the table here. So let's pop in and see what we got coming up here for game number 1.
You know, we kind of identified the regulars for this stage. We do see the Jet locked in for Oregon State. KJ also pretty standard pick. But this Dragonfly, I am very on board with the Cypher pick. I just love seeing Cypher whenever I can.
Cypher has such great utility, especially with his ultimate. But the problem is as you and I have seen in some events, you can have that ultimate for 2, 3, 4 rounds because you never find a body. You never find a way to use it. So for Dragonfly, it's going to be very critical, in my opinion, finding a body as soon as that Neural Theft is online. Because I'm of the opinion, I don't know about you, 2-on-1, rip the Neural Theft. Just guarantee the round win. Don't save it for this perfect moment.
Oh, right.
That can be something that's tricky, though, on the Cypher because you can be like, hey, we need Neural Theft. Well, we don't have all the information. So I want to see him rip it early and often.
Alrighty, we're taking a look here at Ascent to see what we have before us. One of the most well-known stages in Valorant, and we're going to be using it to open up the CECC West Regional Qualifiers. Once again, this is the Wave Riders versus Oregon State. Wave Riders versus Beavers. We're down into round 1. Let's see what the initial purchases are going to be.
Everybody starting out. Very curious to see how the attack is going to be here as well for the Wave Riders. It looks like right now, maybe looking for this mid-push for the KJ, going to try and grab that alt orb, but so far, nobody's really going to run into each other unless KJ tries to peek this corner.
Everything pretty evenly split for the Wave Riders, but Oregon State is focusing more heavily on A. They're going to rotate back into Gardens, trying to take a 3-on-1 versus the KO. The blind goes out, and oh my goodness, caught in the corner. They drop like flies. Oregon State now just has 2 left. Wave Riders are going to be able to get their plant.
Dragonfly going to go up into heaven, looking for at least a couple picks. He's got KO, low health, but not much more. So a 4v2. So what Oregon State can do. Rio's up there as well. Right now, they're just kind of waiting. This is a really good defensive setup here by the Wave Riders. Knife does get destroyed, but they do know at least one of them's up there. Ghost, did he see a head up there? They are going to get Rio. It's all up to Dragonfly. Looking for at least a pick. He gets one, but Mike finished the round with a triple.
Not too bad for Dragonfly. If you're in a situation 4-on-1, you're wanting to pick up just that one frag, maybe try to put a dent in their eco. And speaking of which, we now go into kind of the gun advantage round, if you will, before the bonus round. So Wave Riders, this isn't just the choices that's going to affect this round, but most likely the next as well.
Yeah, curious. I'd assume we already see 2 Spectres and a Bulldog. Pretty standard choices. I did like their attack strategy, by the way. I love that usually you see teams kind of push towards that alt orb. You instead saw the 3-man push towards Garden. I think that was really unique. I think maybe caught Oregon State just a little bit off guard. We'll see what Wave Riders got this time. It's Dragonfly. Knows there's somebody over there. Gonna pull out the cam. Not quite able to find anything, though.
Old orb picked up by Wave Riders. Oregon State also has kind of gone for a 3-stack on both of their defenses. Didn't work out so well the first time, but they are technically taking 3-on-1. But with a spray transfer like that, it might not make a difference. Got a whole lot of damage onto that Astra from Oregon State.
I mean, yeah, you can see the call. Even going down the 1-for-1 trade, plus taking Waltz down to 12, the Wave Riders have decided they're going to push over into A lobby. Break fly by there. Astra is going to go down.
Fear going on to Generator, and a double picked up by the Wave Riders. That's going to be a very successful plant. More credits over to you. Now let's see if we can get 2 in a row.
The story before, and once again, it's the same result. Mike finishes off Dragonfly and Rio. And the Wave Riders do pick up a 2-0 lead. They did lose a couple, but pretty solid round, I think. I mean, obviously, as you point out, gun advantage in their favor. That 3-0 win, kind of what you expect.
Oh! Well, I guess the predictions just are flying back and forth for me. I am on a roll here.
Okay, that's quite a buy in round 3.
Yeah, going with the Odin, but I love to see it.
Hey, again, you come to the land, you got to have some fun. We heard about it. You got to make your impression.
I said the Odin was the tasteful choice, and talking about taste, the hot pink and cyan is just.
Shouldn't be for Rio. He has no friends over there. Everybody's crowded around this. Hey, I like the guard push. Cole's gonna go in, get a great spray, but Larpson finishes him off. He gets taken down by a great shock dart.
4-4, not the worst start for the bonus. Neon and Mike are going to trade 1-for-1, so now we're down to 3 apiece. A little bit of util, Molly thrown out in the choke point for A, and is going to take Waltz out in Y. Now there's 2 left on Heaven as Wave Riders go in for their plan, taking a lot of damage through that Cypher smoke and caught under Heaven with the Odin and a Dream.
KO so low, but it's all up to Rio. Trying to fire out a shock dart, and he gets him! Makes it a 1v1. Ghost just going to grab the spike and turn tail. Both of them low. Health advantage just favors Ghost by about 20 points. It'll be a while before they run into each other.
There is enough time, but you consider, you know, just in terms of a full purchase, they've almost completely upset the economy of Oregon State. So even if there is a win for the Beavers, they're not going to be going into the next round with deep pockets necessarily.
Ghost is going to get a great chance to get set up here. It's the spike down.
Spike planted.
It's going to send Rio on his way, and we've seen Rio be one of the last one alive the last 2 rounds. He hasn't been able to finish the deal. Can he do it this time? Ghost goes back to Boathouse, and we've swapped out our Odin for a Phantom. I like Rio being able to find that more practical gun here.
Dart thrown out, trying to pick up Ghost's location. A bit of fire being exchanged, but no major engagement quite yet. And timer's ticking down for Rio. He has to make his play. Ghost is just waiting. He's going to try to bait out the defuse. He turns around. I'm not quite sure how this is going to work out. Waiting for the peek and gets him at the right moment with the headshot. Wave Riders bonus successfully and go to 3-0.
That was a great play by Ghost. It did seem like Rio was a bit confused. You could maybe kind of produced that he was in Boathouse, but unfortunately didn't quite have enough time. And it's a really great job by the Rave Riders. And as you said, that completely destroys the Oregon State economy to the point where it's basically another pistol round for them. Neon is going to pick up a Marshall, but I don't know what else they have left in the tank. So this could be a great chance for the Wave Riders to really make this a quick 4-0 lead here in our first game.
Settling nothing for Pistols and Government Cheese at this point because they got to save up some money to be able to be back on even footing. As we open up round 4, a few peeks being exchanged through mid, but not going to have anyone to hit that Marshall with. Meanwhile, this Jet is going to pick up the ultimate orb. And everyone's going to play a bit tentatively.
Looks like we're going to wrap around right over towards A. Leon not quite able to find anybody. So right now Oregon State completely in the dark. I don't think they've seen a single member of the Wave Riders. And they're going to be in for a rude awakening. They're about to push in through A lobby, and there's not a lot of walls there. Pistol at a tree.
They smoke off Garden, now moving in for Generator, seeing if there's anyone under heaven. Still, no one falls, and the door is going down. It's going to be a pretty clean spike plant with no one down yet.
Set up cold as well. Couple numbers trying to push through heaven for Oregon State. You can see quite a lot of damage has gone out onto the KO and the Astra. A light breeze will knock this KO down. Shots coming out. Second play, Wells can pick up a couple, but it's Mike and Cold who finish him off, and it's just down to a 1-on-3, and there's not a lot of hustle under Clarkson. And he falls. It's a 4-0 lead for the Wave Riders.
Just for show at that point, that headshot, he was so low on health, you know, even a shot in the Tootsies would have done it. But now Oregon State is going to reach a very crucial point. They are going to be able to purchase their rifles again. In terms of ultimates, pretty even, although Wave Riders have a slight advantage. I also got to say, one thing I'm really liking from the Wave Riders is how conscientious they are of Oregon State's choices. You know, if they seem to be predicting, oh, you know, there might be an Odin in B, we'll just not go there. Oh, someone's sniping in mid, you know, we'll just rotate through our own spawn. They're very good at that so far.
Yeah, they've taken some fantastic routes of just not full committing over towards one side. Usually a couple guys go B, scout it out, at least grab the alt orb, full rotate over. And it does sound like we do have a little bit of a tech pause here, but it is a 4-0 lead for the Wave Riders here in game number 1 on Ascent. But this round, I think, is the round we kind of talked about with that Cypher, right? You need to get that Neural Theft early, or even if it's a 2-on-1, even if it's a 2-on-2, that Neural Theft just, I think, needs to be used here to help stop the bleeding for Oregon State. Because right now they're going to fall in that dangerous territory of eco, buy, and that never ends up well for you. So it is the CECC West Regional Qualifier, Game 1, 4-0 Wave Riders here on Ascent, as we are in a bit of a pause.
And let's just zoom out a little bit on kind of the big picture. It isn't just the kind of the timer ticking in terms of Cypher with his Neural Theft. It's the timer ticking just on the fact that it's Cypher on defense as well. You know, when you get into offense, as the Beavers are going to find out, you know, trying to make such a defensively minded agent work out, you know, they're going to have to even up the score and maybe get into a lead very soon here.
Yeah, they definitely are. If it's, you know, hey, maybe you go for the 9-3 half, right? You know, the curse of the 9-3, maybe that's what they're going for. I say that in jest, but no, I'm with you. They definitely seem like a defensive favored team just from their agent choices. It has not gone well. But from the other side, I do want to say, you have the Killjoy ult for the Wave Riders. I'd love to see that popped as well, right? Just be aggressive with it. I think that's something the teams have struggled with is they're holding that ult for the perfect moment, especially here on LAN, especially if you want to set an early tone as the stream game. Go up 5-0. Rip the Killjoy ult. We're back, and it's round 5. Full vibes for both teams. We've got the Wave Riders for the first time all on A.
this has been, you know, something that the Beavers haven't been able to react to. I mean, there's been so many pushes onto A, only one onto B. And yet there's only one Beaver to hold it down, but he might just be enough. Dragonfly gets the first pick onto the Jet, and he's going to use his Neuro Theft immediately. I love that.
That is a perfect use. It allows Walt to pick up the double kill, looking for one more. Unfortunately, Frog able to take him down, but it's a 4-on-1. You got to make sure you push him as the team spike is down, so he's in a bit of an awkward spot. But if Ghost can find a pick or two, even just to hurt that very, very precious Oregon State Econ, he's going to catch Dragonfly with the knife out. Rio knows he's there, peeks the wrong way, and Oregon State stops the bleeding with a nice round.
Oregon State is going to say, the Wave Riders, you are not going to rain on our parade. We live in Western Oregon. We're used to it and are going to make the best of it. Moving back to 1-4, now just 3 rounds off as we head into round 6.
Perfect though, right? I think we're perfect on predictions, right? The early Neural Theft got the kill, rip it, fantastic. That turned the whole round around for Oregon State. Waltz picks up that double kill right by the spike, and all of a sudden, you at least get one. Now there are quite a lot of ults up for the Wave Riders. Again, I think that Killjoy ult, the moment they can get the spike down, is going to be fantastic. Very nice come out immediately for the Wave Riders Jet.
Neon is also prepping his tailwind, looking for a quick pick and get out of there, and he does, with just barely any health, only 11. Meanwhile, rotating up through mid-market, trying to get a sideline with these knives, is going to spend one and live to fight another day.
Unfortunately, just peeked the wrong way did Cold. Waltz prepping for what has been a very common garden push so far for the Wave Riders in their successful rounds. So far, really, they haven't committed anything. You can see the spike still back in spawn. Now finally Cold's going to go back and pick it up. It's Ink looking for a way in. Does see the Owl drone get spotted out. Going to try and challenge Rio, but instead an Astra smoke will just stop everything.
Some firing through the smoke is going to throw out a shock dart. Those have been pretty effective. It is going to take a little bit of a trickle off of Ink's health. Larson also trying to hold down the sideline in conjunction with Neon, who has to be very careful at 11 health. The knife goes out, and one knife to the face. Neon only gets one.
Rio doing a great job. Larson and Rio combining to finish off the round. Oregon State wins the second, and that just felt like the Wave Riders just spent too much time. B was so heavily fortified, but they tried to push in anyway. It was a great knife to at least start that for Cold, but unfortunately got taken down immediately. And that was really the first time we've seen the Wave Riders struggle with choosing a way to go. They felt forever to try and find a way, and they just ran out of time.
Now they're not quite struggling with Econ yet because of their early lead, but if they lose this one, especially considering, you know, how many they lose or how many Oregon State, you know, the Oregon State pulls off a flawless, we could be seeing easy 4-4.
Waltz over in Market, just a dog walk. Trying to make sure he preps for any early aggression. Again, we get this side of the Wave Riders.
A whole lot of firing through the smoke. I like it.
Nice. Does find one. As him and Neon have mid-market held down. And Cold looking maybe for a push here. Does see the tripwire.
Problem is, Cold needs to find a way around this tripwire. Just going to go right through it and gets Blarps, and it is traded, though, as Neon takes out Cold, so still 4 apiece. And an engagement here through Garden as the Astra is just going to move back toward Heaven along with Cypher.
Cage triggered.
Just waiting for the eventual plant to come through. Cypher Cage thrown out as Ghost wallbangs Waltz and sees him all through the camera. Oh my goodness. Uses their own cage as sort of an elevator shaft to drop down. Oregon State has turned things around, now has 2-on-1. Can they clutch it? Be able to go within just 1 round of the Wave Riders.
Oh, they're trying to collapse on him. If they do just that, they should get this one easily. Rio up in heaven. Mike knows he's surrounded. They need to push him together, though. If you push him one at a time, this is where things happen. But Rio with the wall bang. After Mike made it a 1-on-1, and all of a sudden, Oregon State racing back, making it 4-3.
This last round was kind of doing everything you could to the other team without actually seeing them. I mean, using the information off of the camera, immediately gets him, drops down, gets another before he is traded out, and then taking the 2-on-1. Not only that, but the Silva just hanging out is just waiting for the call from Neon to say, okay, he's right here, wallbang him.
And I mean, not to mention that, I think that was a great job because the camera netted him 1 kill. But both of those Sova ult kills were because of that camera. He knew where every single member was, immediately tells Rio, rip the Hunter's Fury. They're right on top of the generator, and he gets 2 kills, and that totally turns the round. So a fantastic job by Oregon State to, from what looked like an early struggle, make it at least 4-3. But again, as we talked about, for a team with a Cypher, they have to do this. This needs to be, again, as many as they can get, probably 7-5, 8-4s where you feel happy because, as you mentioned, Cypher's going to lose a lot of that utility we just saw in that round when he flips to offense.
One other thing I have to wonder is just what the picks are going to be from the Wave Riders, because they have kind of reached the point where I don't think they're going to be able to at least buy full rifles for everyone. So we're going to have to see how kind of those semi-round picks, we're going to see how they do on the Sheriff. Yeah, some semi-buys. Looks like we have a Guardian, a Stainer. So we haven't seen the Wave Riders in this position yet, so we'll see how they do on their first eco. And uh-oh, you see what I see?
There it is. Love to see it. Now, where is he going to go? I like this play. Garden as well. That's been where the Wave Riders kind of made their money when they pushed. Here, a couple of shots go out, but nothing pops up in our kill feed. So Neon starts a quick 0 for 2. Rio sees one in mid, trades a couple shots, but so far, everybody nice and healthy. Is the Aldrome going to go out? See Mike right there, and it does before it gets taken out.
Frog is going to take the peek around the corner. Dog walk and just, oh man, he's got to play around this so well. This KJ is also moving through. Neon is just waiting. Boom! I knew it! I was calling it out!
Good morning. You knew it was there. Now Neon picks up one. Presence is detected. Couple of shots being traded out. Martin's gonna pick up one. Oh! Ink thought he had him, but Neon says not today. Sees the shoulder of Cold, now sees his little toesies. Shoot at! It's going to be Ches. It's 3 in a row, but Mike, by the way, with the Guardian on a 3 keys. He's looking to maybe go 5 in this round, and he's got to for the Wave Riders to stop the bleeding.
He's committed enough on A. He doesn't have enough time to rotate through his own spawn, so he's got to take it. Dragonfly and Rio. Once again, kind of the dynamic duo in terms of 2-on-1s. They're going to take it and be able to squeak out a win 4v4. Now the question is, can he get to that op in time?
Yeah,
does he pick it up? Yes, he does.
Yeah, that was a fantastic use of the op. Looks like we even got an Odin. That was
that was insane.
Ink thought he had him dead. You catch an op in close quarters. That usually feels like a victory, and then this was just a fantastic shot. Cold playing with fire. Though I will say, big shout out to Mike with just the Guardian. Gets 4 in this round. Now it's 4-4. We get the Odin for Rio again.
The Odin op.
Oh my goodness.
Tag team.
Nowhere is safe.
But the interesting thing is he's not holding down B with this Odin. He is taking a line on to what is not a long-range gun, but it works out anyway. Are you joking?
He got burned last time he bought the Odin. Nobody came through B. He knows they love mid. Fantastic job. With that Odin here, more shots going out. The Wave Riders right now trying to hesitantly look for an in on B, but they're going to turn around. And Rio's going to get set up in heaven. That Odin's going to feast as they push around that corner.
And a very ominous shot from the op saying, I am still here. It's moments like this that separates the kids from the adults because you got to find a way to play strategically. Watch your sidelines. Going to take a peek through mid. Oh. They've got nerves of steel if they're taking this route.
Oh, it's up to Waltz. Again, Oregon State, I think, has really realized that A Garden is where the Wave Riders want to come. Multiple members on the peak. Oh, Waltz with the headshot. Says not today. Immediately going to throw the smoke down. Cole tried to dash in. And he gets it through the smoke. Some help from Rio with that Odin. Just holds down the trigger, though. Ink does pick up a kill. Now going to get very close. That Ink makes a great call. Realizes we just need to flip B. Him and Ghost should have this held down. Especially with Ghost getting a great kill.
But this Cypher util still coming in clutch. It's going to be using KO's ult to try to take away. Everyone's trying to sneak through the smoke with Fury as well. I mean, oh my.
He didn't drop the op for anything, so he's stuck to the shot. He has close range, so Dragonfly bails him out. And Dragonfly picks up 2. And Oregon State goes 5 in a row. And it's been a game of streaks. The Wave Riders started out 4-0, and now Oregon State's won 5.
Oh boy, we have got a game on our hands. Oregon State has won 5 rounds in a row now. And looked to be showing no signs of stopping. I had no, I mean, we were talking about the shorty. He was just kind of baiting us the whole time. He had knives.
Yeah, it was interesting that he kind of, baited us with the shorty, as you said. Happened to use the knives. Maybe going to come back and regret it. You did have a 3-on-2. Maybe could have waited a little bit, but it's so hard to say. And again, look at that econ for the side of the Wave Riders. They have 1 AR. But hey, I mean, in the hands of Mike, a Guardian is a lot more.
True.
He picked up 4 last time, but outgunned. We'll see what they can do with Neon. Aggressive here over in B main.
Setting up the Tailwind is going to have to go up against the Owl Drone. Right now, we also see a whole bunch of people moving through mid. Markets of fire being exchanged, and Blarpson is going to be dislodged. One shot with the op is going to take out Cold. We're back down to 4 apiece, getting a lot of information, though, off of the Recon and the Open Beast right now on B. Take a break and reload, because I think you've done enough.
One, but Neon with the op Odin. We jokingly talked about it in the open. And it has come and paid dividends for Oregon State. Rio and Neon with absolute clutch plays. And now the Wave Riders have got to find an answer. Because they, after their early success, they've been called out on market and they just have not found a way in.
I don't know how the players are feeling. I'm personally having the best time. All my predictions are coming true. I'm seeing the Odin actually do something. He's top fragger holding it. This almost the best night of my life, just in terms of a game I'd want to watch.
They get a full buy plus knives. You hear him go live. Neon goes down, goes with the twofer. Oh, this is an awful start for Oregon State. Right through A main come the Wave Riders. Everybody's got to frantically scamper over Rio, going to try and get set up on Up in Heaven with his Odin. They're going to get the spike down. Aldro's getting a ton of info.
We'll also get a ping in terms, and again a huge wall bank down below Heaven. Going to have to reload, and the Killjoy is thrown down to try to clear out the point.
They use the neural theft, so Blarpson finds one. Rio finds the lockdown. And it's all up to this Jet with knives. Cold finds one, though. Picks up the op away from Neon. Can he find one through the smoke? No, he cannot. Blarpson will start the defuse. Is he going to stick it? It's halfway. He's going to hold it. Does Cold have the advantage? Oh! Yes, he does! Oh! Dragonfly tried to body block, and it didn't work.
Now, there were multiple times that Oregon State made some risky decisions here. I mean, they tried to stick it, but I think the riskiest decision of all was at the beginning of the round. I think Neon, might have been thinking, hey, I've been able to tailwind out so successfully in these past few rounds, and ultimately took a very risky peek on A, and it didn't turn out well at all.
I mean, 4 of the members died in 2 shots, right? Because you got the double kill to start on Neon and Waltz. You got the double kill at the end from Dragonfly trying to body block. Cold's now got his own op! And he says, welcome to the party, Neon. I can do that. We're going on to B.
Dragonfly has his work cut out for him. Also, a cage not quite going the way he wants to. Hunter's Fury as well is going to try to buy some time for the Beavers as the Wave Riders are moving in on toward B, almost having the plant down. There they go.
The enemy Hunter Fury as Mike finds one, going to find a second with a Molly, make it 3. And why not give him 4? It's 6-6 at the half.
Now, where is the factory reset?
Oh my goodness.
Switching sides.
You got to hand it to Oregon State. Also, I just want to say that one clip of the Cypher throwing his cage out and bouncing off the stairs, that's the definition of if you're having a rough day.
And he's been having a good day up until then. That was just very unfortunate. This time the op being played perfectly. And now, as you said, we switch sides. We see what Oregon State can do with this Cypher attacking. It was a mixed bag, as you can see from the scoreboard. 4 in a row for the Wave Riders, then 6 straight for Oregon State. Before the Wave Riders tied us at 6-6. It is game 1 here of our West Regional LAN in the CECC for Valor and Oregon State and the Wave Riders in some Group B action.
You were saying the Guardian is a threat in Mike's hands. I think anything is a threat in Mike's hands. He is just at 20 already at the half.
Hey, anytime somebody with that name's popping off, I'm smiling.
Meanwhile, Oregon State is taking a route that Wave Riders have done a lot before, going a lot towards A short.
But no Garden this time, right? That's the Wave Riders you can see. Almost predicting that they'd be playing themselves. The 2-man beat defense on Dog.
Meanwhile, after taking an initial peek, they're going to be going back through their own spawn. Would be a route where they'd have to face less of the Wave Riders, only 2 instead of 3.
She said only 2 members there. So far, no one from the Wave Riders has made the rotation.
That's a great dart. It's going to give the team the call that, hey, we need to move over to B as the Western Wave Riders are moving through a mid. They're trying to take a 2-on-1 on Frog, who's stuck in Boathouse. Can he still trade this? He cannot. Now the plant goes down for the Beavers.
Goes incredibly low. Get out just barely. Aldro sees a couple coming through mid-market. Rio taking some wall bangs. Mike trying to finish him off, but Neon finds one. Bring that out immediately. Ton of bullets being wasted. Mike finds one. Dragonfly with another, but it's Mike again. It does not matter what he has. But Dragonfly and Neon finish him off. Oregon State wins the pistol round on defense. Or offense, excuse me.
Now we see the purchases are going to be brought out. You know, I like Odin, but yeah, hey, Ares isn't half bad as well. I love Rio just going for the machine guns. Meanwhile, all the other choices are going to be a bit more standard for the Beavers.
Yeah, well, hey, we have to remember though, in that second round when the Wave Riders were attacking, the Beavers did get it down to a 1-on-1. So do not count them out quite yet. Curious to see maybe they want to be aggressive. Feels like teams sometimes have success if you unexpected here.
Oh, I don't think the Wave Riders were expecting that, but a bit of an erratic spray pattern is going to leave the Beavers.
Still hit him for 51. Oh, Mike. Here's the bullets coming out. He finds one. But Waltz will take him down. That's still a huge trade for the Wave Riders.
Wow, they're trying to take, you know, Waltz is going, I don't quite know where to look. Let's just rotate over.
I think Ink maybe walked up, tried to find that. Oh, look at Ghost. Oh, this is brilliant if he can find him. Trigger discipline, though, is key here. Unfortunately.
Maybe just discipline in general, because they're just going to walk right past.
But that gives his team plenty of info. His team knows they didn't go back through spawn. Frog now. They didn't quite see Dragonfly now. Sees the shoulder. Onto him, finds one, finds a second. And now it's all up to Larson, and Frog shoots him in the back. And after a streaky first half, it's back and forth here with a nice thrifty for the Wave Riders.
And that completely disrupts the sort of standard flow of play in the first 3 rounds, because now Oregon State is going to be able to bonus with anything. We'll see what their choices are. Everything picked up by the Wave Riders, and this, a lot of people firing through smoke, ultimately turned out to be kind of a numbers game for Frog. He picked up 3, more than half of the eliminations for the Wave Riders in that round. Now Oregon State, the shoes on the other foot. They've got a bunch of frenzies and a dream on B.
Feeling area. Just gonna rush into B. Neon just gonna dash right in. Ghost right there. Picks up 1 Frog as well, though Dragonfly does get at least 1 kill, so there's 1 Spectre in the inventory for Oregon State. That should help them.
I know exactly where you are.
I like this neural set. Even outgunned, I still like they now kind of have an idea. Aldrone.
Gonna go through the bars.
Didn't see anything, unfortunately.
Red line is smoked off. The door is gonna head down. Looks like it's just a bait for the time being. Oregon State now moving up is gonna take a 2-on-1, but they're gonna trade 1 for 1. So it's now just down to 1 thanks to Colt picking up a double. Now Mike get caught in the reload. He does. Waltz is just hanging on by a thread. Problem is the spike is way out there in the open, so he can't grab it.
Yeah, unfortunately, he'd love to be able to get the spike. He needs to find a pick onto one of these 2. Didn't even get a gun, so he's stuck with the frenzy. Mike's gonna find him and make it 8-7 Wave Riders as they're back in the lead. So both teams have done a really good job in those pistol scenarios of at least keeping it close to a decent dent to the econ of the other team.
And with such a back-and-forth style of gameplay, you know, it's really kind of delaying that off purchase that worked out so well for the Beavers in the first half.
The off, the Odin, neither of them. I mean, obviously the Odin attack would be a bit of a meme, but he's going to pull it out anyway.
You know what? Maybe a meme can work.
But again, as you said, it's delaying those power purchases, which those turn the table for Oregon State. So how long until Neon can get the jet? Or get the off? That's going to be a big question. It's cold. Right up, gets Larson through the smoke. Fantastic job of finding it.
All the options kept open for the Beavers at this point. I don't know if they realize, though, that there's going to be a lot of util, a lot of KJ util that they're going to have to walk into. It's just waiting with bated breath. Mike is in the boathouse, waiting for the audio cue. A dash forward from Neon. Dart thrown out. Cypher Cage as well. Low visibility in B, and unfortunately for Mike, he isn't going to be able to get a good engage on even one. Oregon State now moving on to the point is going to be looking to plant on the Wave Riders are coming in hot. They're going to be stopped by Dragonfly. It's traded back one apiece. A dash away, trying to get away with the tailwind, but the Odin is feasting right now because he's in a post-plant situation. He can now move over to his preferred location. He has to hold it down.
Oh, he didn't get a chance to reload the Odin, unfortunately. And Ink will pick up the defuse and make it 9-7. Unfortunately, all that spraying does mean you run out of bullets very quickly, and that's exactly what happened.
I mean, he has a reload, of course, but it's kind of a cost-benefit analysis because the reload takes so long.
He cancels it very close to the end. We might even see it in this replay. This is a great retake, though, here by the Wave Riders. You see the spray here. He's going to run out of bullets. And look how close he comes, but he heard Ghost. If he had waited 2 more seconds, he maybe wins this with the Odin, but
yeah. Just didn't quite work out. Now Wave Riders have opened up a 2-round lead. Knives going to be brought out, keeping the Wave Riders rolling in terms of momentum. Beavers are forced onto an eco round, but maybe this Astral Wall can work out for them. It's going to completely slice midden too.
Oh, Cold. Oh, no, but Neon bailed him out! Oh, Cold had him in the back, but Neon with a great kill. Unfortunately, not going to get anything. With his own knives instead, to push right up onto the point. Rio finds one. Neon trying to get up into heaven. Does pick up a gun. Still has the knives as well. He's going to find one, find a second. Larpson able to get the plant.
Ooh, that's a well-placed molly. Larpson is down very low on health, but takes him back with his own molly thrown up into heaven. Anything you can do, I can do better. And Rio, with the Sheriff, is able to get Frog. Beavers are now in a 2-1 advantage.
They need to push him together because they don't have the guns, but instead Ghost gets a one-on-one shell. So now it's up to Waltz. He's going to start the defuse. Push forward, just barely misses him. He's just trying to buy time. Fires up his shot, he flicks him! And Oregon State makes it 9-8, just barely, with a great play by Waltz.
How on earth did you have enough time to reload in that scenario? I was thinking for sure he'd be caught in the middle of the animation. There you go. Now we see the op being brought out by the Wave Riders. It's going to take just about everything Cold has. So it's an all-in purchase. In fact, the rest of the team kind of has to eco as 2 of them go onto the Ares.
Cold is as good with the op as Neon was. His team might not need it. We do see the Odin once again for Rio coming out. As Cold very aggressive here over on B. See the Odin shots ringing out. But so far, really not a whole lot being exchanged here.
In fact, no one from the Wave Riders is even set up on mid, so that opens up a lot of territory for the Beavers to work with. Garden, however, I would say is probably a bit more locked down.
Yeah, Mike has Garden heavily fortified here. The first one to push in, the alarm bot, and immediately say, okay, let's turn around.
We are closed. Please go away.
Blocking sight.
All right, it's going to smoke off. Garden and still tentative to work through now that all those swarm grenades are gone. There's still one left trying to keep him at bay. The KJ moves in and is able to take out Larpson.
One Ink, though, with another amazing round, gets 2. Rio finds one, but it's not enough. The Wave Riders make it 10-8, and Ink has been coming alive here on defense. Another clutch round for him, and now State's starting to run out of viable rounds to buy in.
And this was such a crucial round for the Wave Riders to win because, remember, 2 of them had to settle for an Ares of that round. In fact, Ink is still not going to be able to get a full purchase. Is going to have someone buy it for him. So they're just scraping by in terms of eco, but they're winning the rounds they need to.
Oregon State, their eco's even worse. Ooh, just sees a kneecap. Not quite able to find it. Kicking around the Dragonfly, gets the flash, unfortunately. Anything is cold. We'll take care of Dragonfly for him. And it's 5-4.
Neon moving up through a mid-market. He's going to be able to catch out that Swarm Grenade. Blarkson walks right back into one, though, and he's going to pay for it. Ghost mows him down. Neon is still able to keep it in a 1-for-1 trade. It's up to him, and Ghost Neon with the frenzy. Oh, my goodness, he's on a roll. Oh, as soon as I say that, he gets taken out around the corner. Nice job by Frog shutting that down.
Yeah, the Frog kind of predicted he knew Neon had to go for a gun. Great rotation. Rio finds another. Wave Riders pick it up, and now this is probably Oregon State's last buy unless they win a round.
I was on a roll for so long with my storytelling setup, and then that was the one prediction that I didn't get. I was thinking Neon might just take it, and still impressive, but that was, Blarkson wasn't expecting that Swarm Grenade at all.
Yeah, these Swarm Grenades have been fantastic for Mike, doing a ton of damage, getting a pick. But yeah, this is a great job. You can see immediately, realize Neon's going to look for a gun. It's 11-8, but again, if they lose this round, not only is it match point for the Wave Riders, and Oregon State does not have the econ by much more than half buys. They gotta win this round or at least get plenty of kills.
Neon is standing in this side lane. He's been in situations like this before, but he's immediately gonna actually dash out, move back towards Boathouse as the Beavers close in on B. They don't have to deal with the sideline because Ink is just a little bit late rotating over towards it. Mike is able to get a pick onto Neon. Frog is the last one holding down Boathouse. He's able to clutch it for the Wave Riders. Now we move on to match point.
I was not expecting match point. Frog and company, Frog and Cold, to hold Boathouse with an op, but they did just that. And as you said, it's match point. You can see 1 AR. A couple of submachine guns and knives for Neon. Actually, they'll be able to combine resources for 2 ARs, so it's not looking pretty here in Game 1 for Oregon State, but they put together some win streaks before. We'll see if they can do it again here. The problem is, even if they win this round, the Wave Riders have more than enough eco to buy it.
Can't use that.
Talk about no fear, keeping that sideline through the knives. Hunter's Fury is brought out. Cole picks up one initially onto Dragonfly. He is not stopping with the op. He gets a double. Frog and Mike picking up the slack, and Wave Riders quite effortlessly get a flawless and win the first game 13-8.
Now, really a great job in the second half by the Wave Riders. They absolutely dominated after really a streaky first half. It really all started when they won that second round, right? When Oregon State has the advantage after coming off the pistol round. The Wave Riders pick up a fantastic win. I think they had another thrifty in that round as well, and they just found ways to win when they weren't favored to.
Now, my memory serves me correctly. When we were looking all back at kind of the agent select, I believe I saw that Fracture was the next choice. So I'm not quite sure what to expect on this one. I mean, if it's Fracture, the only thing I can confidently predict is that we'll probably see a breach be brought out because, you know, when you're thinking about wall bangs, I mean, you know, wall bangs and stuff just shot through walls. I mean, Fracture much more than Ascent.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. If it is Fracture, like you said, I assume breach is going to be there. I think it'll be interesting because Fracture, of course, unique as it is, it felt like the Wave Riders had multiple different strategies when it came to attacking. For Oregon State, it felt like they had kind of more the traditional Ascent attacks, right? Either go B or go A. We didn't really see many mid plays. We didn't see many garden plays really compared to the Wave Riders. So I'm curious how these team strategy will change when it's a much more unique map than Ascent. I mean, that's the one thing.
And also just because the Wave Riders got off to such a stunning start, you know, winning the first 4 rounds in a row, when you kind of take into factor that, you know, they won by 5 rounds overall, you know, had they not gotten off to such a great start, who knows where we would be right now.
I mean, really, it was a tale of 2 halves, right? The first half was 4 wins in a row, 6 wins in a row, 2 wins in a row, and the second half was they kind of traded back and forth. Didn't really feel like that Cypher pick hurt them on attack. I thought he made some fantastic plays on attack as well. So I don't really think if they want to run Cypher again, it's an agent that's going to hurt them attacking. And I mean, the biggest thing is got to find a way to stop Mike, right? Mike is absolutely a beast. So finding ways to slow him down, because not often do you see a Killjoy just say, you know what, I'm just going to get 4 kills myself. Absolutely phenomenal performance by him.
I really also got to hammer home what you were talking about, the Cypher, because kind of the two things we were talking about, we like to see Cypher, but like the two major caveats we give is, but what are you going to do on attack, and how do you get the neural theft? And he played around both of those great. He was using everything.
Yeah, both times he had the neural theft up, he immediately ripped them. Again, there were a couple of rounds when they did win on attack where it was because of a fantastic camera, because of him doing a great job for the most part with his utility. Except the time he bounced it off the stairs. But I think that Cypher pick was fine. I think you want to run it back, that's fine. But it takes like we will be heading into Max Flip to confirm if we are indeed headed to Fracture, like you believe.
As we can see, the bans that went out, yep, it is Fracture, and Pearl could be the decider. The bans Haven, Lotus, Icebox, and Split. There's only one of the classics, and then we have 2 fairly new stages.
Yeah, honestly, when we were talking about maps, I kind of figured Ascent and Haven were going to be almost mainstays, so a little bit shocked that Haven was taken away. Maybe Split in there as well, but I know, hey, switch it up, as you said, maybe go to new maps. We'll see if Fracture can find a sweep for the Wave Riders, or if we'll be heading to Pearl in our first game here in the CECC West Regional LAN in Valorant. Again, the Wave Riders with a 13-8 win on Ascent over Oregon State. Both these teams in Group B looking to find a way to get an early win.
And one thing I have to kind of think of overall here is, we see that was Oregon's defense on Ascent. So that means the map choice went over to the Wave Riders. So they obviously felt comfortable on Ascent. That worked out in their favor. So if my deduction is correct, which that's a big if, but this should be Oregon State's choice on Fracture. So I'm wondering, what do they have up their sleeve that they could, do they have really insane breach play? Is their initiator just waiting to pop off in this stage?
Yeah, I think that is going to be something that we have to see. I think the other thing that, we did get confirmation you were correct on that. I think the other thing is I just want to give a shout out to Ink, because when we flashed the first half scoreboard at 6-6, his name was not at the top. I'll put it that way. But he had, I think, 3 rounds where he got a double kill, clutched the round. So it's those little things in game. I know we saw a timeout in the game. I don't think we ever heard who took that timeout besides our tech pause, but I think that's one thing that you and I have talked about all the time that is sometimes criminally underrated. Just take those timeouts. You get one. Take a timeout when things are going south. You'll find ways to turn things around, and I think maybe that's what Oregon State or the Wave Riders, if they struggle early, take a timeout. It's just like an ult, right? Use it early to your advantage. They don't roll over.
Now, if we're talking about kind of, we're kind of we were trying to figure out very heavily in that first game, who's more favored on attack and defense. And it used to be a question on Fracture. It was pretty easily answered. It's like defending was just no one liked defending. Since then, Riot has made some good changes, taking all the alternate route off of Dish, and it's a lot more balanced in terms of the sides now.
Yeah, I think it will be interesting to see. It definitely felt like just from Ascent that the Wave Riders are the better attacking team, at least on Ascent. So maybe that's kind of where I would lean going to Fracture. Just it felt like they had more strategies. Again, as you said, as we found out, it is their map choice, so that's probably why. But that was the one thing. It just felt like Oregon State, when they were attacking, it was a lot of jet dash through the smoke, and hopefully you pick up a kill. And Neon did it sometimes, didn't do it others. So more consistent attack strategies would be something I want to look for here for Oregon State if they want to get us to a Game 3. But the Wave Riders, they're more than happy to let Jet dash through the smoke and get picked off.
And Jet is a popular duelist in her own right. The one thing that I'm curious is, I love, if there's one thing that's just below the Cypher for me, it's seen some great paint shells on arrays, and might be a more viable pick. Of course, has to contend with the nerf that came onto the Bombot that just now doesn't go as far, doesn't work quite as well for you. So maybe someone is still feeling good. Maybe it's a comfort pick in spite of the nerfs, but at this point, I'm sure hoping.
No, I'm with you there. I think some fantastic rays. I don't think there's a more hype ult to watch as a caster than when you hear the showstopper come out, because they're going to have some electric boost pads. They're going to find a way to create some space, get up in the air. So, no, I'm with you. Would love to see, as you see the Wave Riders there, they are hyped after picking up a Game 1 win. Oregon State on their map, trying to turn this thing around, trying to get us to a Game number 3. But, of course, then we talked about this, right? This is this LAN experience. You're up on the stage. The bright lights are on you. You might be used to playing from your dorm room or whatever your setup is at these colleges. it can start to wear on you a little bit. And will that fatigue start to kid in if we get in late into game 2, early into game 3? Something to keep an eye on for these players. If you start to see some decisions, it might just be they're just not used to the bright lights beating down on you.
And also a bit more jet lag to kind of deal with.
That's true.
Just, you know, you're traveling all the way across the Pacific, but the Wave Riders are showing that they aren't fallen by any means. They had an incredible start. Do you think we'll see kind of a more standard start for this particular round? Because I would have not predicted. We're predicting everything. You know what? Before predictions, let's just see what agents are chosen.
Hey, look at that. You got your Rays locked in for both sides, actually. Neon and Cold going off the Jets, so you'll get your wish. Again, I think our predictions have been 100% right. Maybe 1 or 2 missed, but I think
mirror
this is
match.
interesting time. Yeah, this is a straight-up mirror. And again, Oregon State did pick this, so you would think that they're maybe favored, but it is the CECC West Regional LAN, the Wave Riders and Oregon State Group B action in Valorant. Game number 1 went to the Wave Riders 13-8 on Ascent. Now we head to Fracture for game 2 in our best of 3.
Ready to judge in, you know, we were talking about, I was saying, you know, Ascent is kind of the stage to say I'm better. Also, just kind of a test of who's better is just the mirror match as well, because there are no variables here. It's just who is better at these agent choices. Wave Riders are going to be starting out on attack. Well, Oregon State, the initial choices are going to be brought out. Not too many are keen on the gun purchases this time around. A lot more shields being bought.
Again, I think for me, all eyes are going to be on Mike. Absolutely popped off on that Killjoy, the frag leader for both teams, I think up in that 20-25 range on Ascent. And he will be someone they have to get through if Oregon State continues to head this direction.
Timer ticks down, and they're off, as they would say. Cold is going to be dodging that knife and taking a very aggressive peek up through far spawn. Meanwhile, the Wave Riders are not going to let them flank them too easily. They're moving quite quick in toward B. A trade back and forth for Mike and Rio. Cold now opens up a slight lead on to Wave Riders, but two of them are pretty low on health.
Yeah, we're going to pick up one. He trades it right back. Cold trying to find one as Blarpson gets there.
He's having bad flashbacks now. That's the second time.
Ooh. Now all of a sudden it's a 1v1.
Baits out the defuse.
Made it again, takes one shot, trades it right back. No, the Dragonfly finds it. And Oregon State picks up the first round on attack.
Yeah, my only advice to Blarpson is just watch where you step, you know. I don't know what the equivalent of a wet floor sign would be for the swarm grenades, but he's backed into them multiple times now.
Blarpson has not had a good relationship, you're right, with those 4 swarm grenades. He was really hoping that Mike would be on something other than the Killjoy. But again, when we saw this on Ascent where Oregon State won the pistol round, they were not able to carry that momentum into a second round. So we'll see what the Wave Riders have in store here with just pistols.
Early knife is thrown out. And the early split. Don't like the way that A kind of looks, and there are a lot of Wave Riders on there through A. They're going to keep that flank in mind. Dodge the blind and just spray with the Spectre.
I like the play. The execution is questionable, but you got to get aggressive when you have just pistols. So no harm there for the Wave Riders. I think that was the perfect play. It just didn't go out the way they hoped.
Now A is going to be left pretty much uncontested, so a very easy plant. The question is, where do they put it? They're going to be going. Oh, I thought they were going up to the second level, but they're going to choose a more standard location.
Down.
Spike planted.
Let's see what the Wave Riders have in store. If they can at least find a couple of picks.
Ooh, I like this. You know, Waltz is in there. It's kind of a backup to go through the door. Some 3G util is thrown out, but the Oregon State is not flinching in the face of it. Just trying to go around with their jiggle peaks. Make it 2-on-1. Mike is able to get Blarpson, but overall the Spectre difference is going to work out in favor for the Beavers.
Yeah, this time the Beavers able to use that gun advantage, only using one. We get a pretty healthy bonus. The Wave Riders finally get a move to full strength here.
Now's a chance where we really get to see whether trends are going to be broken. Can Oregon State kind of get a 3 rounds in a row, much like the Wave Riders did in the first game? You're going to have to go up against a full purchase of AR. Also, a lot more Phantoms being preferred to the Vandals this time around.
spike. Ink trying to push over towards that spawn side. Unfortunately, they did guess wrong. Larson grab the ult orb, fully charge the ult, and it looks like we will turn things around here.
Not picking up the spike quite yet, and now they do. They just wanted to get an initial peek onto B to see how it looked. They're going to be moving slowly on toward A. They still have plenty of time, though, so if they change their minds yet again, they can marrow through. No one is holding down Hall, and we see very early a Rolling Thunder is going to be brought out by Oregon State to try to clear off A. They're going to have to deal with Cold trying to hold down point from above, and Ghost is able to get a pick onto Rio. Cold and Ink are quick to follow. And Oregon State falls one after the other as these ARs prove their worth.
Yeah, unfortunately for Oregon State, that was just kind of more of the same we saw in Ascent, right? They just throw out something and then just charge onto the point. Nobody found that Cold was up there until the KO knife, and at that point it was too late as Larson and Dragonfly go for a ride.
Left.
And now they start to run out of time, and unfortunately they really don't have a better way to go than back towards A in the body of their fallen comrade.
Slow rotation through Dish. I mean, they do not have time. They got to start running here and now because the timer has turned red. We are below 10. Got to move in, but it seems like they are just with Cold just sitting out there saying, you know, I could hear you. I knew you were short on time. Say hello to the Vandal.
Unfortunately, they just not quite enough time for the triple back, right? As you pointed out, they started on B, rotated over towards A, lost 3 members, then tried to go through ropes to go back to A. And yeah, as you said, at that point, they just kind of had to throw themselves at the point. Really not a whole lot they could do. Then feed Cold there, a triple and a flawless for the Wave Riders. And we won't get a repeat of game 1. We will not get the 4 rounds in a row. And now things will be all even for the first time since our pistol round.
Neon having to settle on half shields. He's going to be taking the initial peek, however, through B long.
I think it's aggression that the Wave Riders have had. They've gotten very cheeky on trying to find spawn picks.
Neon is moving very slowly despite being so wide out in the open. Is now going to be moving out toward Tower. Is going to take that for free. C2, now 3 of the Wave Riders are going to be fighting into B, and Frog is going to be the first one to take a headshot onto Waltz. Cold is now moving up, trying to dislodge Neon from Tower, and does so successfully, is now moving in. Trying to find any of the Beavers as they're going to be moving off the spike, try to hold some post plan.
One enemy
lineups, but Ink with a double.
Oh, Dragonfly does find 2. Ink, nice flank.
Oh.
Dragonfly does get him, but the spike was defused, so a great little bait, and Ghost will finish it off with a headshot just to clean him up. Fantastic job there by the Wave Riders. They absolutely took that point, and unfortunately, it looked like Neon got caught with the shells out, and that was kind of the difference makers that let Cold take the tower, and from then, it was game over.
And what was already a little bit of an eco problem for Oregon State is now compounded into a much bigger eco problem as they're going to be forced onto Sheriffs and one Stinger.
We've seen this before, though, right? This is a lot like how round 1 on the first half on Ascent went, where it was Oregon State struggling and struggling. Nice knife and a nice lineup there for Frog. Does find 2. And we'll see if that forces Oregon State to rethink their plan. So far, the answer is no. And now it looks like it might make the change here.
Also got to think of how well Frog is predicting about when they're going to peek out. But I don't think that time is going to come anytime soon. In fact, they're going to be rotating back over to the other side, going through A. But, I mean, it's kind of out of the frying pan and into the fire because you see that breach, what was lined up on that util. Let's put it back up. The question is, does Oregon State walk into it? Do they fall for it? And around the corner, Ghost is not able to get the headshot he was looking for. But now Wave Riders know Oregon State are trying to push through A. Trying to take a warband around the corner. Cold is able to take out Larson successfully. Bot is thrown out. It's going to be mowed down. And Ink is also going to pick up Dragonfly Ghost onto Waltz. Wave Riders have a 4-2 advantage.
Yeah. Thought maybe we had a showstopper in us, but Cold will find another triple kill. The Wave Riders pick up their 3rd in a row. And really, this is They've done so well on defense, basically calling out Oregon State. When they try and push to a point, they're all there ready to go. They've also been there to really make them kind of hesitate, and it does look like we do get that timeout taken. Again, something we talked about. Timeouts can be very useful to kind of figure out how to adjust your strategy mid-round. So I assume it'll be Oregon State who took it, and I think that's a great call.
I do appreciate that their breach managed to pick up an elimination on the util. It's not often that we see that, but to me, those are the best kinds of eliminations. They just get caught in the general vicinity of anything, you know. The only thing that can compare is like when you actually take out someone with the dog.
True. True, unless, you know, you don't like dying at the util if you're Blarpson, who's had a love-hate relationship
You've
with them
touched
so
a sore spot there.
I mean,
oh, my goodness. Talk about, that's not weapon
That's
assault.
one of those things you got to talk about in the timeout, right? You got to make sure you look out for the mollies. But no, I think this has been a great job by the Wave Riders. They've been phenomenal here on defense. They've really forced Oregon State into this really awkward guessing game, right? Of, okay, our first attempt didn't go the way we wanted to. Now where do we push? Do we go across ropes? Do we try the same side? And it just has not been working. And as you pointed out, Oregon State eco has been a problem. They finally get full buy and full shields. We'll see what they can do.
This is going to be a major deciding round for Oregon State. Where do they want to push? Which way is going to be better as the Wave Riders actually taken a rather gutsy push up, trying to get a peek. But that knife is going to stop them for the time being.
Unfortunately, they guessed wrong again as they did take a little bit of damage. Now they're walking in. Mike, he finds one, he finds 2, 3, 4! Oh my goodness! Can he find the 5th is the question. Waltz turning tail and running. I think if anything, he doesn't want to let Mike kill him, and he does! Can we ban Mike? Is that a viable ban? Is that, like, I know we can ban maps. Can we ban Mike?
Not only does Mike have an ace to himself, but he was able to take a whole ultimate away from Oregon State, and that was kind of at the worst moment you saw, because it was after Mike had gotten that quad that the orbital strike kind of goes down as a last-ditch effort to take him out. You gotta almost take that as a sign of respect, too, you know, where you're the only one left, and it's just, I'm going to try to use a whole ult to take you out.
The problem is, I mean, that felt like I was watching Ascent, though, right? Smoke down, satchel pack in, hope for the best. Oregon State needs to find something here. Again, they did a great job on the first half of Ascent after going down 4-0, battling back. We'll see if they can stop the Wave Riders win streak at 4 again here on Fracture.
Gonna decide to move through the tunnel initially, but Mike is holding down tower, so should his reaction and flicks be good enough, this can still be countered by the Wave Riders.
I do like this split attack, though, for Oregon State. Getting a little bit more creative. We got a good old standoff here. Now they're going to push forward, but nobody predicted Cold to be there. Him and Mike combined for a kill each, and all of a sudden it's a 5-on-3. Make it a 5-on-2. Cold with another one. Mike does finally go down, but not before. He leaves Rio as the last one standing.
Has to take a 4-on-1, and with the Sheriff, probably, actually he does pick up a Vandal. From this scenario, you know, I would say one frag is good enough. Can he pick up more, though? He tries to flick, but Cold is going to eliminate him, get his triple, and now Wave Riders have opened up a sizable lead.
Now, unfortunately, as we saw in Game 1, Oregon State in that yo-yo econ where they can buy one round and then have to kind of run at him with pistols the next round. I thought the attack was fantastic. Unfortunately, Cold was just in a very aggressive spot behind those boxes. And now, what can Oregon State do? Again, a great job in Game 1, evening out the series when it looked bleak early on. Right now, they need another one of those rounds here.
Oh, Neon getting stunned immediately, also blinded. It's just going to be taken out by Ink again.
Oh, Ink has been playing absolutely fantastic. Second half of Ascent and now on the start of Fracture. Oregon State not going to be deterred, though.
You should run.
The attacker Killjoy will go down. It'll secure a site that was, for the most part, already secure. And without the spike going down...
Yeah, but this is the thing. Blarpson is stuck in the tunnel. I don't know if he can even plant off this Killjoy.
No, they don't get the plant off.
Oh, man, that's... That's rough. That
Really, if anything, they lost because Waltz was the only one who took damage during that kill.
They do still get a few seconds afterwards. KO ult is going to make everyone play CSGO for a while.
See what the Wave Riders have in store.
These smokes are just kind of forestalling the inevitable for now. There goes a Rolling Thunder being brought out. Everyone is pressing the ult button. And you know what? It's a whole lot of show, but not too much. It's going to be this Killjoy who might actually have the biggest impact as it's forcing Oregon State off the point. Meanwhile, Ghost and Frog are able to pick up one apiece, drive it down to just Blarpson. He's able to pick up the Ghost, but he's going to get blinded, and they're just going to stick it. Oh no! Blarpson!
He did it! He dodged it.
We have had
Good
this
job.
conversation before. Okay.
He's defeated his demons.
Okay. The possibilities are endless now.
4-1 for the good guys. Larpson 1, Molly 0 at least this time.
I swear.
But again, it was a fantastic round by the Wave Riders. We got the whole fireworks show of ultimates being thrown at us at one time. And as you said, I think the Killjoy ult, 1 kill from the showstopper as well. But that was fantastic for the Wave Riders and just a way to expand their lead. Again, we talked about in the open, being aggressive with these ultimates is so clutch. It just puts them on cooldown. You can maybe get another use out of them depending on how your round plays out. Here comes Dion through the satchel, but unfortunately, Ink's not going to be fooled. Does get caught with the util out. The Ghost will bail him out, but Rio and Dreg take it up 3-on-3.
Dragonfly is able to even it up. Waltz is going to make it to the point. He is just hanging on with 10 health.
Spike planted.
Cool Breeze is going to knock him down.
And Ghost trying to take.
Ghost is in the same spot, so these health bars are actually pretty even.
Molly going to be thrown off. I don't know if he exactly meant for that angle. A bit of an unfortunate play. Wow, now he's going to get thrown out. Mike is going to be able to dislodge Waltz from the point, but Dragonfly is waiting patiently. He's going to be able to take out Ghost with the wall bang. It's down to 2-on-2. The flying goes through. It's going to hit the Wave Riders, and Oregon State plays off it. It's out just down to 1 apiece. The showdown of the Killjoys with low health to boot. Just a mean glance is going to take him out, and Dragonfly manages to clutch it with the quad.
That's what they needed for Oregon State. They take down Mike. Dragonfly gets the 4-piece as well. Finally, they stop that 6-round win streak, and they have a chance to again take us to half at 6-6, which would be quite the miracle. But again, that's kind of what we felt at some points on Ascent. So Oregon State, don't count them out just because they drop an early few rounds.
Could be a mirror of what we saw in the first round. Wave Riders managed to get initially up to 6. I mean, this is about as close as you can get to a full purchase. It's just Larpson is going to have to settle for those half shields. It's going to go out pretty fast from Oregon State. And in fact, the Wave Riders took an initial into the spawn from Dish, but this might give Oregon State just the room that they need to move on to point. Yeah. Caught with this showstopper, just has to, you know, use it just for purely fireworks purposes.
They are going to get the plan down, full health. As you said, really only lost that showstopper from Ray. Frog drop the ult. Start things off. Waltz with the first pick. On to Mike. Great position. Finds the second. Rio is there as well. Frog and Colt, though, answer right back into 2-on-2. Make it a 2-on-1. Waltz, though. Waltz, Colt. Colt sneaking up on him, and he finds him. Have the time.
He can't celebrate too, or they were high-fiving each other. It's like, hey, Spike, we need to get our priorities straight here, and he is going to be able. He had plenty of time.
For a moment there, as you said,
but it
like
is
the celebration.
Yeah, I know. They're all fist bumping, and then the oh no.
Oh wait, they planted. They planted. Fantastic job by Cold. Got the great flank there where Waltz was set up in really a great spot. Just didn't expect Cold to come from behind, and everything goes so right for Oregon State until the very end. And Cold now, look at that, 16-4. Helping his team up be 7-3. Of course, now in jest, I ask you, do you throw around to avoid 9-3?
No. Listen,
Keep
there's
that
a
in
time.
mind
You
if
know,
something
there's a time to, you know, give into the superstitions like a Rule 1 situation, but there are also times when you need to clutch it and just make the plays you need to.
They lose a 9-3. We know who to blame.
Of course, with gamers, we always have to have the scapegoat, you know, if we perform. Meanwhile, though, the plant is going to be going down onto Oregon State and an orbital strike as well.
Prepare for a lot of low health.
Oh, one deserves another. 2 orbital strikes this round.
A lot of low health bars. Though Waltz does find Ink.
You should
pick up the Phantom. Killjoy going to come down here from Oregon State as well, but Rio and Dragonfly both going to fall. Waltz is in a great position once again.
Last player
trying to stick the defuse. He's just going to get it. Cold finds a couple more, and the Wave Riders now 8-3. 1 round left.
Last round before the switch.
You stick with your answer.
Yes, I'm
Right,
holding to that. Listen, I'm already on a good luck streak with my predictions. But here's the interesting thing is that both of these teams have been so kind of gun-ho of using their ultimates when they haven't. We're in a situation where there's only really 1 ultimate left for this last half. I mean, maybe Mike and Ink or Rio, if they pick up an ult orb, maybe. But everyone's been pretty eager to use them as soon as they get them.
Smoke's down.
Smoke's thrown out by Ghost.
Little split attack here onto A for Oregon State.
No stopper.
Well, now there's no ults.
He's going to have to take a good old-fashioned fight. Was moving in after that first pick, but took a little bit of damage as he had his knife out. Neon is going to be able to pick up a double up through Hall. Let's put Oregon State up to a slight advantage. They also have gotten the spike down, so now they can go into post-plant. Mike has his work cut out, but it is Mike.
Yeah, Mike, if there's anyone left that can pop off, Mike is a good choice for it. Neon barely alive.
1 enemy
He's going to get suppressed, still caught in the range of that knife. Now it is just Mike with just too little health. He gets caught in the swarm grenades, gets a taste of his own medicine. Rio takes him out.
And Waltz has just been putting himself in such a good spot for that crossfire there. You could see Mike knew there was people waiting, but unfortunately Waltz had the angle on him. 8-4, not the best spot for Oregon State, but they got to be happy with how that round ended, and now they can try and turn this around on defense.
A few more people this time opting to go for the Ghosts than we saw last time. A lot more offensively minded, and do you think anyone is going to last round we had, you know, that orbital strike be brought up in 2. Now it didn't really, no, excuse me, the Rolling Thunder brought up in just 2 rounds. So do you think we see any early ults this time? I mean, who are you calling out?
If I had to guess, you know, I think it's easy to put it on probably Mike or Neon, or Mike would be my guess. It's Cold and Neon both going to trade 1 out. Neon finds his second, finds a third.
He's going to be able to recharge paint shells.
1 enemy
He's
remaining.
going to throw out the bot around the corner. Try to bait out a few shots, and Mike is still holding firm. But Neon is able to take him out. Oregon State still has life.
Fantastic job by Oregon State. They, you know, I guess wrong. I think Neon probably, if you had to say one member from Oregon State to pop off, would be him. He just does a great job with this pistol.
This is just a little bit too much screen time for my taste. I thought for sure, but it was kind of that crouch down for Ghost that actually just kind of lined it up perfectly for a headshot.
Full Spectre by for Oregon State, looking to shrink this down to 8-6 now.
Wave Riders have had a thrifty though before in this situation.
On the money.
But this is not going to be one of those situations. Waltz gets the first pick at Dish onto Cold. That's going to leave the Wave Riders kind of all split up. They only have 2, you know, with the spike. This is, you know, maybe if Blarpson is able to get a really good flank here, they can even it up.
Yeah, this was interesting that they kind of sent everyone to a different corner of attack and maybe hoping to see who would get a pick and who wouldn't and then go from there. Unfortunately, as you said, Cold was the one who got picked. Frog starting to push up on the spot. You got Dragonfly up in tower, holding it down. Rio taking some damage. Scared of yet, though. Ink does find one on a Dragonfly.
That is very huge. They're able to dislodge tower and take it for themselves as well as the Spectre. They're going to set up the turret, which at this early stage can Prove dividends, but Neon is coming on with a pick on to Ghost. Oregon State is going for the retake with the double from Neon, and the paint shell's thrown out. It is just Blarpson hanging on by a hanging on by a thread of health, and Neon is going to take him out.
State holding on, as you pointed out, once those Spectres kind of changed hands, it felt like maybe the Wave Riders had something, but instead Oregon State continues to prove that these series have been incredibly close as they get 2 in a row, and now we'll see what we have in store here for round 3 of our second half. Bonus for Oregon State, full buy for the Wave Riders.
Although if you're considering it was a full save for the Wave Riders, two frags is nothing to sniff at.
That'll always help. Anything you can do to dent the bonus makes this round just that much easier.
Neon is going to use the showstopper, though, just try to make up for the gun difference. Another satchel, throws it out, and hits the wall, and it blows up in his face. Oh, no.
He saw him, the eyes got wide. Couldn't quite land it. A little bit of damage there. Has Mike right behind him. The Wave Riders make their way onto A site. Spike going to get planted. Seen this spot quite a few times. See what Oregon State has on the retake.
Trades back and forth with Wave Riders come out on top. Cold is caught in the grenades, but is still able to take out Neon. Ghost getting the last pick onto Dragonfly. We are now 9 and 6.
Should be able to get almost a full buy for Oregon State. Just missing one full shield there potentially for Waltz. Actually, we got a judge there as well, so yeah, never mind. That econ, that hurt them really bad. Mentioned losing a couple in the bonus as well.
Wave Riders also were thinking about whether they want to bring out the judge, but Cold is going to stick on the Spectre for now. Mike is now up on attacker side bridge. Looked like he might go for initial pick, but is actually going to go back across the ropes to meet up with his team as they push through a hall. Dislodge Blarpson. Continue to move forward. They have cleared out that sideline. The 2 remaining Beavers are up in dish, and can Ghost get the plant? Does, and the orbital strike is brought out. He gets out. He doesn't.
Barely caught him. Frog gets one blind, but does trade out. Able to find him. Rio picking up Cold as well. Means it's a 3-on-2. Neon trying to satchel in. Nobody underneath.
Bait out for the deep. Use a lot of fire going through the smoke. Dragonfly is going to be the first to move forward, but Ink swings out from the side in a flank that has worked out well for the Wave Riders before. He's going to throw out his U-tail. Mike has also taken out Dragonfly. It is now a 2-on-1. All they have to do is be disciplined here, play off of the sound cue, and Wave Riders go up to double digits.
Oh, we saw that exact same setup from Oregon State so many times, right? And it works against them this time. A great job by Ink to take that backside, give Mike some relief. And as you said, now it is 10-6. The Wave Riders now 3 rounds away from a 2-0 sweep here to kick off Group B for them. Here at our CECC West Regional LAN. I'm sure Oregon State has a couple more answers up their sleeves, so it's going to be a little bit harder this round. You see Blarpson hopping around with just a pistol, and it's not looking good on the econ side.
Knife is thrown out. Mike is going to hear that. Waltz is going to be able to be suppressed, and Wave Rider is going to get a bit more information on who's hiding out in A hall, and based off that, they're going to be moving on toward B. Rio holding down the long sideline. That isn't even going to come into play because they're going to move through tunnel instead.
Might have one more here with Frog looking that way. It's Cold and company. Going to rejoin with Mike here. Nice little combo flank. Dragonfly trying to hold his own with what he's got.
This is also a gun difference around. Oregon State doesn't want to face showstopper right up and stop with the judge. What is it with the show? Oh, and another. Not even with the judge, with the shorty.
This strategy to get too spicy, though they still will get the spike down. They immediately get pushed on, though. It's all up to Ink. He's trying to create space, but he can't do it in Oregon State. On the back of some fantastic play by Dragonfly. Wins one and makes it 10-7.
We have been hyping up the showstopper so much, but every time it seems to be used, it's like a Wile E. Coyote situation. It just blows up in their face. Yeah, you know.
Maybe it's produced by Acme. I'm not sure because that was. This is really just a fantastic play by Dragonfly. He knows he's dead. He just kind of has to say, I hope I can click faster than he can.
I mean, with the shorty, too, it's just one shot, two shot. That's about as good as you can hope for. You get a double, take an ultimate away from the opposing team. That's probably the shorty play of this tournament, I'm going to call it.
Well, we have a lot of Valorant left, but it's going to be hard to top the double kill of shorty and a thrifty round with your team.
Oh, that's blind!
Oh, my goodness.
They just stand there like lemmings. And the Beavers just tear right through the Wave Riders. Now there's just one left. It's Ink. What can he do? He's in a 4-on-1. Can he get at least one exit fray? Fire already being exchanged, and he has a ghost as well. He's going to be taken down by the Vandal from long range, and the Beavers are still in this.
And the 8 now. Fantastic job. Even though they finally had a equal footing in guns, they still decided to be the aggressors. As you said, a fantastic flash. Just really gives them basically a free triple kill. The Wave Riders and the Oregon State have both had a couple of thrifties. So even just looking at this scoreboard doesn't give me much confidence for Oregon State. That's just because both these teams have been so well matched. You cannot assume any round is yours.
Start things off, Wave Riders aren't going to even be holding the spike. They're going to try to gauge their position. Killjoy turret's going to be taken out up in dish as some fires exchanged down near tree. Trying to get a wall bang with the paint shells. The area of effect plays have just been insane this round. Swarm grenade, paint shells. Watch out for explosions.
Was absolutely fantastic. Cold now going to peek Dragonfly. Takes one, takes two. Has Rio down there as well. Going to get flash turn away. Let's find at least one tick. We are still 4-4.
Rolling Thunder now brought out by Wave Riders to try to keep Oregon State at bay as they plan. It is going to buy them just enough time that Mike is able to get the plant down. He's able to plant a swarm grenade on to the spike, and now the Killjoy goes out to hold Oregon State for even more time.
Unfortunately, the Wave Riders weren't able to find a pistol, although Cold is on a great little flank here. Sees a couple, can't quite get the shots to land, though. So he did buy quite a bit of time. Ink and Frog lured him right into the trap. And all of a sudden,
throwing out the pinch shells as well. He has to get away. He only has 19 health. Around the corner, misses the shot and gets caught in the reload. Rio is still in this. Is able to pick up the Guardian, but they're going to be able to take advantage of a 3-on-1. The spike goes off. None of them get caught in it. Huge win for the Wave Riders.
Absolutely fantastic thrifty there. The great little bait and switch as well from Cole. Draws them all into his teammates. Now just 2 more rounds for the Wave Riders to start this off 1-0. Oregon State has had the answer almost every time. Whenever they find themselves down, see what they got here. Neon got a Calvary behind him.
He is able to get the headshot onto Mike. That's great crosshair placement. That's going to stop any sort of flank that the Wave Riders were trying. They're just going to have to push up old-fashioned through a hull. They're going to throw out a paint shell through the smoke first off. It's answered back. They're dashing through, and they're able to dislodge Waltz. Now it's even back at 4 apiece. The plant goes down. Larkson is waiting for it with his util.
All does come out from the Wave Riders. See if Oregon State wants the answer. Cold. Great dodge. Oregon State just waiting. Got Ink on a long flank as well here. Keep an eye on him.
Larkson also hanging out with a possible angle to try to dislodge Ghost. The jump in with the orbital strike. Back and forth traded, now down to 2 apiece. There's just one left from Oregon State. Can he make it into the spike? He's going to throw out a knife, but gets taken out from the side by Frog. Wave Riders go up to match point.
Again, Ink puts himself in a great spot at his match point. As you said, we'll see what it looks like for Oregon State, and it's something at least. Looks like we're going to get Couple of ARs.
Trying to figure out, do they want to go for the stronger guns or the stronger shields? It looks like the choice is going to be going on to shields, settling for 2 Bulldogs and a Spectre.
And it's this, these last 2 rounds have been in spite of the fact that Oregon State, who's found first blood now twice in a row. But A-Site has been their Achilles heel, and it looks like that might be where we're getting more action.
Now look at this potential flank from Walt, sometimes playing through the doors here. Can make some flashy plays. We do hear a showstopper being brought out by Wave Riders, just trying to clear out the point. But he doesn't see anybody because everything's smoked off. Blarpson is able to get a pick from Mike up in dish. Could be a bit, walking right into the molly. Frog is evening it up. 2 picks from Cold. Wave Riders are just 1 away from winning their first game. He jumps away. Blarpson has a triple himself. If he were to get this, it would be an ace. He is now moving on toward the point. Gonna get behind the pedestal. Not gonna play into the bomb bot. Tries to take out Cold. Looks away at just the wrong moment. He's gonna try to bait him. He's getting him from around the corner in Hall. Is gonna end this with the Wave Riders getting the first win against the Oregon State Beavers.
Yeah, back-to-back 13-8s for the Wave Riders here. A 2-0 to start off their Group B play. Again, 2 teams from Group A and Group B going to advance to our semifinals tomorrow. And what a showing for the Wave Riders.
You know, we kind of started off this day as we were starting out with Overwatch. You know, we had a lot of sweeps coming in. But as we got to Rocket League and Valorant, it has been extremely close games across the board.
Yeah, I mean, those games were incredibly back and forth for a 2-0. I think the Wave Riders just were the more consistent team when it came to attacking. They found ways to be able to make Oregon State catch them off guard. I mean, again, look at those last 3 rounds. First blood always went over to Oregon State. It was a 5-4 in the Beavers' favor. They just couldn't get it done. That is a fantastic statement win for the Wave Riders. And again, a matchup they needed to win in this Group B.
Well, to the victor go the spoils, and in this case, the spoils aren't just the W in your column, but it's also an interview with the one and only Paul. Paul, what do you got for us?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CECC West Regional event. I am here with Mikey from the Wave Riders. You guys just 2-0'd in the beginning of your group here. How does it feel to compete on the grand stage at the West Regional?
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, it took us a little bit to get used to the ping, but it is great being up here, and the crowd is wild, and it's a really hype experience.
Awesome, I like that. You traveled from pretty far away to get here. Not only does that show the dedication of your school, but how does that, how was the trip over, and how is it to have a college that actually supports your endeavors here in esports?
We don't really have a college that supports. We actually paid out of pocket to be here.
Oh, because Wave Ride is still club-based outside of that. Well, that just shows the insane dedication of the students. How does it feel to be competing and winning here at the West Regional?
It feels amazing. Thank you for letting us be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic it is. And, competing here wins you a trip over to CECC Arlington, which is definitely the hope as we are here at the West Regional. Who are you looking to be competing against this weekend? Who do you have your eyes set on the most?
I think GCU, Arizona, and Boise put us to the test in the qualifiers, so we're looking forward to playing them.
All right, Boise, you heard right here from Mikey on the Wave Riders. Congratulations, Wave Riders, club-based program competing here at the CECC West Regional. You got a lot of fans back there in the production room rooting you on, a lot of fans here in the arena. Good luck in the rest of your matches, and we're looking forward to watching them.
I don't think you could think of any greater example of kind of a Cinderella story, traveling so far across the ocean out of their own pocket and managing to take on a team that was technically higher seeded than them and get the win. What an amazing opening from the Wave Riders.
Now, I will say in my personal fan theory, it was pretty cheap. They just rode the waves, right? I mean, they're the Wave Riders. I mean, it can't cost that much to generate some waves.
I suppose I've made enough puns for this
hey,
match.
Look, I mean,
you're entitled to one as well.
No, but I'm kidding. Again, this is the dedication to be able to get out here, as you said, and put on a stage. And the first Valorant action on stage as well. Make your name known, as you said. I mean, there's 8 teams here. The Wave Riders have definitely challenged quite a few of them. We know Arizona State's going to be a top one. We know Boise State's going to be a top one. And everybody's looking at the Wave Riders saying, all right, this is a team we have to watch out for because they were absolutely fantastic. Though, again, Oregon State, I think, is not something you can count out. I thought the Beavers had a great effort. I think this is one of those where there's still 2 more group play games left against UNLV and San Jose State, I believe. So Oregon State, definitely maybe a team we can see tomorrow as well. They just got to work on a couple of things and again, very talented team for both sides.
Well, also, we want to give a shout out to one of our supporters as well. Idaho Army National Guard, proud supporter of CECC the West Regional Qualifiers. Idaho Army National Guard invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. More than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for. Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. We've had some very competitive match here in Valorant, but it's time to get back to the other game that has had some very close nail-biters. We're talking Rocket League. Pyro and Base are going to be with you after this, so don't go away. We'll be back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome once again to another fantastic interview. I'm still Septilence, but this time I am joined by Thomas Goose Snob Schlereth, another Rocket League member from the University of Arizona. So, Thomas, how long have you been a part of Arizona's esports program?
Well, I've been here since the beginning. The program actually started last year, and I was one of the first people on the Rocket League team, along with my teammates Wildcats and Panic DX. We were all there from the beginning. But I've been here since the beginning, and I'm here to continue.
Yeah, so what year are you in school right now, and what are you working towards? What is your major/minor?
So currently, I'm a management information systems major, and I'm in my third year here at the University of Arizona. I plan on picking up a minor in global business this summer, and also double major in operating supply chain management as well.
Dang, a double major, a minor, and a Rocket League Day 1 esports member. Thomas, you've got quite the resume already, my friend. So I want to ask, going into this, there's a lot of traditional sports, and there's a lot of esports, and there's often not a commonality between them. There's not a bridge to be built. But looking at Rocket League, this is the esport that a lot of people can sit down and truly immediately understand what's going on. Do you think that's part of the reason you were drawn to it? Because you looked at it, instantly knew what was up? Or are you a traditional sports person that found a connection there? What was it about Rocket League compared to other, card-based video games or first-person shooters that you found to love so much?
I'd say it's a little bit of both. When I first found this game when I was in my freshman year of high school, saw an ad on it in TV, and it only came out for the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4, and I didn't have either of those, so I had to wait, sadly, until I got one of the consoles to play on that, and I enjoyed it from the get-go. I played water polo in high school, and water polo is kind of like Rocket League in the sense that there's two goals and there's a bunch of people free flowing around on a map, on a court, in a pool, and playing together. So I was drawn to the aspect that it was kind of like the sport that I was playing at the time, and also that I just enjoyed the whole aspect of a flying car soccer game.
Yeah, absolutely. So you bring up a really interesting point there, going from traditional sports, leaning now more so into esports. And something that I know I personally have always enjoyed of esports is how, even though I am no longer able to play traditional sports, you can still get that camaraderie, that teamship, that team growth, if you will. Is that kind of a part of the reason you found yourself in a team-based game like Rocket League? Can you agree, going from traditional sports to esports, that you still really have that team growth and that team strength?
Oh yeah, 100%. At least in the past few years, I've helped coach a few players, and especially with my teammates, I've been able to visually see their improvements since August at least. Like Radiant Hydra, Hannah, the most recent member of our team who joined in August, has improved significantly. Like in scrims at least, has been ruining me and dusting me in our in-houses. So I'm getting a little concerned about how well my teammates are playing, but being able to get that feedback more so in esports and Rocket League has been very rewarding for me as a player.
Yeah, absolutely. So, talking a little bit more about team dynamics, right? Rocket League is a very team heavy game. Very rarely can you see a single person carry a team to greatness, right? So, going in, does your team often have a mindset going in? Do you do a lot of VOD review, go in with a play style and try to make it work? Is it more drop of a hat adaptations and working on the fly to find success? What have you found has been the best route of action for your team in Rocket League?
So personally, I would say that I find success in facilitating my teammates and allowing them to play as best as they can. And what I've tried to do in practices, at least, is be that catalyst for my teammates and allow them to do whatever they can do and play as well as they can. And we don't really have a set play style as a team, but I've tried to facilitate my teammates to pass them the ball, to allow them to shoot, to get them in a spot where they want to be so they can play to the best of their abilities.
You love to hear that, honestly, because yeah, I couldn't agree more. Rocket League, if one person's underperforming, everybody's probably underperforming. And it really does come down to having that catalyst, having that striker. And going into this event, this is going to be an in-person event. Your team is going to a LAN. Is this the first LAN for a lot of you? Do you have prior LAN experience?
Well, for me, playing it will be my first LAN, but my teammates played it at the Phoenix Raceway in Phoenix, obviously, against other Arizona schools, and it was a LAN event. I unfortunately couldn't make it that day, but I was there the year before, and I wasn't able to play, but I got to see that aspect, got to see that vibe, and it's truly a wonderful experience, I hope. So I'm looking forward to it a lot, especially this weekend.
Yeah, is there anything that in particular you're kind of thinking, hey, when I go to this LAN, I'm really hoping to get blank out of it?
I would say I just want to get a good experience out of it because I know in other esports, not I don't want to point any names, but there have been bad LAN experiences with players and teams. So if I could just be able to meet some of the community, some schools, I know some players on other teams, get to meet them, get to see how they're doing, how they're feeling with their esports programs at their individual schools, and just have this good vibe overall from the tournament. That would be ideal.
Vibes is what it's all about at the end of the day. At least when I'm around, it's all about the vibes for sure. So, Thomas, this is really fascinating. Looking at Rocket League compared to other esports. If you put somebody to sit down and watch League of Legends, they're going to have no idea what's going on. That's a whole different ball of chaos. But sitting down in Rocket League, it has been pretty understanding. There's 6 players, there's one ball, you've got to score. Have you found the simplicity of that game to be beneficial in maybe showing like your parents or people who aren't in esports? Has it been easier for them to kind of understand what it is you're doing? And has Rocket League been a bridge to build in those relationships?
Oh yeah, 100%. I can confidently say that my parents do watch our games every Monday when we're playing because our amazing team, Daylin, the stream, managing the stream, and our great casters in our school, facilitating that stream for me and then being able to share that to my family. And even my family in Hungary, my mom takes screenshots of the game and sends it over. And it's such a great game that there's no need for a language barrier. You just have to see what's going on. And then it's the simplicity, like you said.
That's beautiful. I love to hear that. That's one of my favorite things about Rocket League is the fact that you can really just sit down and immediately know what's happening. And so we talked right at the beginning of this interview a little bit, Thomas, about how traditional sports and esports, right? Now, your college, your university has some pretty large traditional sports programs, some pretty popular traditional sports programs. Have you found it to be kind of an uphill climb of, I don't want to say competing with them, but trying to get a spotlight of your own? Has it been kind of chasing those traditional sports? Or do you think your program is doing a good job of forging their own spotlight and pulling their own attention rather than competing with those traditional sports?
Yeah, I wouldn't say us as a program is trying to compete with the other sports. I mean, we have some great programs here at the University of Arizona, but us as a program is trying to build our own image, build our own likelihood and our likeness at the school, where we're trying to facilitate a good community that allows all members of the gaming community, all genders, all sexual orientations and whatnot, to have a safe space and to have a good feeling when they decide to play video games. And that in itself is rewarding, and it's better than trying to compete against other sports.
Absolutely. I love to hear that. I'm so of that same mindset, creating a safe space where everybody can exist and everyone can be. So, Thomas, say this interview finds its way to a student at your university that doesn't understand or know how to join their esports program there. What are the first steps they could take to getting to be where you are now?
Well, the first steps you could take is obviously joining our Discord. We have I think it's a public Discord server where basically all of the varsity players talk and chat and get to know the community and build those relationships from the get-go. You don't have to be on a team exactly to have a relationship with all the players and the faculty. And afterwards, if you are in that competitive mindset, you could always try out and try to join a team when the teams are open. But joining the Discord is the first step to that process.
Perfect. You love to hear it. Well, hey, Thomas, we're going to wrap it up in just a second here, but I do want to ask you one more question. Actually, lack thereof, I would just like to give you a little bit of space to talk about anything that you wanted to talk about that we didn't get to touch down on, or if there's anyone you'd like to particularly thank or shout out. I want to give you a little bit of space to do that here.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my esports director. He has put in so much time for our program and is the backbone of our esports program. He's fought day in and day out to try to make a better community for us and us as student athletes, make it better for us and more worthwhile for us to compete. And then obviously got to thank my parents, got to thank my family. They're supporting me, even though they didn't a few years ago, but now they are, and that change is awesome. And obviously my teammates, I mean, they make it so I look forward to coming to every practice every day because they're there, and seeing them improve and seeing them be happy on the team is what makes it for me. Yeah.
You love to hear it. Well, hey, Thomas, thank you so much for taking the time to join me for this interview, and I look forward to seeing you and your team at LAN.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup Western Regional Qualifier. I am Septilence, and this is my good friend and editor, Say. If you've ever seen those videos on esports, you of me doing top 5 countdowns, Say is the one that edits them and edited all the interviews that happened this entire weekend, might even edit this one. We don't know, but Say, you are a member of the UH Overwatch team. I think you've got everybody else beat in distance coming to this event. I mean, you guys come all the way from Hawaii, so are you excited to be here? I feel like you guys don't get the chance to come to LAN opportunities often, right?
Yeah, not frequently, especially with the amount of distance and like all the time.
Yeah, so how was the travel? I know weather's been kind of rough on the east side, but you guys are coming from the west. So is it difficult to get here? Was it just a couple of planes and then you're set, or was it?
We had to transfer flight, so it was like a 5-hour flight to San Jose. And then we waited for about an hour, and then it was another 2-hour flight from San Jose all the way to here.
And we talked about this. So it's like 7-ish hours on a plane, right? And you're coming from Hawaii to Idaho. I come all the way from Indiana, and it was almost the exact same amount of time. Like, it's crazy because it feels so much closer, but in reality, it's probably even a little bit further. So coming into this weekend, you guys had a really interesting, I don't want to call it a problem, but kind of a puzzle to solve. Of traditionally, you're playing the game on very high ping because you're coming all the way from Hawaii. You can't all be wired in. You're not at LAN. You know, it's very different. So did you find it difficult to go from triple-digit ping down to the 15, 18 ping when you came here to Boise?
I think there were not a lot of problems that were created, but more that were solved. We have a lot of characters we call ping lock characters, which are like, Widow, Tracer.
Yeah.
It's very ping dependent. So we're able to play that a lot more recently, which was really nice actually on low ping.
Yeah, absolutely. So going into the event, was it kind of, were there any teams you came here looking to take down, so to speak?
We kind of saw all the competition here as really high level teams. So we're more keeping our views open on how much we could get away with and kind of limit test against. It's just a good opportunity.
Yeah, so did you find it to be difficult? Because I feel like when you look at collegiate esports, and each region kind of has their own top dog, right? And very, very popular, well-recognized, those teams are great. You know, you see Boise, you see Fisher, you see a lot of those across the country. Do you feel like UH kind of came here with something to prove a little bit? Because I think you guys are an incredibly talented team. Do you feel like you haven't really had the chance to show that yet?
Thank you. And I feel like we haven't had our moment to really show that. We've come close a lot of times to winning some tournaments, but we just barely fall short. So
sure, absolutely. So if you could kind of let us in a little bit, you don't have to spill all the beans, of course, but I know that you guys do have the chance, the opportunity, the possibility of running some pretty off-kilter characters, right? You guys kind of mentioned you play off meta a little bit. Is that kind of an intentional choice? You want to catch people off guard? Is that playing comfortable characters? Is that just kind of doing what you do best, or is there more strategy behind that?
So there's a little bit more behind it. There's a lot of really good teams in collegiate. They range from like clubs all the way to basically like semi-pro level teams.
Right.
So we're like, if we want to be able to contend with the best, we're not going to be able to beat on what is standard. So we're like, we should make something that we can run, and especially with meta changes, it won't change as heavily.
Yeah.
So
definitely, I think that's a very intelligent play. So coming into this weekend, kind of competition aside, right? Have you been having a good time? What's been your favorite part of the atmosphere, so to speak?
I think my favorite part is just getting to see other players and like, hey, I've seen you in ranked, and getting to like recognize and like see people is like a really, really cool experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, is there anything else you'd like to say before we call it, or anybody you want to shout out or anything?
Shout out to Kevin for coming up with us, and shout out to Alec for content, and all my teammates.
And also all the teammates.
All the
Perfect.
teammates,
Yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you as well.
forgetful when I wanna play. Little memories from the years so far away. They've been locked where my sadness lays. In a garden that's like a tomb. It'll grow but just not for you. And if those thoughts do enter your head, they'll just come in fragments, never making sense enough to beget any big emotion, any sore regrets. They're just echoes. You'll hear echoes instead.
everybody, and welcome back to the CECC West Qualifiers here in none other than Boise State. We are back with Rocket League once again. My name is Oliver Bass, joined alongside by none other than Pyro J. And Pyro, we have had some interesting things happen to wrap up our entire our entire group stage. It's going to be really interesting. I'm not exactly sure what else to say besides what happened.
Oh yeah, I'd be pleased to break it down for you all. Welcome to the broadcast. We are back breaking down some group results. Group B, we had UCLA up as the 1 seed. They didn't finish there. We saw that on broadcast. Weber State University instead took them out in Group C. Oregon was the 1 seed, no longer. GCU taking them down. And that makes for a very interesting bracket because now we get GCU versus UCLA in the quarterfinals.
This is the issue with group stages, is that, like, it's not really an issue as much as it is, this always happens. Somebody drops the ball in group stages. As a result, we end up getting what are the weirdest quarterfinals ever. And now we've also found ourselves with the weirdest bracket I've ever seen. Remember how we've been talking all day about how it's like Oregon and Boise? That's basically who we're expecting to be in the grand finals, the first 2 seeds. Fun fact, Oregon lost. They're not going to be making it out of the first seed, and now they're on the same side of the bracket as Boise. So one of those 2 teams is not making it to the finals. One of those 2 teams is not going to be walking away with prize money. And on the other side of that bracket is now UCLA and GCU. Again, UCLA also dropping the ball, not being able to get out of group stages as the number 1 seed. Their reward for that, or I guess punishment, really more like it, is GCU, who already found an upset on the day. Who's to say they can't do a second one?
And that's the thing. I mean, we talk about teams, quote-unquote, dropping the ball, but what it really could be is some teams just coming to the occasion and performing how they always want to do in this situation. So GCU coming in with momentum towards a UCLA that just suffered a devastating loss against Weber State. This is a situation where GCU could have the momentum rolling in their favor.
I have to imagine they have the momentum rolling in their favor here. Just they looked good, and B, on top of that, it's a Game 5. Game 5 always feels like you're going to pull out momentum from it. So well done to GCU. Unfortunately for them, like we said, though, they now have to play against UCLA, another team that looked solid on the day. They were this close to coming out the first seed of their group, but unfortunately a reverse sweep from Weber State had other ideas. So I don't know who to bet on this one. This is one of these things where we haven't seen GCU on the day on broadcast. We've seen them play well so far, but it kind of comes down to have UCLA recovered from their loss before and have GCU taking the momentum from their Oregon win.
What is so interesting about these teams as well is that historically they are so close to each other, right? UCLA, nearly a CRL team, have been through so many qualifier stages where they were just 1 match away from being in CRL West and couldn't make it there. You see the roster there. We got Taylor. We got Control. We will have Hyonk as the substitute from Valiant. This team we've seen a couple times already on broadcast, Bass. They're not a team to be underestimated.
No, not by a long shot. I mean, it's very clear that UCLA have come here to play. They have come to prove a lot of the haters wrong, if you will, because like you said, this is such an interesting matchup of UCLA, a team that could maybe make it into CRL, could be at that level, versus a GCU who have been at that level but haven't been able to repeat performance, if you will. Here's the here's the roster of these guys. Here it's Latumos, Blind Bandit, and Nando. This is an interesting trio, and again, it's a trio that we are now seeing on broadcast for the first time all day.
Yeah, and it's also a team that has qualified for CRL, though they placed 15th out of 16 teams. They're coming in with that experience. Bass, that experience is so important. They have that on their side. They have the momentum of not dropping a series today on their side. A lot of history and a lot of today does rest well on their shoulders, but sometimes that pressure can wear out some teams. Sometimes that's a lot of pressure to have as GCU coming in as the top seed against such a difficult team as UCLA.
Yeah, pressure is a big thing, especially on land. We've already seen that here today. We spoke multiple times about how it seems like it is getting to some of the teams. Again, I attribute a lot of that to why UCLA actually ended up losing in group stages, is due to the fact that crowd got loud, UCLA started to get quiet, and as a result, they couldn't quite find momentum up until that final game where barely they were able to sneak into an overtime, and still, despite that, that's where we see Weber come through with a win. So, again, UCLA, we've got high expectations of this team, but now it is time to see, can they live up to them? GCU versus UCLA, a best-of-5 winner makes it a championship Sunday. They get a chance in the semifinals and potentially the finals if they can move on from there, but there are no guarantees, especially here in Boise. The West Regional Qualifiers will continue as we get into game number 1 in this best-of-5.
The road is long and arduous towards a finals, especially with a first match like this. But we are underway, ladies and gentlemen, and we have Grand Canyon already storming towards the net. Control, though, will hold this slowly. We've seen UCLA on broadcast twice already. We know what Control is capable of. And Bass, we got to keep our eyes on that player. Latumo, slippery set, goes inside.
Yeah, Latumo's also a player I want people to keep their eyes on here today. He has been a very solid player for a very long time. Similarly, is in his teammates as well. Don't necessarily want to take anything away from them, but it really is one of these things where I was talking to a couple of different casters. Big shout out to none other than the Danger Taco. He actually was on one of the casters for Rocket League on the Eastern qualifiers that CEC had a while back. And he was telling me all about this roster, telling me all about how Latumos was just a ranked warrior, just grinding all the time. And the question is whether or not that grind, whether or not that dedication is going to be enough for them to overtake UCLA here. Seems like it might be. Early goal here for GCU.
Thread the needle, split the defenders. Nando puts it between them. And that's exactly how you want to get this started today, is show your opponents what kind of shot prowess you're coming with.
Now, that's a lot of shot prowess in my opinion there. Perfectly placed, perfectly powered, and honestly just a perfect play all around there for GCU. Starting off strong here, but unfortunately for them, they're not quite done yet. 3.5 minutes to go. They got to try and hold on against the UCLA, who, again, as much as we're saying, you know, what type of momentum are they going to find? What type of comeback are they going to find? You have to imagine they're a little bit angry about that loss before, and this is going to be a lot of a vendetta matchup for them.
Yeah, UCLA suffering that reverse sweep against them all the way to Game 5 overtime. They don't want to be put in that situation again. Well, a 2-0 lead in the series, I think, is a situation they want, but they're going to need a goal. If they want to get there, they got to deny Nando as well. Couldn't climb up to that shot. Latumos will take it to his own corner.
But Latumos on the backboard has a challenging Taylor, who's going to take that ball away from them very quickly. Quick dispossession, and now to the ceiling. Can a shot be found? Two players from UCLA dive at the ball. Neither one of them make contact. So game number one looked like a bit of a warm-up here for UCLA, Pyro.
Yeah, and you don't want to take too long to warm up, because here come UCLA still trying to rev those engines, get something started for them. Nando waved at just to beat out that first defender. Good 50-50, but it lands in the danger zone. Wilds, good shot, forces two defenders to jump. They will clear it away, but that's not going to be a touch from Yonk. He's eliminated from the stage. Talo will contain, slow things down, let their teammate respond.
Sometimes I just appreciate when we get a little bit of bumper cars. Both teams just kind of going, all right, you demo me, I demo you. That's just, you know, eye for an eye makes the whole world blinder. I guess in this, turns everybody into scrap heaps. Doesn't really make much of a difference, though, as we still remain at a 1-0 scoreline here, despite the various efforts out of UCLA. They've had a couple of decent offenses here and there, but nothing has been able to hit the target and threaten the GCU defense. And this one either. Nando, good touch out of midfield. Looks for another one. Can't find it. Seam Control will send it to the backboard, but not to the back of the net again. UCLA struggling to find their goals, but finally they do. Talo puts one on target, and we've got our first for the team in gold.
I feel like that goal doesn't happen, Bass, because there's respect from Control. He's expecting that stop to be made. It's not. Luckily, Talo is lurking in that danger zone around their opponent's net, ready to pick it up. I was going to say Control is that player to get the ball in the hands in. If you need UCLA to get on the scoreboard, they'll do just that.
Yeah, UCLA getting on the scoreboard is going to be big for them again, getting early momentum, and potentially finding a second goal as well. Latumos, though, quickly takes that one away, and a save now leads into the hands of Nando. Sets this one up center, completely taken away, though, by Control, and they'll have to reapproach out of midfield. A couple awkward misses here and there, though, could be a problem, as all of a sudden UCLA do try to start up an offense, but don't really find a good string of plays together. Maybe I can eat my words here as Yonk sends this one to the backboard. Nando will take it away, but UCLA still on the prowl. All right, it's a heads-up bump, but it doesn't quite work out how they were hoping for. Instead, it actually just gives it away to GCU, who almost find a goal. Never should have happened due to the double commit, but somehow, some way, GCU holding on to the offense.
Yeah, but GCU, how are they going to hold on? Because just putting that ball to the corner is not going to help catalyze their offense right now. They are struggling to find that opening that's going to allow them to get the lead right now. Talo taking on two defenders, winning that ball, but a teammate is eliminated. Yonk there to defend. We've seen some misses from this player, but we've also seen some aggression paid off in the bumps and the demos. Yonk finding their role in this game, where in the last two appearances from this team, Yonk has been sort of a latecomer to the series.
Yeah, he absolutely has been, but it definitely feels like in this one, if you're late to the ball, it's going to cost you. No one on defense here, and all of a sudden GCU have a 2-1 lead.
That's a heads-up play right there. Normally, that's a pass from the sidewall, but no. Sees the gap in the defense, takes advantage. And it's a massive goal for Grand Canyon. Almost as massive as a Grand Canyon could be. Will the lead be insurmountable now for UCLA? 30 seconds to tell the tale.
We're going to have to find out. UCLA struggling, though, on defense here. Shot goes wide, and Latumos. Oh, that's going to come back to bite them, I would imagine, because if UCLA find another goal here in the closing seconds of this game, we go to an overtime. A chance for GCU to close this one out, but instead, now they have to play some defense. Control in the corner. Pinch down, no follow-up to be found, so Latumos, time and space, has to try and get this off the half. They do exactly that, but Taylor, waiting in the wings, will send it right back into the hands of Control. Off the ceiling, who's going to be there? It's going to be Hyunk. He's going to try and link up with his teammates, but unfortunately, seems like GCU got control over midfield and a control to end this game. This one hits the ground, and GCU take a win in game number 1.
I think the crowd loves it.
Seems like it.
I think I'm hearing some hype for the Grand Canyon squad right now. Coming in as a 3 seed, not dropping a single series today. And that is not on their agenda in this quarterfinals matchup. Yes, a difficult team of UCLA, but what's been proven is they're a beatable team. And Grand Canyon trying to continue that narrative.
I don't think we should be promoting that UCLA is beatable all too often. We've already proven that on the day, and I think it's going to probably go against the momentum that they're trying to build right now. But at the same time, if you're GCU, you're pretty confident in yourself. You've already been able to take down what is the number 2 seed coming to this whole thing in Oregon, and now you've also, on top of that, been able to find yourself a win early against UCLA. I will say, UCLA looking a little bit more disjointed than I was expecting. It feels like this is a team that we saw a lot of passing plays out of, and while they could show off their individual prowess on occasion, I don't know if we necessarily saw any passing plays through that first game.
I didn't see the link-ups in the passing plays, but we talked about shakiness, and it seems to be there on the defensive side. Remember how they conceded that one single goal? It was the blatant miss on the back line. You cannot give up those mistakes because UCLA will punish. Now, one goal to punish. It wasn't enough for UCLA, but we know how those can stack up against their favor. Of course, we will see if this game 2 continues to be in the favor of GCU. They've got one win under them. They'll see if they can get a second.
All right, let's run it back. Game 2, just like the first. And, well, if it is completely like the first, it means that Grand Canyon are walking away with another win and forcing UCLA now to reverse sweep rather than their opponents. UCLA, though, I do not think that they're going to allow that to happen. I do not think that they're going down without swinging. Right now, they're out the gates trying to find some early offense. Unfortunately, though, forced back into their own half, and a couple of misses in a row is going to cause them a bit of calamity. All of a sudden, Hyunk is forced to make a save from what should have never even turned into an offense for GCU.
That ball skies to the ceiling. Wilds is trying to read a second touch there. Taylor to intercept. Nando, strong touch across the field. In fact, no one's there. Nando, can the angle be found? No, Taylor just in time. And it is. Oh, wait, hold on. Latumos is beaten there on the dunk. Hyunk. Oh, beaten on the 50-50 as well. Taylor skies to the ball. Nando denies it. The ball towards the net. Wilds off of the crossbar and in.
This is a heads-up play if I've ever seen one here. This ball looks like it's already going on target, but Wild sees Control diving. Although it's going to be a very, very low chance that they're going to be able to make the save, they're still diving anyways, and they're slamming that ball home to guarantee it at that. And they've guaranteed themselves at least the first lead here in game number 2. A minute gone, and Grand Canyon, they're proving. Maybe we should have seeded them higher because we thought them versus Oregon would be a close one. I did not think that them versus UCLA would be a stomping, but so far UCLA have had very little response. They've had some control, pun intended, on the line, but it's not been enough for them to find multiple chances at offense. Again, the one goal that they have found, basically off the mistake of GCU. No mistake will be made here. Nando puts it on target, but Control there to make the save.
And Control just breathing there on the goal line, waiting for the shot to come. It well positioned on the back post, and that's been very important right now for UCLA because they've been caught out not defending their own goal line. So having the proper positioning, very important for Control to show their team how to do just that. Hyunk maybe searching for a teammate, but not going to be found in the midfield. Taylor, a dump to Control, who can't keep a hold of that ball. Taylor finally right back into the rotation. A shot is going to be taken towards the midfield. Nando kicks that up to Latumos off of the ceiling, still a flip. Control doesn't find Taylor. In fact, that's right back into their own net.
Oh, this is too choreographed. And I mean, here's the thing. If we can see this in the booth, you know the players on the field see this too, and that's why Taylor dives for that. He knows neither of his teammates are back to make the save. He is trying to get in the way, but unfortunately, nothing getting in the way of the domination that GCU have shown so far here. After a first game that was rather back and forth, the second one all in favor of Grand Canyon.
That's 7 minutes of dominance from Grand Canyon. That only seems to get worse for UCLA, and it wouldn't be a better time than now to turn that narrative around. Gotta find some control here, though, as they work their way back up. That's past one defender, and keep your head up, Grand Canyon, because one of those mistakes could come back to bite you. Control, air dribble, can't beat Nando. In fact, it's quite even. Hyung gets one touch, but it's gone, and it doesn't look like there's too much intentionality behind that ball. Control will deny, one clear. Latumos gives that ball away. Maybe it's back past Nando, no control. Flick. And a tap by Taylor.
I think that this is the difference right now. GCU seem to have confidence in every single one of their individual players, whereas UCLA have just been a little bit off the mark when it comes to these individual plays, versus GCU, who have seemingly been mostly unguarded. Again, Latumos there, the only reason he's going around with that ball is because he's expecting somebody to try and challenge him. It doesn't happen, so instead, they'll let it go back into their half, and they'll restart defense. The defense that plays a bit risky. Wilds, the last one back, had to make a good stop, and they do exactly that, but the job's not done yet. UCLA still on the prowl, looking for their first goal of this second game. Can they find it here? No. No follow-up to be found. Wilds clears this one out into the hands of Latumos, who's looking for a double touch off the backboard, but is denied by Taylor. Can anybody deny Nando? Indeed, they can. Hyung clear this one off the half, but UCLA, they've played good defense. Can they now have an offense to boot? This one out center, shot on target, and Taylor will finish the job, get the first goal here for UCLA.
At this point, if you're UCLA, you gotta take the chances where they come. That's why you see Taylor dive into that ball. Not go for a stop, a low 50, try and set up another player. No, go for the goal, because at this point, if you don't want to have to reverse sweep, it's now or never. They get a goal on the board, they need another 90 seconds.
I think that they have the ability, but unfortunately for UCLA, these offenses have come far and few between. It's the first time all day I can really, well, not all day, but all series that I can say that they've been stringing plays together. And again, that's the big difference, is that before, they were playing like a team. Grand Canyon been playing like a team here, but a light double commit out of midfield, and no one's prepared for the counter.
Oh, just a purple wave on the midfield, which is great if you're trying to set up your offense, but they needed to rotate back. It is empty on the defensive side for Grand Canyon, and it leaves their lead empty as well. Tied up here. Nando was expecting the touch from Taylor there. Latumos will follow. Touch there, though. Nando rotates in. Strong touch toward the backboard. Control doesn't want to offer up any real estate on that backboard. We know how dangerous it can be when Grand Canyon get their chance there. Control's beating so many defenders here. Olatumos wants to find a lane out, and Will Young doesn't get the touch.
I think that Young was expecting a touch from Latumos, and that was the big issue there, is that he's expecting that one to get cleared out, so he's waiting for the clear. Clear doesn't happen, it just kind of dribbles away, and all of a sudden UCLA no longer have an offense they can work with. They might get another one here, though. A demo out of mid's now going to send GCU into a bit of a tizzy as they're trying to scramble on defense. Control pops it out of the corner. Who's going to be there? Young this time does read the extra touch out of Latumos, but the defense well prepared for it.
Just got to tie up those loose ends right now if you're if you're UCLA, get those chances to go. However, Latumos solo carry denied well. That defense, it has to stand tall again, but it won't. Nando.
This, I think, just catches them off guard more than anything else. Again, Wilds is here. The 50-50 goes straight out. Control's hoping they can beat it, and Taylor's hoping that they can make the save. Two of them a bit of miscommunication, and that one sent right back into their net. UCLA, again, this is the panic we've been talking about. It's the panic that sunk them in the last series we saw on stream. They need to keep their heads on straight, a thing we've been talking about all day long. Calm under pressure, something that GCU seemed to have, but the save on the line gives UCLA one last chance.
That's a good pinch. It's going to offer them some momentum to work up the field. High touch from Latumos needs to be denied by somebody. Hyung can't reach it. Nando with the carry to the ground. GCU, second win in a row.
Here's the issue, though. As confident as I am in GCU, that came in the closing seconds of that game. It could have been a chance for an overtime, but instead it is GCU who slip away with the win here. And while I would say normally, I'm pretty confident in them to be able to wrap up the series, we've seen a reverse sweep on stream here today before. It might have been against UCLA. What's to say that they can't do it themselves?
Well, they've seen how it's been done against them. I guess they have the playbook to do it themselves. They could, and boy, did they rival back in that game right there. Equalized with 2 goals quickly in succession of each other. Just conceded that one play, but what UCLA have done so well is take advantage of the mistakes from GCU.
Yes.
That last goal that they had was off of GCU so far over-committing when they needed just one person on defense. No one was there. UCLA need more moments like that to capitalize on.
Or, alternatively, we might need to give the exact same advice that we gave to Weber when playing against UCLA. It might be time to take a risk. UCLA have been looking to punish on the mistakes that GCU are making, but they're not making many. So unless they're able to change that here in this third game and force GCU into uncomfortable positions, aka force them into them via the risks, I don't know if UCLA are surviving another game, but it's time to find out. Game number 3, potentially the final one here for this series. If UCLA cannot find an answer, they almost find an early goal off kickoff with the shot just a little bit lackluster.
Forced disruption may have to be the strategy here for UCLA. They had 4 demos to 0 in the last game. They are trying to capitalize on those moments, but can they make those moments count? It is still the beginning of this game number 3. The UCLA need to start in their favor. Time and time again, they concede that first goal. Can they get on the better side at the beginning?
They're trying their best. A good midfield presence actually kept GCU from really finding any offense throughout this game, but they need some offense of their own. Can they find it here? Taylor sends this one center. Latumos, again, he's been heavy with these clears, and now it does seem like UCLA are starting to read that again, posturing themselves a little bit further back, getting prepared for the eventual counterattacks that GCU keep on trying to start, but they've not been able to start any of them so far. Control, double touch off the backboard, double commit out of GCU, who is there. Again, looking out at midfield. UCLA just playing with their food, putting on the pressure, but the shot still needs to be lethal. Latumo sees the initial fake and reads the follow.
Uh-oh, Hyung put that right in Wild's hands, wants to make a play out of it, but Taylor keener to their ways and denied again. Control just will not let go of that play or let go of that ball. Hyung has to sky up to this. Shot still coming in from Nando. That finds its way in.
You say a whiff, I say a tactical fake here. Wilds comes through, does not get a touch on the ball, but he's gotten every single defender on the line to jump for it, and as a result, UCLA, no one there to follow it up, no such answer, and unfortunately for them, they need an answer in the next 3.5 minutes, or that's the end of the series. Again, UCLA backs against the wall. What can you do? Trying to start off with an offense here, but unfortunately, Wilds and Latumos, oh my goodness, have other options. Had that connected, that would have been lethal.
Latumo's still trying to find their groove here in this series. I believe just had 1 shot in the last game. Has to sort of find a way into this equation. Okay, add up a beautiful play there from Taylor. You'll get a goal.
All right, never mind. UCLA, there's the passing plays we were hoping for. It's been a while, but man, if you can do that on repeat, you can absolutely reverse sweep. Beautiful coordination through the midfield, and a perfect shot out of Taylor will keep them in the game. Keep your eyes on Taylor, Pyro. They're the only, or excuse me, one of 2 players for all of UCLA to get goals here, but the only one to do it through all 3 games so far.
Sure, but most of those goals are coming from Control's assists.
Correct.
Again and again, that player has been the one to take the torch, lead the way for their team. They are a dynamic duo in themselves, so you gotta keep an eye on both of them here. Oh, and UCLA need to keep an eye on their communication. That is a lot of players on the ball at one time there. Control will leave that for Taylor. Taylor to Control. Goes a miss. Back to the midfield. Another double commit UCLA. They've got to figure this thing out.
Oh, they're just looking a little bit shaky right now. I'm not sure if it's the nerves that are getting to them, but guys, you should be uber confident when you're getting plays like this. Uh-oh. Apparently, they've got nothing. Forget the plays like this. How about the goals like that? Nobody home as GCU tally on another.
Wilds has played so well on their feet, made monumental saves, but now we get to see it on the offensive side, working in cohesion with those bump plays. GCU back in the lead.
Yeah, Nando doesn't technically get the assist. Oh, no, they do get the assist on that one. I was going to chalk it up anyways and basically be like, nah, they get the assist even if the game doesn't count it. How about they get a goal instead here? Even more aggression out of GCU as they are just not taking their foot off the gas. And unfortunately for UCLA, they wish that they could have at least a little bit of a break. Because with 2 minutes to go, they need a response. And that's not going to be it. Control trying to link up with Talo out at midfield, but cut out by GCU. And now a chance the other way. Nando drops it down. Latumos denied by the defense. But UCLA still in a scramble here as we come down to our final 120 seconds.
They're going to get some time here to at least get their boost into rotation back in order. Showing up the backboard. Talo wants to find a touch, but it is Latumos over to the midfield. Does pick up that boost. Will catalyze their offense once again. We are seeing a different GCU today. In CRL play, they suffered losses against Boise and Oregon, but today it's a different story. They're getting wins wherever they need. They've got big defensive stops. They may just have what they need to take a win against UCLA.
Ooh, but they need to make connections like that again. As much as this offense has been interesting to watch so far, Pyro, I think you and I can both agree it's a little bit risky. If they keep going for these aerial plays and not connecting mid-air, all of a sudden that's an easy counterattack for UCLA to take advantage of. The issue is, though, UCLA haven't taken advantage of any of those. They've seen multiple chances to try and take advantage of the counterattacks and just haven't been able to hit the mark. Can they hit it here? Control, good first touch. No follow-up will be found, and Nando to clear it off the half.
I think Control wants to turn back time and get another chance there because kind of left the ball away from their car, not affording themselves that second touch that they so desperately needed to get past this GCU defense. Minute remaining for them to do it. Latumos, what a carry, what a reset, but no goal.
What a save, how about that? Control able to deny it, same with this one here, but unfortunately for UCLA, defense is not gonna win them this game. They need some offense. Latumos wants redemption and cannot find it, and neither can Wilds. Nando out of midfield now, realizing the counterattack is nigh, and Control will send it to the corner. Looks for a double touch, cannot find it. Nando's demo actually takes away the offense that momentum that UCLA were building, but they're not done yet. Just about a half a minute to go, and UCLA, you need to find a goal. It's now or never if you want to keep your hopes of the playoffs alive.
They're out of the playoffs if they don't get that goal. Control does take it to the skies. A pinch on the wall will give them some speed here. Talo wants to pass out. Yonk next in rotation, pass off the backboard. Control, a touch that keeps this ball alive, but they've got to keep it in the air. It's to the ground instead, and GCU send UCLA home.
I cannot believe what we are seeing. GCU with arguably their second upset of the day. They upset Oregon in groups. They come up against the UCLA, who, again, granted, had already taken a loss to Weber State. But still, people had so many high hopes for this team. They had so many expectations. And GCU, well, they threw them on the ground, stomped them, and spit on them. They basically said, no, that's not happening.
And we were waiting for UCLA to get catalyzed, to get back in the game, and we saw moments of that, glimpses of it. They were able to equalize in game 2 at 2-2, able to equalize in that last game as well, but just could not edge out GCU. They stood so stiff on defense, so staunch, it wouldn't allow anything. Latumos almost carried them to win after win with those solo play carries. I mean, let's take a look at the replays to see how they actually achieved the sweep of a victory against UCLA, because they've got to be incredible moments.
I mean, honestly, these replays are going to show, though, how close of a series that this truly was. As much as this was GCU winning, it was UCLA fighting the whole time. 3 one-goal games in a row, all won out by GCU. And unfortunately, as much as we can continue to hype up UCLA, this is the end of the road for them here. Some good goals, this goal in particular, an absolute spectacle. But unfortunately, flashy goals, well, they only get you flashy goals. They don't necessarily always result in a win, and today it will not. GCU move on to Championship Sunday. They get a chance at the semifinals and maybe even a chance at CECC Nationals.
And if you're looking at those next steps, GCU going to play the winner of Weber versus either University of New Mexico or Oregon State University. So that match still to be foretold, but to have that spot in day 2 of this LAN has to feel such a relief for GCU, especially when they have to get UCLA in round 1.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. You have to imagine for GCU as they're standing right now, they're kind of sitting here like, man, give us every test that you want. We'll be able to go over them literally every single time. And I've been more than impressed, honestly, by a number of things out of GCU in that game. It's the fact that even when we start to see UCLA get a little bit of momentum together, they start getting more aggressive. They start to figure out how they can keep this team uncomfortable. Because in my opinion, that's what won them that. It wasn't necessarily incredible goals. It wasn't necessarily team plays. It was the fact that they kept UCLA from ever getting into that game. Again, warm-up game number 1 is what we expected, and then it became a warm-up series for UCLA, and they were never really able to find the same momentum like we saw earlier in the day when they almost ended up beating Weber. So, we'll see. What do UCLA have next time that we see them? They're still in LCQ. They have a chance technically to see us in Arlington. But how about you guys go and see Pauly and the winner of our last game? We got an interview ready. Let's throw over to none other than Pauly Hype.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. I am here with Nando from GCU. That was phenomenal. What a 3-0 right there. Tell everyone how you're feeling now 2 games in on stream here at the CECC West Regional.
You know, I'm just feeling great right now. After what happened earlier today, we had to switch some things up, and I think we're figuring it out right now. So I think we're feeling good right now. We're feeling good.
Excellent. What's the comms like on the team? How's the energy overall? How are you guys feeling, not only that, being here at Boise Esports Arena?
Mainly, we're having fun, you know. We're just here to compete, and so we're trying to have as much fun as we can, stay calm, and just compete.
Tons of composure over here by Nando. So is there a certain school that you guys are now maybe gunning for? Your 2 big upsets now. You're steamrolling along. The energy's clicking. Any schools in particular that you're looking to go against this weekend?
Well, you know, obviously, we're looking at one school in particular, and that's probably Boise State, and that's who we want to face up here. So,
okay. A lot of teams gunning for Boise right here at this event. You know, one other thing. Is this your first LAN?
Technically, my second, actually.
Okay. What about other members of your team?
This is their, I guess, second and third. Okay. So, you know, I'm one of the newer ones. So, all of us being freshmen, you know, we're just having new experience.
All freshman team here. How does it feel to represent GCU in esports in other states at LANs and kind of growing this college esports industry?
You know, it's nice to hear, and it's good to represent GCU. You know, doing it for the whole school, and you just like to see it.
You heard it from Nando himself. You like to see it. Well, when we come back, we will have some more Rocket League. But for now, that's going to do it from us over here at the CECC West Regional. Casters, back over to you.
Thank you again, Pauly, as we get back to the desk here and, well, wrap up Rocket League for the day here at this point here. You know, it's been a great day of Rocket League, but unfortunately that is the end here for this day. Tomorrow we're going to have the semifinals and the grand finals. You guys are not going to want to miss it. Same channel, same time, same place, all of that jazz. But at the same time, Pyro, we still do have to mention all the people that make this happen.
right.
This is not just something that Esports U does by themselves. We got people to thank for everything that has happened here today.
Yeah, let's give a big shout out to Padia. Be sure to join us next week. We've got the Padia Cup CECC qualifier. That's going to be the match where we have 8 women's teams in Valorant competing for that spot in Arlington, Texas. That CECC Finals. So for more information on Padia, go to their website at padiagaming.com. Big shout out indeed, Bass, to Padia. And, I can't wait for tomorrow. I cannot wait for tomorrow for semis and finals.
It's going to be something crazy. I cannot wait for this one. It really is something where you just kind of, well, I guess you have to wait. We don't really have much of an option. Because like we said, that is all that we have here today. Tune in tomorrow. Again, quarterfinals are going to be all but wrapped up. We're going to find out who our semifinals are. And when we do get to those semifinals, I can guarantee you they're going to be bangers. We're seeing GCU in one of them. We're going to find out who the other semifinals are later today. But that is all that we have here. Again, my name is Oliver Basher alongside but another than Pyro J. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, even more action here for the Esports U and CECC West Regional Qualifiers. Don't go anywhere.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
We'll turn this around. Gotta turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Hey everybody, quick announcement. It's your last chance to sign up for the QR code in the front at the Idaho Army West booth here for a HyperX headset. Make sure you head up to the front and scan that QR code for the Idaho Army National Guard HyperX giveaway. Thank you.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise. Oh, and it's gonna jumped into it.
Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Joy Blank is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Gunning.
I am joined by Dalen Yam Hunter, the Assistant Director of Esports at the University of Arizona. So, Dalen, this will be interesting. We've spent a lot of today interviewing players, kind of getting to hear what they do on and off the field, so to speak. And now we kind of get to peel the curtain back a little bit and see what goes on beyond that. So, if you wanted to give us a little bit of kind of what your role is with the program and how you help it thrive and grow.
Absolutely. And also, our team is definitely excited to be a part of Boise's building into CECC. The travel and all of that, we were able to get down at the last minute. So, in that way, we're just really grateful that we get to be a part of it. And we almost thought that we weren't going. So, in that way, it's fun for all of the players. Absolutely. Yeah, behind the scenes at the University of Arizona, just like all the other schools, we're trying to build out esports because it is a huge generational thing. A lot of people in the younger generations want to see esports at their universities, and I'd like to see it more. I think if schools are starting to learn slowly, and if I could just snap my fingers and make it more accessible for students, I would. But of course, it's a journey, right? So
So, kind of going into that, we kind of heard earlier, I've interviewed a couple of your Rocket League players today. The program itself isn't really that old. It's pretty in the infantile stages. So, kind of going into events this large so early, do you think there's going to be a lot of benefit to that, kind of showing the rest of the country or the rest of the region that your esports program, while it is young, it still brings a lot of very strong players to the field?
That's right. I think in-person tournaments are valuable, even though in the past 2 years, COVID has shown us that esports can thrive even without the presence of in-person events. But the in-person events really show student collaboration and student collaboration even between different schools. We have those tournaments, and sure, we're rooting for our team, but we get to see that kind of tournament feeling in person, and even get to know some people from other teams. We've definitely gotten to know our school nearby would be ASU, and through tournaments in person, we've already gotten to see those players, especially in Rocket League. So it's just great to see other schools who haven't been able to get these opportunities. I mean, I hope that they can after seeing all of this great friendship coming from it. Universities, students going to universities, they only have so many years where they're in it. And yeah, just optimizing what their passions are and building it towards the community is really what I'd like to see more. So
Yeah, so this is a question I often ask players, and it's a little different here to ask you, so I'm excited to hear your answer on this. When you look at things like traditional sports, we see people in the roles that we see now, assistant directors, players, so on and so forth, and we often ask the players, why did you choose these sports? And they can say, oh, well, I really like this video game. I feel like you might have to give us a little bit of a different answer. How did you end up in esports, and what was it that really drew you in? I'm excited to learn.
yeah, I think it's funny when you ask them in my building of esports back in my younger years. I would ask a lot of women like what brought them into esports, and unfortunately, I would see a lot of like, "Oh, my boyfriend brought me in," or things like that. And that's definitely great. I'm glad that they got the opportunity in the first place. But even me, I feel like a lot of the brothers in my family were the reasons why I got into esports, and I really owe it to them. But also, now that I'm here, I'd love to see more women involved, and so it's great in that way. The University of Arizona also really wants to see. We do have a lot of women on our teams, and they do want to see them thrive. And so, my coworker Ian, who is there in Boise as the tournament goes on, he really pushes everyone at the same level of expectation, and to see everyone on our team be treated in that same way is awesome. But yeah, I mean, video games, let's go down to the raw stuff. I played Age of Empires in first grade. So I've been around for a long time. And I guess for me, it's really the co-op. It's the fact that I am not playing on my own time alone. I'm playing with someone, no matter who it is, on a computer screen. So that's my favorite part about esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. The camaraderie and the growth, and that kind of leads great into my next question here is when people look at esports and they talk a lot about, you don't get many benefits from traditional sports. It's often a lot less physical. People often think there's not that same team building and camaraderie. It feels you're pretty much a believer that there absolutely is still that team growth. And while there may not be the same physical expectation, there is still a physicality to it. There is a lot of growth beyond it. So when you find that comparison, do you think that is kind of one of the stronger aspects of competitive esports is the team building necessity to find success?
Yeah, team building to find success. Exactly. I mean, my coworker Ian, again, he's the one behind these teams. He's the one who does the main interview questions for these teams. He definitely wants to make sure that they get along. It's huge. And when you play esports, there is that expectation of getting along. You can throw games easily when you're when you're not in your best prime. So camaraderie is a huge success, and that's why we are sports, right? Is the other sports that universities do hold for the past 50 years. They involve so much camaraderie and so much communication between teammates that you do see a lot in esports. So very valuable.
Yeah, and I often spend a lot of time comparing traditional sports to esports. I come from traditional sports myself, so the comparison has always been interesting to me. And I've asked a couple of your players today, and I'd love to hear your thought on this as well. Well, it's not a competition, right, against the traditional sports of the school. Your university has some pretty large traditional sports teams, some pretty popular traditional sports teams. Have you found it to be a difficult journey to create your own space similar to the one they have now, or do you feel the community in the school has been very welcome and encouraging of creating this attention toward competitive esports?
I'd say there's always room for growth. So, I definitely impressed with this school and many other schools for building into esports, but there's so much more that I expect from all these schools. I think that there is no school that you could say has fully dove into esports to maximum. There's always I mean, our school just got started into a casting program where students can develop their casting skills, just like what you've been doing. And oh gosh, for some of those students, it would mean the world to them to see a bigger program to get them to train those skills. And for others, it's just part of their experience and getting credit in the class. But yeah, the realm of esports, it goes from teamwork and competitive tournaments to bonding through clubs and friendship. So so much potential.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, Dalen, if this interview weasels its way onto somebody's screen and they're watching and they're a student at your university and they're thinking, "Dang, I'd really like to be a part of that program," what is the first step or the best step they can take to joining this program one way?
Oh, so direct students at our university. I see. So that would be definitely through social media. I'm not sure how many people who you've worked with who are staff at universities like I am, but just talking through social media is like where we can navigate them and say, oh, now I can put a face to something even before even meeting them. And then beyond that, like I just mentioned that class, and I mentioned how we're developing things in certain areas. We do have an arena. It is pay to enter. They can definitely start there and get connections there. We have students who work there and can give them information. And yeah, joining the teams is definitely word of mouth. You definitely rely on that camaraderie, right? So making sure that you know those teams and getting a good word in for my coworker to know exactly why we should consider you for our team is our biggest priority. We definitely want teamwork to be our number one, especially when scholarships are on the line.
Yeah, very true. With scholarships on the line, you cannot mess around. That's got to be a cold cut, safe choice. So going into this event, I know your Rocket League program has had the opportunity to attend a couple of or at least one in-person event. I talked to some of them about that earlier. But with your program still being so young, is this going to be a first time in-person event for a lot of your players?
For Rocket League, no. That's where they got to meet some other Arizona schools last semester, which was great. They got to see NASCAR while playing Rocket League. It was hilarious. We got to see real cars going, and then you just played on the video game. But yeah, for the other teams, yeah, this is their first time. Overwatch, they've been only playing online the past season. Overwatch has been a highly watched game in our community, and so it's exciting to see that one of those teams is getting that experience beyond just Twitch streams all the time.
Absolutely. Going into this, is there kind of one thing that you, or maybe more so your students, you're hoping, I really hope they pull blank out of this in-person experience this weekend?
Ooh, that could be a number of things.
You can say more than one. It doesn't have to just be one. If you've got a couple loaded, that's fine.
I mean, the stories are always great. I mean, technically, I will be remote watching the tournament myself, and so in that way, I hope that they come back with stories for me to see. I want to hear like what was it like. I used to live a lot closer to Boise State, and so in a way, it's like wow. Now I'm even further. I can't even visit the arena. I mean, the in-person experience of seeing not just schools in Arizona like our last experience in person, but seeing those schools that are similar to their level and giving them that competition and seeing similar schools basically is just something that's going to be so exciting for them. And all these players who also get that team experience is so valuable. And so I guess going into the tournament, I hope they bring back stories.
Absolutely. So we unfortunately are going to be running out of time, but I do want to give you just a little bit of space to thank or shout out anybody if you want to do that, or if there's something you wanted to talk about that we didn't get the chance to. I want to give you a little bit of room to do that now.
Oh, okay. Shout out to my younger brother Joseph, who wants a scholarship in Rocket League as well. who may or may not want to pursue it, but yeah, shout out to him.
Awesome, perfect. Dalen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're heading straight up for the sun. They'll never notice take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena, and you're watching our coverage of the CECC West Regional Qualifier. Well, it's been a long day with a lot of exciting matches, but we are now in the home stretch with a couple of Valorant games to play yet. We're going to see the winners deciders and the losers deciders to decide who is going to be going on to tomorrow in the bracketed stage. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, and I am Jem Palmer, and I am joined by Michael Fisher calling all of the actions. I hope everyone's ready for Valorant, and a good meaty chunk of Valorant at that, because we have got quite the match to start things off, because we're going straight to the top of the seeding.
Yeah, right to the top of Group A, right to the two of the top teams here at the CECC West Regional Land. It is Boise State and Arizona State. The home team seeing if they can defend their house, but as you said, winner of this matchup pretty much on to tomorrow's semifinals. The loser will have to win their next matchup to qualify. So there's a lot at stake here to wrap up the night.
Well, let's take a look overall at what the two teams we are showcasing are made up of in terms of their lineups. Of course, Boise State, to those regular viewers for us here at home, we know all about their roster, but and their standard roster, Skies, J-Bag, Damio, Aldum, and Rariana. They've had a semester of trials and tribulations, some great victories, some stunning losses, but they are always ready to fight another day. And now we'll get to the #1 seed, Arizona State University. And there's Boise State University getting settled in, ready to play.
Yeah, Boise State, as you said, this would be a great big win for them if they can take down Arizona State. As we take a look at there, we've got Brisk, Kaz, Ayomo, Jello, and Kawaii 2K. Of course, as you said, our top seed coming in. Everybody's got a target on their back. We heard from Kaz earlier in the interview, though the first time a lot of these guys have had to land outside the state of Arizona. So you have to wonder, are the pressures starting to mount as we head into the evening here on Saturday down in Boise?
Well, the last time these two teams met in the qualifiers to get here to the regionals, Boise State fell to Arizona State University 2-0. So we'll see if the Broncos have managed to improve. I'm sure there's been a lot of odd reviews, but now is the deciding time to see if the Broncos have improved. And I was told in Game 2 of that best-of-3 in the previous time these two teams met, it actually went pretty close. So we could be in for a long game tonight.
Yeah, so we were told in our pre-show meeting there was a big improvement from Game 1 to Game 2. Boise State really gave them all they could handle, so I don't think ASU can approach this as, oh, we've already beat this team. This is an easy 2-0. We're on till tomorrow. I think both these teams know they got to bring their A game because they don't want to go into that last game of the night knowing, like, if we lose, we don't get to stay around, or at least you could, but you're going to be watching. So there's a lot of pressure on both these teams, and you know what? I think maybe we're going for map 3 this time. I know our predictions were spot on in our first game between the Wave Riders and Oregon State, so I'm feeling like we probably have a map 3 in the cards here between these two teams.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time today. We've seen a lot of kind of the lower-seeded teams kind of pull out unexpected victory. We can also take a look at the standings and see Arizona State and Boise State both sitting at 1-0, whereas Grand Canyon and Seattle are 0-1. So overall, I think whoever loses this one is going to go up against either Grand Canyon or Seattle in the losers finals, and we're going to see who moves on to tomorrow, as a result of that.
Yeah, I believe with their group schedules after this, Arizona State will play Grand Canyon, Boise State will play Seattle. So win that one, and you're sitting pretty. 2 teams from Group A, 2 teams from Group B will both be the teams that advance as well. So there's a lot on the line for both these teams. So excited to get it going, excited to see what the maps are going to be. I mean, I did have some insider information, so I can say we're not going to get, I believe, a cent for the second time.
Ooh.
There it is, Haven Lotus Icebox will be our 3 picks here today. Surprising that Ascent did not make it past the gray screen of death.
Well, this is interesting. We will have 2 3-point maps for this match here, so it should be pretty novel, and I'm glad we're seeing Lotus. Normally it's just kind of banned right off because a lot of teams don't want to face a new stage. They want to go with the tried and true classics, but I'm very excited to see this.
Yeah, I think the map order definitely kind of gets you fired up, right? Like, it's not just, all right, we're going to start with Ascent. This is going to look like your last series. No, I think this is kind of spicy map picks for 2 of the top teams here at this event. So definitely going to be very excited. As you said, the fact that we now have another 3 bomb site in the rotation is kind of unique. Definitely brings some different twists. So curious to see. I think Lotus is the one I'm looking out for. We've seen a ton of Haven. I know it plays a little differently, but we've seen it a lot. Lotus is that one where maybe that's a map Boise State makes the surprise move on. Again, they're not a massive underdog. This is basically number 1 and number 3. So, but again, maybe that's where Boise State makes their move and forces their game 3, or maybe that's where they pull off the sweep. It'll be hard to say.
Yeah, Boise State actually chose sides for Lotus, so overall I think that might have been Arizona State's pick. But here we go. Picks are going to come out, and pretty standard stuff from what we're seeing. The Jets are locked in, 2 KJs. And Oldham, yeah, I think he's faking us out at this point. I mean, he knows that certain members, he knows that certain members of Boise State broadcast are huge fans of Yoru, but we're not going to see that today.
No,
we have standards.
Hey, I mean, if there's ever time to bring out a wild card pick, now would be the time. But it is time. Round 2 of our CECC West Regional LAN here. It is Group A, and it is Arizona State and Boise State. Winner of this best of 3, I'm pretty sure just punches their ticket. I'm sure there's a math nerd who will tell me I'm a little bit wrong, but for the most part, they punch their ticket into tomorrow as we get ready to go.
And a quick overview of the stage that is being set. And sometimes we see some very exciting plays here in lobby. I've seen more than a few occasions where a team kind of rushes in and then, a great Molly place down takes them all out. I always love that little surprise. And then B is the true wild card. Sometimes you don't see them going to it ever once, and then sometimes it really surprises you.
Yeah, B Garage is very popular. We did not see what will potentially be the Op Haven, which is that C-long. You see a lot of Oppers hang down that side. So here we go. Game 2, round 2, game 1, getting ready to kick off. Boise State and Arizona State, 2 of the favorites coming into this event.
In terms of initial picks, a lot of people going for the Frenzy. It's kind of evenly split between the Frenzy and the Ghosts in terms of people's first round gun of choice. And we're going to start. Boise State, J-Bake's going to throw out a bit of util to start things up before he goes
into the garage and you find the turret. IU up there above Garage. So far, we'll see if Boise State has anything. As J-Bag is going to get the plant down right away. Early offense against Boise State.
Boise State can now move into their post-plant positions. Brick's going to get the first pick onto Oldham. Ariana now moving back on toward point, and Skies takes IO back from a whole lot. Look at Jello with a double, make that a triple. Fakes out the defuse, and Arizona State takes out Boise State for the first round.
Jello with the triple kill, absolutely fantastic, doing a great job leading the charge for his team. Like Boise State had a great start. They got the spike down, really no early contest, didn't lose anybody, but Jello just popping up with the pistol, and ooh, I want to see if that sticks through our replay here. He went AR right away.
That would be quite a statement to buy an AR this early, say that I'm confident enough I'm going to bonus with it. Yeah, this was great play by Jello, bringing out the triple. I mean, J-Bag moving off to the side of the smoke, did not predict Jello to be right there at all. And yeah, one of them is going for the Vandal. Jello is feeling confident.
See if it pays off for him. Trying to get aggressive in A long. Just defend for his teammate, let him get the alt orb. He'll hang out in the smoke for now. So Boise unintentionally avoiding him.
A little bit of a jump peek to try to bait out any sort of shot. Boise State is instead going to rely on an owl drone to be thrown out. Doesn't look like it really picks up anybody. Both teams, kind of respecting each other here in these opening few. Hardly want to take any sort of peek. You might see the first play here. Damio moving in onto B is going to be stunning Kauai. Is that enough for Boise State to get enough of a presence, or will they be flanked?
Oh, nice dodge on the blind there. It looks like Boise going to turn around, though they do get a pick on a Jello, and that is huge.
There's the
That's a
Vandal.
Vandal for Boise.
Out of chat.
Out around Cal. Oh, you picked a heck of a time to bring out your util. Gets the peek onto Cass. Oldham is going down for the plant on A.
Spike planted.
Now Boise State is moving in their post-plant position. This is quite a turn of events, taking out the Vandal holder. Rariana with that Vandal doing work. Skies also gets a double. It's 3-on-1 in this. KJ's hanging on by a thread. A thrifty for the Broncos.
And then you see kind of why you don't always opt for that AR straight on round 2. Unfortunately, Jello tried to get just a little bit too aggressive. Didn't quite see how he was taken out, but he handed that Vandal over to Boise State. And that is a huge pickup for the Broncos because now, I mean, look at this bonus round for Arizona State. It's very awkward. It's basically we just started from ground 0. The Broncos now we're going to pick up 3 ARs to their name.
I don't know if it's a bonus round if there's nothing to bonus is the thing. It's an,
like round one, it's a
unbonus round. Jello trying to take an early peek, already spends the tailwind and is going to be moving back toward the window as a result of it. State no doubt getting a peek, mowing down the armor on those garage doors.
These guys holding over towards A long. Boise has been very calculated. Dog doing his best 180 there. Unfortunately, does time out before it finds Kauai. I'd give him a best in show medal for that performance.
IUO still hanging around sewers. Boise State is sneaking by very stealthily, however.
Skies. Might have just heard Cash with the arrow there. Throws down the smoke, picks up 1 right away. Now can he find Jello? Jello does pick up 1 on Boise State. Gamma is there. Boise State a 4-on-2.
It's a great start by the Broncos, keeping the Arizona State at bay. They throw out the blind. It's going to be answered back with more reach util, and Boise State takes it nearly flawless.
Fantastic round by Boise. All that sneaking, all that calculating pays off. What you said is a near flawless round for the Broncos.
And I'm almost thinking, you know, Arizona State, you expect for the first seeded team, you know, saw a few mistakes in terms of just not checking every single angle or not being aware of them, because Damio in lobby was holding at like a complete right angle, and Arizona State was not expecting him there whatsoever.
That was a fantastic play by Damio, as you said. I mean, Arizona State, you know, came in as the aggressor. There are the knives. Sky trying to see something on a long, can't quite. Jello going to dash away. Boise State not able to find an early pick. Going to have a little bit of urgency, at least for now.
It's a nice one-way smokes placed on towards sewers. That's going to keep Boise State at bay for now on their flank. Trying to decide which route they were going to take. A few of them meet back in lobby just to discuss a possible rotation.
Yeah, looks like they wanted that first blood, couldn't find it. Al drone probably going to be the end of this. They will see J-Bag, and then they'll turn around, and yeah, that'll be the end of that. Boise State will regroup.
Standing ahead.
We'll see, where's this lineup, Gaz?
Well, that's going to be placed right into lobby. Looks like Boise State is dodging it for now. Mariana quickly takes out the turret, gets nicked by the swarm grenade. He's going to place out a turret just to, you know, feel out B for right now, but Boise State has to make their decision. 30 seconds, they got to plant soon.
30 seconds left.
But Skies will get him on the revenge. Unfortunately, got caught with the util out. As you said, with 30 seconds, Boise State hits the accelerator. Skies going to pick up another one. They find one more. This will be a plan on A. Here comes the rest of Arizona State.
Planted. Last enemy remaining.
They're going to lose IU. It's all up to Brisk. He's going to turn around and potentially just simply look for an exit frag here. And that's what it looks like he's doing.
Might not even be going for an exit frag. Might just be trying to save in this scenario, but the turret is going to spot him out, and that gives Boise State all the information they need.
Yeah, that tells Boise State we can easily turn tail and run. We'll see if Brisk wants to get aggressive. State wants to. Fortunately, no follow-up on the concuss. But they know he's there. Peek him. Brisk finds one.
I don't know if Boise State wants to play with their food too much. They might have one extra opportunity here. Rariana is able to dislodge Brisk.
Great job by Rariana.
That is kind of some icing on the cake. I mean, it's not just the wins you get, it's the margins that can really make a difference.
Yeah, anything you can do to prevent just that one. I mean, we saw it in that second round, right? One AR can make the entire difference. If he's able to stay alive, maybe picks up a couple of kills, hands it to his teammates. So great job from Boise hunting down Brisk. 3-1. Let's see what round 5 has in store for us.
As we start out, Arizona State is going to be forced onto a lot of Sheriff. Jello is going to try to make up for that gun disadvantage by using the knives. Trying to get some sort of early angle onto Boise State, but a quick wallbang is going to take Jello out. The Broncos have the advantage yet again.
Ooh, though, keep an eye on Cass. Number 1 on your screen, very sneaky here. Might find someone from Boise.
He is hearing quite a lot of footsteps. Oh, this. Oh!
We didn't see him. Oh! Thought maybe he'd seen the palm of Brisk peek the corner. Now the dog will get on the trail. Very lucky for Boise State that Brisk and Hawaii weren't able to pick up that kill.
It's good. Gonna get stunned in C-Long, but Boise State still is able to claim the point. Gonna move down toward the plant and get that extra bit of credits, and a wallbang right through to stop the plant.
Fantastic defense here. And Boise State will try it again.
In a notably different position.
Ariana gonna find one onto Brisk. Boise State a 4-2 and have a gun advantage. Make that a 4-on-1. It's all up to Kaz. The general idea where he is. No protecting him, and Ariana will find one more. 4-1 Boise State.
Now this is going to be the time that it's another decider, another crucial break point, and we're actually going to see a bit of a timeout be brought out, which I'm sure Arizona State is going to take because, you know, any sort of loss here is just going to compound more into eco problems.
Yeah, I mean, this is why they're the #1 team, right? You use the timeouts. It's something we've always talked about. You get one, use it. So I love this timeout by Arizona State. Figure out what's going wrong. I mean, after that pistol round, it looked like they were set up to succeed.
Yep.
Jello getting a little bit too aggressive, maybe going AR round 2, kind of turned that round. So Boise State's been doing a fantastic job, though. They've been getting some fantastic picks. You had the backup for Skies with the knives when they lost their first member. So really, overall, Boise State keeping up with Arizona State so far.
And I think you just touched on a great point of why this is important for the Broncos as well, is just the fact sometimes when you get a little momentum, sometimes you can get careless. You know, we saw that with the Vandal purchase. You know, if you win 3 rounds in a row, sometimes anything seems like a good idea, you know? Shorty on C-Lone, why not? I'm winning 3 rounds and nothing can stop me.
I mean, I even think just as that point, it's just refocusing, right? I mean, we saw it with that last play. Daimo didn't see Brisk peek around the corner, nearly cost him his life. So I think a fantastic job. I think both teams making use of that timeout. We're back here. Game 1, round 2, Group A. Let's see what we have in store between Boise State and Arizona State.
Boise State is immediately going to have everything smoked off for them in lobby. They're going to send that dog out on a little fact-finding mission.
Brisk still got one, too. That is huge.
A whole lot of firing through this smoke.
Thought maybe Brisk had given his position. That was a fantastic play. Boise State's just going to simply reposition this over onto B.
Arizona State, even though they're still technically 5, that Omen is low on health, but IUO is going to make Arizona State have a much more convincing advantage. Now 5-3.
Has the Killjoy ult as well. Might be able to take a rip on it depending on where Boise places this fight. You can see still really favoring this A side are the Broncos. Despite being down 2 members, as you said, Brisk did take quite a bit.
Oh, that's great. Just immediately sends Damio running. Or maybe it's a fake out. Maybe
30
they
seconds
still
left.
think that they can make it happen on A. Dodges the util. Not going to dodge that one, however. That's going to slow Ariana down. Another shock dart thrown. Boise State starts things off with at least one. They're going for the plant. The Hunter's Fury is used in response, and Boise State now is very short on time. J-Bag is taken out, followed by Damio. Wow.
Hey, that's a response out of a timeout. The flawless for Arizona State. That's why they're the top team. A fantastic job. It really all starts with Brisk. Down there, and Sewers got a great pick. He missed a couple of shots. I thought maybe he'd given his position away, but he was still able to turn it into a first blood. And from there, Boise was just kind of always on the back foot. This was a fantastic Hunter's Fury.
He immediately just turns over to Damio. I was going to say he takes Damio out, but it looks like IUO already had him, already had his number. Boise State still, through all the rounds that they won, aren't going to be in eco trouble for the near future. But a dash right in is punished. Ariana taking out Jello.
Seen a couple of those plays so far today with just Jets dashing into their own demise. And we'll add another one to the chalkboard. What does Boise State do with this first blood advantage is the big question. They have 4 ults up. Third. Hawaii is going to find a great one under Ariana, make it 4-4. Take that Killjoy ult off the table as well, which would have been fantastic if Boise wanted to plant somewhere and then take control.
Boise State going a very familiar route with A. Maybe going through long. Might be bringing out the Seekers, thinking about it. Gonna initially flash in. Oldham throws it out, isn't gonna pick up anybody. Thought someone might be hanging down below heaven. And the Killjoy is gonna be used for Arizona State. Boise State still gets the plant down before they can run.
Is gonna try and find somebody. 2 seconds left on the Killjoy for Arizona State. Be detained. They do have a risk, by the way, sneaking in through attacker spawn that Boise State has to be careful
got your
about. Rolling
trail.
Thunder does go out. Here comes Sneak as well. Sky's going to find the first one here, but again, there's Brisk behind him on a long. Sky turns around and hits him as well.
One enemy remaining.
Now it's all of in a 4v1. Tag will get Kauai and Boise State. Make it 5-2.
I really like this response by the Broncos. You know, as soon as the Killjoy went off, you could kind of see Arizona State just kind of moving in. Well, oh, of course we're going to have the point. You know, we've cleared it out. And then the Rolling Thunder, right in response, was able to concuss so many of the Sun Devils at that point. Really nice counterplay from Boise State. Turns out they didn't need the Killjoy. They just needed the breach.
Yeah, I think it was a great response by Boise to blow. I mean, as you said, the Rolling Thunder, I think the Seekers helped as well. Weren't able to tell if that's kind of what helped them point out Brisk, but otherwise, I mean, I think Brisk was on a great flank. But just, you know, again, we talked about this in our first series. Aggressive alt usage just allows those abilities to be used more and more. You know, this time Boise State wants to play around the Killjoy.
Bomb grenade target destroyed.
Might not be the only thing they have to play around. We're seeing kind of an all-in play from Jello was holding down that view from A lobby with the op, but that's going to be pretty superfluous at this point because Sky swaps over to the Classic to help him pick up his double. Oldham plants, and the Killjoy is going to be thrown down to give Boise State even a little bit more time on the plant. Kauai is just going to take a few peeks before he has to move back to avoid being detained.
Boise State, perfect control of the site thanks to that. Jello did pick up the op. Yeah, I think this is a save.
Yep, it has to be a save. He spent nearly everything. He could only afford half shields on it, too. So this is just spending everything you have. Hoping to play toward next round. Boise State played that beautifully.
Might get a bit of an exit frag here for Kaz.
Ooh, I don't know if you need to be peeking this angle, but he is able to take out Cass nonetheless. That opens up a huge possibility. Jello is going to take out Damio. Boise State going to continue playing with that. He is able to take the op away. That is huge.
Oh my goodness. There was more action after the spike went off than that entire round. But absolutely phenomenal. I don't think Boise would have had time to grab. They did not have time to grab the op. But absolutely fantastic post-plant play. I mean, you and I were on the same page. Like, I don't know if you want to peek Kaz. We didn't quite see what happened, but phenomenal play.
But overall, it's like a 1-for-1 trade or a 2-for-1 trade. Either way, they forced Arizona State onto yet another eco round.
Yeah, force the eco, they deny the op. Maybe the biggest round so far.
Jello keeping an eye on sewers with this frenzy. We stayed right now mainly focusing on courtyard. We do have a few smokes though, so garage is down for the time being.
He just does not want to throw away the gun advantage. They did throw the Hawk out onto Brisk. Don't know if it was able to hit him or not.
Oh, that's a weapon.
Oh, Sky picks up 2. Hawk. Blind.
The plant is now going to go down. Daniel's taking out IUO. Hawaii is moving up toward heaven. I don't know if he can bring things back, especially with the smoke. J-Bag seems alert to his presence. Ririana with quite a spray transfer is going to be able to take out Cass. Now it is just 5-1.
Thing for Kawhi is that right there. One pick will get taken down, but still helps deny the Boise eco, though not by much. The Broncos have been banking a couple of wins in a row here now.
This should be another full purchase for the Sun Devils. Jello once again is going all in on this op.
Didn't really get to see too much of it the last time he bought it. He did get a pick very late, actually post round got a pick.
Because really it is kind of a guessing game. Boise State was able to, you know, go to C, and Jello just happened to be holding down a lobby at that time, so that was a very nice kind of choice for Boise State.
Yeah.
By the time Jello could have made an impact, they were already down 5-3.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the, I think only one of the 2 rounds so far attacking that Boise State has gone towards C, which is usually, you know, a great place to just opt down C long. There's not a lot of covers. So, as you said, great job there. It looked like we'll see if Boise State can avoid it once again, as we do have a bit of a pause coming through. But so far, I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better start if you're Boise State, right? You're taking on the top team. You've had a very dominant performance early on, especially after losing the pistol round. So you just got to keep doing what you're doing, right? You can't let up the pressure, but as you said, as you build that lead, you cannot let overconfidence get to you and make one silly mistake, because it really does feel like those little things, especially against a team like Arizona State, can easily derail you, because the Sun Devils have made a couple of rounds way closer than they should be.
Though this is the biggest lead that I have seen tonight, it would be quite an upset for the Broncos to win. Remember, we kind of started out with one with the Wave Riders. You know, the club team coming over at their own expense and were able to dislodge Oregon State University. We're going to see a few replays on how the Broncos have managed to have such a dominant half so far.
And it's really all come around A-site dominance here for Boise. This is one of the rounds Arizona State won, and you can see you give this team an inch and they'll take a mile. Just a fantastic Hunter's Fury by Kaz. IUO has been playing out of his mind as well, and Kawhi picking up that one. But it has been really a lot of great first bloods here, and this is just Skies has been taking over this game. I think last I saw 15-2, and here were a couple of fantastic kills where he just gets a great headshot onto Brisk. They kind of Spider-Man mean past each other in the smoke, and that opens Skies up to get those 2 kills.
We're getting ready to head back into the action. Almost done with the first half, and another look at both the Broncos and the Sun Devils. The coaches standing dutifully behind their teams, ready to provide them with sage advice at a time's notice, because it's getting pretty long in a day. We've had quite a substantial day since we started out in the morning with Overwatch, and I've been all here for it. Some great action here.
Started off with fantastic action, and we end the night with Valorant. The dog doesn't find anything. Sky's trying to find something to smoke, though he will also come up empty-handed. Get a great blind on Brisk.
Boise State now moving through the smoke on board C. They're able to dislodge one, but Brisk is waiting right there. It's a trade 2-2, so still in the Broncos' wheelhouse. They are going to get the plant on C and now move on to post.
Spike planted.
The op, though, number 4 on your mini-map, walking over is Jello. That's always a scary sound whenever you hear it go on. You can see the Owl drone looking for something. There it is.
Whoa.
Boise State is aware of its presence now.
It's every bit as terrifying as you were selling fish.
Knives are going to be popped here by Skies. Rariana on a great little flank here. Thunder does go out. Here comes Rariana. Kaz doesn't know.
Oh, Rariana with the flank is able to stop the defuse. Just trying to buy them a bit of time, doing what Killjoys do best. Spike is going to come down. Oh!
Great job, though, by Arizona State. That was a fantastic retake.
I mean, that was a tough situation. Trying to go up against an up and getting hit by the Rolling Thunder so thoroughly. It was very well played by the Sun Devils, using their ultimates to their full advantage.
Yeah, again, as we talked about, right? You cannot allow Arizona State to have everything when it looked like they were outgunned. They did a fantastic job, as you said, the Rolling Thunder. Jello, I think he even was able to switch over to an AR during that round, then grabs the hop back. The Boise's, they're nice and healthy when it comes to the eco. They'll be able to survive one round. Going out. See if they can do it again. Sky's gonna rush in, but Brisk will take him out.
Stealing sight.
Are blinded.
Ian Brisk, backside of Suicide Dog is going to see him. 100 Fury.
Arizona State now running on fumes, and an offshot and tailwind away for Jello, still trying to survive. State is now planted. They do have a one-person advantage. Can they take advantage? Can they use that for all it's worth? This is a dangerous game. The Seekers are going to be brought out to give Boise State a bit more information. Cass is dislodged. It's just Jello who dropped the op. Will Boise State be able to find it and pick it up? I think they have enough time to do so.
Last round in the half.
Oh, they're just going to leave it for now.
Yeah, opted, even with it being the last round, didn't want to keep that op on the map.
You also got to hand it to Skies. I mean, look at that, 18-4. He is miles ahead of anyone else.
Yeah, usually, I mean, that's really the first time this entire half that kind of dash through the smoke play hasn't worked. Brisk does a great job on C defense. Boise State kind of keeping Arizona State on their toes. Again, I mean, you know, if you win this round, I know there's a little superstition here. That's all I'm going to say. It's our 9-3 curse, but we'll see what happens as Jello's going to rip the knives.
Oh, Boise State's going to take that bait at all. Instead, they're just going to take out Jello. Now move with the dogs. Brewers trying to get another. He's going to spot out the Sova, so that's even more information over to the Broncos as they continue charging in. A headshot right twice. Skies is unstoppable. With that spray transfer, the Broncos going for the plant.
Spike does go down. What does Arizona State have in the 2v5? Risk and IUO. Thunder does go out. Buys some time. Broncos. See Brisk up in heaven. IUO's gonna get one.
And nearly disaster for the Broncos, but Oldham there as the cleanup crew picks up the double, and he has just 5 health left too.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 2v5, and both you and I kind of held our breath, thought maybe Arizona State was going to pull it off. Now we switch sides, and we'll see what the Sun Devils, our #1 team, coming into this CECC West Regional land can do.
And Fish, you know you place yourself in a position to be completely blamed for any misfortune the Broncos have played.
I asked this question in our first series. When you look at that scoreboard, do you ever think maybe we take this round off? But 9-3 does not seem to scare Boise State. I do know that Coach Moore is a Falcons fan, so 28-3 would scare him. So maybe I think that thought crossed his mind. But
Fish, you've been on point with pouring salt in the wound all night tonight.
Finish this one off, and all will be forgotten.
Cover going out.
Cameo over on C. Mariana gets one, but that's not going to stop the Calvary. He finds one more. But he is low health. Will that be a bait that Arizona State wants to take?
One enemy remaining.
Bag picks up 2. They
Spike
fell right
down.
for the bait. One more left. Try to find some smoke.
Oh, the spike is picked up, and now Rariana goes. Jason takes him out in mid-air, and the Broncos go up to double digits.
See, they're excited. They don't believe in any curses.
Nope, they don't have to worry about that.
Not superstitious, I'm just a little stitious.
You're just a little stitious. I like that.
Stitious, but
They're kind of forcing Arizona State out to kind of an uncommon play as well. They are not going to save for the bonus round. They're going to go all stingers.
I think they have to, right? I mean, you're running out of rounds at that point. If you just go pistols here, you know, statistics favor Boise State with the gun advantage. Then you're looking at 11-3. So I like this play from Arizona State, realizing they got to force the issue. We'll see if it'll work out for them.
Damio is holding down C-Long and has to deal with the parade coming toward him, but he's going to take out Jello immediately. That's the second time in a row that Jello has been the first down.
IUO gets one right back, though, so it is a 4v4, and Brisk, like landed for the first time in Arizona State. Kawhi going to get the man advantage, dog coming in. Stay back to the garage. 1-for-1 trade. Skies finds one for Judge. Can he find another? It's a 1v1. But IUO is going to find 4 in the round, and it's 10-4 for Boise State.
And even though it's technically a win for them, they are running very shy on credits, so they are not going to be able to get a full purchase. But Boise State also isn't sitting too pretty there, too. Both these teams kind of in a weird position for round 3.5.
Yeah, we are 0 for 2 on getting any kind of noticeable bonus rounds here for both these squads. Pointed out, Boise pretty much forced for the eco. Meanwhile, Arizona State, it's not pretty, but it works. Mainly full of specters, and we'll see.
Boise State ready to get a bit cheeky. Oriana hearing a whole bunch of footsteps. He's going to swing out past the doors. Is able to take out Brisk. That's what? Almost gets a Sova.
The Sova is so low right now. Kawhi is going to pick up one. This guy's coming in. Him and Jello playing ring around the Rosie. And Jello find anyone with the short lead. One shot. Oh, Damio can't find anything. The Marshall leaves with 3 HP. Hawaii picks it up, and just like that, Arizona State's won 2 in a row. 10-5.
My advice to the Broncos would be not to get too rattled at this point. I mean, you went with 2 shorties in that last round, you know. Just think of any sort of frag that you can get as just bonus territory at that point.
You can't see, though, the econ is not as healthy as you would like. 2 light shields for the Boise State Broncos. Well,
they do have the gun advantage.
They do. That is interesting. Both these... We have thrown conventional Valorant out the window so far in terms of at least the buys that you would expect on round 4.5.
It's budget night here on Valorant. Smoke is going to be placed onto A-Long. This guy's finding himself, a whole bunch of utility is going to be placed on him. But he still hides behind the smoke.
Be a very pivotal moment of this round. Smoke fades. Sky will retreat. Out,
oh.
He can't quite dash away. Kawhi finds one. That's a huge first blood for Arizona State.
Jonah's going to be thrown out through sewers. Boise State trying to get any sort of information or advantage they can to even this up. And the rotation out through their own spawn is actually going to pay off beautifully because they have a wide open sea at this point, the Sun Devils.
Ariana's going to turn around here at the dash. Smoke. Jello's going to get him. Kawhi going to get that spike down. Got to retake it to 3-on-5.
Good.
IUO makes it 5-on-2.
Just 2 left for Boise State, and they're going to play this a bit cautiously as IUO goes a-hunting. Doesn't check the angle, however, and Damio makes him pay.
Looks like Boise State is fully intent on saving here. We've seen these rounds maybe even be more exciting. Have some action in attack spawn potentially. Looks like
one final engagement probably happening here.
Damio might run into him. They're so close to each other. Spike does go off. Arizona State will pick up their 3rd round in a row. It looks like we will be without any post-spike action. See, Boise State can stop the bleeding here.
Even with those 2 saves, Boise State is facing themselves in a very awkward position. And the rest of the 3 look to be going on pretty light purchases. I mean, it's sort of a half-buy. Skies isn't even close to the knives, though, so this is a true classic hold. Settles for the frenzy and a small shields. Boise State has their work cut out for them. Oh my good!
Tried to dash in their face to get the early pick, but this time it didn't work. Jello wrist by 1. Looking for one more. Caught him in the reload. J-Bag looking like able to put him on. Now it's 5-on-2 again. Now there are 3 members of Arizona State sitting in red health.
Spike planted.
And Boise State in a similar situation in the last round is just going to be forced onto the save.
I mean, with the health bars of Arizona State, this isn't as mismatched as you would think. Mariana
Getting cold feet.
Bait somebody out.
Few jiggle peeks happening. The thing is, Arizona State is going to have to be forced off the point eventually with a spike detonation. Emil gets spotted out by the turret.
Last player standing.
Unfortunately, Jello's going to get him. Mariana will just take the spike death. And Arizona State, Sun Devils starting to claw their way back. 4 in a row. I think this might be the time where we saw on our first half, Arizona State took the timeout, rebounded with a round win. Might be time for Boise State to be looking in that direction.
This is very influential. We're talking about kind of the risky op purchase that Jello had. Now the shoe's on the other foot. Skies is going for the op pick, but he's at half health, so he's going to have to just nail these shots. Pixel perfect at this point. Meanwhile, Arizona State starting out with 3 on a lobby. Are going to teleport past. They still get caught up, though, in their own stun. Let's just take a mulligan on that one and forget that happened.
The first time we've seen more of a slow pace in a while. As our first real action comes from the turret.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, Boise State was on such a save round. They tried something. They just tried Russian in the last round. But now that everyone has their ARs, respect is being paid out by both teams.
For now, Arizona State seems to be doubling back.
They do have a lot more in terms of engagement tools, though. 2 ultimates, both to clear out points. Boise State hoping that maybe they get an early pick to take one of those ultimates out of contention. And Skies gets hit by the recon bolt. Misses his op shot. Quickly covers that dart.
Off your feet!
There goes one of the ultimates I was talking about. It's going to be going on to A.
30 seconds left.
Oh, so close, just could not quite find him. Spike does get planted, and he takes quite a bit of damage as well.
Mariana is going to heal up thanks to Boise State Sky.
You should run.
They have to go on the retake and a killjoy now to keep Boise State at bay, but Boise State has already gotten 2 eliminations. Maybe they can take out the killjoy too. One of them is hanging out in a safe spot on Heaven. A shot is going to be baited out from the op. Boise State, none of their players get detained. I don't know if they have time here at this point.
One enemy remaining.
Dash in with the shorty.
Oh my goodness, manages to get it. Just has enough time, yes.
Said just with enough time.
Wow.
Shuts down Arizona State. A fantastic retake by Boise State, and this time Skies on the op. Coming in clutch with, I think, a pair of kills and then a fantastic shorty kill as well.
And talk about going all in, spends so much of his health, I think just on the fall damage here alone. Yeah, he goes down, takes 1 shot from IUO and immediately goes down to just within spitting distance, but still manages to eke out the win. But even though Boise State technically got the victory there, their eco problems still are far from being solved.
And as you said, it's it's rental movie night here. Trying to throw some shots down A-long, not able to find anything. Once again, Arizona State going to split things up and look for a pick.
IUO going to be running right into a lot of utility. Quick glance exchange with Rariana in garage. Might have another Killjoy engagement. Just a lot of jiggle peeks, just trying to find that one. Actually, didn't realize how close he was there just with that quick wallbang shot off to the side. Meanwhile, J-Bag holding down Heaven, might get into a confrontation with Brisk. See, I don't know if he saw the leg.
I think Brisk saw him. Now he definitely saw him. They know they're there, and that seems to be where Arizona State wants to head. Smoke goes down. J-Bag looking to see if he can find anyone. Jello's staring right at him. IUO gets the first pick onto Ariana. Why he takes that.
30 seconds left.
Spike.
Spike planted.
What State now has to go on the retake. Oldham is going to throw out the dog to try to get some information off of this one-way smoke. Knows that no one's naming out to the left, so is now going to throw out the Hawk. Doesn't get anyone blinded. Hunter's Fury is used. Boise State is going to use their Rolling Thunder in response. Oldham getting caught up in that Hunter's Fury. Brisk is the one to finish him off. Boise State now down 2, and yeah, this has to be a save.
Especially with the op, especially as we've talked about with how just convoluted and messy Boise State's eco has been. Spike will go off, and this time we will not have any chance of those explosion shenanigans.
Arizona State Sun Devils aren't caught up in that Spike explosion. Now Boise State, I mean, there should be, nope, there's just oh, Boise State,
that's a cruel mistress sometimes. Meanwhile, I mean, I know Arizona State only has 2 more rounds to lose, but they're well set to be able to handle it.
Alarm bot.
Takes this one round here or there. Boise State is actually going to be going with 1 Bulldog for this round. Sky still has this up. He's going to set up an early peek through A lobby. The Arizona State seems to be focused on B. Can they disrupt Jello? Jello was able to charge in, and that's a huge spray transfer from Damio. Boise State now goes up 5-2. They're going to be able to iron out a few of their eco problems by picking up guns.
Spike is right in front of Damio too. That makes it very hard for Arizona State. Brisk and company are going to have to find a couple of picks. Ariana. Both take it low. Ariana finds it, and it's all up to IUO. Needs the ace of his life to keep us off match point.
Oh, but Boise State was able to kind of bait out a shot from him, so they should know where he is. The call out should go through. Doc is able to take out Rariana. That's 1 start. Damien was holding down this 4-way pretty well. He's able to spot him out, and Boise State now goes up to match point.
This is the first time we've seen Arizona State be the aggressors. They tried to just dash in, as you said. They're never really a better time to take a timeout than towards the very end. But that's really the first time we've seen Arizona State try and make these aggressive plays. And this time it just didn't work out as Jello dashes through, but Damio able to get a great double kill here right in front of B-side, and that kind of just shut down the whole push.
Well, it's been a lot of scenarios where Jello has been kind of the first one taken out as a duelist. Kind of had such an explosive start on that first round, but kind of played the rest of the round as if that was still the case.
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting here, and I mean, this is going to be a tight final round. I don't think, as we just saw, Arizona State, I think, won, 4 or 5 in a row to kind of shrink that very large lead. So this timeout, I mean, so far, Arizona State 1-0 coming out of timeout, so we'll see if they can pick up another round win. But I don't think Boise State can chalk it up just yet because Arizona State has the eco to eat this round loss and full bye for this next round on match point.
You were saying Sun Devils managed to win 4 or 5 rounds in a row. They're going to have to do that right now just to draw it to overtime. You know, you're thinking 4 rounds to tie it up, 6 when it goes into overtime. So a long road possibly ahead for the Sun Devils. Boise State has finally ironed out all of their eco issues, and we have a true full round on our hands. I thought I'd never see the day.
Just in time, potentially, for Boise State. Again, Arizona State more than happy to just fully rebuy.
Oh.
Guy's gonna get concussed. Very aggressive here. Sees one, fails the dash, but able to get out alive.
I just thought he wouldn't get away.
Great job by Brisk. Chasing down the op.
Brisk is turning tail, though. Alden doesn't realize that. Could very well even it up with this engage here in Sewers. Oh, but Brisk takes him out with a well-placed headshot.
J-Bag, though, does get 1 back. Jello, though, makes it 4-2. Kaz will plant the spike. See what Boise State's 2 remaining members have left.
Damio
finds one.
Might just be content to go with an exit frag there. Boise State might realize they have 4 rounds to play with here.
Jello peeks. He will find Damio, and yeah, that will pretty much guarantee that Boise State will walk away. And J-Bag actually smartly was able to save probably the most precious item from that round.
Yeah, it is true.
Doesn't really look like he's in any threat.
Arizona State is going to have to move off B pretty soon here. Don't want to make the decision, the self-inflicted wound of having the spike get you. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Arizona State Sun Devils on their way to driving this into overtime. They need 3 more rounds to do so.
Yeah, 1 down. And
you know, this just shows how great it was for them to save the op, how many credits that saved, because Boise State almost has a full purchase just on that one save.
Yeah, great job by J-Bag to be able to say, all right, let's find the op, let's save it. I thought that was a really good play by Frisk. As soon as he saw the dash maybe fail or had an idea, let's try and chase him down. I think that kind of set the tone for the round. Now we'll see what Arizona State has. As you said, got to win 3 more to force overtime. Got him cute there in the line, but Jello, a great pickup. Aldrone coming through as well on to C. Jello going to dash in. Gets concussed, but great job of the smoke usage there. Damio finds one. Those skies will go down. Jello finds another. But a 3-on-2. Damio gets caught in the reload. What is Rariana going to do is now the question.
And it's just going to be going for the save at this point.
Placing swarm grenade.
Does have a killjoy. Boise State already conversing with themselves how they're going to play these next few rounds. You got to think they have a lot of strikes to play with. At this point, Arizona State going to take one final rotation out through garage. Spike is going to detonate.
Doesn't look like we'll have any.
Swarm grenade, alarm bot down.
Survive, but it's Arizona State who will pick up the round, and it will be 12-10. Boise State is running out of those strikes, and they're running out of eco too.
They have to save this round to make sure that they have something to try to prevent this from going into overtime.
State does have a pair of ultimates they can potentially use. Seeker and the Killjoy ult, but most likely will be saved for next round. Maybe get the knives out of the way. Jello for whatever reason. Be a big win.
2 swarm grenades exchange. Jello goes dashing in. Attempted on headshot with the Sheriff, but that's difficult to do against a Vandal. Arizona State now going up 5-4, and they're going to be able to get their plant down. 1 blind, 2 blinds thrown out through the smoke. The Boise State is going to push out through the smoke. Rariana is able to even this up.
Very low health, has to dodge the shock charge, just barely. Guy's gonna dash in, pick up the gun, and that helps out Boise State a ton. Fly gonna pick up 1. Kaz and Brisk add 2 more. Brisk will make it 12-11, and it's Boise State's last chance to avoid overtime.
This is the big round that everyone has been waiting for, because Boise State is clearly saving their ultimates. Arizona State is going to have the same amount of ultimates to use, though, and this is another timeout. It seems these teams are taking the full value of their timeouts and just chugging the water, too. That water bottle was instantly gone.
I love to see the timeout usage. I think both Arizona State has used theirs really, really well. We'll see what Boise's can do as this lead is sort of slowly but surely just kind of escape their grasp, really. But again, I mean, as we said, this is Arizona State. This is the #1 seed, maybe the favorite coming in, and they see right there. I mean, they're a very detrimental first half. Maybe you should have lost a round. I'm just saying. 9-3.
Fish.
I'm just saying.
I knew you would. I knew you would, because
saying.
you're going to take that opportunity every single chance you get.
It's like a Valorant caster. I feel like I'm obligated by law to remind people of the 9-3 curse. We'll see if Boise can avoid it. But no, I think Arizona State has really just done a fantastic job on attacking. They've made a couple of fantastic plays. I think really, I said that brisk play a couple rounds ago to take out the op. I think Jello has been phenomenal on the jet. Kind of, really, I mean, we saw it from his POV. You have no idea how he knows where he is, dashing through smoke, being concussed, throwing down another smoke, but he stays alive. And it is the final round of regulation. Will it be Boise State picking up a Game 1 win? Will Game 1 and round 2 between these two Group A powerhouses be heading to overtime? Find out now.
Blinded.
Odom is able to get an early blind. Meanwhile, Sky's holding this angle down very solidly.
Fully expect Arizona State to make as much use of this time as possible. You do not want to lose in early life here. Dog, you can hear it trotting down. Will meet its early demise, however. Though did see them, and that will at least be signed to leave a long for the 3 members of the Sun Devils.
It's a risky peek to take. Yeah, you don't want to risk your spike holder of everything being taken out.
Another great blind. And nothing to come of it. Down under a minute now for the Sun Devils.
A few glances being exchanged through Garage as well. Boise State is going to be using their Omen teleport, trying to get any sort of advantage on A long. It looks like the call is going out onto B. Boise State smokes that in return, trying to go in for reinforcements as Jello is going to hide behind. Defender Killjoy is used. Boise State knives in response.
Ariana finds IUO. He was looking for the Killjoy. Here comes the Rolling Thunder and the Seekers. Kawhi finds one. Seekers go out. Nice. Can't find it, but Kawhi can. It's a 3-on-2.
2 left to hold, including the op holder for Boise State. Oh, they're going to be moving in. That's a huge pick by the Sun Devils. We're going to overtime in round 1 of 3. Oh boy, I can't take this. I can hardly take it. This is only the first of a best of 3.
We said that second game that these two teams played was close, and you can't get much closer than this. Overtime in Game 1. Both teams going 9-3.
Here's
the attacking side.
Here's the one silver lining. No one has to worry about Eco now.
That is true.
All of those problems are gone. Both these teams have earned the right to have some money.
And it's Jello who makes the most use of it. See if he wants to what he can do. We really haven't seen the impact of the op as we saw in our first series of the day between the Wave Riders and Oregon State. There's been a few picks here and there. Brisk gonna be the first one. Boise State who attacks first here in overtime.
As we try to get some information with the dog dashing in with the help of the smokes above the swarm grenade. Trying to decide whether he wants to look left or right, maybe getting a bit of information. Gonna see if there's anyone hiding out in behind. IOM takes out Demio, but Boise State does get the spike down.
Potentially big here, but Skies gets it, makes it 4-4. Site control going back over to Arizona State, but planted in such a spot they have no way to defend. There is Jello, by the way, with the top. IUO starts to defuse. Rariana finds one. They straight through. They got it halfway. Rariana finds a second, and Boise State picks up the first round in overtime.
Oh boy, my heart can hardly take it. And you got to hand it to the Broncos. I mean, they were facing 4 losses in a row, but might just be able to bring it back in overtime.
Of course, Fowler in overtime is win by 2.
Good old tennis rules, of course.
So
shortening my lifespan every single time they come up.
So Boise State will need to win this round, or we'll reset and do it again. Both teams getting a turn attacking, which has been their specialty. Feels like overtime is really going to come down to whoever wins a round on defense first. We'll see if Boise State can do that right here. As they look to push forward.
Something unconventional. They're going to trade 1 for 1 and move back.
Losing their only healing. Those mean Skies is going to stay at that 90% mark. It has caused hesitation in Arizona State, at least for now.
Skies is not going to take that sideline right now. Moves over with a jump peek. He's able to get some information, throws out the smoke to try to keep the ASU at bay, with the rest of Boise State rotates over towards C. Smoke's now going out as the plant attempt from Arizona State comes down. Will Boise State be able to take them from the side? They're halfway on the plan. They do get it down, so now they go to post plant as Boise State trying to work their way through the smokes. Arizona State's Omen has placed down.
IUO, I think, almost saw Sky. Sky's just going to get blinded. Doesn't see Brisk to his right side, but it's a 1-for-1. But Kawhi and Kaz pick up 2 more. It's all up to Damio. Just saw the gun barrel pass, but he's going to get taken out, and we'll reset at 13 all and do it again for 2 more rounds.
Oh,
Switching
joy.
sides. Overtime.
Just what I wanted from my mental health. I mean, congrats to ASU. I mean, in terms of pure competitiveness, they are giving their fans, of which there are many in the arena, a great show. But it does seem to be like defense is the one position here on Haven that neither of these teams can really get any sort of pattern on winning. If you look at both halves, both teams only got 3 wins on defense.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like if Arizona State can win on defense in one of these overtime rounds, they'll give themselves a massive advantage. State gets popped on C-Long by Jello. Is going to get blinded. Should allow boys to at least get on the side, but they don't know that Brisk is right to their left. They'll end up pick it up and try it again somewhere else, but now they're going to be down a man as they look to make this a 14-13 game.
Risky situation for the Broncos. Everyone is just after that initial early engagement is just kind of hiding right now. IUO taking a few jiggle peeks around the corner. No shots are baited out. Oh, Brisk might have given away their position by that smoke. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me?
He finds one though, but Damio will take him out. That's where Arizona State had gone over towards A, so Boise State is going to get the spike down. It's a 3-on-3.
Spike planted.
But here comes that scary boom gun.
Gonna take an initial peek out, not gonna spot anybody. Bit of the breach util to try to clear out the point. Brings out the shorty to check. Boise State, Damio goes down, but it's even up 2 apiece, and those Seekers are gonna be very huge. Jello's just trying to stick it. Those Seekers are gonna stop him. One last 1-to-1.
Oh! Jello gets him. Gets the defuse, and it's Arizona State who strikes first on defense.
I don't know if you could get any closer at this point.
Switching sides.
Going up
Match
against
point.
the #1 seeded team. Boise State has been playing their hearts out, but the Sun Devils at this point looking like they just might eke out a win.
This was absolutely hilarious.
I'm still shocked that this even happened. I mean, comically walking past each other back to back.
And they both pick up a kill, too, which is the funnier part. Damio ends up getting the better of him, but a fantastic retake by the last 3 members of Arizona State. And now we'll see if the Broncos can do the same thing and get a win on defense to extend to overtime, or if it's the Sun Devils, who will go up 1-0 in this series.
Odom is going to be moving up through the smoke. Might be meeting Brisk, thinking about whether he wants to use the shorty or not. And throws out the dog. He's going to get some information on Brisk. Does see him.
Eye on 0 Anyway, they trade 1-for-1. Kawhi finds another, so it's a 1-man advantage for Arizona State. Skies finds one. He gets traded out 1-for-1. Ariana is on the way. Are they going to be there in time? IUO picks him up. It's a 1v3. Ariana gets one.
Spike planted.
Has to win. A 3-on-1 is going to be kept at bay by the shock dart. Ekes around, difficult situation. Is able to call out that angle.
Oh, they just saw each other. There it is!
With a headshot, Boise State is tying this back up 14-14. Are you kidding me?
Clutch.
We said they got to win on defense. What do? They both pick up a defensive win. Both of them being decided by an insane 1v1. First by Jello, then by Ariana. And we reset, then we do it again.
I can't.
This flank was a long time coming too, all the way around from C site. And just got there in time.
You know what I think we need? Another timeout.
I'm down for it again. I mean, I don't think anyone came into this game expecting 14-14 to be in the cards. Both these teams have absolutely battled their hearts. Again, I mean, almost maybe 1 and 2 at this tournament, battling it out. So you expect these two heavyweights to go down to the wire. Unfortunately, unlike boxing, you and I cannot vote on the winner. They will have to decide it on the field. There are no
Could
points
this
being
just go to a
tracked.
judge's decision?
I don't even know how I'd score it, but it would be a very tough call because offense A+, defense until last time
I know.
F-, but they both pick up a win. Something's got to give at some point.
You would definitely think so, and it's an interesting situation on whoever chooses the op because, by the way overtime works, they have to forfeit those full shields. So whoever wants to go for that op pick is being demanded at overtime to be pixel perfect in their aim.
I think Jello has done that. He's the one guy who, once again, is going to demand that. And as you said, he's playing on a very, very thin margin with no shields. And he's played, I mean, remember, he was the one who got the clutch when Arizona State won defending. So he has been playing his absolute mind out. So has really all 10 players in this lobby. And we reset and do it again at 14-14 for 2 more rounds of overtime here.
A few early peeks. The blind goes out onto Brisk. He's going to put out a smoke in response. A lot of shuffling around the mid-courtyard. Boise State manages to get one in garage. This might change. An exchange with one. That's a huge pick. Wallbane onto Brisk.
Oh, IUO. Holding down that garage exit. A couple of shots going out under Damio as well. And even with that first blood, Boise State still not able to find a way in.
Even though they have the first advantage, they've also placed themselves in a bit of a pickle because Damion's the only one right now on Ceylon and is holding the op. So that's going to be a very risky angle for him to pick.
Guys see why he goes down. He's been so huge for Arizona State. It's a 5-on-3. Cass going to find one.
Spike down.
IUO sees him, finds another in a huge play.
30 seconds
It's
left.
2-on-2.
This has been something that... Oh, are you kidding me? It's up against the Opper. The plant's going to go down.
Makes that man again. Swap out the op.
Oh.
Mariana sees, remember, Jello has no shields because he opted for the op.
Oh, and the Wallbane might do it.
And
gets him with the shot. Oh, man. Boise State now back up to match point.
I've heard you say that before.
I've heard. I think we've been in this situation multiple times before.
I mean, you talked about it in our timeout. The perfection that playing op no shield requires, and Jello has done it every single round. This time, Mariana just barely getting the edge over him. Can Boise State do it? The third time the Broncos have been on match point. Third time's a charm.
Initial Hawk thrown out. Arizona State holding down. My goodness, if they don't check their angles here, they could be in for a world of hurt as both angles are held down, but is able to call out Boise State by hopping up to the high ground, and the plant is thrown down very fast.
Down.
Oldham and Skies were on a bit of a flank. IUO was able to see it. The dog does find him, however. Jello will find Mariana. Now on 3. Sky finds one. Kaz trades it out. Finding a second for Kaz. J-Bag will make it a 1-on-3. Already seen one 1-on-3 clutch for the Broncos. Can they do it again? He didn't see it in the out zone. Is he going to have time is the question.
No, if he does, tries to bait out the defuse. The smoke is going to be thrown out in response. He doesn't have time, so...
Gotta just try and stick it. Brisk will send us to another round.
Oh my goodness, 15-15.
Overtime.
Neither of these teams are showing any sign of slowing down. One of the most grindy matches I have ever seen.
Remember, this is only game 1 of our best of 3.
This could be interesting. Cass going for something a bit unorthodox. Thinking of buying the Odin.
At this rate, you got to try something, right?
I would hope you try something a little different because
get even.
If I have the same overtime rounds again and again and again, I'm going to go insane.
Jello looking for something on A long. That's flashed off. Round 31. Jello gonna get jumped up on Skies.
Oh
1,
my
2.
goodness!
And Boise State already has control of A site. Alden gonna make it one more. 5 on 2. Brisk and IUO have.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
This could be a flawless. Not that it really makes any difference at this point. I mean, you're great to get the win, but it's not like the eco bonus is going to work out in overtime. Runs right into the sentry bot, and another match point for the Broncos.
Match point.
I mean, we are in round 32, and we've only seen 8 won by the defending teams.
Fish, I know you felt it was your duty to call out a 9-3 curse, but did you really realize the full consequences of your actions when you were...
I am not in charge. All you got to do is just, sell one round, make it 8-4, and we might not be here. But that is not what happened. Both teams go 9-3 on their respective attacking sides, and we play overtime.
Oh, Skies immediately getting taken out.
Skies gets caught, and at least for the moment, Arizona State seems on pace to make it 16-all. There's still plenty of game left. Mariana and Brisk peek each other. Sneaky little hello. And reset.
Oh, might have a huge flank here in lobby. If he doesn't check his angles, though, he's going to get a 2-on-1. Boise State bringing it to 4 and 3. Gets caught with the knife out. Down to 9 health. Tries to get the spray transfer and definitely panicking there.
Jello gonna get found by the bag though, and it's all up to him. IUO is very low on life in this 1-on-3. We'll see what the bag can do. It's like a rotation all the way over. Everybody a little bit damaged, but aren't we
Spike
all?
planted.
I'm internally damaged at this point. The
I
damage
didn't
is on
say
the
what
inside.
kind of damage. I just said we all are. Killjoy will go down by the Sun Devils even more time, but it might allow Jabag to get set up. But
Oh, but Brisk, look at this beautiful flank, and the Sun Devils are tied back up 16-16.
Bag would have got away with it. Wasn't for that meddling Omen. And we go. We go again.
Here we go again.
What did you say? What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result?
Skies has already broken 31 in his KDA. Jello has also come alive up to 27 himself.
Jets having quite the performance. Who will blink first? Been all offense for the most part.
That's a very huge bolt by the Sun Devils, alerting them to Boise State's position. Boise State isn't going to be phased by that. They are going to just be moving in toward A, trying to get the plant early. Owl drone throw out, spots a lot of the Broncos. That was a whole bunch of information given over.
Nobody found him up there in heaven. Full retake, 5-on-5 for his first time in overtime. Dashing, Jello gets the great smoke down. Kawhi gonna find one. Skies leads the answer back. Mariana does, but it's 3-2 Arizona State. Alden's gonna blind one. Finds it. Can he find IU? Oh, yes, he can. And it's a 1v1. Kawhi and Mariana. Rolling Thunder gonna come out.
Oh, Mariana gets hit by that. I don't know if Rolling Thunder is going to wear off. Catches him in the reload, and Arizona State wins in defense. They're going to be at match point. But wow.
Switching sides.
Fantastic job
Match point
by the Sun Devils. Another 1v1, and now it's up to the Broncos. Pull off a defensive win. We've been in this position one time in overtime where the Sun Devils won on defense. The Boise State Broncos matched them right back, and we kept playing.
Thanks for reminding me.
We thought Rocket League had the best game of the day earlier with UCLA and Weber State. Will eat your heart out.
Oh my
Mariana
goodness,
didn't quite
Mariana
see him.
takes
Get
the
back.
back shape and still gets it. Are you kidding me?
But Kawhi with the double spray, the answer right back.
He is very low on health, however. J-Bake having a great opportunity, but he's not checking.
Oh,
He
found
does check
him.
his angles. It's now back 3 apiece.
Spike down and the teleport away for Arizona State. They set up on the defensive. Dog clears the site. Boy, there's no one there. They're all down C long. Site gonna get blocked. Fake the defuse to the Broncos. Jabag gets one on to Brisk. Cass and IUO might go in the corner. Skies gets one. It's all up to IUO. Boise knows where he is. He finds one, but Aldo's gonna get the other. Does he have the time?
I think he does, just barely. Yeah, he's got it. I give up. I give up. I mean, what more can I say at this point?
I think the coaches just need to play rock, paper, scissors.
Switching sides.
Can we please, play it like that?
They have at least one more game to play. Again, this is round 2 of our CECC West Regional qualifier land. Boise State and Arizona State come in at Group A 1-0.
Here's the thing, I'm just going to give full disclosure, Fish almost sat this one out and Septilence almost subbed in. I don't know what a bullet Septilence dodged by Fish.
I think there was a slight tech delay that allowed me to get back in here. Septilence would have been starving. Ariana finds the first one. State up 1 early on attack.
But they're not going to be moving too aggressively on that 5-4 advantage. They're still trying to feel this out and might be baiting Arizona State here as they're moving out into courtyard. But Arizona State might catch the Broncos off guard. This could be a huge play. Gets one of them. The spike is down, but Boise State now knows where the Sun Devils are.
Gonna get one, gonna get two. Just like that, the Broncos answer right back. Jello and Skies in a jet duel in the corner. And both teams' top fraggers will turn around and rejoin the rest of the squad. Brisk sets up on a Damio very low on life for this 4-on-2. Brisk. Sneaky, 1, 2.
Are you kidding me?
Down A.
2v2.
30 seconds left.
Boise State is in a position where they have to move on to the spike, but the angles are being held pretty tough by Arizona State. The Sun Devils
enemy remaining.
is able to get one on to Jello. Can Skies clutch this? He gets one. J-Bake now moving in with the blind. It's down to another 1-on-1. Grabs the spike. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Oh, he got too focused on the spike at that point. You have to realize it's got to be taken by a gunfight.
Switching sides. Match point.
Scott caught, and Arizona State gets their second straight chance to end this game in overtime.
18 apiece. I mean, we are well over a 1 hour match at this point.
This is where the mental fatigue makes such a difference. Can you stay focused? Can you avoid the little mistakes to keep this game going? Great C push here for Arizona State. Damio trying to spray down Jello, sees it through the smoke. Boise State finds the first. And Arizona State will turn tail and run.
Shadows traveling.
Moving back over toward A lobby. They're moving as a unit. Skies does have an op here. They are splitting up, so Skies is going to have an opportunity, but there might be a preliminary wall bang, and Skies, gets taken out with the wall bang.
Open the side up. Brisk going to be able to get that spike down. Go down to hell.
Boise State is holding on by a thread, still within their wheelhouse, but they are going to have to do a retake at this point. Guai holding down the sideline through Lobby and is able to take out Rariana. Now it's just one left for Arizona State. I mean, a one-up advantage. K-Bank, of course, with the UTEL is going to be back to 3-3.
Oh,
IUO in a foul sweep as Sun Devils win at 19-17.
That is a way to open up this series. The Sun Devils battle all the way back. And at the end of the day, they claim it 19-17 here. And they got to do it again.
I'm having a great time.
We almost played a whole second game of Valorant.
And we still have a second game to
Yes,
play because
we
it's a
do.
best of 3.
At least one more. I mean, the way that series went, I mean, you really can't count out a game number 3 because, I mean, the margin is that thin. It was 19-17 Arizona State in game 1. Wow. Wow.
I don't know. You know, I think you really summed it up in the end with it was a game that came into fatigue and these mistake-making. I see moments just like this, you know. I think the team suffered when they didn't check all their angles. Yeah, at this point, you know, Boise State, they had a situation where overall, I mean, they were up 4-2, but they just didn't check their angle when they were planting on A, and that was a beautiful flank by Arizona State. And the Sun Devils proving why they are the #1 seed. That is one of the longest games of Valorant I have seen so far, and we are not done.
Yeah.
We still have to go to Lotus.
Lotus and potentially more, right? This is a best of 3, and I mean, there's nothing you really can't take away from that game and say, well, you know, Arizona State will just put them away because, I mean, this was a very, very close match. Of course, that many rounds overtime will do that, and as you said, it just came down to little things. Arizona State able to win on defense just a couple more times that Boise State was, and I think really, I mean, I think the big factor here was the fact that Jello consistently made plays with the op. As you mentioned, in overtime, you don't get the satisfaction of buying the op and shields, and there are very few times Jello didn't pick up the op and make a huge play with, you know, 50 less health than everybody else.
And this was a very crucial moment. I mean, it came down to so many one-on-one brawls. This was a moment where Rariana had to go up against an op, and this was a situation where kind of having an AR actually worked out because he was able to use kind of the damage from the wallbane. I mean, this was just such an insane round. 19-17 in the end, and we've still got one game left to play at least.
Yeah, fantastic plays all around by both of these teams. I mean, again, and it's one of those where when you get to 19-17, you can't be disappointed in your performance. Little mistakes here and there, but as you said, we still have Lotus left and potentially game 3 after that.
I need to take a break. I think the players
We
need
all
to
do,
take a break.
yeah.
Everyone needs to just, you know, maybe go cry in a corner for a few minutes because I don't know if I have seen a match quite like that. But congrats to the Sun Devils. I mean, you earned that win. That is the most hard-fought win I've ever seen. So enjoy your victory after this break. You have sure earned it. We will see if they can win this series after this.
NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. You're currently watching our coverage of the CECC West Regional Qualifier. If you're just joining us, you just missed something. You just saw.
I don't know how you missed it. Right?
I don't know how you missed it.
You
You came into the worst possible way because we are watching the Sun Devils versus the Broncos in the winners deciders to see who's going to move on to the next round. And we have had quite the overtime. It finished 19-17 in the first game of this best of three. We still have one left to play. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Michael Fisher. I mean, oh my goodness, I have never seen a round that close. I mean, these two teams are really setting up a showdown. Remember, there could be a scenario where tomorrow these two teams still make it through and face each other in the bracketed stage. And what a rivalry they are setting up.
Yeah, I mean, potential that this, these two teams fight it out again, maybe even in the grand finals, again, just as you said, depending on how the bracket falls. But yeah, absolutely wild game one. If you missed it, I don't know how, because it went on so long, you would have had to have joined us at some point. But this game is, I think, early on in our game, too, as we head to Lotus for this series, is going to be very interesting how everybody responds, right? Because, I mean, it's a LAN. Every time you win a round, you jump up, you scream, you shout, and I'm all here for it. But you just did that for, 36 times? Now you got to do it again. So maybe these players might be a little boomed. Wouldn't shock me. Maybe early on we see things a little bit slower, but what a phenomenal game. I mean, what stops us from doing it again, right? There's not that big of a difference between these two teams. We just saw it on display for back-to-back times in overtime. So I think if one of these teams can get an early lead and hold on to it, that'll be huge, because we can easily play into the 40s in terms of rounds, it looks like.
Well, here's the thing also, is one, when you think about it, both those teams had to get such clutch rounds to drive it out that long, because when in the normal halves, it was 9-3, 9 wins, 3 losses, with attacking being favored. And, Boise State multiple times won in defensive rounds. So, just shows that these teams, no matter what the stakes, they are going to play until the very end. And Fish also, okay, you were right on the superstition. You called it out, and you whittled away half my lifespan in the process, but you were right. I hope it was worth it.
I simply present the facts. And that time, the 9-3 curse stands. But as you said, we go to Lotus. If the Broncos pull off the win, we'll head to Icebox for Game 3 of the series. Again, as Jacob said, winner of this will punch their ticket to tomorrow at 2-0 in Group A. The loser of this will be up on stream next if they have the capacity for it. And then the winner of that game between the loser of this and one other opponent will be advancing as the second team from Group A. Again, we started the day with 8 teams, 2 groups of 4. 2 teams from each group advance to tomorrow's semifinals and then grand finals here, all competing for this lovely trophy right here, which they'll have earned it if it's one of these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean.
They'll have definitely earned that and a whole lot more. But again, we get ready for Lotus. Everybody's locked in. I think one thing that, both teams made great use of the timeouts. I think we saw 3 timeouts, and I want to say every single time the team that called the timeout won that round. Maybe Boise State might have lost. I don't remember, but I think it was 3 for 3. Timeouts are key. Use them when you got them. If you're struggling in a round, even if you lose 1 or 2 in a row. Arizona State did that where they lost a couple rounds. They let's take a timeout. Let's reset. Those are going to be crucial in this game here where, you know, we gave everybody a little bit of a break, but you got to do it again for 13 more rounds if you want to pick up a victory.
Well, we still have a long ways to go. Now, on Lotus, there's huge range of opportunities for any sort of niche strategy to be brought out. Maybe you found something that hasn't quite been discovered yet. And we certainly have a lot of wild cards, those spinning doors, which are always fun to watch. I mean, who are you calling out? Because obviously you called out the 9-3 cards. You're just on a roll with your predictions. So who are you calling out in terms of agents?
Oh, that's a tough one, man. That is, you're giving me, I mean, I would say feels like probably the Jet would be the one that I would look for Jello and Skies. Yeah, I'll go. Yeah,
okay, yeah, very bold prediction there. Okay, of course,
toss.
yeah.
I'm going to knock that one out of the park. But I really think that it's going to be just whatever you're comfortable on. As you said, maybe there's a shocker that comes out that one of these teams has discovered. But I would assume it's going to be pretty standard agents. I think everyone played really phenomenally. Maybe you have just one change here or there, but honestly, speaking of Sky, I'm really curious what Jello did. It really became the Jello show in overtime for Arizona State. He had multiple fantastic rounds. We'll see what he's going to do.
Cypher pick. Kawhi. It's Kawhi. Are you really?
You said they might have a strat. Maybe it involves
Maybe they
Yoru.
do.
I doubt it.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Damio. I was thinking in my mind. Maybe Neon. We don't see Neon too often, but maybe it's a comfort pick that Damio's bringing out. We do see it from Jello here. Damio is still giving a few thoughts of it. It's going to take advantage of that Riot Zero, of course. And we're all locked in. Different choices on